unremarkable university, student traverses into the realm of cultivation. Ranked among the top 3 in the vast world of 3,000, beginning his journey as an orphan. Taken in and nurtured by the esteemed sect, Taishang, which boasts a legacy from the celestial realm. At the age of 10, he undergoes a spirit root assessment, revealing an extraordinary dual combination of the Azure Lotus Spirit Root and the longevity celestial body. Cultivating? Why toil in this endeavor? With a casual approach, he finds himself ascending to immortality effortlessly. While practicing and concocting elixirs, he indulges in candy beans, observing the chessboard as he ascends to the heavens. Oh, by the way, Jun Qinghang gazes at the Azure Fenghuang swirling around him, with the 9-tailed celestial fox seated beneath him. These are his auspicious beast companions. Chapter 1. Once entering the immortal gate, the depths are unfathomable. From henceforth, a wanderer in the mortal realm. In the bustling Shumi holy city, throngs of people converge from various sects and clans. They gather in anticipation of the once-in-a-century Shumi Cave Heaven recruitment ceremony. Don't miss out. The detailed guide for the Shumi Cave Heaven recruitment ceremony is available for just 300 top-grade spirit stones. What? 300 top-grade spirit stones to obtain the guide for the recruitment ceremony? Is that genuine? Of course, it's a sham. Need you even ask? What place the Shumi Cave Heaven is? It stands among the supreme powers of the 3 great cave heavens. How could any information about the recruitment ceremony be leaked in advance? Indeed, this friend makes a valid point. Jun Qinghang, led by his senior brother, strolls through Shumi holy city, absorbing the discussions surrounding the recruitment ceremony that fill the air. He gains a deeper understanding of this sacred land where he has lived for a decade. Qinghang, feel free to tell your brother what you desire. Songnan smiles at Jun Qinghang. Since being brought back by their master as an infant 10 years ago, Jun Qinghang has been raised on Qingsha Peak. Though still small in stature, he has begun to manifest the prodigious talents of a celestial being. In his view, his junior brother need not attend the recruitment ceremony at all, the cherished infant brought back by their master, who treats him as his own son. Even within the vast Shumi Cave Heaven, his status is unparalleled. There is no need to partake. In the recruitment ceremony, Jun Qinghang beams, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He is no longer the bewildered infant that had just traversed into this world. Previously an ordinary graduate student in his past life, he suddenly finds himself reborn. Even as an adult soul reincarnated, adapting to this new environment would not have been so swift. Yet, unexpectedly, he becomes an abandoned infant. Fortuitously, as he neared death from the cold one winter, a figure clad in azure descended from the heavens to rescue him. This was none other than his current master, the esteemed Qingmu Taoist of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Over the course of the past decade, he has showcased the innate talent befitting a soul of 2 lives, learning at an astonishing pace. Every tome he encounters is retained in his memory with ease. Jun Qinghang also realizes that the world he inhabits is indeed the cultivation realm frequently mentioned in the novels of his former life. Here, power and cultivation reign supreme. Sects, clans, dynasties, and empires abound, with 3 forces towering above all others. These are the 3 great cave heavens: Shumi Cave Heaven, Wanxiang Cave Heaven, and Swirling Cave Heaven. These 3 cave heavens are the dominators of this cultivation realm, unmatched by any. Moreover, only within these 3 powers do multiple great ascension Taoists reside. Brother, let us finish our business quickly so we can return for lunch, Jun Qinghang remarks, glancing at the sun, which hangs high in the sky, nearing noon. In this world, regardless of noble lineage, only after turning 10 can one's cultivation talent be assessed, determining the level of their spirit root. Before this age, an infant's body continues to develop, with their spirit root talent hidden deep within. Even great ascension Taoists find it challenging to discern the specifics of their endowment. Thus, Jun Qinghang currently possesses no cultivation, nor knowledge of his talents. Coincidentally, the Shumi Cave Heaven hosts its century-old recruitment ceremony, prompting Qingmu Taoist to send his eldest disciple, Imu Daojun Songnan, to escort Jun Qinghang. Very well. Songnan initially intended to take Jun Qinghang to the holy city outside the Shumi Cave Heaven to purchase some novel trinkets and amuse his junior brother. However, it appears that Jun Qinghang is eager to embark on the path of cultivation sooner rather than later. Brother, why are these people forming separate lines? Jun Qinghang inquires while standing beside Song, then amidst the clouds, protected by his brother's magical energy, allowing him to remain unharmed despite his lack of cultivation. The Shumi Cave Heaven recruits not only those with no cultivation, but also some cultivators with skills seeking guidance. After all, the Shumi Cave Heaven opens its gates for recruitment once every 100 years, and over the past century, many prodigies from noble families have undoubtedly emerged. Jun Qinghang nods in understanding. He is not a true 10-year-old child. Even without Song Nen completing his explanation, he comprehends the underlying reasoning. Soon after, Song Nen wastes no further time, leading Jun Qinghang down from the clouds above. Salutations to Jun. The appearance of Song Nen immediately captures the attention of those present. Here, at the entrance of Shumi Cave Heaven, in Shumi Holy City, even Yuan true lords cannot fly. At this moment, upon hearing the Yuan true lord address Song Nan, everyone gasps in astonishment. It is said that the Shumi Cave Heaven is blessed with abundant fortunes, where exceptional talents are nurtured. Under the Daozi alone, there are a total of 18 holy sons, a record among the 3 great cave heavens. Each of these 18 holy sons possesses extraordinary talents, all of whom are revered as transformation Dao lords, having broken through the transformation stage by the age of 500. They represent the most powerful prodigies of the age. Jun Song Nan is one among them. And compared to other holy sons of Shumi, his fame is even more pronounced. This is due to his master being the great ascension Taoist, Qingmu Taoist of the Shumi Cave Heaven. The arrival of a transformation Dao Lord instantly ignites the atmosphere of the recruitment ceremony. Please rise. Song Nan conjures a gust of wind with his magical energy, assisting those who bowed to him back to their feet. I merely brought my junior brother to assess his spirit root. I hope you do not mind my intrusion. With a demeanor akin to a gentleman, Song Nan beams, instantly winning the hearts of countless female cultivators present. Jun is too humble. Naturally, we place you first. The Yuan true lord responsible for assessing spirit roots, is an elder of the outer sect of the Shumi Cave Heaven. However, the status of the outer sect pales in comparison to Song Nan's. Moreover, it is merely a matter of stepping out of line for a brief assessment. It hardly constitutes a significant issue as the spirit root assessment proceeds. The Yuan true lord hesitates, recalling Song Nan's earlier words. The younger brother of Jun? Isn't that the little disciple of Qingmu Taoist? He immediately turns his gaze towards Jun Qinghang, who has been overlooked beside Song Nan. Remarkable, remarkable. Qingmu Taoist has taken on yet another young disciple. It seems that this grand cultivation realm is poised to witness the rise of another extraordinary talent. Little uncle, please step forward. Following the Yuan true lord's instructions, Jun Qinghang stands beneath a towering stone monument. This monument rises approximately 2 meters high. At merely 10 years of age, Jun Qinghang must tilt his head to behold its entirety. Upon noticing this, the Yuan true lord channels a strand of magical energy into the assessment stone. Instantly, a swirling white mist envelopes the stone, cascading toward Jun Qinghang. Chapter 2. The Eruption of Azure Lotus, the harmonious melody of Phoenix and Phoenix, the enchantment of celestial sounds in his heart. Jun Qinghang kept in mind his senior brother's admonition, to harbor no resistance during the spirit testing. The spirit testing steel, a relic of ancient times, would not inflict even the slightest harm upon the cultivator. The white mist that emanated was merely to assess the cultivator's innate qualities. In truth, aside from the spirit testing steel, only a handful of divine abilities could fully discern a cultivator's complete talents. The white mist surged into Jun Qinghang through his pores. In that fleeting moment, he felt a jolt of clarity in his mind, and his previously tense emotions began to settle. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, the sensation was akin to a maiden entering a bridal sedan. This was his inaugural encounter with the testing of spiritual roots, and to claim he felt no anxiety would be disingenuous. A lack of spiritual roots, or having exceedingly poor ones, would signify an eternal inability to grasp the highest level techniques in the broader world. Despite the backing of Shumi Cave and the esteemed Qingmu Taoist, which could offer treasures capable of refining one's talents, there remained an inherent limit. Moreover, any talents cultivated postnatally could never rival those that were truly innate. The vast disciple recruitment square was currently enveloped in silence. All the designated spirit testing points had come to a halt, awaiting the manifestation of this junior master's spiritual roots. Other cultivators present for the testing dared not utter a word. The reason was simple. Did they not see a renowned transformation stage Taoist standing there? Only a fool would dare disturb this young lord during such a momentous occasion. In Jun Qinghang's perception, although the white mist consistently entered his body through his pores, the process felt exceedingly gradual. However, the reality was that once the Yuan true monarch infused a wisp of mana into the spirit testing steel, the white mist rushed eagerly into Jun Qinghang's being. Shortly thereafter, after a few breaths, it re-emerged from within him, returning to the steel. Thus, the spirit testing process was complete. Now, all that remained was to await the manifestation of his specific spiritual root talents on the steel. Jun Qinghang opened his eyes, anticipating the final result. Song Nin immediately sensed the tension radiating from his junior disciple and stepped forward to offer a reassuring embrace, demonstrating through his actions that he would remain by his side, irrespective of the outcome. The wait was not prolonged. Gradually, peculiar phenomena began to manifest upon the spirit-testing steel. The azure radiance multiplied, initially a mere 1 or 2 strands, but swiftly enveloping the entire steel. Regardless of the outcome, the current anomaly indicated a level of spiritual roots that was undoubtedly exceptional. Song Nin let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Although he would continue to treat Jun Qinghang as he always had, the harsh reality was that weakness was a fundamental sin in this world. The true terror lay not in being weak at present, but in being bound by one's innate limitations, which could confine one to perpetual frailty. This often became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The azure radiance on the spirit-testing steel continued to intensify, reflecting in Jun Qinghang's eyes, until the accumulation of azure light reached a point where no further layering was possible, and a towering azure beam shot skyward. Meanwhile, the formidable beings throughout the realm of cultivation sensed an extraordinary phenomenon and directed their gazes toward the distant direction of the Shumi cave heaven. Centered around the Shumi holy city, all living beings within a billion-kilometer radius lifted their heads to behold the celestial marvel unfolding before them. Radiant beams of light and auspicious clouds enveloped the heavens, casting a warm azure glow over the entire expanse. The melodious cries of phoenixes resonated through the 9 heavens as several phoenixes surrounded a verdant lotus, gracefully descending from the celestial clouds. The lotus leaves shimmered like emeralds, with golden light coursing through their veins, while the petals, resembling white jade, sparkled with starlight. Countless miniature manifestations of the lotus emerged from the ground, and wherever the lotus graced, flowers bloomed in abundance, and birds sang in harmony. With each opening and closing, a multitude of auspicious energy dispersed, dispelling ailments and calamities. A vibrant life force swiftly enveloped the entirety of Shumi holy city. Upon the spirit measurement tablet, a lotus adorned with resplendent golden light began to manifest. Suddenly, a sound resembling the tearing of space echoed through the air. A great power had traversed the void to arrive. Before Song Nan could fully comprehend the celestial phenomenon, he sensed an overwhelming aura of unmatched strength materialize within Shumi holy city. Had he not been familiar with the source of such energies, he would have undoubtedly whisked Jun Qinghang away back to the Shumi cave heaven. Greetings, brother Yinling. Song Nan saluted the newcomer, shattering the tranquility of the scene. At that moment, the others also noticed several figures suspended in the sky. We pay our respects to the esteemed ones, the several nascent soul Taoists. Being disciples of the Shumi cave heaven, could hardly fail to recognize their own great powers and immediately bowed in reverence. Esteemed ones, honored combined stage elders, all present, save for Song Nan, Jun Qinghang, and the bowing nascent soul Taoists, knelt in unison, paying homage to the indistinct figures above. Naturally, the Yinling elder recognized Song Nan and Jun Qinghang, the disciples of the esteemed Qingmu Taoist. He quickly realized the significance of the recent celestial occurrence. Evidently, Jun Qinghang had detected an extraordinary spiritual root talent. As the Shumi cave heaven stood as a supreme force, it was only fitting that a mighty presence oversee the once-in-a-century disciple recruitment ceremony. Otherwise, any promising talents might be whisked away by the Wanxiang and 4 spirits cave heavens within mere moments. Hola Yinling, Jun Qinghang beamed, revealing a charming smile with his little tiger teeth upon receiving the elder's praise. Despite the Yinling elder's exalted status as a combined stage power, he shared the same generation as Song Nan and Jun Qinghang. In fact, within the entire Shumi cave heaven, only those of equal standing to their master, the Qingmu Taoist, could surpass them in seniority. Come, let me escort you both back to the sect. Master Qingmu is surely awaiting your arrival. With that, the Yinling elder waved his hand, drawing Song Nan and Jun Qinghang to his side. Jun Qinghang had anticipated a direct rift through the void for their journey, yet to his surprise, the Yinling elder simply gestured. An invisible wave emanated from a central point, radiating outward and capturing attention amidst the myriad anomalies of this realm. In a location 1,000,000 miles distant from the sacred city of Shumi, several figures were unceremoniously ejected from the void. The esteemed Yinling Zuns indeed possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly forcing us from the emptiness with a single strike. It appeared he was not far from the late-stage integration realm. The sacred land of Shumi had birthed another unparalleled prodigy, where the earth surged with green lotuses, phoenixes sang in harmony, and celestial melodies lingered in the air. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of a supreme Tao body or a celestial spirit root. There was no time to lose. We must return to the sect to report. Chapter 3. Celestial Spirit Root of the Green Lotus. It was only after traversing 1,000,000,000 miles west of the sacred city of Shumi that one truly entered the core domain of the Shumi cave heaven. Even a Yuaniing true monarch, at full speed, would require several years to journey from the sacred city to the genuine Shumi cave heaven. However, with the powerful presence of Yinling Zuns, accompanied by Song Nan and Jun Qinghang, crossing the void was but a fleeting moment. No matter how many times Jun Qinghang had witnessed the gates of the Shumi cave heaven, he was always struck with awe. 10 emerald peaks, shrouded in clouds and mist, loomed majestically over the earth, subtly forming a protective formation, each peak capped with glistening snow that sparkled under the sunlight. Bridges of light spanned between the peaks, facilitating the passage of cultivators. Celestial palaces intertwined above the emerald peaks, radiating myriad hues of dawn. Beyond these 10 peaks, deeper within, one could behold the landscapes above the clouds, illuminated by the midday sun, where celestial palaces graced the sky. Each palace represented a being of authority surpassing the Tao Master realm. Endless multicolored brilliance cascaded from the celestial palaces, showering the mountain summits below and nurturing the spiritual veins of the peaks. This was the true inner sanctum of the Shumi cave heaven. Let us proceed. Our esteemed senior brothers and uncles await eagerly, Yinling Zuns remarked with a smile as he received a message. However, ultimately, they were merely spectators, enviously observing Uncle Qingmu. The bond between Xiao Qinghang and Uncle Qingmu was profound, nurtured since childhood, and furthermore, they were no match for Uncle Qingmu. Crossing the 10 main peaks and countless other summits of the outer gate of the Shumi cave heaven, one could truly appreciate the might of a cave-level power. Golden core true masters were as common as dogs. Yuaniing true monarchs were abundant, and soon, one would encounter a transformation Tao Lord. A variety of flying treasures and celestial pets were in abundance. The entire core area of the Shumi cave heaven encompassed an expanse of over 100 million kilometers. Jun Qinghang followed in the footsteps of Yinling Zuns and Song Nan, arriving at the highest and most majestic main peak of the Shumi cave heaven. A resplendent white palace shimmered with golden light, harmoniously reflecting the endless sun beyond the heavens. Above the grand entrance of the palace hung a plaque inscribed with the words, Shumi, Celestial Palace. This was the central meeting place of the Shumi cave heaven's elite and the ultimate destination for Jun Qinghang and his companions. Junior brother Song, Xiao Qinghang, you may enter on your own. I must return to the sacred city of Shumi to oversee matters. Yinling Zuns escorted the two to the entrance of the Shumi celestial palace before transforming into a streak of rainbow light and departing along the path they had come. The disciple selection ceremony of the Shumi cave heaven is a momentous occasion within the realm of cultivation, drawing countless sects and families eager to send their disciples for evaluation. Naturally, this event cannot be concluded in a mere day or two. It spans a full 7 days once every century. Although this duration may seem brief compared to the lifespans of cultivators, which often extend for centuries, it is a matter of fate and affinity. Should one fail to arrive at the sacred city of Shumi within the 7-day time frame, it is deemed a sign of being fated to miss the opportunity. Jun Qinghang has resided in the Shumi cave heaven for a decade, and during his childhood, the esteemed Qingmu Taoist often brought him to frolic with other Taoists of the same rank. Thus, Even though it was his first visit to the Xumi Immortal Palace, he did not feel overly anxious. As he stepped into the palace, the surrounding scenery subtly transformed. He soon spotted the familiar and affectionate figure of Qingmu Daoist seated in the high seat, gazing upon him with great satisfaction. Jun Qinghang is I spoke. It was already impressive if his talents could gain the recognition of his senior brother and master. To the sides of Qingmu Daoist sat two other renowned Daoists. The twin siblings Zixia Daoist and Xuanyu Daoist, both esteemed figures of the Xumi cave heaven. At a lower position sat the Holy Lord of Xumi Cave Heaven, who is also the master of the Xumi Peak, one of the 8 main peaks of the inner sect, inheriting the title of Xumizun. The remaining 7 peak masters of the inner sect, each a powerful being of the combined stage, were also present, all gathered to await his arrival. After greeting his master, Aunt Zixia, Uncle Xuanyu, and all the senior brothers and sisters, Song Nan and Jun Qinghang bowed in unison. "Nanner, come here," called Qingmu Daoist, beckoning Song Nan to his side, before turning to Jun Qinghang. Instantly, the eyes of everyone present turned towards Jun Qinghang, their astonishment nearly overflowing. They had seen this young disciple brought back by Uncle Qingmu a decade prior, but back then, Jun Qinghang was merely a child, his spiritual roots not yet manifesting, spending his time strengthening his physique. Their encounters had been few, making the Taoist uncles and young Qinghang somewhat more familiar with each other. Now, as young Qinghang underwent the spiritual root assessment, the extraordinary phenomena that unfolded were witnessed by all, with a scope exceeding countless miles. Were it not for the presence of the speech spirit guarding the sacred city of Xumi, they would have been unable to contain their excitement. However, even for a grand event such as the disciple selection ceremony, it was unnecessary to directly assign a Taoist master to oversee the sacred city. After all, it was due to Jun Qinghang's presence that they were drawn there. "Qinghang, your master, your senior brothers and sisters, and the 2 uncles are all here. Now, let your spiritual roots take shape and reveal themselves," instructed Qingmu Daoist. Though he appeared to be in the prime of his life, he had lived for countless millennia. Judging by the celestial phenomena manifested on the spiritual root assessment stone, which spanned billions of miles, it was evident that such a display could not be achieved by an ordinary spiritual root. At this moment, they merely needed to further ascertain whether it would indeed be an immortal spiritual root and what type it would be. This realm of cultivation is exceptionally flourishing, ranking among the top 3 within the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds. A place capable of accommodating esteemed beings such as the great ascension Taoist and the tribulation transcending celestial. Throughout history, countless individuals have ascended, and thus, there exists no isolated world nor a path utterly severed. The celestial spiritual roots, however, are a rare phenomenon occurring once in a millennium, and even within this realm of cultivation, they represent the pinnacle of innate talent. Yet, they're not entirely absent. Take, for instance, the 3 great caves of the present age, where each progenitor-level prodigy possesses either celestial spiritual roots or supreme Tao bodies complemented by exceptional spiritual root qualities. The Xumi cave alone boasts 2 such remarkable individuals. Consequently, although the manifestation of spiritual roots brought forth by Jun Qinghang's testing was overwhelming, it did not incite envy from the other 2 great caves. Indeed, Master, Jun Qinghang comprehends these truths well. Backed by one of the 3 great caves of the present time, and with a great ascension Taoist as his support, no one in the entire realm of cultivation possesses an identity or background that surpasses his. Only by fully showcasing his innate talent can he obtain superior resources for cultivation and forge an era uniquely his own in this new world. With this thought in mind, Jun Qinghang no longer held back. He channeled the spiritual root power awakened by the spirit testing tablet, and boundless azure light spread throughout the Xumi celestial palace. Amidst this azure radiance, a luminous azure lotus, woven from shimmering brilliance, floated gracefully in the air. Chapter 4. The Eternal Celestial Body. The azure lotus appeared almost sentient, shimmering in and out of visibility within the azure light, its aura unmistakable. Golden brilliance adorned the veins of the Azure Lotus, adding a touch of nobility. The transformation of the spiritual root into form, the Azure Lotus illuminating the world. Indeed, the celestial spiritual roots have manifested. On the left side of Taoist Qingmu, Taoist Zixia could hardly contain his excitement as he confirmed, no faction would ever disdain the abundance of genius among their ranks, especially not one as rare as the celestial spiritual roots. It is crucial to understand that amidst the vast cultivation realm, with a population exceeding hundreds of millions, the existing celestial spiritual root prodigies are limited to the progenitor-level beings of the three great caves. Not even a single one among us Taoists bears such roots. Excellent. It seems that within a mere millennium, the Shumi cave shall welcome yet another newly advanced prodigy. Taoist Xuanyu expressed his heartfelt satisfaction. The stability of the Shumi cave's position among the three great caves relies not solely on the intimidation of its upper echelons, but also upon the relentless efforts of its disciples. No sect can endure solely on the strength of its elite warriors for generations. Esteemed uncles, your praises are too generous. I cannot accept such honor, Jun Qinghang replied, remaining humble. While the promising beginning of his talent was indeed a cause for joy, the paramount importance lay in transforming that talent into tangible cultivation. A genius who fails to grow will ultimately find themselves trailing behind others. Child, although I have raised you as my own, and we have always referred to each other as master and disciple, there has never been the true substance of a master-disciple relationship. Today, I shall formally pass down to you the inheritance of our lineage, the Qingmu, Tontianjing, from this day forth. May you uphold the reputation of our Shumi cave's Lingshan Peak. Taoist Qingmu extended his finger, pointing through the air. A stream of luminous energy surged forth from the fingertips, creating not a ripple as it advanced towards Jun Qinghang. This was the custom of the Shumi cave heaven. Any adept of the combined body realm, or above, who sought to take on a disciple, was required to have at least 2 peers present. Those who had attained such heights were all considered part of the Shumi cave heaven, and this practice served to ensure the long-term legacy of the sect. Upon hearing the words of Taoist Qingmu, Jun Qinghang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having grown up beside Taoist Qingmu and Songnan, he was well aware of the formidable nature of the Qingmu Tontianjing, a revered scripture known throughout the realm of cultivation, directly pointing towards the celestial path. Had it not been for his tender age and unremarkable spiritual roots years prior, he would have likely begun his practice of this scripture long ago. However, just as the radiant stream encompassing the Qingmu Tontianjing was about to enter Jun Qinghang's consciousness, the Azure Lotus, which had been partially veiled in the brilliance of the hall, seemed to react to some unseen stimulus. It leapt through the fabric of space, positioning itself before Jun Qinghang. The golden energy, which had merely been resting upon the veins of the Azure Lotus, erupted with a thunderous force. Taoist Qingmu, suspended in the void, immediately sensed the disturbance, his power cascading forth like a torrent. It transformed into a blue barrier, enveloping the entire main peak, including the Shumi Immortal Palace. Look, what is happening at the Shumi Immortal Palace? Such a monumental phenomenon, combined with the palace's status as the spiritual heart of the Shumi cave heaven, could not help but attract the attention of the disciples. Those who had been traversing the rainbow bridges between peaks came to a halt. Never before had the Shumi Immortal Palace witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. I have heard that the young master uncle taken in by Taoist Qingmu is participating in this disciple recruitment ceremony. I wonder if the celestial blue light and the anomaly at the palace are connected. I believe they must be, even though we have never laid eyes on the countenance of Taoist Qingmu, let alone seen him in action. However, we have encountered the Holy Sun, Dao Junimu. The Lingshan Peak lineage consists solely of Taoist Qingmu and the Holy Sun. They are undoubtedly of one bloodline. I recall the Holy Sun's own display was of a similar grandeur. If what this brother says is true, it appears that the commotion indeed stems from that unfamiliar young master uncle. It seems we are about to witness the emergence of another extraordinary prodigy from the Shumi cave heaven. Although it remains uncertain whether he can reach the heights of the Holy Son of Imu. Junior sister, tread carefully in your words. Matters concerning the Holy Son and the other esteemed uncles are not for us to speculate upon. Conversations of this nature proliferated throughout the vast expanse of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Ruyun Peak, one of the most renowned main peaks of the Shumi Cave Heaven, is situated adjacent to the Shumi Peak, where the Shumi Immortal Palace resides. It stands as a rare summit atop the spiritual vein of celestial quality, distinct from ordinary mountains. Shrouded in mist, as if formed from layers of cloud. Above Ruyun Peak, hidden amidst the clouds, floated a palace of white jade, the celestial abode of Ruyun Peak. At this moment, atop Ruyun Peak, two exceptionally handsome men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing towards the Shumi Immortal Palace atop Shumi Peak. Brother, what is your perspective on the celestial root phenomena exhibited by our young junior brother? The left-hand folding fan swayed gently, sunlight cascading upon it, forming an ethereal garment that veiled its bearer in a delicate aura. A gentleman of refined demeanor, warm and gentle as jade. This is none other than Gu Rushi, the master of clouds among the two disciples of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Indeed, the prodigies at the disciple level of the three great cave heavens have transcended the constraints of the transformation god realm, stepping into a new domain of the void, refining Tao master, all under the age of a millennium. This enables them to inherit the position of the cave heaven disciple and independently establish their own celestial palace above the clouds. The extraordinary manifestation of my junior brother's celestial spirit root is indeed remarkable, unlike your prism stone spirit root that shines radiantly, nor like my sword immortal spirit root that is overtly sharp. It instead harbors an essence that seems poised to surpass even my own life-bound sword spirit. Standing beside the Master of Clouds is the second disciple of Shumi Cave Heaven, the Master of Heavy Platforms, Lu Chonghua. In the vast expanse of Shumi Cave Heaven, teeming with countless beings, only these two possessors of celestial spirit roots are capable of inheriting the disciple position, underscoring their formidable talent and cultivation. It seems that Brother Lu's discernment remains as keen as ever. This junior brother may well catch up to us within a few hundred years. Gu Rushi's eyes shimmered, filled with a fervent spirit. Within the Shumi Celestial Palace, the green lotus representing Jun Qinghang's celestial spirit root surged forth with a momentum that pierced the void, converging upon Jun Qinghang. The azure radiance within the palace gathered entirely, repelling the technique granted by the celestial master of Greenwood. Brother, neither the celestial master of Purple Mist nor the celestial master of Xian Feather has encountered such a situation since beginning their cultivation. They are momentarily at a loss. If the two celestial masters are thus, one can only imagine the bewilderment of the other peak masters representing the 8 principal summits of the Shumi Celestial Palace. Only the celestial master of Greenwood, relying on his profound cultivation and insight, after several confirmations, managed to utter a few words. Immortal Body. Chapter 5. Foundation Establishment. It is said that there exists a person of extraordinary fortune. While still in the womb, by chance, they attract powerful heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or scarce resources that nurture their yet-to-form body, thereby merging with potential spirit roots to form various exceptional physiques. Thus, the more abundant the spiritual energy in the auspicious land, the more likely it is for prodigies with unique physiques to emerge. This exceptional physique is referred to as a spirit body. Even the most ordinary spirit body possesses a cultivation talent equivalent to that of a superior spirit root. If one's own spirit root endowment is also remarkable, their future is boundless. Above the spirit body, there exists a classification of special physique known as the Tao body. As the name implies, a Tao body is one that is innately aligned with the Tao. Each Tao body is unique, and at any given moment, within the 3,000 great worlds, no two possessors of the same Tao body can coexist. Possessing a Tao body, even with the lowest grade spirit root, such as the inferior 5 spirit roots, would incite contention among top-tier forces. Presently, among the 18 holy sons of Shumi Cave Heaven, 11 bear Tao bodies. This illustrates the staggering talent of those who possess Tao bodies. In fact, beyond the Tao body, there exists a legendary special physique known as the immortal body. The immortal body requires the utilization of celestial materials for its cultivation. In the vast realm of cultivation, the celestial substances descending from the immortal realm are exceedingly scarce, all under the dominion of the three great caves. Even the meager portions allocated to the esteemed practitioners of various paths for their cultivation are only a fraction. Among these celestial substances, not all are suitable for nurturing an immortal body, and the birth of such a body requires more than mere celestial materials within the maternal vessel. The intricacies of fate are profoundly convoluted. Thus, even in this grand world, the traces of an immortal body have never been witnessed. Brother Qingmu, exercise caution. Cautioned the Xianyu Taoist, his expression shifting upon hearing Qingmu Taoist's words. All matters pertaining to immortals, be they people, events, or objects, should be spoken with the utmost discretion. To do otherwise risks inciting the wrath of the heavenly Tao, for the matters of the immortal realm are beyond the reach of mere cultivators from the myriad worlds. They have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of immortality, with the immortal realm as their ultimate destination. Undoubtedly, this is the long-life, immortal body. Yet, Qingmu Taoist paid little heed to Xianyu Taoist's warning. Observing within the celestial palace, he witnessed Jun Qinghang, enveloped in a green aura after the Qinglian entered his body, with his meridians radiating golden light, affirming, indeed. Subsequently, before Qingmu Taoist, mystical energies coalesced into an ancient parchment made of cowhide. This scroll contained descriptions of the immortal body from an age long past, chronicling the 888 types of innate immortal bodies recorded through the annals of time. Among them, the long-life immortal body held the esteemed third rank. An innate immortal body, exclaimed Qingmu Taoist with fervor. According to the decrees of the celestial sect from the upper realm, this is a constitution that guarantees ascension to immortality. In contrast, for the great ascension Taoists to elevate themselves to the immortal realm and transcend the mortal confines, they must transform their earthly flesh into a postnatal immortal body through boundless celestial materials. Such an innate immortal body possesses an inexhaustible supply of celestial substances. Not only does it significantly accelerate the pace of cultivation, but it also harbors profound powers unattainable by postnatal bodies. Who would have imagined that young Qinghang was bestowed such fortune? Even in this realm where celestial substances are scarce, he could manifest an immortal body, ranking third among them, the long-life immortal body. Although its precise utility and mysteries remain unknown, the combination of the Qinglian celestial root and the long-life immortal body suggests that young Qinghang's cultivation speed will be unfathomable. Brother, if this truly is the awakening of an immortal body, why then did he reject the techniques you imparted? Queried Zixia Taoist and Xianyu Taoist after perusing the cowhide scroll provided by Qingmu Taoist, their brows furrowed in confusion. In response, Qingmu Taoist found himself at a loss for a satisfactory explanation. After all, the emergence of an immortal body in this cultivation realm is unprecedented, perhaps even in all of the 3,000 worlds. No one can accurately delineate its characteristics. Fortunately, their profound cultivation allows them to sense that Jun Qinghang's aura is remarkably tranquil and steadily advancing, with his cultivation also progressing consistently. This can only be seen as a positive omen. As the sovereign of the immortal body, Jun Qinghang possesses the most profound understanding of his long-life immortal body. The immortal body inherently carries various legacies and divine abilities, which will manifest automatically once his cultivation reaches sufficient heights. Indeed, this is merely a trivial manifestation of the immortal physique. Within Jun Qinghang's body, the azure light, which originally manifested as an anomaly, converged entirely at the Dantian, intertwining at its very center. The Xumi Immortal Palace is situated atop the Xumi Peak, where the underground conceals the celestial spiritual veins of the Xumi Cave Heaven. The density of spiritual energy here is so profound that even an unparalleled Taoist master can cultivate freely. However, at this moment, The spiritual energy within the Shumi immortal palace suddenly surged violently, with an intense gravitational force emanating from Jun Qinghang's body, stirring the atmosphere within the palace into a tempestuous turmoil. The infusion of spiritual energy into one's body represents the initial hurdle encountered by many cultivators on their path. The stages of cultivation: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and integration, each possess their own shackles that demand transcendence. The transition from chi refinement to foundation establishment. The consolidation of the Tao foundation is the foremost threshold for any cultivator in their lifetime. 100 days of foundation establishment is required. To break through this phase, cultivators must utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as treasures of nature that resonate with their being, to lay the groundwork for their future cultivation. This is what is referred to as the Tao foundation, the nurturing ground for the eventual creation of the golden core. Thus, it must be approached with utmost caution. As the foundation for a cultivator's ascent to higher realms, the Tao foundation is classified into various grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Above these lies the level of the perfect Tao foundation, attainable only by those endowed with extraordinary fortune, immense willpower, and exceptional talent. Jun Qinghang had never practiced any techniques, nor did he comprehend how to guide qi into his body, and thus remained oblivious to the transformations occurring within him. This was the very foundation establishment that 60% of cultivators yearn for. Cultivation commences with the guidance of qi into the body. Only by mastering techniques can one summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refine it through the attributes of their spiritual root, and transform it into personal spiritual power. This marks the first step on the cultivation path, elevating one to the first layer of qi refinement. Subsequently, one progresses through the 9 layers of qi refinement, each layer further accumulating the foundation until reaching the 9th layer. When a cultivator is suffused with spiritual power, they may attempt to forge their Tao foundation at the Dantian, breaking through the foundation establishment stage and converting spiritual power into magical power. Thereafter, they can transcend the bonds of heaven and earth, soaring through the skies with their physical form. In this vast world, there is no place they cannot reach. At this moment, Jun Qinghang was experiencing the final step in forging his Tao foundation. Chapter 6: The Perfect Tao Foundation. Forging the Tao foundation requires the use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that resonate with one's spiritual root attributes. The attributes of spiritual roots are diverse. Among the most common are the 5 elemental roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, not to mention the myriad of other derived spiritual root attributes. The celestial spiritual root, as an extraordinary variant, stand apart. The properties of the celestial spiritual root are determined by its morphological characteristics. For instance, Jun Qinghang's Azure Lotus Spiritual Root shares its essence with the Azure Lotus itself. Consequently, finding materials from heaven and earth that harmonize with the attributes of the celestial spiritual root is exceedingly challenging throughout the cultivation world. Fortunately, as a gift associated with the path of immortality, the celestial spiritual root holds great promise. The essence itself embodies infinite mysteries, deeply favored by the celestial way. Those endowed with spiritual roots will invariably receive the blessings of the heavenly path during their foundational cultivation, establishing a flawless foundation through divine merit. Thus, for cultivators, the most arduous stage of foundational cultivation becomes the most easily transcended barrier for those possessing spiritual roots. At this very moment, above the Shumi immortal palace, a golden vortex, imbued with divine essence, is repelling the surrounding spiritual energy. It is the manifestation of divine power. Senior brother, could this be a breakthrough by one of our inner sect uncles into the realm of divine transformation? In the inner sanctum, a group of disciples en route to the sacred Pill Peak is captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon above the Shumi immortal palace. Among them, aside from the leading man, whose aura is repressed and exceptionally composed, the remaining disciples, both male and female, exude vibrant energy, clearly indicating they have just transcended to the nascent soul, true monarch stage. Transitioning from the outer sect to the inner sect. Junior sister, you are all newly admitted to the inner sect and may not be familiar with our two esteemed daozi, namely Uncle Ruyun and Uncle Chongtai. When they established their foundations, similar phenomena occurred. It seems this wondrous spectacle must surely be caused by that esteemed Uncle Monarch's breakthrough. The leading man has been within the Shumi cave heaven for a millennium, although his cultivation level is merely at the initial stage of divine transformation. His time spent in cultivation surpasses that of the two daozi, and he has witnessed numerous grand events. Thus, he possesses an understanding of the previous phenomena. Furthermore, this morning, during the disciple initiation ceremony in Shumi Sacred City, the legendary junior disciple of Daoist Qingmu made an appearance to test his spiritual roots, invoking a cosmic spectacle. Rumors of the third, celestial spiritual root descending into the Shumi cave heaven spread swiftly. Naturally, it was easy for him to discern the origin of the phenomenon above the Shumi immortal palace. Hearing the words of admiration from the senior brother, the newly admitted disciples exchanged glances. Daozi of the cave heaven, peerless prodigies. These terms had only existed in their education as examples of contemporary greatness. Now that they have entered the inner sect, perhaps they might truly have the opportunity to behold them, even from afar, which would fulfill their aspirations in the path of cultivation. Within the Shumi immortal palace, golden radiance cascading from the heavens infuses into Jun Qinghang's body, carrying immense power. This golden light emanates from the celestial way of this realm. Combined with Jun Qinghang's spiritual roots and the innate strength of his longevity immortal body, the three converge, ultimately coalescing into a blue lotus foundation within Jun Qinghang's dantian. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that this blue lotus has achieved the remarkable 12th grade. Surrounding the blue lotus foundation, various celestial lights swirl, transforming Jun Qinghang's dantian into a scene reminiscent of the immortal realm. These celestial lights, born from a manifestation of his spiritual roots, not only highlight the perfection of the blue lotus foundation, but also serve as a final barrier. Safeguarding Jun Qinghang's cultivation base. With the perfect foundation established, the foundational cultivation stage is naturally attained. At this juncture, all phenomena inside and outside the Shumi immortal palace dissipate into the void, leaving only Daoist Qingmu and others gazing with heartfelt satisfaction at Jun Qinghang, who is slowly opening his eyes. In the Shumi cave heaven, a new celestial prodigy has emerged, one with an unparalleled divine root, a being of the innate celestial body that has never graced the myriad worlds. According to their conjecture, it is certain that within 8 centuries, Shumi cave heaven will witness the rise of another Tao child. Given the significance of the celestial body, all present were esteemed high-ranking powers of Shumi cave heaven, prioritizing its interests, and thus they could not allow this news to leak. Consequently, they tacitly acted as if they were unaware, leaving all decisions to the esteemed Qingmu Daozuan. After exchanging greetings with the revered Zixia Daozuan and Xuanyu Daozuan, Qingmu Daozuan conjure a rainbow bridge leading to a verdant peak behind the Shumi immortal palace. Songnan followed closely behind. Behind the Shumi immortal palace, there lies several peaks more exquisite than Yunfeng and Chongtai Peak, inhabited by the pinnacle of combat prowess in Shumi cave heaven, including various great ascension Daozuan and tribulation transcendence Tianzuan. The Shumi Peak, where the Shumi immortal palace resides, serves as the dividing line. The vast expanse ahead is the realm of Shumi cave heaven's disciples, while the area beyond is a forbidden ground. Only with permission from the ancients or elders residing there can one enter. For the past decade, Jun Qinghang has resided at Lingchun Peak under the tutelage of Qingmu Daozuan. Nanner, you should rest first, he suggested. Upon returning to the familiar Lingchun Peak, both Songnan and Jun Qinghang felt a wave of relief. Songnan, however, remained in shock, unable to regain his composure. It is important to note that at that moment, he was merely a lowly disciple among revered masters who held the positions of the 8 main peaks of Shumi cave heaven. Though some concerns may have been unwarranted, Song Nin still felt heightened tension. No one had anticipated that, alongside his celestial divine root, Jun Qinghang possessed the legendary celestial body, a phenomenon previously unseen in the 3,000 great worlds, now manifesting abruptly within their domain. Following the initial excitement, an overwhelming sense of pressure began to envelop Song Nan. With Qinghang's extraordinary talents, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be rapid. Did they not witness how, after merely completing the spirit measurement, he had already propelled himself from a state of no cultivation to the foundation establishment stage? The celestial divine root, endowed by the heavens, has laid a perfect foundation for his path ahead. The journey of cultivation is now illuminated with green lights. If he does not exert himself, he fears he will soon be surpassed by his junior brother. While this outcome seems inevitable, he at least hopes to maintain his standing until the Tao Lord level. After all, he is currently at the late stage of spirit transformation, not far from the void refinement realm. Given his innate prowess, he originally ranked first among the 18 holy sons of Shumi Cave Heaven, holding the greatest promise of becoming the third Tao child. However, after witnessing his junior brother's talents, while his ambition still burns bright, it has been somewhat tempered. Though the path of cultivation is indeed a contest, one must first accurately gauge their own strengths. He possesses merely a wood attribute divine root. Even with the Imu Tao body, he has no substantial capital to contend with the celestial divine root, let alone the fact that Jun Qinghang also possesses a celestial body. Though the utility of the immortal body remains a mystery to many, it is undeniably unparalleled by that of mere mortals. Chapter 7. The Innate Sword Embryo. The Shumi Cave Heaven inherits from the upper realm, known as the celestial world. It has never lacked for prodigious talents, with even the most exceptional geniuses emerging frequently. Amidst such formidable competition, only 3 individuals can ascend to the status of Daozi. These 3 Daozi occupy the esteemed positions of heaven, earth, and humanity within the Shumi Cave Heaven. Once these 3 Daozi are established, their roles remain immutable until a new supreme master of the Shumi Cave Heaven arises from among them, at which point the remaining 2 will automatically ascend to higher ranks based on their cultivation. The likelihood of a Daozi's downfall is exceedingly rare, as evidenced by only 3 occurrences since the establishment of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Presently, the Daozi of Earth and humanity, the current Tao Lords, Ru Yun and Chong Tai, have long been confirmed, leaving the position of the Daozi of Heaven in a prolonged state of suspension. However, with the emergence of Jun Qinghang and the news of their celestial spiritual root spreading from the Shumi Cave Heaven, nearly all cultivators familiar with the realm have sensed that the position of the Daozi of Heaven may soon be crowned upon Qinghang. As Taoist Qingmu watched Song Nin depart, he raised his hand, and 3 luminous orbs materialized between master and disciple. The light emitted from these orbs was not particularly intense, yet it bore a somewhat blinding quality. Upon their appearance within the room, Jun Qinghang distinctly felt a subtle flicker from the Qinglian celestial spiritual root in his sea of consciousness and the Qinglian Tao foundation within his dantian, as if they recognized the essence of these orbs and regarded them with disdain. Previously, at the Shumi Immortal Palace, the master had intended to impart the Qingmu Tongtian Jing to you. This technique directly channels the path to immortality, sufficient to sustain your cultivation to the immortal realm. Yet it was rebuffed by the peculiar manifestation of your spiritual root at that time. The master found this perplexing. However, spiritual roots possess their own consciousness and resonate in their own manner. These 3 luminous orbs contain the highest level techniques owned by the master, including the Qingmu Tongtian Jing that he previously wished to pass on to you. This is the foundation that has sustained my Lingshun peak for generations. Steadfast within the Shumi Cave Heaven, with Taoist Qingmu's elucidation, Jun Qinghang's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. As a transmigrator, he was familiar with narratives involving a wasteful start, an annulled betrothal, or a genius falling into mediocrity. Such tales are abundant. Although he began his new life as an orphan, subsequently taken back to the Shumi Cave Heaven by Taoist Qingmu, it was already evident that his path in cultivation would not commence as that of a waste. Even with the most meager of spiritual roots, given the extreme pampering from his master, Taoist Qingmu, and his senior brother, Songnan, over the past decade, they would undoubtedly provide him with rare treasures to defy fate. Yet, Jun Qinghang is not an ordinary 10-year-old child. He is acutely aware that in a force as colossal as the Shumi Cave Heaven, the average person cannot survive. Geniuses abound like fish crossing a river, and ordinary talents are plentiful. Thus, when the celestial phenomenon manifested during his spiritual testing, Jun Qinghang secretly rejoiced, believing that he had secured a favorable outcome. However, mere talent is of no use without a pathway to actualize that talent. Superior cultivation methods serve as the means to such realization. At this moment, upon hearing the esteemed Qingmu Taoist proclaim that the 3 cultivation techniques before him were the very foundation of Lingshan Peak, he could fathom nothing less than their supreme caliber. Jun Qinghang stepped forward, his cultivation having transcended the foundational stage, his entire being transformed, his spiritual energy now transmuted into arcane power, enabling him to soar through the skies and harness the essence of the Qinglian celestial root to a certain extent. He intended to select the method most suited to him from the 3 available. Unexpectedly, as Jun Qinghang awakened the essence of his Qinglian celestial root, a sense of disdain reverberated within his consciousness. The joy that had illuminated his countenance was abruptly replaced by confusion. What was this? Jun Qinghang had surmised that any technique favored by the celestial root must surely be of the highest caliber. Yet the 3 methods before him, which all led directly to the celestial realm, failed to capture the attention of his Qinglian celestial root. High-grade spiritual roots possess their own consciousness. Should Jun Qinghang choose to cultivate any of these 3 techniques, while it would not be entirely counterproductive, his progress would certainly fall short of its peak potential. Even his combat efficacy would proportionally diminish. As thoughts whirled through his mind, and even before the esteemed Qingmu Taoist could perceive any anomaly, an inexplicable message materialized within Jun Qinghang's sea of consciousness, leaving him astounded. He then bowed respectfully to the Qingmu Taoist, stating, "Master, it seems that I have already acquired a technique." Jun Qinghang pondered how to articulate the connection between his Qinglian celestial root and his celestial body, as well as the fact that he inherently possessed a celestial method. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if an automatic mosaic had enveloped his words, rendering them inaudible and invisible. The Qingmu Taoist, brow furrowed, gestured for Jun Qinghang to cease speaking. "Since you have found a suitable technique, you must dedicate yourself to its cultivation." Possessing extensive knowledge and hailing from the esteemed Shumi Cave, the Qingmu Taoist recognized that his disciple-esque cultivation had reached an incomprehensible level. Each individual is blessed with unique opportunities, provided they pose no harm to young Qinghang. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, the spheres of light representing the 3 techniques vanished, replaced by a simple yet elegant ring and a 3-foot-long azure sword. "I have prepared these resources for your cultivation ahead of time. They include numerous spiritual stones and rare treasures of heaven and earth. This sword, a primordial sword embryo, was obtained after my extensive searches across myriad worlds. Although you excel in the arts of spells and supernatural abilities, your talent in the sword path may require nurturing. With meticulous cultivation over 1,000 days, you shall transform this primordial sword embryo into your innate treasure, accompanying you on your journey to the celestial realm. I perceive that your Qinglian celestial root, while seemingly gentle, harbors a tumultuous undercurrent, akin to a sword that can cleave through the stars. This item is most befitting for you." With outstretched hands, Jun Qinghang steadied himself to receive the nascent sword embryo, still unassuming in form. "In my previous life, I immersed myself in numerous novels, thus gaining some understanding of the treasures nurtured by the heavens and the earth. Such treasures, born from nature, are exceedingly rare and can be deemed as unparalleled gems, taking millions of years to come into existence." Although the esteemed Qingmu Taoist briefly mentioned the acquisition of this item, The perils involved were surely formidable, even for someone of Qingmu caliber. Thank you, Master. Jun Qinghang genuinely cherished the practice of swordsmanship. Before he had measured his spiritual affinity, he lacked both spiritual and magical power, merely following Qingmu Daoist and learning a few sword techniques during idleness, lacking true comprehension. The sword, a gentleman among weapons, was something he held dear. Moreover, at the very moment he grasped the innate sword embryo, Jun Qinghang distinctly felt a joyous stir from both his consciousness and Dantian. Chapter 8. The Qing Emperor's Eternal Life Sutra Ranger. You may return today. From now on, come and visit me every 3 months to assess your cultivation. Qingmu Daoist pondered deeply. In the past, when Songnan had just begun his journey, he was assessed annually to ensure he would not become complacent. However, with Jun Qinghang possessing both celestial roots and a divine body, his innate talent for cultivation would surely surpass that of his senior disciple by a considerable margin. Thus, an assessment every 3 months seemed just right. After departing from Qingmu Daoist residence, Jun Qinghang made his way to the mid-slope of Lingchun Peak. Lingchun Peak is the sacred ground of Xumi Cave Heaven, where Qingmu Daoist resides. Unlike other peaks, this one is devoid of ordinary inner sect disciples, inhabited solely by Qingmu Daoist, Songnan, and Jun Qinghang. Even the attendants responsible for daily affairs are absent. Once Jun Qinghang became capable of self-sufficiency, he chose to reside in a bamboo hut he constructed on the mid-slope of Lingchun Peak, rather than living with his master and senior brother. Of course, it was Songnan who lent a helping hand. Surrounding the bamboo hut was a vast expanse of purple bamboo forest. This rare purple bamboo, known as purple heart bamboo, is a precious material capable of being used in elixirs and the crafting of magical artifacts. In the world, elixirs are classified into 9 tiers, corresponding to the cultivation stages from qi refining to great ascension. Similarly, magical artifacts are divided into 7 tiers, with spiritual treasures and Tao implements corresponding to the 9 major realms of cultivators. Purple heart bamboo serves as a primary material for crafting 5th-tier entry-level elixirs and 5th-tier magical artifacts. In the outside world, a single stalk of purple heart bamboo could fetch an astronomical price. Yet Jun Qinghang's bamboo hut was surrounded by a sea of this bamboo, spanning dozens of miles. Upon returning to the purple bamboo garden, Jun Qinghang, now endowed with magical power, found himself better able to control the formation created by the surrounding purple heart bamboo. After confirming that the formation within the bamboo grove had successfully activated, he settled onto his meditation cushion, delving into the cultivation techniques that had manifested within his consciousness. The Qing Emperor's Eternal Life Sutra. Jun Qinghang vaguely recalled references to the Qing Emperor in various literary works from his past life. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the Qing Emperor mentioned in the sutra refers to one of the 5 sovereigns of mythology or the legendary chaotic Azure Lotus taking form, as his celestial spiritual root manifested in the form of a blue lotus. The foundation of his Tao was similarly imbued with this hue, suggesting a profound connection to the primordial blue lotus. When his consciousness reached into the ocean of awareness, a surge of Taoist scriptures unfurled, resembling chains woven from verses. These luminous strands surged forth, permeating the flesh and consciousness of Jun Qinghang in all directions, merging harmoniously. Jun Qinghang remained unperturbed, steady as a seasoned sage. He recalled his master's teachings, which emphasized that all things in existence are governed by a predetermined fate. Many names, deemed taboo, are beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to bear. For instance, conventional practices cannot conclude with the terms dian or jing. Such practices are regarded as the overarching principles akin to a lineage of teachings, belonging to the realm of consummate works, which ordinary methods cannot aspire to. Hence, within the realm of cultivation, any practice that concludes with dian or jing is undoubtedly a peerless method aimed directly at the realm of Tao respect. Moreover, the Qingmu Tianjing, passed down from the lineage of Lingchun Peak, offers an unparalleled glimpse into the celestial path. The process of cultivating such foundational practices cannot be perceived through ordinary lenses. Any peculiarity is permissible. At the very least, Jun Qinghang genuinely felt that as these scriptures fused with his being, all his senses experienced an extraordinary enhancement. Furthermore, as the verses completely integrated with his flesh and spirit, his corporeal form nearly attained a glass-like translucence. The Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing proclaims, the Qingdi governs spring, what embodies vitality. The path of longevity is rooted in the harmony of life and Tao. With purity as the foundation and virtuous conduct as the wings, the human body is a microcosm, harboring innate essence, spirit, and energy. It reflects the nature of the Eastern Qingmu and follows the cyclical order of the four seasons. Cultivators must reach ultimate emptiness, maintain steadfast tranquility, guard against distractions, and conserve their essence. Those refining their bodies utilize the dantian as a furnace, absorbing the 9 energies of the East, transforming acquired essence into innate primordial essence, and refining the acquired energy into innate primordial energy, circulating through the celestial pathways to nourish every bone and sinew, establishing deep roots. Those refining their hearts detach from worldly attachments, eschewing extravagance and complacency, allowing no thoughts to arise, understanding the unity of life and Tao, cultivating wisdom in stillness, and connecting with the true essence of the Qingdi's divine might. Those refining their virtues base themselves on loyalty, forgiveness, benevolence, and trust, aiding others and accruing merit, harmonizing their nature with the Tao and aligning virtue with the Tao, thereby dispelling calamities and obstacles. The threefold refinement converges into one, allowing the 5 elements to harmonize, yin and yang to complement each other, and the elixir of life to form, achieving a sublime unity of form and spirit. Ultimately, one attains a metamorphosis, synchronizing with the spring of Qingmu, coexisting with the great Tao, achieving immortality and validating their celestial position as the Qingdi. The cycle of life and death flows seamlessly. When Jun Qinghang emerged from his meditative state, 3 days and nights had passed. The notion that time is irrelevant in cultivation is no mere platitude. The deeper the mastery of the practitioner, the more profound their understanding of this truth. Having just entered the realm of cultivation, Jun Qinghang was already at the foundational stage, keenly aware of the tedium and protracted nature of his training. Nevertheless, he exhaled softly. This solitary journey of exploration towards longevity was particularly suited to his INFP disposition. According to the overarching principles of the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing, this method indeed bore a significant connection to the fabled Eastern Qingdi. It was, however, unexpected to discover that in this otherworldly realm, remnants of the mythos surrounding the Eastern Qingdi from his past life still lingered. The overarching principles of the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing are exceedingly intricate and lengthy. In essence, it encompasses the triad of body, law, and spirit cultivation. This notion may initially appear as a fantastical tale, yet it is indeed a profound truth. The cultivation of the body involves fortifying one's foundation through vital energy and blood, culminating in the formation of the golden elixir, thereby enabling one to harness the power to shift celestial bodies through sheer physical strength. In the southern domain, there exists a sect known as the mountain-moving heavenly sect, comprised entirely of body cultivators. However, the path of physical cultivation is particularly arduous, resulting in a scarcity of those who ascend to the esteemed rank of unity, venerable solely through the refinement of their physical form. Conversely, the majority of cultivators in the realm of immortality pursue the path of law cultivation. They rely on their exceptional innate roots and talents to master spells and divine abilities, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transmute it into their own magical power, thus possessing the might to pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon. Spirit cultivation, primarily centered on spiritual awareness, can also be referred to as mental fortitude. Practitioners of this discipline often excel in alchemy, weaponry, and formations, wielding a mental acuity that allows them to achieve victory where others might falter. Upon first encountering the requirement for simultaneous cultivation of the triad in the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing, Jun Qinghang found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Throughout history, countless prodigies have dared to pursue only two paths in unison, yet he was tasked with mastering all three. It seemed as though he were forging ahead in the footsteps of a time traveler. Fortunately, Jun Qinghang soon discerned the underlying principles. Possessing the Changsheng immortal body, which ranks third among the 888 innate immortal bodies within the celestial realm, he inherently embodies the pursuit of longevity. Remarkably, he need not engage in arduous training, for his physical resilience naturally amplifies alongside his cultivation, granting him an inexhaustible lifespan. This is one of the profound mysteries of the Changsheng immortal body. Chapter 9. The Sword's Resonance. Lingchun, sword name, Wangshi nevertheless. In order for the Changsheng immortal body to truly manifest its celestial elegance, it must ultimately traverse into the celestial realm, undergoing the refinement of celestial energy to activate its essence fully. Only then will Jun Qinghang rightfully attain the status of immortality. Presently, compared to those exalted Tao venerables with unparalleled cultivation, as long as he is not slain by external forces, he could sustain himself through agricultural endeavors for countless years. At this juncture, the path of body cultivation no longer burdens Jun Qinghang, as his innate immortal body carries him forward. His focus must now shift towards the cultivation of law and spirit. Law cultivation requires little elaboration, as it is a path familiar to the vast majority of cultivators. One simply needs to practice according to the prescribed techniques. However, spirit cultivation is particularly unique, with its methodologies being exceedingly specialized and its levels nebulous. Jun Qinghang had seldom encountered discussions regarding spirit cultivation during his casual conversations with his senior brother, Songnan. Only within the Wanxiang Dantian is there a principal peak dedicated to the mastery of spiritual awareness, renowned for its exceptional prowess in ocular techniques. Yet, this peak maintains a notoriously stringent threshold for discipleship. Even after countless years of inheritance, few students have ever been deemed worthy in the eyes of its masters. The same holds true for cultivators beyond the confines of Wanxiang Dantian, as their names are known, but their faces remain unseen. Jun Qinghang's original intention was to seek counsel from his master, Tao Venerable Qingmu, regarding the methodologies of spirit cultivation. However, as he had previously learned, the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing could be regarded as a comprehensive guide to the path of longevity. Within its pages lies a specific technique for cultivating spiritual power tailored for the Changsheng immortal body, known as the Ziken Xiantong. Ziken Xiantong draws upon the essence of the purple micro and harmonizes with the resonance of the celestial extreme. Abandon the tangible laws, merge the divine with the gaze. The eyes embody the divine, and the divine embodies the Tao. The brilliance of the purple Chuan star aligns with divine awareness, becoming one and the same. Wherever the gaze lands, it can stabilize the cosmos, rejuvenate life, and unveil the mysteries of immortality. With purple radiance enveloping the eyes, a celestial aura naturally arises, granting longevity that resides in the heavens. In the realm of cultivation, it is often said to refine a cauldron of elixir, even as the flames within remain unextinguished. A glance at the mortal realm reveals that a millennium has transformed the vast seas into mulberry fields. For cultivators, a span of 2 years is scarcely significant. Even those at the initial stage of qi refinement take years to break through a single realm. At the summit of Lingchun Peak, a remarkable tree stands tall. Even from a considerable distance, its enchanting glow can be perceived. The Chuan tree. In ancient times, there existed a great Chuan, flourishing for 8,000 years in spring and another 8,000 in autumn, referring precisely to the Lingmu Chuan tree. The name of Lingchun Peak itself derives from this illustrious tree. This Chuan tree was transplanted from the central domain by the ancestor of Qingmu Daozuan. Thus the peak was renamed Lingchun Peak. The Chuan tree possesses spirit, having been nurtured atop the ethereal spiritual vein of the Shumi cave heaven for countless eons, already embodying transcendent consciousness, although no definitive source has confirmed it. The denizens of Xumi cave heavens speculate that the spirit of this Chuan tree is at least at the level of a harmonious body venerable. Beneath the Chuan tree, a youthful boy sits in meditation, clad in a pale azure long robe. His visage is suffused with youthful vitality, instantly recognizable in its adorable manifestation. Subtly, one can discern the spiritual energy from beneath Lingchun peak converging towards him. After a considerable time, the Chuan tree sways gently. Jun Qinghang slightly opens his eyes, revealing captivating violet brilliance. For a fleeting moment, his pupils transform into pure violet, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. This transformation occurs in the blink of an eye. A beam of sword light bursts forth from the treetop of the Chuan tree, creating concentric waves of spatial fluctuations that rapidly radiate outward. What is this? Is it a treasure emerging? Lingchun Peak, as the sacred ground of the esteemed Qingmu Daozuan, is inherently secluded behind Xumi Peak, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary disciples. Today, by chance, a newly elevated harmonious body venerable is set to publicly expound the Tao, thereby granting passage rights to the main peak. As a result, the influx of disciples to this area has multiplied exponentially. Furthermore, as this venerable's abode is not far from Lingchun Peak, many disciples are immediately drawn to the sword light emanating from its summit. That is Lingchun Peak of Qingmu, surely the result of the venerable's cultivation. An increasing number of disciples linger here, not out of naivety, but rather because the extraordinary phenomena of Lingchun Peak are too striking, even attracting the attention of several elders. The sword light blazes like a torch, and the spiritual tree atop Lingchun Peak sways without wind, its countless leaves stirred by the sword energy. The leaves of various spiritual trees gradually converge above Lingchun Peak, forming the semblance of a celestial sword. Even from a great distance, these disciples can feel as though their skin is being sliced by the sword energy. What an impressive divine weapon! Suddenly, someone exclaimed, startling the crowd into awareness. This is merely the extraordinary phenomenon heralded by the emergence of a divine weapon. Jun Qinghang extended his hand to grasp the 3-foot azure blade before him. The sword, slender as 2 fingers and approximately 3 feet long, with the hilt adding another 15 centimeters, shimmered with the ethereal radiance of moonlight. The intricate Azure Lotus design came to life upon the blade, with every vein of the lotus petals vividly discernible, bestowing an enchanting fragrance of lotus upon the sword wielder. The hilt, entwined with cloud patterns, subtly concealed a shadowy silhouette within its folds. This was the culmination of 2 years of relentless dedication and nearly all of Jun Qinghang's energy, resulting in his innate magical treasure. It was birthed from the primordial sword embryo bestowed by the esteemed Qingmu Taoist. Such primordial sword embryos are exceedingly rare in the contemporary realm of cultivation. Only those ancient beings who have lived for 1,000,000 years have encountered one. According to Jun Qinghang's initial conjectures, nurturing this primordial sword embryo into a fully formed innate treasure would require at least 15 years. Should he devote himself entirely to its cultivation, this time frame might be reduced to a decade, predicated on his possessing both celestial roots and a celestial body. For another individual, even his esteemed senior brother, the first son of Xumi Dongtian, it would demand no less than a century. However, even if Jun Qinghang were to exert himself fully in nurturing the primordial sword embryo, his cultivation would still advance at a certain pace, albeit considerably slower than if he focused solely on his own training. Yet, he never anticipated that in just 2 years, he would complete the nurturing process and give birth to his innate spiritual sword. Merely 2 years, a remarkably brief period for a cultivator. To enhance one's combat prowess several-fold in such a short span is an undeniable boon. More significantly, his progress in cultivation was not particularly slow. The autumn frost-cutting jade sword and the setting sun pearl robe, as Jun Qinghang tenderly caressed the long sword in his hand. He couldn't help but reflect on the descriptions penned by scholars of his previous life. The true spiritual sword surpassed their written accounts. Jun Qinghang lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the dissipating purple aura slowly faded. By the decree of destiny, revered as the heavens. Traversing the phenomena of sun and moon, and honoring the passage of time, you shall be named Wangxi. The Wangxi sword quivered gently, releasing ethereal sword sounds that resonated outward before vanishing into the void. The Wangxi sword transformed into a beam of light, returning to Jun Qinghang's Dantian foundation, awaiting the moment to be drawn forth. Chapter 10. The Foundation Establishment Competition Among Disciples. As Jun Qinghang stored away the Wangxi, a gentle breeze swept by, and the extraordinary spectacle atop Lingshan Peak finally dissipated. Jun Qinghang proceeded to the residence of Qingmu Daoist. Unlike other revered figures of Xumi Dongtian, Qingmu Daoist did not dwell in the celestial palaces above the clouds. Since the day he returned with Jun Qinghang after attending to affairs, Qingmu Daoist had constructed a courtyard near the summit of Lingshan Peak to better care for his young disciple. Jun Qinghang lived there until the age of 5. "Master," he called out as he made his way to the center of the courtyard. The exceptionally graceful Qingmu Daoist, having withdrawn his surrounding spiritual energy and concluded his meditation, regarded his disciple with keen observation. Jun Qinghang had devoted himself entirely to nurturing the primordial sword embryo, a fact well known to his master, who wholeheartedly endorsed this endeavor. The refinement of an innate magical treasure is a unique opportunity for a cultivator, one of utmost significance. Although one's innate treasure can indeed increase in power alongside the cultivator's advancement, there exists an ultimate limit, intrinsically linked to the initial materials used in its refinement. Should the innate treasure be merely fashioned from common heavenly and earthly materials, it would soon falter in keeping pace with the cultivator's rising prowess once a certain threshold is reached. Consequently, it becomes imperative to reforge the innate treasure with superior materials, a process both intricate and arduous, with the requisite materials often elusive. However, cultivators are unable to select anew their innate treasures, which significantly enhance their battle capabilities, thus creating a perplexing cycle. For those prodigies with noble lineage and connections, the earlier they can gather the materials and forge their innate treasures, the better. In contrast, solitary cultivators may toil their entire lives without achieving such a feat. Thus, when Jun Qinghang sought the counsel of Daoist Qingmu regarding the possibility of nurturing his innate sword embryo over the course of several years, Daoist Qingmu readily acquiesced. He understood that with Jun Qinghang's inherent talent, even with devoted focus on nurturing the sword embryo, he would likely make substantial progress, with a breakthrough to the later stages of foundation establishment within that time frame being entirely feasible. Yet, the recent developments brought forth by Jun Qinghang had been nothing short of astonishing. Within a mere 2 years, during which he was nurturing the innate sword embryo, his cultivation had surged to the later stages of foundation establishment, drawing ever closer to the point of forming a golden core. Today, he had achieved the remarkable feat of transforming the innate sword embryo into his innate spiritual sword. The formidable aura emanating from it was palpable even from within Daoist Qingmu's courtyard, a testament to its strength, rivaling that of spiritual treasures. Daoist Qingmu scrutinized Jun Qinghang with a nod of approval, thoroughly pleased with his young disciple. When he first encountered the diminutive infant in the far southern lands, he felt an immediate kinship and sensed that their destinies were intertwined. It was this sentiment that led him to bring Jun Qinghang back to the Xumi cave heaven for personal nurturing. Little did he foresee that many years later, Jun Qinghang's talent would leave him in awe. "Qinghang, it so happens that the grand competition among disciples of the Xumi cave heaven is approaching," Daoist Qingmu remarked, calling Jun Qinghang forth. Every century, the Xumi cave heaven admits new disciples, and within a few years, a grand competition is held among them, featuring contests among disciples of the same major realm, with rewards of valuable cultivation resources to encourage diligent practice. Senior brother, although Jun Qinghang had lived 2 lives, in his previous existence, he was merely a university student, untouched by the harsh realities of society, retaining a measure of innocence. After years of living alongside Songnan, who provided meticulous care, he regarded him as a genuine elder brother, unwittingly adopting a sweet, youthful tone reminiscent of a 12-year-old child. Song then descended from the skies, his eyes filled with the comforting pride of witnessing his younger brother's growth. 2 years ago, after Jun Qinghang completed his spirit testing, he hurriedly accepted a task not far from the Shumi cave heaven. Due to the commencement of the century-old grand competition, he had only just returned a couple of days prior. Coincidentally, for most of the past 2 years, Jun Qinghang had been residing beneath the spirit tree at the summit of Lingchun Peak, utilizing the tree's spiritual essence to expedite the nurturing of his innate sword embryo. Although this spirit tree could not compare to the rarest treasures born of heaven and earth in terms of status, both possessed their own spiritual qualities. The spirit tree had cultivated its essence for countless years, making it perfectly suited for refining the innate sword embryo. Hence, when Songnan returned to Lingchun Peak, he did not encounter Jun Qinghang until he sensed the unusual phenomenon atop the peak and hurried back from the internal sect competition among the transformation stage disciples. Younger brother can now handle affairs in the outside world independently, Songnan teased. This statement held its truth. In the vast realms of the 3,000 worlds, a foundational stage cultivator was indeed considered to have genuinely embarked upon the path of immortality, a status unattainable by ordinary practitioners. They could soar through the skies and shift mountains with ease. In fact, such cultivators, when placed in remote areas of this realm, would already possess the capability to establish their own sections. Brother, please do not jest, Jun Qinghang chuckled. Did you participate in the transformation stage disciples competition today? I merely went to observe the festivities. The Holy Sons have their separate contests and are not permitted to partake in the disciples' grand competition held once every 100 years. Songnan replied, gesturing for Jun Qinghang to follow him towards the internal sect of Shumi, cave heaven. Jun Qinghang understood. The 18 holy sons of Shumi cave heaven were each extraordinarily gifted, either being the embodiment of Tao or possessing supreme spiritual roots, all of whom were transformation stage cultivators, worthy of being called Tao Lords. Their combat prowess far exceeded that of other prodigies at the same level. Should they participate in the disciples' grand competition, it would indeed be somewhat unfair. Moreover, following the grand competition held every 100 years, the top 10 disciples could freely choose to challenge the existing 18 holy sons. A successful challenge would allow them to replace the defeated holy son. However, the shortest tenure among the current 18 holy sons had already exceeded a century. Their foundations and reputations were exceptionally solid, and few disciples from Shumi cave heaven could last over 100 exchanges against the lowest-ranked holy son, let alone triumph over them. This was why Songnan claimed he was merely seeking excitement. Younger brother, these foundational stage disciples are not merely those who joined the sect 2 years ago. Some have recently ascended from the outer sect to the inner sect. I've already taken a look, and a few are formidable opponents. Please exercise caution. Although the disciples' grand competition would not result in fatalities, injuries during sparring were inevitable. Jun Qinghang, despite his exceptional talent, elicited admiration even from his elder brother, who couldn't help but repeatedly remind him as it was his first time engaging in combat. Chapter 11. The Young Prodigy, Part 1. This senior sister is truly formidable, managing to hold her ground against Brother Wang without defeat. Indeed, I had never encountered this senior sister before, and I am unaware of which master she hails from. Yet her prowess is undeniably remarkable. Although she is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, her ability to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with Brother Wang suggests she possesses the strength of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. As this junior brother has rightly noted, within the Shumi cave heaven, there exist 8 prominent peaks. Beyond these 8, countless lesser peaks rise, though they do not match the grandeur of the main summits. Some of these mountains serve as the arenas for outstanding disciples, while others provide venues for the disciples to spar and hone their skills. The grand competition for foundation establishment disciples is held upon one of these peaks. Given the vastness of Shumi, cave heaven, and the multitude of foundation establishment disciples, which number in the millions. The peak for this competition is even more magnificent than that designated for the Golden Core Realm contest. At this moment, upon the platform at the pinnacle, a male and a female are engaged in a fierce contest within the confines of the battle arena. Blue and purple energies intertwine, subtly hinting at a dragon-like formation. When Jun Qinghang and Song Nanfeng arrived, this grand duel had already reached a fervent climax. The azure and violet hues reflected in Jun Qinghang's large eyes. To his surprise, the blue water attribute energy emanated from the young man on the platform, while the wild, tempestuous purple lightning energy was wielded by the graceful woman. The attributes of a cultivator's energy correspond to their root attributes. This indicates that the female cultivator before him possesses a lightning root, while the male possesses a water root. Both energies are remarkably pure, devoid of any other elemental traces, signifying singular roots. Such singular root talents are exceedingly rare and, when manifested, are invariably of high-grade quality. In the outside world, such talents would be regarded as seed candidates for any sect. However, this did not astonish Jun Qinghang. Sumi Cave Heaven is replete with prodigies. What had catch him off guard was the common perception that water root energy tends to align with the yin aspect of the duality of yin and yang. This energy is more compatible with the feminine physique. Conversely, the exceptionally violent lightning element naturally aligns better with a male's vigorous yang energy. It is rare to find a man with a water root, and even rarer to see a woman possessing a lightning root. These two must possess extraordinary qualities. As Jun Qinghang pondered this, the duel on the platform reached its zenith. Nine Heaven's thunder control technique. His gaze flickered with intrigue. If his memory served him correctly, this technique is a core art derived from the Yao Lei Peak, one of the 8 main peaks of the inner sect, and it ranks among the most formidable of the core techniques. A flash of purple light momentarily crossed Jun Qinghang's eyes. Yet in that fleeting moment, he grasped the underlying intricacies. The woman possessed a certain spiritual body, imbued with rich spiritual essence, likely among the finest of its kind. No wonder she could gain entry to Yao Lei Peak and inherit its most core technique. In contrast, the young man, despite his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation being a notch above hers, appeared somewhat lacking by comparison. However, the battles between cultivators cannot be decisively determined by mere suppression of a minor realm. Furthermore, within the foundation establishment stage, which signifies the initial steps on the path to immortality, the offensive capabilities of water-based techniques are significantly inferior to those of thunder-based ones. In the brief moment that Jun Qinghang pondered these thoughts, the contest had already concluded. A violet lightning serpent, utilizing the water elements scattered across the martial stage, struck at Brother Wang from an exceptionally cunning angle. The lightning serpent was ferocious, effortlessly piercing through the water barrier that Brother Wang had erected for protection. Brother Wang conceded gracefully. The woman, clad in a streamlined training outfit, clasped her fists together with an air of elegance and composure, although not particularly striking in appearance. Her lithe figure and extraordinary aura were undeniable. One could see why this junior sister from Ming had caught the eye of the elders of the Yao Lei Peak. Brother Wang expressed his admiration. His words ignited excitement among the onlookers. Not every inner sect disciple possesses the fortune to train at the 8 main peaks. Within the inner sect of the Sumi Cave Paradise, not every disciple is privileged enough to enter the 8 main peaks for cultivation. The 8 main peaks represent the most potent 8 lineages of the Sumi Cave, each peak lord being a venerable adept, among whom are the top-tier masters like the Sumi Venerable. Thus, the 8 main peaks primarily accept disciples at the Golden Core stage and above, and only those who are truly exceptional can gain entry. Only a select few prodigies earn the favor of the main peaks, entering for cultivation as foundation establishment disciples. Hence, when Brother Wang revealed the identity of this woman, the excitement among the crowd surged. They were all foundation establishment cultivators themselves, with no opportunity to train at the main peaks. To witness a prodigy recognized by the Yao Lei Peak at the foundation establishment stage was indeed exhilarating. Uncertain of which senior brother would impart further teachings, The woman with the surname Ying surveyed her surroundings once more after Brother Wang descended from the stage. There were simply too many foundation establishment disciples. In the outer sect, any individual who can complete their foundation establishment by the age of 35, with a Tao foundation that is not of the lowest rank, may apply for entry into the inner sect, though the age requirement of 35 may seem somewhat lenient. The process of foundation establishment is inherently arduous. It is the first major hurdle on the path of cultivation, capable of filtering out over 60% of practitioners. The Shumi cave paradise is vast and prosperous. Only those with superior dual spiritual roots and who pass a rigorous willpower assessment may become disciples. This already signifies a considerable level of talent. Even so, the majority of disciples, supported by the Shumi cave paradise, only exhibit signs of foundation establishment around the age of 40. Not to mention, they also require time to solidify their foundation and enhance the quality of their Tao foundation as much as possible. Therefore, the century-old competition for foundation establishment disciples showcases numerous prodigies that have emerged within that time frame. The woman with the surname Ying, prior to today, had not been known by anyone. Now, she had indeed achieved fame through combat. In the realm of the Shumi cave paradise, where talents abound, it is truly remarkable to triumph over higher realms despite being of a lower cultivation stage. For a moment, although the voices around the martial stage were incessant, none dared to step up to challenge her. "Go ahead, Xiaoheng. You should take the stage first. I'll rally support for you." Songnan gestured to Jun Qinghang. To gather individuals, it is only natural to seek out the most formidable foundational disciples from the major peaks. He had not anticipated that. Despite the presence of those prodigies when he stealthily arrived, they were now inexplicably absent. Fortunately, as the foremost holy son, his rapport with the elite disciples of the major peaks was commendable. His junior brother had just emerged from seclusion to assess his cultivation, and thus, it was imperative to engage a few genuine talents. This interval would serve as an excellent warm-up for his younger disciple. Unbeknownst to him, Jun Qinghang and Song Nan had already been targeted by the exceptional female disciple on the martial platform. Chapter 12, The Young Boy, Part 2. Ying Yun hailed from a distinguished lineage. She was the legitimate princess of a prominent kingdom in the eastern domain, born on a day marked by celestial phenomena. Although the nature of her spiritual root remained unknown, she was thus early conferred the title of princess. The entire nation mobilized to send her to the Shumi cave heaven, far in the 3 Yuan blessed land, to study under a master. From a young age, she had been in the presence of the kingdom's most powerful Taishang Huang, the only Taoist monarch within the realm, cultivating her character and knowledge. Among the foundational disciples gathered to witness the grand competition, only Jun Qinghang and Song Nan appeared as enigmatic as two mists. Ying Yun possessed an earth-rank Thunder Spirit Root and a Thunder Spirit body. Regrettably, her Thunder Spirit body had not been activated by the corresponding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thus, her Thunder Spirit Root could not fully manifest, relegating her to the strength of an ordinary top-tier Thunder Spirit Root. This was insufficient in the Shumi cave heaven, confining her to the outer sect. Decades ago, she had advanced to the foundational stage, her cultivation stabilized, and she had established a superior Tao foundation. Swiftly ascending to the inner sect, through her formidable background, she diligently completed tasks, ultimately exchanging contribution points in the treasure pavilion for a Thunder Spirit Heartless Fruit. Her intention was to enhance her cultivation. However, she inadvertently unlocked the seal of her Thunder Spirit body. Special physiques are exceedingly rare, with only a select few ocular techniques capable of discerning their essence. The Spirit Testing Monument could not detect such unique physiques either. Some special physiques activate automatically when the spiritual root manifests, akin to Jun Qinghang's everlasting immortal body, while others keep their primordial power dormant within until stimulated by corresponding heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as was the case for Ying Yun's Thunder Spirit body. Thus, when she awakened her Thunder Spirit body, Ying Yun herself was taken aback. Subsequently, she was sensed by the disciples of the Yao Lei Peak, brought into their fold, and received the inheritance of the 9 heavens control, thunder, true technique. This technique is notoriously challenging to cultivate. Despite her years of dedicated practice, she had only just begun to grasp its fundamentals, resulting in somewhat sluggish progress. Upon breaking through to the late foundational stage, she fortuitously coincided with the centennial disciple competition. A century ago, she had merely been a newly initiated outer sect disciple of the Shumi cave heaven. Now, 100 years later, she had become an inner sect disciple of the Yao Lei Peak, having awakened her thunder spirit body with a boundless future ahead. In the presence of so many foundational disciples, even those of higher cultivation than her could not rival the pressure and mystique emanating from Jun Qinghang and Song Nan. Moreover, since her apprenticeship at the Shumi cave heaven a century ago, she had remained steadfast in her pursuit of cultivation, eager to achieve success and assist her kingdom in its ascent. Regarding the exalted saints of the Sumeru cave heaven, whose names are known, yet whose appearances remain shrouded in mystery, they are utterly incapable of recognizing Song Nan's true identity. Consequently, her attention was drawn early on to the enigmatic figures of Jun Qinghang and Song Nan, both of whom emanated an aura of mystery. Upon witnessing Song Nan turn to depart, she felt a flicker of surprise. However, her astonishment was soon eclipsed by Jun Qinghang's ethereal arrival. Yun's eyes sparkled, and her instincts whispered to her that this seemingly youthful boy, appearing no older than 11 or 12, was a formidable adversary. "Please enlighten me," Jun Qinghang stated, coming to a halt and raising his hand slightly, embodying the demeanor of a modest gentleman. Given his tender age of merely 12 and his somewhat juvenile visage, this gesture seemed rather amusing. Nevertheless, his voice succeeded in capturing the attention of all present. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness a child of such tender years stepping gracefully through the air and landing solidly upon the martial platform, seeking guidance from the sister who had just triumphed over Brother Wan. Such an occurrence was nothing short of magical. At this age, he must surely be a recent initiate from the past couple of years. Yet here he stood on the martial stage of the Foundation Establishment Disciple Competition, indicating that he had already attained the Foundation Establishment stage. Moreover, within the inner sect, one could only presume that his Tao foundation was of at least mid-grade, and certainly, a prodigy of his caliber would not settle for anything less than a superior foundation. In merely 2 years of cultivation, he had advanced from nothing to the Foundation Establishment stage. Truly, the disparity among individuals is staggering, leaving one's Tao heart vulnerable to fracture, irrespective of the thoughts of the audience below the stage. The atmosphere between Jun Qinghang and Yun atop the platform began to intensify. "This junior disciple, please." Yun pondered how best to convey her desire for the exquisitely refined child before her to make the first move. Jun Qinghang paused, as a realization struck him. Among these disciples, aside from the direct disciples of the Taoist Supreme, the 18 saints and the 2 Tao children, the rest, including the direct disciples of the 8 principal peaks, should rightfully address him as Shirshu. After all, Qingmu Taoist, as the supreme of Sumeru cave heaven, held a position of immense stature. Even those of the venerable realm must refer to Qingmu Taoist as Shirshu, and by the order of seniority, Jun Qinghang was indeed of the same brotherhood as them. Yet at this moment, Jun Qinghang paid no heed to Yun's form of address. His purpose for being here was to test his strength, not to flaunt his status as a senior. Perhaps it was merely the youthful impulse within him seeking to impress. Even though he had been a university student in a past life, his mindset could not compare to that of those who had traversed the path of cultivation for many years. Such youthful impulses were entirely natural. Jun Qinghang did not intend to engage in pleasantries with Yun. Since she had extended the invitation for him to strike first, he would graciously accept. Channeling his spiritual power, the aura of a late Foundation Establishment practitioner surged forth, enveloping the martial platform with a potent energy. Jun Qinghang formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, his power coalescing at his fingertips, while a protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounded him. This marked his inaugural foray into combat. In his previous life as a university student, he had been wholly unversed in the art of battle. There was no innate understanding of combat. Rather, experience and skill are cultivated through countless encounters and exchanges. Thus, Jun Qinghang's initial attempt appeared particularly immature. His magical power surged forth almost instantaneously, a phenomenon that did not surprise the onlookers. Given his tender age, it was only natural that he had not experienced much combat. Hence, his immediate unleashing of his full strength was entirely expected. What truly astonished them was the sheer magnitude of the magical power he emitted, far surpassing that of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Among the spectators were indeed late-stage foundation establishment disciples, who privately acknowledged that their own reserves of magical power were scarcely one-fifth of Jun Qinghang's. Little did they know, this was merely a fraction of his true potential. He was indeed inexperienced in battle, and thus sought to exhibit his power to the fullest from the outset. However, he was not foolish, and it was impossible for him to unleash all his magical energy indiscriminately. Yin was equally taken aback by Jun Qinghang's formidable magical power. As a fellow late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she recognized that this junior's reserves were indeed quite substantial. Despite her surprise, her movements remained swift and unhesitating. Allowing Jun Qinghang to act first did not imply that she would hold back. To do so would be a disrespect to a genius. Violet magical energy surged from Yun's fingertips, swiftly coiling into a whip-like form that extended to 4 or 5 meters in length. Chapter 13, The Sword Concealing Peak. One of the 8 main peaks within the Shumi Cave Heaven stands as the sole peak capable of rivaling the Yao Lei peak in martial prowess. The peak's master, the esteemed sword concealer, is renowned as a supreme sword master in this realm, even surpassing the sword master of the Blade and Sword Sacred Land. As one of the 8 principal peaks, it naturally hosts top-tier prodigies, with 3 among them holding the esteemed title of the 18 Saints of the Shumi Cave Heaven, making their number equal to that of the Shumi Peak. The formidable figures of the 8 main peaks, due to the unique training of their disciples, utilized immense magical power to cleave the peak upon its establishment. Besides the most majestic one, numerous floating peaks are distributed around the main peak, solely for the cultivation of its disciples. Non-disciples of the main peak are forbidden from approaching them freely. The 4th saint of the Shumi Cave Heaven, the Taoist Fenghuang, resides alone atop a subordinate peak of the Sword Concealing Peak. Seated upon a stone of azure hue, Taoist Fenghuang cultivates the rainfall sword intent, a realization born from the awakening of nature during the Jingzhi period. He creatively integrates the phenomena of thunder and rain during this season with his own insights into the sword path, resulting in the unique rainfall sword intent. His sword intent begins with subtlety before erupting with the force of a thunderstorm, resembling the gentle patter of rain before unleashing torrents. Thus, Taoist Fenghuang's preferred method of cultivation is to meditate alone upon this floating peak, often for months or even years. The vastness of heaven and earth teems with an abundance of water elemental power. Although Taoist Fenghuang possesses a golden spiritual root, granting him extraordinary talent in the realm of swordsmanship, he adeptly incorporates the essence of rainfall into his sword path, enabling him to rapidly absorb the moisture of the surroundings to amplify his sword intent. Consequently, he often remains in deep meditation for extended periods. As Taoist Fenghuang opened his eyes, the air around him seemed to resonate with the sound of falling rain. He sighed softly, reflecting that the strength of his cultivation was intrinsically linked to the sword path he practiced. The greater his mastery of the sword, the higher his cultivation level ascended. Behold, over a century ago, at the venerable age of over 200, he reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, merely a step away from the divine transformation realm. On the eve of the awakening of insects, he had spent an entire month in silent contemplation here. For a cultivator to ascend from the nascent soul stage to the divine transformation stage, it is imperative to comprehend their own artistic conception. As a sword cultivator, what he sought to understand was naturally the essence of the sword. Yet, grasping such a concept is no simple task, even with his exceptional talent. He had lingered at this threshold for several years. That night, as the awakening of insects commenced, thunder roared like a drum, heralding the first rain of that spring. and it nudged Fenghuang, who was still a nascent soul, true monarch, towards the gateway of the divine transformation realm. As the rain fell during the awakening of insects, Fenghuang danced with his sword throughout the night, ultimately grasping the sword intent of the rain by dawn's first light. With the impetus of this sword intent, he successfully transitioned into the divine transformation stage. Now, however, Fenghuang found himself ensnared once more in the quagmire of stagnation regarding his artistic conception. Alas, perhaps it is best to let nature take its course. Shaking his head, Fenghuang Daojun mused that the path of cultivation abhors haste, for it often sets off a chain reaction that can awaken one's inner demons. Fenghuang Daojun glanced at his storage ring. Someone was attempting to contact him through a communication jade tablet. It was Brother Emu. Fenghuang Daojun responded to the correspondent. At the arena, as Yun's right hand coalesced her mana into a purple, lightning-laden serpent whip, the onlookers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The battle between Yun and Brother Wang had not even seen her unleash her full power, with more and more Foundation establishment disciples arriving out of admiration. It became apparent that the lightning technique Yun employed was derived from one of the 8 main peaks of the inner sect, the peak of radiant thunder. Yet, they could not discern the precise origins of the 9 heavens thunder control technique. They only knew it was a magical art of the radiant thunder peak. To wield the techniques of the radiant thunder peak signifies one is indeed a disciple of that esteemed lineage, far surpassing their own status as disciples without a main peak to shelter them despite being within the inner sect. The mana emanating from Jun Qinghang's fingertips glimmered, but in this context, it paled in comparison to the brilliance of Yun's serpent whip. With a flick of her wrist, the serpent whip sprang from the ground, coiling towards Jun Qinghang's lower regions. While outsiders might be oblivious to the intricacies, Yun was fully aware. The whip in her hand was forged from nearly all her mana, representing her most formidable means. This was no ordinary mana. It was the power cultivated after entering the 9 heavens thunder control technique, far exceeding the mana formed from conventional methods. Unless one was a golden core true person, being struck by her whip would result in immediate paralysis from the accompanying lightning force, rendering one immobile, unless they possessed a high-quality defensive artifact. However, at present, she observed no signs of any defensive artifacts activating on Jun Qinghang. The whip moved with astonishing speed, akin to genuine lightning, even surpassing the speed of light as it bore down on Jun Qinghang. With a seemingly casual squeeze of his left hand, Jun Qinghang simultaneously extended his right hand, unleashing a beam of light that shot straight for Yun's face. All of this transpired in the span of a single breath. The disciples in the Foundation establishment stage surrounding the training platform were still in a daze. This seemingly simple battle had already come to a close. The fierce and rampant lightning gradually dissipated within the arena, revealing 2 figures standing on either side. Neither exhibited any signs of injury, yet discerning eyes could easily ascertain the victor. Jun Qinghang effortlessly gripped the serpentine whip, conjured from his spiritual energy in his left hand, while his right hand remained poised in a sword-like gesture, extending forward. In contrast, at the other end of the whip, Yun displayed the faintest tremor in her thumb, and before her stood a radiant manifestation of spiritual power mirroring Jun Qinghang's sword gesture, hovering less than a foot from her chest. "Thank you, junior brother," Yun said, retracting the whip formed from her spiritual energy and saluting respectfully. She could sense that the potency of this technique did not possess the capacity to seriously injure her. Yet it was sufficient to cause her some embarrassment. Under the full force of this technique, she would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage. Moreover, this technique bore no resemblance to any of the legacies from the 8 Great Peaks. How could such a prodigy remain unrecognized by the 8 Great Peaks? Yun found herself perplexed. Jun Qinghang had no time to entertain this woman, who had already gauged her own strength. As he had anticipated, dealing with this niece who possessed late-stage Foundation establishment prowess required not even a fraction of his strength. Even the longevity finger was merely performed in semblance. It appeared that his abilities surpassed his initial estimations, for his greatest strength was predicated upon his spiritual roots and immortal body. Perhaps only a formidable cultivator within the golden core stage could compel him to exert himself fully. Junior brother, Jun Qinghang raised his gaze towards the distance. Two beams of rainbow light approached, accompanied by two clearly late-stage foundation establishment disciples. Senior brother, the stern expression on Jun Qinghang's youthful face softened into a smile. Chapter 14. The Sword of the Shao Family. There were at least several thousand disciples in the foundation establishment stage present. Some of these disciples had encountered the portrait of the 18 holy sons of the Shumi Cave for various reasons. Soon, word of the identities of the newcomers spread rapidly among the crowd, each whispering to the next. Upon realizing who had arrived, the group of foundation establishment disciples immediately bowed respectfully towards Song Nan and Fenghuang Daojun, exclaiming, "We have met the Imu Holy Son and Fenghuang Holy Son." Fellow disciples need not be overly courteous, Song Nan said, using his spiritual energy to gently lift their bowed heads. And then he guided Fenghuang Daojun and the others to descend onto the training platform. Junior brother, this is the fourth holy son, Fenghuang Daojun. Fenghuang, this is my master's closed-door disciple, Jun Qinghang. Song Nan introduced the two. Cultivators embark on their journey, starting as Qi refinement practitioners, progressing to foundation establishment grandmasters, and ultimately to golden core true ones. Once one breaks through to the golden core stage, they may adopt a Dao name in accordance with the age-old traditions. This name will accompany the cultivator throughout their life, serving as their identity in the mundane world. Consequently, only the closest individuals are privy to a cultivator's true name. Many seasoned practitioners even forget their own true names, retaining only their Dao names. Senior brother Fenghuang, Jun Qinghang respectfully bowed to the handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows. The influence of the Shumi Cave extends vast and boundless, setting aside the ordinary disciples under the sect. Any core disciple who has reached the nascent soul stage or above naturally feels their honor and disgrace intertwined with the Shumi Cave heaven, and thus will protect their own with a sense of brotherhood. It is remarkable that junior brother Jun has attained such cultivation at such a tender age. It appears that his celestial spiritual root may even surpass that of his two senior brothers. Lord Fenghuang's eyes gleamed as he sensed the immense power concealed within the diminutive form of Jun Qinghang. Achieving such cultivation at this age transcends mere talent. It is beyond what can be described as a prodigy. To put things into perspective, even he, possessing a heavenly spiritual root, had merely entered the late stage of Qi refinement at Jun Qinghang's age, still a far cry from the 9th level of Qi refinement, let alone the late stage of foundation establishment. If memory serves him correctly, the two senior brothers established their perfect Dao foundation at the age of 15, condensed their golden core by 25, attained the position of a nascent soul, true monarch by 50, and transformed into a deity by a century's mark. Now, at less than 300 years old, they are already masters of the void refinement. This illustrates just how terrifying the cultivation speed of a celestial spiritual root can be. 2 years ago, during the once-in-a-century disciple recruitment ceremony, following the earth-shattering phenomenon that spanned millions of miles, nearly everyone in the San Yuan blessed land became aware that Shumi Cave Heaven had gained another unparalleled prodigy after the likes of Yun Daozi and Chong Tai Daozi. Seeing is believing, and now that he witnesses it firsthand, even a genius like Lord Fenghuang can only feel humbled in comparison. Lord Fenghuang, you flatter me. Jun Qinghang humbly replied. Though his age, combining both past and present lives, pales in comparison to Lord Fenghuang's, he had attended university in his previous life, participating in a myriad of student organizations and clubs. While this experience cannot be compared to that of someone who has entered society, it has equipped him with an appropriate demeanor, neither arrogant like an ordinary university student nor obsequious. This grace naturally carried over into this realm. Moreover, despite Lord Fenghuang's formidable cultivation, they are peers, and with a senior brother present, there is little to fear. Observing Jun Qinghang's adept handling of etiquette, Song Nan could not help but smile. The childlike demeanor of Jun Qinghang adopting an adult's poise is indeed endearing. It seems at this time, junior brother Fenghuang may be in for a surprise. As Song Nin pondered this, he noticed Lord Fenghuang producing a ring. A small gift for my junior brother upon our first meeting, he declared. Jun Qinghang, without a glance, accepted the storage ring, responding, "Thank you, brother Fenghuang. Now, shall we discuss the matter at hand?" With Song Nan and Lord Fenghuang present, the Foundation establishment disciples surrounding the martial platform dared not glance around, opting instead to listen intently. To their astonishment, they learned that this childlike disciple of the Foundation establishment stage is actually a direct junior disciple of the first saint, Lord Yimu. Does that not mean he is a direct disciple of the esteemed Lord Qingmu? Moreover, it has been circulating within the San Yuan blessed land for the past 2 years that the so-called third celestial spiritual root cultivator of the Shumi cave heaven truly exists. And it is none other than this little martial uncle. The influx of information is rather overwhelming, causing the CPUs of these Foundation establishment cultivators to operate at full capacity. However, their attention is soon drawn to another matter. Junior brother Jun. These two individuals are the most outstanding Foundation establishment disciples of the present time from the Tsangjian Peak, known for their dedication to arduous training. Yet, sword cultivators require not only intense training, but also the refinement of their skills through battle. Coincidentally, Brother Imu mentioned that you need a few individuals to test your cultivation. You might mutually enhance each other's abilities. Master Fenghuang waved his hand, and those behind him immediately stepped forward, bypassing Song Nan and Master Fenghuang, standing directly opposite Jun Qinghang. Once Master Fenghuang and Song Nan took their leave, these two bowed to Jun Qinghang, saying, "Xiao Jinghong, greetings to my martial uncle. Xiao Jingxue, greetings to my martial uncle." When the two raised their heads, Jun Qinghang was astonished to discover that they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were, in fact, a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Furthermore, Jun Qinghang noticed the ornate hairpins adorning their heads, which bore the emblem of the Shao family from the outside world. Since reaching an age where he could walk, jump, write, paint, and learn, Jun Qinghang had perused numerous texts under the tutelage of Qingmu Dao Zun and Song Nan. These books predominantly depicted and recorded the essence of this world, with a smaller portion chronicling historical accounts, while the remainder contained information about the prominent forces within the realm of cultivation. This realm is known as the Zhenling realm, ranked second among the 3,000 great worlds, abundant in formidable beings, and a complete and vast world. Aside from the 3 great cave heavens located within the San Yuan blessed land, the entire Zhenling realm is divided into 5 regions: east, west, south, north, and central, along with the 10 directions mountain range and the kingdom of 10,000 demons beyond the eastern region. The sword-wielding Shao family resides in the east, under the auspices of the sword and blade sacred land. Within the clan, there exist formidable beings at the void refinement Dao master level, making them a notable presence in the expansive Zhenling realm, aptly regarded as a clan of the void refinement. Over countless years, the sword-wielding Shao family has maintained a close relationship with the sword and blade sacred land. Almost every generation of prodigies has been sent to train in the sword Dao lineage of the sacred land, and numerous marital alliances have occurred between the two powerful factions. If Jun Qinghang remembers correctly, this should be the first time the sword-wielding Shao family has sent their descendants to cultivate within the 3 great cave heavens. Chapter 15. The Shao Family Twins. The sacred sects differ from dynastic clans. Dynastic clans are built upon the foundation of bloodlines, and the relational networks they forge are often inextricably linked to their shared ancestry. Thus, various kingdoms within the Zhenling realm, with their millennia-old legacies, abound, relying entirely on bloodline inheritance. There is little need for further deliberation. One merely needs to identify the most talented or highest-ranking descendant to inherit the throne. However, sacred sects operate differently. They are open to exceptional talents, often enacting regulations to recruit gifted individuals at regular intervals. Sacred sects do not inquire into one's origins, assessing everything based on innate talent. Those endowed with exceptional talent naturally receive greater resources, while those with lesser abilities may find themselves at the mercy of others. To a certain extent, the sanctuaries of sects are far more severe than those of dynastic clans. Throughout history, there have been numerous prodigies who, after joining a sect, became complacent and negligent in their cultivation, ultimately stagnating in their progress and being expelled from their sects, thus reducing themselves from esteemed disciples to mere wandering cultivators. Consequently, it is almost unheard of for the direct disciples of a clan to be sent to factions with which they have little connection for their training. Even if they were to seek out a powerful sect, it would adhere to the principle of proximity and kinship, opting for the sword and blade sanctuary rather than traversing such vast distances to the Shumi cave. There exists only one plausible reason for this. The innate talents of the dragon and phoenix twins have reached a level that draws attention at the sword and blade sanctuary, potentially inciting trouble for the Yu Jian Shao family. This was the only scenario that Jun Qinghang could conceive. As his thoughts meandered, the pupils of Jun Qinghang's eyes transformed into a brilliant shade of lavender. The Zi Chan Xian Tong, a technique recorded in the Qing Di Chong Sheng Xian Jing, is regarded as one of the most formidable arts among the celestial techniques. No, it even transcends the realm of divine skills, deserving the title of celestial art. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one's pupils to take on a deep violet hue, granting the ability to perceive the ebb and flow of the world as fortune, to enchant with illusions, and to navigate through phantoms and specters. Although Jun Qinghang had only mastered this technique at an introductory level, it was entirely sufficient for his needs. Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingsno observed as Jun Qinghang momentarily lost his focus, and his gaze shifted. Not only did his eyes change, but even the color of his pupils transformed. Techniques. The two had initially been practicing swordplay at the Cangjian Peak when Brother Fenghuang approached them. Fenghuang Daojun was a fellow disciple, hailing from the same lineage under the esteemed master of Cangjian Peak. Thus they naturally referred to each other as brothers. Fenghuang Daojun, who usually engaged in solitary cultivation, was rarely seen by his junior disciples. Their meeting was significant, as he had come to inform them that he had found a sparring partner. This was no trivial matter. They were not disciples accepted during the grand recruitment ceremony a century ago, but had been personally brought to the Shumi cave for training by the master of Cangjian Peak over 40 years ago. Having entered the fold of the Cangjian Peak's master, in all these years, the duo had only encountered a handful of disciples at their level throughout the entire Shumi cave capable of surpassing them. Upon meeting Jun Qinghang, they were simultaneously astonished that he was indeed the third prodigy with the celestial spiritual root rumored in the Shumi cave over the past 2 years, and equally astonished that he had reached the late foundation establishment stage at such a young age. At this moment, witnessing Jun Qinghang's mastery of techniques, they immediately understood. He was indeed extraordinary. Such techniques are not easily acquired by just anyone. Jun Qinghang's violet pupils flickered, glancing over the Shao siblings. You two should join forces. Since we are to test our strengths, we must each reveal our true capabilities, he stated with utmost politeness. Given the presence of numerous foundation establishment cultivators, it was imprudent for him to overtly highlight the unique aspects of the Shao siblings' cultivation methods in such a setting. Naturally, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingsno discerned the underlying meaning in Jun Qinghang's words, elevating their regard for him to an even higher level. Relying on his techniques, he was able to glean that their cultivation methods differed from the norm. Draw your swords. Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jinxue flanked either side, preparing to launch a coordinated assault on Jun Qinghang. With a subtle command from the siblings, 2 flying swords soared forth from the void beside them. The Xiao family's mastery lay in the art of sword control, and their recognition by the sword hidden master indicated their exceptional talent in the sword arts. In light of this, Jun Qinghang raised his hand, and a seemingly ordinary shrub standing at the edge of a distant peak quivered and lifted from the ground, hurtling towards him. As it flew, it shed its extraneous branches until it transformed into a smooth, core trunk by the time it reached Jun Qinghang's grasp. Please, my esteemed disciples, he said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint green luminescence flowing from the branch in his hand, a manifestation of his magical essence. Xiao Qinghang and Xiao Jinxue would not let this prime opportunity for practice slip away. Their flying sword detached from their control and lunged toward Jun Qinghang. This was the signature offensive maneuver of the Xiao family. By employing flying swords, they ensured the wielder's safety while significantly extending the range and area of attack. The sole drawback was that once the swords departed from their master, the wielder's close combat capability would be severely diminished. With the branch in his right hand, Jun Qinghang made a delicate flick. A blossom of sword energy materialized in the air, sculpted by his magical force, resembling a blue lotus. He leapt into the air, landing firmly atop the blue lotus sword blossom, advancing directly towards the encroaching flying swords of the Xiao siblings. The two swords radiated intense light, their tempered blades perpetually exuding formidable sword energy. They approached in a flanking maneuver, leaving Jun Qinghang with no choice but to break through their encirclement or retreat. However, to navigate through the onslaught of the Xiao siblings' flying swords was no simple task. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Xiao siblings could exhaust a considerable number of foundation-building practitioners merely through a prolonged engagement. As Jun Qinghang retreated instead of advancing, he deftly twirled his wrist, and the branch, which should have faltered early in the conflict, now seemed to possess immense weight. With a spark and a flash, the two flying swords were deflected and sent tumbling back by the branch in Jun Qinghang's hand. Xiao Qinghang and Xiao Jinxue swiftly maneuvered through the air to reclaim their weapons, converting the inertia of their swords' retreat into forward momentum. Their magical power surging forth as they launched another assault on Jun Qinghang. Brother Imu, in your esteemed opinion, what is the scope of their victory or defeat? Fenghuang Daojun and Song Nan conversed casually from the sidelines of the martial platform. The foundation-building disciples, however, were utterly incapable of discerning the conflict unfolding before them. As the combatants moved with astonishing speed, by the time they grasped the positions of the fighters, the duelists had already transitioned to their next moves. As for the dialogue between Fenghuang Daojun and Song Nan, it was an exchange they could not hope to eavesdrop on, no matter how hard they tried. 19. A gentle breeze carried Song Nan's voice, its calmness flowing into Fenghuang Daojun's ears. Chapter 16. The Twin Dao Bodies. Oh, Brother Imu holds such a high regard for junior brother Jun. Fenghuang Daojun expressed a hint of surprise. Xiao Qinghang and Xiao Jinxue are his fellow disciples. Their master is the esteemed leader of Songjin Peak. Naturally, he possesses more insight than outsiders. The capabilities of these twin siblings far exceed what is currently observable. Their very identity as twins serves as their greatest trump card. Even he cannot confidently claim victory against their combined strength within the same realm. Over the past several decades, apart from a few formidable opponents from other primary peaks, they have encountered no rivals. However, upon meeting Jun Qinghang, Fenghuang Daojun instantly assigned his own score for this impending contest, 60 for Jun Qinghang and 40 for the Xiao siblings. Although he assigned such a score, he genuinely believed that the likelihood of the Xiao siblings defeating Jun Qinghang was nearly zero. He had not anticipated that in Song Nan's mind, the score would be a mere 10-90. This clearly indicated an unwavering belief that the Xiao siblings could never surpass Jun Qinghang. With that solitary point merely a token gesture of pity. Yet soon, Fenghuang Daojun realized his grave misjudgment. No, Fenghuang, you have misunderstood. What I meant was that junior brother can defeat those twins 9 times in a single breath. Fenghuang Daojun, surely, brother is jesting. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated from the training platform at that moment. Song Nan and Fenghuang Daojun turned their gaze toward the source. They beheld 2 figures being hurled backward from before Jun Qinghang, none other than the Xiao siblings, though they were not injured or lying on the ground. The tremors in their hands, gripping their swords, revealed the arduousness of the battle. At this juncture, Xiao Qinghang and Xiao Jinxue exchanged a glance, and an ineffable aura surged around them. Jun Qinghang is pupils constructal. This aura emanated the essence of the Dao body. Although Jun Qinghang lacked a Dao body, He possessed a higher-tier, celestial physique, allowing him to perceive the unique essence stemming from their extraordinary constitution. No wonder the Shao siblings were personally brought back to Shumi Cave by the Peak's master to be accepted as his direct disciples. It turns out they're a pair of prodigies endowed with Tao bodies. Yet one wonders, what kind of Tao bodies do they possess? This battle is not a life-and-death struggle, merely a sparring session among fellow disciples. Naturally, Jun Qinghang would not take advantage in such circumstances. As the Tao essence surrounding Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingxue intensified, their auras began to exhibit a tendency towards mutual assimilation, already in the late stage of foundation building. Approaching perfection, their momentum even began to rival that of a golden core true person. The might of the Tao body is indeed formidable. At a certain moment, as the auras of Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingxue reached their zenith, they simultaneously opened their eyes, each movement reflecting the other's shadow. This is the twin Tao body. Jun Qinghang murmured to himself. The twin Tao body, an exceedingly rare form of Tao body, can only manifest among twins. Furthermore, when it does appear, it is invariably shared by both siblings. The twins, inherently connected, possess a duality that, when combined with their unique Tao physique, yields a synergy that transcends mere addition. Jun Qinghang was taken aback to discover that the Shao siblings harbored such a remarkable Tao body. His esteemed master, well-versed and knowledgeable, exemplified the dual Tao physique. Master, please accept this sword. It embodies my most formidable sword technique. Should you grasp it, victory shall be yours. As Shao Jinghong's aura surged like flames. The contrast with Shao Jingxue's presence, which lacked such fervor, was evident. This demonstrated that the dual Tao physique allowed the siblings to concentrate their powers into a singular force. As for the so-called ultimate sword technique mentioned by Shao Jinghong, opinions may vary. It may indeed represent his pinnacle, yet Shao Jingxue stood nearby, observing. One could see that her flying sword gradually fused with Shao Jinghong's, forming a blade that soared towards the heavens, exuding a formidable might as if it could cleave the world asunder. Concurrently, several powerful consciousnesses hovered above the unremarkable mountain peak, emanating from the 8 principal peaks of the inner sect. Except for the master of Jingyang Peak, who was in seclusion, the other 7 peak masters were present, driven by curiosity regarding Jun Qinghang's progress over the past 2 years. They had all witnessed his formal apprenticeship under the Taoist Qingmu at the Shumi Immortal Palace 2 years prior. By virtue of their seniority, they were all his elder brothers and sisters. Now that Jun Qinghang emerged from his seclusion with the intention to test his own capabilities, they were all alert and attentive. They were acutely aware of his extraordinary talent, which had made him the most exceptional prodigy since the establishment of their Shumi cave heaven, undoubtedly deserving of their utmost efforts in nurturing him. Brother Sword Hidden, your disciples, these twins, indeed possess a talent that far surpasses the typical dual Tao physique. If my sister's vision is not mistaken, their greatest strength lies in the fusion of their swords, remarked Danxia Peak's master, a beautiful woman exuding warmth. Yet beyond the confines of Shumi Cave Heaven, she was renowned throughout the true spirit realm as a master alchemist capable of concocting 8th-tier elixirs. Sister Danxia speaks truthfully. The most powerful technique of Jinghong and Jingxue indeed emerges from their combined swords after activating their Tao physique. However, against junior brother Jun, no matter how splendid the techniques may be, they would ultimately prove futile. The master of Tsangjian Peak conveyed through his consciousness. The other peak masters readily concurred. For regardless of the unprecedented celestial body that had never graced the 3,000 great worlds, even the mere presence of their immortal spiritual roots was sufficient to rival figures like Ru Yun and Chong Tai. How could Jinghong and Jingxue possibly compare? By the way, Brother Shumi, has junior brother Jun's golden core ceremony been addressed? At that moment, a notably youthful voice resonated among the esteemed assembly. It belonged to the master of Lingyun Peak, the youngest among the 8 peak masters and also the youngest among the last generation of saints in Shumi Cave Heaven. I have already consulted with the esteemed Taoist regarding this matter. Junior brother Jun's golden core ceremony and Tao title conferment are indeed one and the same. the esteemed masters have conveyed that a grand event is indeed imperative. This occasion will not only extend invitations to the Four Spirit Caves and the Myriad Manifestations Cave, but also to the 8 great sacred lands, along with numerous heavenly sects and the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Perhaps in the near future, our Shumi Cave can once again witness the magnificent spectacle of the confluence of heaven, earth, and humanity that flourished millions of years ago. Upon hearing the transmission from the venerable Shumi Zun, the master of Shumi Peak and the holy lord of Shumi Cave, all the peak masters fell into a profound silence. Should Shumi Cave truly revive the splendor of millions of years past, they would undoubtedly lead the true spirit realm to ascend to the pinnacle among the 3,000 great worlds. Chapter 17. Danxia Peak. The discourse among the revered ones remained shrouded in secrecy. On the martial arts platform, the colossal sword, forged from the combined might of Shao Jinghang and Shao Jingsno, had already descended. Despite its formidable presence, it remained within the realm of what Jun Qinghang could withstand in his current state. The sight of the sword cleaving through the clouds stirred memories of certain animated works from his past life. Indeed, there existed such a figure, wielding a sword that descended from the heavens. With his magical energy, Jun Qinghang levitated a branch before him. This branch, though born of the mortal realm, had merely absorbed a hint of spiritual essence, even within the ethereal sanctuary of Shumi Cave. It was far from capable of enduring the overwhelming magical force coursing through Jun Qinghang. As he poured his waning energy into the branch, signs of fracture began to emerge, indicating it was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Witnessing this, Jun Qinghang intensified his focus. Finally, as Shao Jinghang wielded the massive sword for its descent, the branch erupted entirely. Strangely, however, the fragments did not disperse, but instead floated before Jun Qinghang, forming a barrier at an exceptionally acute angle. No matter how forcefully the colossal sword fell, it could not advance beyond him, halting a mere meter away. Seeing this, Shao Jinghang felt the counterforce in his hands. He withdrew his magical energy and gradually descended from the air. Shao Jingsno, having released her Tao body state, approached and stood alongside Shao Jinghang. Master, thanks to your guidance, my brother and I have gained insights into the sword path. We shall return to our peak now. After bowing to Jun Qinghang, the siblings hastily soared toward the sword concealment peak. Meanwhile, the aura of sword energy emanating from them indicated their significant progress in their understanding of the sword path. Jun Qinghang turned his gaze towards Song Nan and Taoist Fenghuang. Taoist Fenghuang silently bid farewell with a wave before flying off toward sword concealment peak. Only Song Nan remained by Jun Qinghang's side. Senior brother, he called, his cherubic face evoking the image of a child seeking affection. Let us depart. I believe you now possess a preliminary understanding of your own strength. Next, we should return to Lingshan Peak for diligent cultivation and strive to form our golden core soon. Earlier, the sect leader conveyed to me that when you achieve your golden core, a grand ceremony will be held in your honor to pave the way for your future. With that, Song Nan and Jun Qinghang took to the skies, laughter echoing in their wake. Senior brother, I am reluctant to return to Lingshan Peak. Jun Qinghang pondered before speaking. Danxia Peak, one of the 8 principal peaks of a Shumi Cave heaven, is responsible for all matters related to alchemy. Suspended above the sea of clouds, its crimson cliffside resembles the fiery glow of a cauldron's forge. The undulating patterns of the cliff shimmer with hues of reddish-brown and golden flames under the celestial light, a manifestation of the earth's fire sealed within Danxia Peak. The summit is unobstructed, enveloped in the brilliance of dawn and dusk. In the morning, the golden sun pierces through the clouds, illuminating the peak with resplendent golden light. In the evening, the setting sun casts a rosy hue, reflecting off the cliffside, making Danxia Peak appear as a cauldron floating in the heavens. After parting ways with Song Nan, Jun Qinghang journeyed towards Danxia Peak, his intended destination. In his previous life, he often indulged in reading novels or watching dramas, where no tale of cultivation failed to mention the opulence of alchemists. In the realm of cultivation, alchemy reigns supreme. Now, having traversed into a genuine world of cultivation, Jun Qinghang is determined to explore the path of alchemy. He harbors no grand aspirations or desires, primarily within the Shumi cave heaven. Every disciple must undertake tasks to earn contribution points, which can then be exchanged for resources for cultivation. Even Songnan, as a disciple of the Tao Sovereign and the Saint Son of Shumi Cave Heaven, occasionally needs to complete tasks to amass substantial contribution points for necessary resources. The Tao Sovereign of Qingmu is not a treasure trove, nor can he provide every resource. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. Jun Qinghang is disinclined to frequently venture out for tasks, possessing the Qinghuian spiritual root. He has come to realize over the past 2 years that his root does not favor cultivating through combat, but rather leans towards serene refinement. Coincidentally, Jun Qinghang wishes to delve into alchemy, and within the Qingdi Longevity Sutra, there exists a fire control technique that would furnish him with the foundational skills for alchemy. Moreover, in the Shumi Cave Heaven, alchemists have designated tasks, allowing them to refine specified elixirs within a time limit without the need to undertake external missions. For Jun Qinghang, becoming an alchemist is undoubtedly advantageous. Nevertheless, he fears that the Tao Sovereign of Qingmu may not permit this endeavor, and thus plans to act first and report later. After all, it is rare for someone with exceptional talent in cultivation to be allowed to pursue the myriad arts of cultivation, which seems a diversion from one's primary path. The various arts of cultivation exist to better assist practitioners in their pursuits. Having already attained a talent that surpasses others, why waste time learning myriad arts? Consequently, Jun Qinghang intends to master alchemy and become an alchemist before informing the Tao Sovereign of Qingmu. Little does he know, such trivial matters are hardly concealed from the Tao Sovereign. Has little Qinghang already gone to Dansha Peak? In the celestial palace above Lingchun Peak, the Tao Sovereign of Qingmu sat opposite Songnan. Yes, master, Songnan paused while pouring tea. Speak freely. Why do you hesitate at such an age? Qingmu Daozuan gazed intently at Songnan and inquired, Master, are we truly to allow our junior disciple to pursue the art of alchemy? Songnan pondered for a moment before expressing his concerns. When Jun Qinghang had conveyed his reluctance to return to Lingchun Peak, Songnan was bewildered. The initial 5 years of a new disciple's journey are crucial for diligent cultivation. During this period, both the master and he could adequately fulfill Jun Qinghang's requirements for resources. Logically, after assessing his progress, returning to Lingchun Peak for continued cultivation and expediting the formation of a golden core should be the priority. Yet, Jun Qinghang chose not to return to Lingchun Peak. As he grappled with his confusion, Master Qingmu Daozuan's voice resonated in his ears, instructing him to return to Lingchun Peak's Yunzong Tian Palace to seek him out. Upon arriving at Yunzong Tian Palace and locating Qingmu Daozuan, one sentence nearly shattered his composure. Qinghang has gone to Dansha Peak to study the art of alchemy. Indeed, alchemists are esteemed. But what is status without the absolute cultivation and strength to command respect? Moreover, is it not true that only those with fire spiritual roots and firewood spiritual roots possess the innate talent to practice alchemy? How could the Azure Lotus spiritual root of our junior disciple possibly align with the fire spiritual roots? Observing Master's demeanor, it appeared he tacitly approved of the junior disciple's choice, leaving Songnan utterly perplexed. Chapter 18. Saintess Ji Huan Nanayer, how do you perceive your own talent? Qingmu Daozuan did not directly address Songnan's concerns, but instead posed a question of his own. In the realm of the 3,000 great worlds, only those with celestial spiritual roots surpass me. Pausing momentarily, Songnan added, and my junior disciple possesses a celestial body that exceeds my own. He vividly recalled the incident within the Shumi Heavenly Palace and the parchment-like object that the master had summoned. Indeed, Qingmu Daozuan replied, showing no surprise at Songnan's assertions. For it was an undeniable truth. Your talent is undeniably among the finest of this era, a remarkable fusion of heavenly spiritual roots and a supreme Tao body, ranking within the top 50 throughout the extensive history of Shumi Dongtian. However, do not forget, There are practitioners of celestial spiritual roots above you, whether it be Ru Yun, Chong Tai, Qinghang, or the Tao children of the Four Spirits and Wan Xiang. Their talents cannot simply be measured against yours as a mere elevation of ability. Your current cultivation level is not particularly high, and you have yet to approach the realm of the celestial. Thus, you may not fully grasp the significance of celestial spiritual roots. Transforming decay into the miraculous, ascending to the celestial realm is their destined path. Throughout the annals of Xiumi Dongtian, apart from a scant few fallen possessors of celestial spiritual roots, the remainder have ascended to the celestial realm. Unlike ordinary cultivators who solely aspire to achieve success, for them, cultivation and ascension are merely routine affairs, offering countless opportunities to choose the means by which they enhance their abilities. At this point, Qingmu Daozuan's voice trailed off. The two current Tao children of Xiumi Dongtian, Ru Yun and Chong Tai, have made significant contributions in the realms of talismans and formations. Songnan nodded in understanding. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I am still unclear about one matter. How can our junior disciple, with his Azure Lotus Spiritual Root, proficiently wield the earth fire for alchemy? Without fire's spiritual roots, one can only refine elixirs using earth fire. If it were merely the use of earthly fire to refine elixirs, then my junior brother would likely only achieve the status of a fourth-tier alchemist in the future. Song Nin expressed his concerns. The esteemed Qingmu Daoist discreetly cast a glance at Song Nan, his eyes reflecting a rare satisfaction. A teachable child indeed. Qinghang, possessing the innate Qinglian spirit root, is inherently intertwined with the wood attribute. Among the 5 elements, wood generates fire. Over the past 2 years, although the young Qinghang has been nurturing his innate sword fetus, upon concluding his seclusion, his master sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from within him. This was likely due to Qinghang's training beneath the Spirit Chuan tree, where he harnessed the morning dawn purple qi during those 2 years. The morning dawn purple qi. Song Nan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that during his absence from the Xiumi cave, Jun Qinghang would engage with such perilous forces in his cultivation. The morning dawn purple qi, the first trace of purple energy that arises with the eastern sunrise, possesses the purest essence of the universe. Its purity transcends the mere description of the utmost yang energy. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive the existence of the morning dawn purple qi, and even if they could sense it, they would be incapable of utilizing it for cultivation. To his knowledge, only those with a pure yang Dao body can briefly harness the morning dawn purple qi for cultivation and the refinement of their physical form, albeit with utmost caution to avoid igniting their soul and body. It is truly astonishing that young Qinghang has engaged with the morning dawn purple qi for 2 years on Lingshan Peak. The potential reactions between the morning dawn purple qi and Qinghang's spirit root may be unknown to others. Yet his master has already sensed the presence of innate fire within Qinghang's being, though it has yet to manifest overtly. At this moment, Song then could fully comprehend why his master allowed his junior brother to pursue the art of alchemy. Innate fire. Even cultivators with fire attribute spirit roots may not possess innate fire. This flame is derived from the cultivator's own spirit root. While its power may not rival that of extraordinary fires born from the heavens, it is the most suitable flame for the cultivator themselves, capable of increasing in potency alongside their cultivation. In a vast expanse of the Xiumi cave, there are few cultivators with innate fire, the majority of whom reside on Danxia Peak. Innate fire is almost an extension of the cultivator, whether in controlling adversaries or refining elixirs. It is as if they are wielding their own arm. On Danxia Peak, Jun Qinghang, armed with his identity token, moves seamlessly towards the Danxia Pavilion. The pavilion occupies nearly the entirety of Danxia Peak, serving as the gathering place for alchemists within the region. The fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air, intertwining various scents into vibrant rainbows of mist, a truly wondrous sight. Which peak's disciple are you, little one? What brings you here alone? Just as Jun Qinghang was about to continue towards the Danxia Pavilion, a sudden feminine voice startled him. Someone approached without a hint of awareness. It seemed his spiritual cultivation was still insufficient. Jun Qinghang mused internally before turning to face the newcomer. She appeared to be in her late teens, exuding an otherworldly charm, adorned in a light, flowing gown that accentuated her celestial demeanor. This was Jun Qinghang's initial impression of her, and thereafter, he felt a sense of awe, because Jun Qinghang merely cast a glance before clasping his hands in greeting. I have met senior sister Jihua. Among the 18 holy sons of the Shumi Cave Heaven, apart from 3 who are disciples of the esteemed Taoist, the remaining 15 are direct disciples of the masters from the 8 main peaks. The only saintess of Danxia Peak is the Taoist Jihua. Possessing the firewood and earth spiritual roots, she embodies the pinnacle of dual spiritual roots. Higher levels of spiritual roots can only be achieved with singular roots. However, simultaneously, Taoist Jihua possesses a peak alchemical body, a type that has not graced the true spirit realm for nearly 10,000 years. The 100 fragrance resonating body. Her 7 orifices resonate naturally with the fragrance of herbs, allowing her to discern the properties and meridians of any spiritual herb or grass merely by a gentle whiff, including their compatibility and restrictions. Perhaps in combat, Taoist Jihua may not rival the other Taoist disciples from different peaks. Yet, when it comes to alchemical talent, no one in the vast Shumi Cave Heaven can surpass her. Now, at a mere 400 years of age, she has successfully ascended to the realm of a 6th-tier alchemist. Taoist Jihua momentarily lost her composure. Senior sister? How is it that I am unaware of a newly appointed holy son in Shumi Cave Heaven? Or perhaps this individual does not recognize who I am. Nonetheless, it is understandable. Ordinary foundation-building disciples lack the qualifications to approach the upper echelons of the sect. As Taoist Jihua prepared to speak, a transcendent celestial voice unexpectedly resonated around them. Jihua, bring junior brother Jun to meet me. Taoist Jihua promptly acquiesced. Yes, Peak Master. Since the establishment of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter positions, although they still maintain a master-disciple relationship with the Peak Masters, the titles have undeniably changed. The Holy Sons of the main peaks can be said to hold a status only second to that of the Peak Masters. Naturally, they no longer address their mentors as Master, but refer to them as Peak Master. Chapter 19. The innate fire born from celestial spiritual roots. The Danxia Pavilion occupies the vast majority of Danxia Peak. The Peak Master, respected Danxia, resides at the very apex of the Danxia Pavilion, within the alchemical chambers, simultaneously concocting high-grade elixirs and cultivating. When Taoist Jihua brought Jun Qinghang here, respected Danxia had just completed a batch of Phoenix Countenance elixirs. Peak Master, Sister Danxia. The moment Jun Qinghang unabashedly called out to his senior sister, Taoist Jihua was taken aback. Which venerable figure of the sect has rejuvenated? Otherwise, how could she have misheard? Jihua, Qinghang, please take a seat. Respected Danxia gestured to 2 cushions opposite her. Jihua, you have been in seclusion for years refining the potential dragon elixir, missing the disciple initiation ceremony. This is the closed-door disciple of Uncle Qing Shu. Taoist Jihua once again turned her gaze to Jun Qinghang. She had entered seclusion 4 years prior, preparing a substantial array of alchemical materials solely to concoct the potential dragon elixir. This elixir significantly enhances her cultivation progress, being one of the most challenging 6th-tier elixirs to refine. This seclusion lasted a full 4 years. Neither the celestial phenomena caused by Jun Qinghang during the spirit testing nor the later manifestations in the Shumi Heavenly Palace was known to her. Moreover, previously, Jun Qinghang had always resided on Lingshan Peak. Although Dao Jun Imu often mentions their adorable junior disciple from Lingshan Peak while accompanying the other holy sons on missions, none have ever encountered him in person, hence they could not make the connection. It turns out he is junior brother Jun Dao Jun Jihua. I nodded subtly to Jun Qinghang, who returned the gesture respectfully. Senior sister Danxia, I have come to Danxia Peak to learn the art of alchemy. Before the esteemed Danxia could inquire, Jun Qinghang had already articulated his purpose for the visit. Danxia Zun's expression remained unfazed, while Dao Jun Jihua appeared puzzled, her thoughts mirroring those of Song Nan. However, Zun possessed her own discerning methods. The cultivation resources for disciples from various peaks are personally delivered by designated disciples. There is no necessity for one to seek elixirs at Danxia Peak unless absolutely required. Furthermore, given Jun Qinghang's status, there was no need for him to venture to Danxia Peak at such an early stage of foundational cultivation. Eliminating these possibilities left only the most implausible yet inevitable conclusion. Junior brother Jun, do you know what is most crucial for becoming an alchemist? Jun Qinghang's aspiration to become an alchemist had not arisen overnight. From a young age, upon realizing that this world was a vast realm of cultivation, he had nurtured this ambition. An age-old adage within the cultivation community states, "No wealth surpasses that of an alchemist." Had he possessed even an ordinary spiritual root, he would have already embarked on the path of alchemy to fortune. Nonetheless, it is not too late. Once he masters the art of alchemy, he will no longer need to wait for others to concoct elixirs for breakthroughs in cultivation. Consuming elixirs is always the swiftest means of enhancement. Thus, he had long been aware of the prerequisites for becoming an alchemist: the earth fire, the art of fire control, the formulas for elixirs, and the seals of alchemical methods. Besides these four essentials, the requisite spiritual herbs and alchemical furnace are also indispensable. Indeed, whether it be earth fire or exotic fire, a cultivator must possess the ability to control flames, which is a fundamental requirement for alchemy. The alchemical formula serves as the foundation for concocting elixirs, while the alchemical seals are central to the process. A cultivator utilizing earth fire can achieve limited success in alchemy, at most reaching the threshold of a fourth-tier alchemist, with little hope of attaining the fifth tier. If you wish to learn the art of alchemy, the best approach is to seek out a source of exotic fire. Jun Qinghang's expression sharpened at the mention of the renowned exotic fire. Unbeknownst to him, in the novels of his previous life, exotic fires were diverse and multifaceted. He could only wonder if such fires existed in this realm. Shortly thereafter, Zun elucidated the matter for Jun Qinghang. Currently, there are 2 locations of exotic fire within the Sanyuan Blessed Land, which opened once 600 years ago, with the next opportunity not arriving for another 400 years. Only in the world beyond the Sanyuan Blessed Land can one capture scattered exotic fires. Upon finishing her explanation, both Zun and Dao Junjia turned their gazes toward Jun Qinghang, implying that there is no means to acquire exotic fire within the current confines of the Sanyuan Blessed Land. To obtain exotic fire for alchemical purposes, one must venture outside to the 5 domains, yet the time required for such an endeavor remains uncertain. Moreover, the most pressing concern is Jun Qinghang's current stage of late foundational cultivation. Aoki Daodong would undoubtedly refuse to permit him to depart from the Shumi cave heaven. Jun Qinghang was acutely aware of his own youth and insufficient cultivation, even with formidable allies by his side. Leaving the Sanyuan Blessed Land would mean relinquishing control over his own strength, introducing far too many uncertainties. Senior Sister Danxia. Jun Qinghang comprehended the words of the revered Danxia. He extended his right hand, and a blue lotus, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, began to bloom gently in his palm. As its petals unfolded one by one, a flicker of white flame emerged before the eyes of the 3. This white flame seemed imbued with sentience, dancing exuberantly, occasionally swirling around the blue lotus, and at other times flickering upon Jun Qinghang's wrist. "This is the born fire," exclaimed Ji Hua Daojun, while a strange glimmer passed through the eyes of the revered Danxia. She marveled internally at the prodigious talent of her junior brother, astounded that he could summon such a miraculous flame from his spiritual root. As an alchemist, her understanding of the born fire was undoubtedly more profound than that of Aoki Daodong. The born fire originates from a cultivator's spiritual root, a flame that emerges when the spiritual root reaches its zenith. This inherently means that only fire attribute spiritual roots can produce born fire. However, this does not imply that fire attribute spiritual roots will invariably yield born fire. More often, they can only generate ordinary flames, which pale in comparison. Moreover, it is unprecedented for a non-fire attribute spiritual root to give rise to born fire, an occurrence attributed to sheer luck. Over the past 2 years, I have frequently practiced with a morning radiance purple chi, perhaps that has awakened the born fire within my spiritual root. Jun Qinghang grinned, revealing his tiger teeth. This revelation startled both master and disciple significantly. In all their years, they had never heard of anyone daring to utilize the morning radiance purple chi for cultivation, particularly at the foundational stage of their celestial journey. A moment's inattention could lead to the morning radiance purple chi incinerating one's cultivation foundation, rendering them less than even a mere mortal. Nevertheless, with the born fire at his disposal, the remaining challenges would be manageable. Now that the issue of the fire seed had been resolved, the art of fire control could be passed on to his junior brother. Chapter 20. The Art of Fire Control from the Planet of the Flickering Star. The revered Danxiao pondered for a moment before deciding to teach Jun Qinghang the 9 Dragons fire control technique from Danxiao Peak. The primary cultivation method of Danxiao Peak is the Dan Yuan fire control technique, a pinnacle art of fire control and alchemy, yet offers little enhancement in combat scenarios. In contrast, the 9 Dragons fire control technique seamlessly integrates both alchemical flame management and combat techniques. Although it is slightly less potent in alchemical fire control than the Dan Yuan fire control technique, it is evidently more suitable for Jun Qinghang. In truth, it was also a gesture of goodwill from the revered Danxia, honoring Aoki Daodong. Had it been any other disciple from a different peak seeking to cultivate alchemical arts, the revered Danxia would have certainly never imparted the 9 Dragons fire control technique, the crowning jewel of Danxia Peak. Yet, unexpectedly, Jun Qinghang shook his head. Sister Danxia, I possess the art of fire control, and as a disciple of Lingchun Peak, practicing the pinnacle art of Danxia Peak would be a breach of propriety, declared Jun Qinghang with a resolute expression, his youthful visage brimming with vitality. Upon hearing his words, the esteemed master Danxia acquiesced, assuming that the fire control technique bestowed upon Jun Qinghang by the revered Daren Qingmu was undoubtedly more suited for his cultivation than that of Danxia Peak. Very well. Follow me, Master Danxia instructed, turning to lead the way into the inner chamber. Shi Huiron closely trailed behind Jun Qinghang. This is my alchemical sanctuary, devoid of any disciples. Should you wish to learn the art of alchemy, you shall receive personal instruction from Jihua here. Amidst the expanse of starry sky, Jun Qinghang found himself momentarily taken aback. His master indeed held the highest cultivation status within the entire Shumi cave heaven. Yet, the arrangement of Lingchun Peak was remarkably unadorned, resembling an ordinary mountain with a single Lingchun tree atop, flanked by 2 courtyards and a sea of purple bamboo. In stark contrast to Danxia Peak, it was as if they existed in entirely different realms. Upon arriving at the pinnacle of Danxia Pavilion, where the alchemical chamber of Master Danxia lay, Jun Qinghang realized that Lingchun Peak could be likened to a remote backwater within the Shumi cave heaven, while Danxia Peak resembled a resplendent casino of unparalleled opulence. This was an independent space, adorned with the cosmos itself. Master Danxia had carved out this realm for alchemical cultivation. Beyond her, none could intrude freely. Now, utilize your fire control technique to refine this rejuvenation herb, Master Danxia instructed. Remember, refining does not mean obliterating it, but rather transforming it into a liquid state. From a nearby shelf, she retrieved a seemingly inconspicuous pinch of rejuvenation herb, the primary ingredient for crafting the first-tier elixir known as rejuvenation pill. Indeed, one could say that the rejuvenation pill could be synthesized solely from the rejuvenation herb. With his magical essence, Jun Qinghang commanded the herb to hover before him. The innate fire coursed through his meridians until it reached his fingertips. This innate fire, born of the Qinglian spiritual root, was aptly named Pure Lotus Celestial Fire by Jun Qinghang. As for the origin of this name, it was derived from the fabled Pure Lotus Demon Fire of his past life. Being born of a spiritual root, it was indeed appropriate to refer to it as Celestial Fire. The aura of Pure Lotus Celestial Fire was subtle. It was difficult to fathom that this nearly pure white entity was an innate fire if one had not witnessed it firsthand. Soon after, Jun Qinghang began to execute the fire control technique recorded in the Qingdi Eternal Life Sutra. Fire control of the Mars star. In the mythos of his previous life, it was documented that Mars, known in ancient times as Inghua, governed warfare and harbored the fierce spirit of the nine heavens. The primordial fire deity, also called Inghua, mastered the art of wielding flames through celestial authority. This celestial technique emulated the divine prowess of the fire deities to enhance one's control over flames. It could be employed both in alchemical practice and in combat, unlike the Nine Dragons fire control technique of Danxia Peak, which favored one aspect at the expense of the other. The art of fire control associated with the planet Inghua has reached an unparalleled pinnacle along two distinct paths. Moreover, this technique is not merely confined to manipulating the flames that one possesses. It also allows for the invocation of starlight to serve one's own purpose. With Inghua as the guide, the heart as the fuel, the soul as the flame, and virtue as the scale, one can draw forth the embers of the stars, refine the essence, and avoid impatience and calamity, thereby mastering myriad flames. This technique enables the practitioner to transform the flames of Inghua into fire seeds for their own use. Had Jun Qinghang not birthed the pure lotus celestial fire from his celestial roots, he might have resorted to this method. However, such recourse is now unnecessary. The pure lotus celestial fire gradually enveloped the returning essence grass under the watchful gaze of the three observers. Rather than charring, the grass shimmered with a radiant green light, indicating the activation of its medicinal properties. Jun Qinghang formed hand seals, and beneath the intricate gestures, a unique astral silhouette emerged. Indeed, it was the legendary Inghua star. Subsequently, as the pure lotus celestial fire continued to burn, the exterior of the returning essence grass gradually disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only the core essence behind, which slowly transformed into a verdant liquid. Witnessing this, the revered Danxia was taken aback. She had intended merely to instruct Jun Qinghang in the art of refining spiritual herbs, a fundamental yet critical step in alchemy. This process, which involves separating the impurities from the essence of the herb through fire control, has thwarted countless aspiring alchemists. Even on Danxia Peak, many have stagnated at this stage for years without progress. Yet, with his mastery of the Inghua fire control technique, Jun Qinghang managed to completely separate the impurities from the essence during his very first attempt at refining a spiritual herb. The revered Danxia was left uncertain whether to praise Jun Qinghang's extraordinary talent or to marvel at the authority of the fire control technique he employed. With a gentle flick of her hand, a three-legged alchemical furnace soared through the air towards her. This furnace had been utilized during her own practice of refining low-tier elixirs, making it perfectly suitable for Jun Qinghang's training. Subsequently, she clasped her hands together, and with her fingers dancing, an ancient and complex seal materialized in the air. Go! At her command, the seal flew directly into the palm of Jun Qinghang's left hand, vanishing into the void. Jun Qinghang sensed the revered Danxia's actions and promptly guided the pure lotus celestial fire, along with the essence of the returning essence grass, into the three-legged furnace. His small face bore a serious expression as he pressed his hands downward. Inside the furnace, the pure lotus celestial fire began to permeate the essence of the returning essence grass in accordance with Jun Qinghang's gestures. Under the guidance of the pure lotus celestial fire, the essence gradually congealed, reforming into three pale green elixirs. A wisp of impure qi escaped from the furnace's opening. Jun Qinghang's brow twitched, and in an instant, the pure lotus celestial fire incinerated the impurity entirely. This process continued for a full hour, and ultimately, the elixirs within the furnace took shape, releasing a refreshing and bitter medicinal aroma. The three observers exchanged glances, their faces brightening with joy. Chapter 21. The Alchemical Tribulation. Two patterns of the clear heart elixir. At the moment Jun Qinghang inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicinal herbs, he abruptly withdrew the pure lotus fire from the alchemical furnace. With his left hand shaped into a palm, he struck the furnace, causing the light lid to soar upward. A delicate gesture summoned his magical essence, retrieving 3 plump pills from within. This marked Jun Qinghang's inaugural attempt at alchemy. He had not even taken the time to probe with his spiritual sense to ascertain the exact number of successful elixirs produced. In the realm of cultivation, it is an immutable principle that a single batch of materials may yield no more than 9 elixirs. 9 is the pinnacle, no matter how extraordinary one's talents. Even the progenitors of alchemy could never produce 10. Typically, an adept alchemist who can create 3 to 6 elixirs from a single set of ingredients is already considered exceptional. Achieving 9 elixirs demands extraordinary skill in flame control, the refinement of spiritual herbs, and profound cultivation power. Even revered figures, such as the Danxia Elder, an 8th-tier alchemist, or perhaps a Dan King, can only occasionally reach this number when concocting low-tier elixirs. The flawless hue of the pills indicated that the refinement of the returning essence herb had reached perfection. However, a faint bitter note in the aroma suggested a slight delay in extinguishing the fire. As for the 3 elixirs produced, Jun Qinghang's ability to execute the entire process on his first attempt and yield 3 successful pills is already indicative of remarkable talent. With diligent practice, it would not be long before he could stabilize the production of 6 elixirs per batch, nearly rivaling his senior sister Jihua. The Danxia Elder, having caught a whiff of the elixir's fragrance, immediately discerned the shortcomings in Jun Qinghang's alchemical process. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jun Qinghang reflected on his past life, where protagonists often conjured flawless batches of 9 elixirs on their very first attempt. Alternatively, they would summon thunderous tribulations upon their initial foray into alchemy. Thus, in the face of only 3 elixirs and an unusual scent, he felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, endowed with both celestial roots and a divine body, he had long aspired to master the art of alchemy. Failing to achieve perfection was indeed disheartening. Fortunately, the Danxia Elder's words provided substantial encouragement. He remembered that this was reality, the authentic world of cultivation, where the workings of all things adhere to discernible laws. It was not as exaggerated as the novels and dramas of his past life. To successfully produce elixirs on one's first attempt is already a commendable achievement. Moreover, the Danxia Elder had just imparted the unique alchemical seal of Danxia Peak to Jun Qinghang. This alchemical seal, inherited from ancient times, may share fundamental similarities across various traditions. Yet each lineage boasts its unique nuances. Some seals enhance the success rate of elixir production, while others elevate the quality of the elixirs. Now, Jun Qinghang possesses the essential conditions for alchemy. With diligent practice at Danxia Peak, he will surely stabilize his alchemical prowess. However, the returning essence pill is merely considered a novice-level elixir in the eyes of alchemists. Merely being able to concoct this pill does not qualify one as a competent first-tier alchemist, as it only serves to restore a modicum of spiritual energy for low-tier qi refining cultivators. Only by producing another type of first-tier elixir can one truly be recognized as a first-tier alchemist. In the realm of cultivation, time is but a fleeting notion, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. As one of the 8 principal peaks within the Shumi Cave Heaven, Danxia Peak governs the very essence of alchemical elixirs within this domain. It is fair to say the disciples come and go in ceaseless numbers, perpetually seeking to transcend their cultivation through the potent elixirs produced here. The Danxia Pavilion operates tirelessly day and night. However, within the vast expanse of the Shumi Cave Heaven, few dare to venture to the uppermost 2 levels of the pavilion. The first level houses the alchemical chamber of the only holy maiden, Taoist Jihua, while the second is the sanctum of the peak's master, the esteemed Danxia Elder. Out of respect, no one would disturb these 2 revered female cultivators, resulting in a general neglect of the upper chambers. Yet today, the skies above the Danxia Pavilion captured the attention of all cultivators traversing the peak. Was that a thunder tribulation? Who would dare undergo such a trial within the pavilion? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Outside the pavilion, numerous cultivators voiced their outrage, which was understandable. The pavilion serves as the haven for alchemists, where each moment sees practitioners refining their elixirs. Disturbing an alchemist during their work is the gravest of taboos. Even the slightest interruption could compromise the quality of the elixirs, while more severe disruption might lead to catastrophic explosions. The repercussions of such an explosion can range from the loss of painstakingly gathered materials and diminished spiritual power to turmoil in one's cultivation and damage to one's Tao heart. In essence, interrupting an alchemist during their craft is an exceedingly perilous affair. The occurrence of a tribulation within the Danxiao Pavilion could potentially jeopardize all current elixirs in production, which is why the cultivators express their ire without restraint. "Wait, look over there," exclaimed one of the previously vocal cultivators following the sound. They observed that, unbeknownst to them, a faint barrier had enveloped all but the two uppermost alchemical chambers. This barrier even severed communication between the inside and outside of the pavilion. Shortly thereafter, the tribulation clouds in the heavens began to swell, halting only after expanding to a span of several miles. Such a limited expanse for the thunder tribulation appeared peculiar. Could it indeed be a danjia, a tribulation specifically for alchemical endeavors? After all, the span of several miles is considered substantial for a foundational thunder tribulation. Yet within the Shumi cave heaven, where prodigies are commonplace, such a phenomenon is a rare sight. As the crowd speculated, the thunder tribulation descended. When they realized it was indeed striking toward the apex of the Danxiao Pavilion, a collective understanding dawned upon them. It was truly a tribulation summoned by the alchemical processes. Could it be that the Dangxia Elder and Holy Maiden Jihua were once again refining lower-tier elixirs for the benefit of ordinary intersect disciples? At the pinnacle of the pavilion, Jun Qinghang stood before a three-legged alchemical furnace. With his left hand resting behind him and his right hand poised before him, he manipulated the pure lotus celestial fire within the furnace with deft precision. As the thunder tribulation approached, the pure lotus celestial fire transformed into a magnificent blue lotus, enveloping the already formed elixirs within the furnace, impervious to the onslaught of the descending tribulation. The relentless protection of the pure lotus immortal flame remains unbroken. Under the onslaught of lightning, the pure lotus immortal flame instead flourishes with renewed vigor. After the 9 bolts of tribulation, lightning strike symbolically. An undeniable fragrance of elixir emanates from the alchemical chamber atop the Danxiao Pavilion, spreading to the outside world. The esteemed Danxia Master and the Taoist Lord Jihua observe with keen curiosity as Jun Qinghang draws forth a green lotus from the alchemical furnace. As the pure lotus immortal flame is absorbed into his body, the 9 clear heart pills become visible to the 3 onlookers. Each clear heart pill displays 2 distinctly visible cloud patterns. Chapter 22, The Ascendant Crane, the Clear Heart Pill, a pinnacle among second-tier elixirs, rivals even the difficulty of crafting ordinary third-tier pills. When ordinary cultivators establish their foundational path, they face numerous challenges. Firstly, they require rare and precious materials that resonate with their spiritual roots to construct a solid foundation. Secondly, they must endure the tribulation of lightning. And thirdly, they encounter the trial of inner demons. For the vast majority of cultivators, the most formidable of these challenges is the trial of inner demons. Inner demons are born from a cultivator's own obsessions, desires, fears, and regrets, nurtured by negative emotions throughout their journey. The trial of inner demons serves as a test of the cultivator's character by the heavens. Cultivation itself is a grand adventure from which one cannot retreat. Throughout this adventure, countless choices will be faced, and many adversaries will arise. Should a cultivator's resolve waver at any moment, inner demons will inevitably emerge. These demons lie buried deep within the cultivator's heart, seldom surfacing, but when they do, it is always at the most unstable moments of the cultivator's resolve. During each significant breakthrough, after enduring 49 bolts of tribulation lightning, a cultivator's body and mind become weary, allowing inner demons to manifest under the cover of the tribulation, seeking to usurp the body. Throughout history, countless cultivators have perished beneath the trial of inner demons during their tribulations. The Clear Heart pill was meticulously developed by later alchemists specifically for cultivators to navigate the trial of inner demons. However, it should not be assumed that consuming a Clear Heart pill allows one to disregard the trial with impunity. The Clear Heart pill can only help cultivators maintain their original intent and clarity of mind to a certain extent. Ultimately, overcoming the trial of inner demons relies upon the cultivator's own willpower. The significance of the Clear Heart pill dictates its considerable difficulty in crafting, and it is one of the few elixirs that exist from the 1st to the 9th tier. This is due to the core spiritual herb, the Mingxin grass, which increases its leaf count as it ages. One leaf represents the 1st tier. The first 3 leaves grow 1 every 100 years, the middle 3 grow 1 every 1,000 years, and the last 3 take 10,000 years to yield an additional leaf. Jun Qinghang's batch of Clear Heart pills was crafted from 2 leaves of Mingxin grass, supplemented with various other spiritual herbs. It has now been over 2 months since Jun Qinghang first arrived at Danxia Peak, and during this time, his senior brother Song has not visited him there. Jun Qinghang understands that both his master and senior brother are aware of his activities at Danxia Peak. Thus, he resolves to focus wholeheartedly on his alchemical studies. After 2 months of diligent learning, Jun Qinghang has now become capable of refining entry-level 3rd-tier elixirs. Compared to 2 months ago, when he could only produce 3 flawed recovery pills, he has made remarkable strides. Every pill that Jun Qinghang has refined multiple times can yield at least 7 successful formations upon subsequent attempts. With his current cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, even the crafting of ordinary 3rd-tier pills presents no challenge. However, creating the finest among them requires considerable effort. When it comes to pills that align with his cultivation level, he can effortlessly produce refined versions adorned with intricate pill patterns, such as the Tranquil Heart pill, when fully focused. Junior brother Jun, your proficiency in refining 1st and 2nd-tier pills has already surpassed mine, remarked Taoist Jihua, clicking her tongue in admiration. Over the past 2 months, she and her master had remained at the pinnacle of the Danxia Pavilion, imparting their knowledge of pill refinement techniques and the intricacies of various spiritual herbs to Jun Qinghang. They had keenly observed every incremental advancement he made. During his initial attempts at pill refinement, he managed to produce 3 pills, which, while not flawless, already represented an exceptionally high standard. By the end of the first week, he had succeeded in creating the notoriously difficult transformation pill from the 1st tier. Typically, a novice alchemist would then aspire to refine 2nd-tier pills and elevate themselves to that rank. Yet, Jun Qinghang chose instead to hone the minute details of 1st-tier pill crafting. By the latter half of the 1st month, he could effortlessly produce 6 or 7 pills at a time, occasionally manifesting pill patterns. However, the lightning tribulation provoked by these 1st-tier patterns was far too minuscule. With his strength, he could easily dispel it, garnering little attention. 3 days ago, Jun Qinghang commenced the refinement of the 2nd-tier Tranquil Heart pill. Prior to this, he had already gained considerable skill in its crafting, having begun to experiment with 3rd-tier pills by the middle of the 2nd month. The distinction this time lay in his ambition to create a Tranquil Heart pill adorned with pill patterns. The difficulty of crafting the Tranquil Heart pill is a universally acknowledged truth within the realm of cultivation, let alone one embellished with pill patterns. These patterns signify that the pill has reached an impeccable quality, further enhanced by the alchemist's extraordinary talent and fire control capabilities, elevating its efficacy to unprecedented heights. A single pill can bear a maximum of 3 patterns, with each additional pattern exponentially increasing its potency. 3-pattern pills are extraordinarily rare. Even the most commonplace 1st-tier 3-pattern pills can incite fervent competition among cultivators, including the esteemed Golden Core realms. Moreover, there exists a startling revelation. Jun Qinghang's alchemical speed is remarkably swift. Taoist Jihua vaguely recalls that during her last attempt at refining 2nd-tier pills, she spent a full 5 days to complete a mere ordinary 1-pattern pill. In stark contrast, Jun Qinghang managed to produce a cauldron of 9 2-pattern Tranquil Heart pills in just 3 days. This is nothing short of a fantastical tale within the world of cultivation. Junior brother Jun, do visit Danxia Peak often. I hope that amidst your cultivation, you do not neglect your studies in alchemy. Taoist Zhihua advised him as she escorted him outside the Danxia Pavilion. She was acutely aware that a prodigy like Jun Qinghang would undoubtedly prioritize his advancement in cultivation. Alchemy, for him, is merely a decorative embellishment, and maintaining a commitment to it would be a commendable feat, rest assured. Sister Zhihua. Jun Qinghang smiled. Before leaving Danxia Pavilion, the master of Danxia Peak had meticulously organized numerous alchemical formulas for him, encompassing nearly all first to fifth-tier elixirs. Mastering these formulas would demand not only a considerable amount of time, but also an appropriate level of alchemical prowess. In Jun Qinghang's mind, the most significant achievement of this journey to Danxia Peak was to learn the art of alchemy and to elevate himself to a third-tier alchemist. Crafting third-tier elixirs would represent the pinnacle of his current cultivation. Upon returning to Lingshan Peak, he intended to devote himself to his training, striving to break through to the Golden Core stage. Once he attained the Golden Core stage, he could attempt to concoct fourth-tier elixirs, utilized by cultivators of the nascent soul stage. At that juncture, whether for sale through Danxia Pavilion or for his personal use, it would be exceedingly advantageous. With a whistle, Zhihua summoned a pure white crane that swiftly descended from Danxia Peak. Given the considerable distance between Danxia Peak and Lingshan Peak, this wind cloud crane was bestowed upon her junior brother, ensuring that he would not need to expend his spiritual power to fly in the future. Jun Qinghang's eyes sparkled with delight. This was no ordinary wind cloud crane. It was indeed a Maiba crane. Chapter 23. How did my exceptionally talented junior brother become an alchemical prodigy? The wind cloud crane was renowned in the Shumi Cave Heaven, exclusive to Danxia Peak. It was said that the wind cloud crane once belonged to a formidable clan within the 10 Directions mountain range of the Eastern Domain, the Kingdom of 10,000 Beasts. The clan's strongest members had reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, just a step away from the integration stage. Consequently, the ancestor of the wind cloud crane led the entire clan across vast distances to the Shumi Cave Heaven in search of medicinal herbs. As a result, the wind cloud crane clan has resided at Danxia Peak for generations. However, their reproduction was exceedingly difficult, leading to a scarcity of descendants. Thus, within the Shumi Cave Heaven, only a select few of the most outstanding disciples could gain the recognition of the wind cloud crane. To be acknowledged by the wind cloud crane was a tremendous honor for anyone. The bloodline of the wind cloud crane was remarkably potent, although it did not possess the bloodline of an ancient beast. The ancestor of the wind cloud crane achieved the integration stage through his own bloodline, which speaks volumes. While the methods of cultivation differ between demons and humans, demons are constrained by their bloodlines, and humans by their spiritual roots and talents. This comparison highlights the extraordinary nature of the wind cloud crane clan. In his youth, Jun Qinghang had heard his senior brother, Song Nan, speak of the wind cloud crane. As the foremost saint son of the Shumi Cave Heaven, Song Nan naturally possessed one himself. However, he had entered seclusion 20 years ago to break through to the transformation stage. Thus, Jun Qinghang had never laid eyes upon it. Jun Qinghang eagerly approached it, placing his hand on the crane's head, feeling its softness. Thank you, Sister Zhihua. I truly adore this. This wind cloud crane had already attained the nascent soul stage, ensuring his safety in future journeys. His eyes gleamed even brighter. A nascent soul wind cloud crane. This was not just any wind cloud crane, but the pinnacle among them. A golden core wind cloud crane could summon winds and traverse 1,000 miles in a single breath. A nascent soul one would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Sister, I bid you farewell. Jun Qinghang could hardly contain his excitement as he soared onto the back of the wind cloud crane, heading towards Lingshan Peak. The summit of Danxia Peak stood behind him. In a secluded place unseen by anyone, two figures observed the departing figures of Jun Qinghang and Feng Yunhe. This time, you were surprisingly willing to let your direct descend and accompany them. I recall how long Zhihua pleaded, yet you remained unmoved, the esteemed Danxia remarked. Beside Danxia stood an elderly man clad in white. Though he appeared to be in the prime of his life, he had actually lived for over 100,000 years. Had he not brought the Fengyun clan to Shumi Cave to seek medicine from Danxia, he would have long succumbed to the decline of life, his spirit extinguished. That is a grave misconception. The disparity between individuals is glaringly apparent. The young girl under your tutelage possesses remarkable talent in alchemy. Even I would deem it worthwhile to protect her. However, the bloodline of my Fengyun clan is not particularly esteemed. I have reached my limits. Further advancement into the mid-stage of integration is now impossible. The hope of our clan's legacy rests solely upon the next generation. Danxia remained silent, fully grasping the implications of the elder's words. The prodigies of Shumi Cave inevitably step beyond its confines, venturing into the realm of true spirits to showcase their abilities. The direct descendant of Fengyun, following such a prodigy, might possess greater potential to transcend the limitations of their bloodline and achieve realms the elder had never reached. Moreover, I aspire to forge a bond with such exceptional talents. However, I concede that the girl Jihua is indeed the strongest among our current lineage, save for a few of our direct descendants. With a sidelong glance at Danxia, the elder transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished from sight. Danxia shook her head and proceeded towards the Danxia pavilion. Senior brother, senior brother. Suddenly, while meditating in his courtyard, Songnan heard two calls carried by the wind. Looking up, he spotted a small black dot in the sky, which swiftly morphed into a white crane descending. On the crane's back was a small child. Has my junior brother returned so early? Songnan pondered, bemused. The aptitude for alchemy is not directly correlated with one's cultivation talent. In Songnan's estimation, Jun Qinghang would require at least a year and a half to master the creation of first-tier elixirs. How is it possible that he returns after only 2 months? Jun Qinghang performed a hand gesture, realizing that the crane was rather unruly, its speed so swift that he scarcely had time to react before the wind tousled his hair. As his magical energy surged, his disheveled appearance transformed back into that of a small golden boy. Senior brother, look! Jun Qinghang exclaimed, presenting an exquisite jade vial in the palm of his hand, as if showcasing a treasure. Startled by the sudden display, Song then examined the contents closely and was astonished to discover it was a 2-pattern second-tier Qingxin pill. Did you concoct this? He asked, his face filled with disbelief. Subsequently, he discreetly calculated with his fingers, and his confusion deepened. Indeed, only 2 months had passed. How could his remarkably talented junior brother have evolved into an alchemical genius in such a short span? Is this even possible? Senior brother, please deliver this to master. I must return to Zizhu Courtyard to continue my cultivation. As Jun Qinghang concluded his words, he paid no heed to the stunned Songnan, and, accompanied by Fengyun, he made his way towards the Zizhu Courtyard. Upon their return to the Zizhu Courtyard, a veil of white mist inexplicably materialized, enveloping Fengyun within its embrace. When the white mist dissipated, the once proud white crane had vanished, replaced by a young man clad in a flowing white robe. Most demon cultivators can transform into their true forms upon reaching the Golden Core realm. However, there are exceptions. The stronger the bloodline of a demon, the higher the cultivation required for transformation. It is said that those with bloodlines descending from ancient great demons may not achieve their true forms until they reach the spirit transformation or even void refinement realms. Consequently, Jun Qinghang was not taken aback by Fengyun's sudden transformation. Call me Helen, junior brother, the newly transformed Helen said, radiating an aura of scholarly elegance. Jun Qinghang waved his hand, encouraging Helen to practice alone in the courtyard while he retreated to the inner room. Though he was a child in this lifetime, he had been an adult in his previous life. While his thoughts might not be as meticulous, he could still surmise a few things. As a member of the Fengyun clan, Helen's arrival, although orchestrated by Master Zihua, had been anticipated by Jun Qinghang. Each member of the Fengyun clan must seek the approval of the ancestral Fengyun before following a disciple of the Shumi Cave Heaven, without establishing any binding contracts. Should the disciple of Shumi Cave Heaven fall in battle, the Fengyun would return to Danxia Peak. Thus, after a moment of excitement, Jun Qinghang regained his composure. Having Helen accompany him in his cultivation was indeed a boon, yet his own cultivation remained paramount. Otherwise, should he fall, Helen would merely return to Danxia Peak, and the talent he had painstakingly acquired would be squandered. Upon entering his chamber, Jun Qinghang promptly seated himself at the edge of his bed, an aura of profound mystery gradually unfurling around him. Chapter 24. The Method of Spirit Seed Visualization Master. This is the result of my junior brother's efforts over the past 2 months. The revered Qingmu Taoist had already received correspondence from the esteemed Danxia. Over these 2 months, Jun Qinghang's advancements in alchemy were well known to him. After all, he was his cherished disciple, whom he had nurtured from a young age. Having devoted his life to the path of immortality, devoid of a partner and thus heirs, his disciples, Song Nan and Jun Qinghang, were undeniably his successors, making it impossible for him not to care. Have you not noticed? The Qingmu Taoist, who once immersed himself in secluded cultivation almost incessantly, has not entered seclusion since he took Song Nan as his eldest disciple 400 years ago. Qingmu Taoist accepted the jade vial, while Song Nan scrutinized his master's expression, determined not to miss a single nuance. Previously, he had only witnessed junior sister Zihua in the art of alchemy. She was already a paragon of alchemical prowess, gifted with the 100-fragrance resonance body. Even the Danxiao Venerable acknowledged that her talent far surpassed his own. However, junior sister Zihua had never achieved the creation of a second-tier clear heart pill within just 2 months, producing 9 pills adorned with 2 cloud patterns. Song Nan was eager to witness his master's astonishment, but it became evident that he had underestimated the situation. The esteemed Taoist Qingmu had already acquired knowledge of this matter from the revered Danxia, and in fact knew even more than what Song Nan was currently aware of. "What Qinghang?" he inquired. The serene Lingchun Peak was tranquil, inhabited solely by the 3 of them and a single Lingchun tree. Including Song Nan and Jun Qinghang's Fenghuang crane, there were a total of 5 beings residing here. For cultivators, disturbances during practice are most unwelcome. Taoist Qingmu would never arbitrarily extend his divine sense to covertly observe his 2 disciples' activities. His younger disciple had mentioned returning to the Zizhu garden for cultivation, indicating that he had not forgotten the immense potential of his own cultivation talent. Although Taoist Qingmu had previously expressed his approval of the younger disciple learning alchemy to become an alchemist, there lingered a concern that the master might change his mind. As the older brother, it was only fitting that he occasionally speak favorably of the young Qinghang before their master. Taoist Qingmu cast a sidelong glance at Song Nan, who, in his attempts to curry favor, displayed none of the demeanor of a gentleman. Indeed, he was best described as possessing the furtive eyes of a rogue. "There is no need for you to speak well of your younger disciple in my presence. What I have said, I shall not retract," he remarked. Song Nan chuckled awkwardly, realizing that nothing could be concealed from their master. "Enough of this idle standing. You have awaited your transformation for quite some time now. Both Yu Yun and Chongtai have already broken through their shackles of refinement at your age. While you may have differences in talent, do not underestimate yourself." Taoist Qingmu was well aware that his eldest disciple was most diligent and steady in his approach. Furthermore, as he practiced the same text, the Qingmu Tongtian Jing, he naturally would not fall into restlessness. Yet, knowledge alone was insufficient. Occasional reminders through words were necessary. Moreover, the younger disciple was not diligently cultivating solely due to his awareness of his own potential. Rather, he was likely enthusiastic about refining higher-grade elixirs. Hence his immediate return to Lingchun Peak for cultivation. Just as Song Nan was about to depart, Taoist Qingmu lightly remarked, "Zizhu garden. The crane forest is practicing in the courtyard." The cultivation methods of demons and humans diverge significantly. One could even say they are fundamentally different. Due to the distinct meridians of demons and humans, for the crane forest, meditating for a decade is far less effective than consuming a century-old spiritual herb. Therefore, the crane forest merely passed time in the courtyard. However, it soon found itself unable to linger any longer, as an extraordinarily profound aura emanated from the main house. The main house had long been enveloped by a barrier set by Jun Qinghang, designed to prevent the cultivation energy from leaking out. Yet, This barrier could contain the spread of magical power, but was powerless against the surging divine sense emanating from Jun Qinghang at that moment. Upon returning to his abode, Jun Qinghang commenced the cultivation of his divine sense. When he first arrived at Dansha Peak, he had been startled by Daoist Sihua due to his inadequate divine sense cultivation. For the past 2 years, he had refrained from fully immersing himself in the divine sense cultivation methods of the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing, as he needed to constantly nurture his innate sword embryo. Only today could he fully engage in this practice. The divine sense cultivation method within the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing constitutes an exceptionally complete chain of cultivation. Currently, Jun Qinghang is practicing the introductory cultivation method known as the spirit seed visualization technique. This is an esoteric art that he has never encountered before. The term "never heard of" refers specifically to this unique approach to cultivation. Conventional visualization techniques often rely on external objects. For instance, the renowned tiger visualization technique utilizes the imagery of a ferocious tiger to hone a cultivator's spiritual awareness. Through continuous refinement, one gradually enhances their consciousness, ultimately reaching the state of possessing a fierce tiger within while delicately savoring a rose. In contrast, the spirit seed visualization technique departs from this norm. It involves concentrating one's innate energy to cultivate a spirit seed within the sea of consciousness, utilizing the spirit seed as a catalyst and spiritual awareness as a tool. One nurtures the spirit with the seed and governs the seed with the spirit, thus achieving a cyclical process within the sea of consciousness. This method eliminates the necessity for external visual aids, allowing the sea of consciousness to perpetually circulate on its own. According to ancient teachings, this represents a perpetual motion mechanism, continuously cultivating and enhancing spiritual awareness. Jun Qinghang had already planted the spirit seed in his sea of consciousness 6 months prior, diligently working on it over time. However, he had yet to release his spiritual awareness to establish the cyclical process. At this moment, within Jun Qinghang's sea of consciousness, his awareness took on the form of a small child, appearing diminutive and akin to a ginseng fruit. His consciousness stood before a seed enveloped in petals, eyes closed, clearly establishing a connection with the spirit seed. The sea of consciousness is vast and boundless, and the spirit seed emitted an exceedingly faint glow, calming the tumultuous waves within. These waves were manifestations of Jun Qinghang's own spiritual power at work. Had his consciousness been aware of the external circumstances, it would have recognized that the extraordinary energy radiating into the courtyard of the purple bamboo garden originated from the spirit seed. At a certain moment, the small figure of Jun Qinghang's consciousness and the spirit seed before him simultaneously erupted with brilliant light. Success. The connection of nurturing the spirit with the seed and governing the seed with the spirit was firmly established. Immediately thereafter, Jun Qinghang's consciousness dissipated its human form, transforming into pure energy that enveloped the spirit seed, making it shine like an ethereal herb. Simultaneously, as the spirit seed visualization technique reached its peak, Jun Qinghang's spiritual power surged dramatically. Previously, in the late stages of foundation establishment, his physical strength was already formidable due to his innate longevity body, surpassing others of the same realm. However, his spiritual power barely reached the early stage of the golden core. Yet now, at the moment of the spirit seed visualization technique's completion, the feedback from the cyclical process formed between his consciousness and the spirit seed propelled Jun Qinghang's spiritual power to an entirely new realm, advancing from the early stage of the golden core to the early stage of the nascent soul. This marked a significant leap across an entire major realm. Jun Qinghang opened his eyes, for cultivation is often a tedious endeavor, leaving one feeling physically and mentally drained. Yet, upon concluding this session of spiritual cultivation, he felt not a trace of fatigue. Rather, he was imbued with an extraordinary clarity. The power of consciousness during the nascent soul stage is indeed extraordinary. Jun Qinghang extended his spiritual sense, perceiving every minute detail of the purple bamboo garden. Huh? Is it merely his illusion? Why does it seem that these purple bamboos have grown taller? The cultivation method of spiritual consciousness is typically only considered by golden core and even nascent soul cultivators, as it is intricately linked to the breakthroughs in the transformation stage. However, Jun Qinghang, despite merely being at the foundation establishment stage, has successfully cultivated a self-circulating visualization method. This foresight is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, it spares Jun Qinghang a considerable amount of trouble in his future cultivation. At the very least, his path to advancing to the transformation stage will be exceptionally smooth. Suddenly, a figure entered the range of Jun Qinghang's spiritual perception. He withdrew his magical power and deftly opened the barrier. Why is Helen not here either? Senior brother. Jun Qinghang jogged out of the purple bamboo garden. Everyone from Lingshan Peak possesses the knowledge to pass through the formation created by the purple bamboo sea with ease. You have finally emerged from seclusion. How is your cultivation this time? Songnen Upotits, Wing Jun Qinghang. You've grown a bit taller, but your weight hasn't changed much. We need to visit the Huayin restaurant soon to treat our little junior brother and nourish his body. Although cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can fast and survive solely on the essence of heaven and earth, little junior brother is only 12. At that crucial stage of growth, if he doesn't eat and sleep well, he might end up as a tiny person in the future, which would be quite unfortunate. Come, senior brother will take you to enjoy some delicacies. Song Nin led Jun Qinghang out. Senior brother, how long have I been cultivating this time? Jun Qinghang glanced around at the purple bamboos and inquired. The purple bamboos were noticeably taller, and Helen was absent from the purple bamboo garden. This could only mean one thing. Quite a bit of time had indeed passed. Although in Jun Qinghang's perception, the construction of the spiritual seed and the cyclical flow of his consciousness within his sea of consciousness felt like a mere moment. It is quite common for cultivators to have a distorted sense of time in such circumstances. 6 months have passed. In just 4 more months, our little Qinghang will turn 13. Song Nan and Jun Qinghang exited the purple bamboo sea. Aside from the purple bamboos, most of the trees on Lingshan Peak, despite their evergreen leaves, had begun to wilt. It was evident that autumn was drawing to a close on the cusp of winter. When the Taoist Qingmu found Jun Qinghang, it was spring. The only item in the swaddling around Jun Qinghang was a piece of paper inscribed with the character Jun. Upon returning to the Shumi cave, the Taoist Qingmu named the infant Jun Qinghang. The name Qinghang signifies a treasured gem, unique and unparalleled, akin to the rising sun. This underscores the regard that Taoist Qingmu held for Jun Qinghang. With a whistle, Songnen sent a sound that resonated with magical power towards the peak of Lingshan. In the span of a few breaths, 2 dark figures swiftly approached from beneath the spirit tree at the summit of Lingshan Peak. Jun Qinghang is I spoketh. The newcomers were none other than Helen and a majestic Fenghuang crane he had never seen before. The cultivation of this wind cloud crane surpasses that of the others, and it appears that over the past 6 months, Crane Lin has benefited significantly from his senior brother's generous support. Subtle signs indicate a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This advancement can be attributed to Jun Qinghang's own breakthrough to the early stage of the nascent soul. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perceive even Crane Lin's cultivation. A cultivator can only sense the cultivation levels of those within the same grand realm as themselves. Consequently, Jun Qinghang is unable to gauge the cultivation of Song Nan and another wind cloud crane present. Junior brother, this is He Wu. You may address him directly by name. Jun Qinghang gestures towards the wind cloud crane. Junior uncle. He Wu bows his head respectfully. Ah, junior uncle, Crane Lin adds, feeling somewhat awkward. Initially, he had followed his ancestor's orders to accompany Jun Qinghang, unaware of who he was, only recognizing him as a mere child. After much contemplation, he decided to refer to Jun Qinghang as junior brother. In their wind cloud crane clan, aside from their ancestor, a harmonization stage venerable, all others are of the same generation as the ordinary disciples of the inner sect. They typically address each other based on cultivation levels. However, having learned about the peculiarities of Lingshan Peak over these months. It is only fitting that he now refers to Jun Qinghang as junior uncle upon their reunion after 6 months. Jun Qinghang waved his hand dismissively. Although the bond between him and Crane Lin is not particularly strong, merely a relationship of following and being followed, they are, after all, temporary comrades who should become familiar with one another without excessive concern for formalities. The Shumi Cave Heaven is not to be entered lightly by non-disciples. Even the various taverns and businesses established by its disciples are prohibited from being located within Shumi Cave Heaven, allowed only in Shumi Sacred City. This restriction has led to the immense prosperity of Shumi Sacred City. Not only Shumi Sacred City, but also the Four Spirits Sacred City and the Wanshur Sacred City share this vibrancy. The 3 Yuan Blessed Land is home solely to the 3 major Cave Heaven level powers, alongside a few families of Cave Heaven disciples that have migrated here. This results in the 3 major sacred cities under the 3 Cave Heavens being even more bustling than the sacred lands outside. The Huiyun Tavern, a premier establishment within Shumi Sacred City, is said to have intricate ties to certain high-ranking officials of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Its enduring success relies not only on ethereal rumors, but also on its substantial prowess. With enough spirit stones, one can procure even the flesh of 6-tier virtual refinement beasts for culinary delights. Consequently, it has garnered widespread acclaim among the disciples of Shumi Cave Heaven. On the uppermost level of Huiyun Tavern, access is rarely granted to outsiders, reserved for distinguished guests. At this moment, Song Nan and Jun Qinghang find themselves ensconced in one of the private rooms. Naturally, Crane Lin and He Wu are not present, having gone to procure some heavenly materials and treasures for their use in the city. Senior brother, feel free to speak your mind, Jun Qinghang says, indulging in the exquisite delicacies without lifting his gaze. Previously, he had dined on Huiyun Tavern's offerings, but it was usually his senior brother who brought the food back to Lingshan Peak to spare him the trouble of travel. Now, as he is brought here to dine, it seems that besides the assistance from the Windcloud Crane, there are pressing matters to discuss. Disciple, you have always been clever since childhood. A newly discovered ancient cave is about to be opened. Chapter 26, The Gathering of the Holy Sons. An ancient cave? Jun Qinghang finally lifted his gaze from the table laden with delicacies, staring blankly at Song Nan. What does the ancient cave have to do with him? The San Yuan Blessed Land is a region collectively opened by the mighty beings of the 3 great cave heavens, and it exists within the true spirit realm. Within the San Yuan Blessed Land, there remain the caves of ancient cultivators from the true spirit realm, and over the years, numerous ancient caves have emerged. The vast majority are the lairs of high-level cultivators, typically visited by elders of sects or esteemed holy sons and disciples. Thus far, there has never been an ancient cave below the nascent soul stage. Could this time be an exception? Jun Qinghang pondered. The ancient cave that has manifested this time is a nascent soul cave. Jun Qinghang blinked, wondering what was significant about a nascent soul cave. Wasn't either one before? Cough, cough. Song Nan cleared his throat a couple of times, casting furtive glances at Jun Qinghang. It took a moment for Jun Qinghang to grasp Song Nan's intention. Brother, is there something different about this nascent soul cave? The door to the private room swung open. Elder brother Imu, please do not put the little junior brother in a difficult position. Just state that this nascent soul cave restricts entry to those at the foundation establishment level. A voice as delicate as dew on a lotus flower chimed in. It was Sister Zhihua. Jun Qinghang bowed to the newcomer, but soon realized that after Zhihua entered the room, a throng of individuals followed closely behind. Among them was a familiar face, Brother Fenghuang. Jun Qinghang greeted Po Fenglen. Now understanding that the other 3 leading figures among the crowd were also likely holy sons. Those accompanying them appeared to be disciples at the foundation establishment stage. The Shao siblings, whom he had once encountered in battle, were also present. Greetings to all senior brothers and sisters. Jun Qinghang exclaimed. There is no need for excessive formalities. Little junior brother, we are here to discuss the ancient cave with you, spoke a remarkably handsome young man, contrasting sharply with the demeanor of the refined Song Nan. This was the Taoist Junhua from Lingyun Peak, whose appearance and name were imbued with charm and elegance. Junhua, put away that carefree attitude of yours. Do not lead my little junior brother astray, Songnan admonished, glaring at Taoist Junhua. He then introduced, Junior brother, this is Holy Sun Hualang from Lingyun Peak. And these are Holy Sons Maoan from Xumi Peak and Yanyan from Zhenyang Peak. Having already greeted the Holy Sons, Jun Qinghang merely nodded in acknowledgement. After he had greeted the Holy Sons, the remaining Foundation establishment disciples brought by each Holy Son then offered their respects to Jun Qinghang and Songnan. Greetings, Holy Son Imu, little master uncle. Following the proper exchange of greetings, everyone took their seats. Jun Qinghang still bore traces of oil on his lips, and the others could hardly bring themselves to discuss matters with the young lad who had yet to finish his meal. It simply did not sit well with their conscience. After a leisurely wait of over half an hour, allowing Jun Qinghang to satiate his hunger, they finally prepared to delve into the matter at hand after the waiter from the Huayun Tavern tidied up the remnants. Mo1, as a disciple of Xumi Peak, please elucidate the particulars regarding this ancient cave dwelling. Songnan, the foremost Holy Son, ranked first among the 18 Holy Sons in both cultivation and prowess, naturally assumed the role of the commander in this situation. Being a Holy Son of Xumi Peak, Mo1 possessed a profound understanding of various intelligence, far surpassing that of others from the main peaks, making him the most suitable candidate to provide the introduction. This ancient cave had shown signs of awakening 3 months prior. Located at the confluence of our realm and the Four Spirits Cave Heaven, the disciples of Tiangong Peak stumbled upon the entrance while searching for refining ores in that region. Of course, the disciples of the Four Spirits Cave Heaven also discovered it. Now, we must collaborate and send personnel to thoroughly investigate this ancient cave. Mo1 articulated the preliminary details with clarity. The foundation building disciples from various peaks could only nod incessantly, absorbing the information conveyed by Mo1. Except for one, Jun Qinghang, supporting his head with both hands, felt utterly dismayed. How unfortunate! Despite being a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, he was still feeling lightheaded. Junior brother, what troubles you? Mo1 noticed Qinghang's drooping head and his feeble demeanor, expressing concern. Nowadays, among the upper echelon of Xumi Cave Heaven, everyone knew of the petite and adorable junior brother from Lingchun Peak, whose innate talent in cultivation rivaled that of the two Holy Sons, and whose alchemical prowess even garnered the admiration of the revered Saintess Zihua from Danxia Peak. Such a treasure was cherished by the entire Xumi Cave Heaven. There could be no room for error. Nothing at all. Please continue, senior brother Mo1. Jun Qinghang was roused from his stupor by Mo1's concern. Although this ancient cave was said to belong to nascent soul cultivators, its entrance was protected by a restriction that only allowed foundation-building cultivators to enter. Silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone awaited Mo1's next remarks. If it were merely an ordinary nascent soul cave restriction, there would be at least 8,000 capable individuals within Xumi Cave Heaven to easily unravel it. The fact that a group of Holy Sons convened with their respective foundation-building prodigies to discuss matters suggested something amiss. Elder Zun had previously employed his divine sense to probe this cave, only to be completely thwarted, and the scope of the cave was unlike any typical ancient relic. It resembled an entirely independent secret realm. However, the existence of such a secret realm could not possibly be associated solely with a mere nascent soul true lord. Therefore, the elders speculated that this secret realm coincidentally aligned with the awakening of the nascent soul cave, thus establishing a bridge between the true spirit realm and the secret realm. This was why we were convened here, alongside the most formidable foundation-building disciples within Xumi Cave Heaven, namely all of you. Jun Qinghang nodded in understanding. This time, it became abundantly clear to him. Should it be a secret realm that had never before manifested, it indeed warranted the attention of the higher-ups in Xumi Cave Heaven. A secret realm, existing independently of the 3,000 great worlds, could be considered a miniature world. However, its emergence required a particularly unique method, necessitating external forces and corresponding materials for its creation. Moreover, within the secret realm, the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with the celestial bodies and all living beings, cannot evolve autonomously. The entire order within this realm operates strictly according to the rules established by its creator, with absolutely no possibility of alteration, unless there is a change of master. Only those of profound cultivation, reaching the realm of the harmonization venerable, can harness external forces to open such a secret realm, typically serving as a retreat or a trial ground. This previously undiscovered secret realm is highly likely to harbor the legacy of the harmonization venerable. Such a level of inheritance is exceedingly rare, even within the illustrious confines of the Shumi cave heaven. Who would ever disdain the high-level legacies of their own sect? Chapter 27. The Four Spirits Cave Heaven. The explanation provided by Taoist Lord Mo was exceedingly clear, requiring little elaboration, as all present comprehended the matter at hand. Within the Shumi cave heaven, there are numerous disciples in the foundation establishment stage, yet the most formidable undoubtedly reside on the major peaks. Apart from the renowned Danxia and Tiangong peaks, which are famous for alchemy and artifact crafting, the remaining 6 principal peaks boast the most outstanding disciples in the foundation establishment stage at Songjin Peak, Shumi Peak, Lingyun Peak, and Zhengyang Peak. Including the junior disciple, there are a total of 8 individuals. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the number of disciples in the Four Spirits Cave Heaven is likely to range from 8 to 10. Songmin mused. The 3 great cave heavens coexist within the 3 Yuan blessed lands. The prodigies within the sect are in constant competition, and while the exact number of prodigies from various factions may not be entirely precise, it is close enough to be reliable. Thus, Songnan's deduction can be considered accurate. It appears that the numbers on both sides are roughly equal. Lacking in numerical superiority, the only remaining factor is combat prowess. Next, it is time for these foundation establishment cultivators to introduce themselves. Although termed an introduction, they are all exceptional individuals belonging to the same circle, and most are already acquainted or have crossed paths. This introduction serves merely to familiarize Song Nan and Jun Qinghang of Lingchun Peak, along with the other sacred sons, with their identities. Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingxue from Songjin Peak, whom Jun Qinghang had encountered previously, are a pair of exceptionally talented twins in the sword path. The combat capabilities of sword cultivators are, of course, self-evident. Feng Li of Shumi Peak, renowned for performing miracles through sheer strength, possesses late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Yet his physical power is sufficient to shatter a green peak with a single punch. Then there is Song Ji Shu, endowed with a Haorandao body, radiating righteous energy that nearly allows him to comprehend the Tao itself. Yang Dingtian, the youngest son of the venerable peak master of Zhengyang Peak, is the younger brother of the Yang, Yin Holy Sun. Although he possesses merely a fire attribute Earth Spirit Root, he is endowed with a 9 Yang Dao body, making his cultivation of Zhengyang Peak's inherited techniques remarkably efficient. Lin Yin, possessing an extraordinary flame, may not have the finest cultivation talent, yet his unique fire is enough to secure his place among the pinnacle of foundation establishment cultivators. Xiao Lingyun from Lingyun Peak reportedly entered the peak due to his name's affinity with it, bearing a wind attribute Earth Spirit Root, which can be considered the least gifted among those present. However, he later turned the tide through astonishing fortune, together with Jun Qinghang. The 8 most formidable foundation establishment disciples of Shumi Cave Heaven are gathered here. While there may be other remarkable disciples among the peaks, they indeed fall behind this illustrious group by a significant tier. In the eyes of the higher echelons of the Shumi Cave Heaven, Jun Qinghang was naturally regarded as a separate tier. Senior brother, when shall we set forth? Jun Qinghang inquired. The territorial expanse of Shumi Cave Heaven was indeed vast, encompassing no less than billions of kilometers. Thus, the convergence point with the Four Spirits Cave Heaven must be a considerable distance from Shumi Cave Heaven. Previously, he had heard his senior brother, Song Nan, mention that this particular relic had revealed its entrance for a full 3 months, and it was likely that the complete opening was imminent. If they were to arrive late, they would miss out entirely. In just a couple of days, esteemed elders will accompany you there. Today, we gather here to celebrate, Jun Qinghang declared, shaking his head to dismiss the frivolous thoughts in his mind. The purpose of this gathering was to enlighten everyone about relevant information and provide some beneficial items. Mo when turned to Taoist Jun Qiaoji, who nodded in acknowledgement. The Danxiao Peak was not known for its combat prowess among alchemists, and it would indeed be unreasonable to expect them to engage in battle. However, Taoist Yihua was not merely present for the sake of attendance. With a graceful sweep of her skirt, countless jade bottles of elixirs appeared on the table. These elixirs have been specially concocted for you over the past 2 months. I hope they will aid you in overcoming your tribulations. Under the influence of Taoist Jihua's magical power, the jade bottles flew towards the 8 foundation-building practitioners, who instantly felt as if they had struck gold. It was no jest. These were elixirs crafted by the renowned Taoist Jihua. Even if they were merely second- or third-tier elixirs, their efficacy surpassed that of ordinary concoctions by several degrees. Even without using them, one could auction them off, capitalizing on their origin from Taoist Jihua, and they would surely fetch a handsome price. Yet, no one was foolish enough to consider selling them. Since it has been decided, let us proceed. Tomorrow at noon, we shall meet at Xumi Peak without fail. Taoist Hualang noted that matters had been settled and prepared to take Shaoling Yun for a stroll in Xumi Sacred City. He had long heard of Shaoling Yun's astonishing fortune and was eager to witness it firsthand. In that case, we shall also venture to the sacred city to try our luck. Brothers, we shall see each other tomorrow. They were certainly not making the trip to Xumi Sacred City solely for the ancient cave dwelling. They also intended to explore the city. Xumi Sacred City was a gathering place for numerous disciples and their kin, brimming with opportunities. It was not uncommon to hear tales of someone stumbling upon a top-tier treasure and soaring to greatness. Though they were already Taoists of the transformation stage, they were not immune to the allure of such stories. At several hundred years old, they were still relatively young in the grand scheme of their extended lifespans. Once all the holy sons had departed, Song then intended to take Jun Qinghang back to Lingshun Peak for a good night's rest. Senior brother, are we returning just like this? What about Helen and Hawu? Aren't they coming back with us? Just as they were about to exit Xumi Sacred City, Jun Qinghang suddenly remembered that they had arrived as a group of 4, but now they were only 2. Ancestor Feng Yun entrusted them with certain tasks. They likely have errands to attend to, Song Nan replied, channeling Jun Qinghang's energy as they made their way towards Xumi Cave Heaven. Zizhu Garden. Upon the return of Jun Qinghang, he sought out information regarding the 4 spirit cave heavens. Although this realm of cultivation is immensely powerful, ranking second among the 3,000 great worlds, it lacks the external threats often depicted in novels of his past life. However, this does not imply that internal competition is absent. The existence of the 3 great cave heavens itself signifies a form of rivalry. It is said that in ancient times, the true spirit realm was dominated by 8 sacred lands spread across 5 regions, with the kingdom of 10,000 demons lurking within the Shifeng Mountains. Yet one day, the 3 great cave heavens suddenly took root in this world, flourishing uncontested. By the time the 8 sacred lands realized what was happening, the 3 cave heavens had already established their supremacy, and they dared not resist. This was largely due to the fact that the roots of the 3 cave heavens were said to lie within the immortal realm. Over the years, a significant portion of those who achieved immortality and ascended to the immortal realm originated from the 3 cave heavens, with the 8 sacred lands trailing behind. As Jun Qinghang perused the chronicle in his hands, he pondered whether it was indeed an authentic text. He had previously been aware that the Xumi cave heaven had inherited its legacy from the immortal realm, and he had speculated about the origins of the other 2 cave heavens. The confirmation of such connections was, nonetheless, somewhat astonishing. In the novels of his previous life, the immortal realm and the realm of cultivation were often portrayed as being severed from one another, with no contact for countless millennia. Now, he found himself in a cultivation realm that was so closely linked to the immortal realm, having entered a powerful faction that was a direct descendant of it. Indeed, it was exhilarating. However, The Chronicle's assessment of the four-spirit cave heaven left Jun Qinghang quite taken aback. The four-spirit cave heaven is divided into four branches: the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. Jun Qinghang was already aware that these four branches descended from the four spirits of heaven, with the Azure Dragon representing the sovereign lineage, the White Tiger associated with martial prowess, the Vermilion Bird overseeing magical arts and alchemy, and the Black Tortoise focusing on body refinement. Although the Chronicle did not explicitly state this, Jun Qinghang discerned some extraordinary information from subtle hints. The four branches of the four-spirit cave heaven are not merely inherited from the four spirits of heaven. Rather, they are the four spirits themselves who established the four-spirit cave heaven in the immortal realm. Flipping the book over, Jun Qinghang questioned its authenticity, as it appeared rather dubious. Regardless of how it was written, the four-spirit cave heaven was undoubtedly formidable, particularly the branches of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. Known for their fiery tempers, under the blazing sun, at noon, the plaza located halfway up Shumi Peak, as the sovereign lineage of the Shumi Cave Heaven, comprises expansive spaces at the foot, midway, and summit of the peak, each capable of accommodating thousands. Two streaks of light approached from behind Shumi Peak. They were the tardy Song Nan and Jun Qinghang. Upon their arrival, several fellow disciples, whom they had met the previous day at the Huaiyun Tavern, awaited them. Senior brother Yin Ling, Song Nan, and Jun Qinghang saluted the sole figure of the composite realm present at the plaza. This individual was Yin Ling Zun, whom Jun Qinghang had encountered previously. Yin Ling Zun's gaze lingered on Jun Qinghang, filled with admiration. As a composite realm elder, a core figure within the Shumi Cave Heaven, he was well aware of Jun Qinghang's exceptional celestial spiritual root talent. Upon the conclusion of the spiritual assessment, a divine blessing was bestowed upon the foundation establishment within the Shumi Heavenly Palace. In merely 2 years, one has ascended to the latter stage of foundation establishment, and it is said that accolades were received from the esteemed Dansha elder atop Dansha Peak, who praised the alchemical talent as being on par with one's cultivation aptitude. Junior brother, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Since you have arrived, let us not delay. We shall depart immediately. The esteemed Yinling nodded towards the disciples of various sects who had been awaiting their turn. In swift succession, a small object, no larger than a palm, was cast by Yinling. Before Jun Qinghang could discern its nature, it expanded dramatically, transforming into a flying vessel 3 stories high in the blink of an eye. This was the Shumi flying vessel, a spiritual treasure forged from exceedingly rare materials, typically reserved for sectal journeys. Song Nin elucidated to Jun Qinghang. After all, this is one of the 3 great caverns of the true spirit realm. Disciples representing the sect must maintain their dignity while traversing the world. At Yinling's indication, Jun Qinghang and the others leapt onto the Shumi flying vessel. All will be entrusted to you, senior brother, Song Nan said, clasping his fists in reverence to Yinling. Among the disciples of the Shumi cavern, though the status of the Holy Son is comparable to that of the revered elders, only he dares to address these esteemed figures as senior brothers and sisters without restraint. Even among the Holy Sons, 2 other prodigies who study under Taoist Zun only refer to him as elder. This is due to the esteemed lineage of Taoist Qingmu, who holds the highest rank and status in the Shumi cavern, unmatched by any other. Of course, Jun Qinghang is now permitted to address him alongside Song Nan. Junior brother Mu, you are too modest. After this exchange, Yinling ascended to the vessel, casting thousands of high-grade spiritual stones into a device akin to a reaction furnace aboard the ship. With the immense spiritual energy from the high-grade stones, the speed of the Shumi flying vessel soared to such an extent that it distorted the surrounding space-time. This was the terrifying phenomenon brought forth by a treasure-grade ship in motion. Jun Qinghang leaned against the rail of the vessel, observing the scenery rapidly receding around him. Thanks to the protective shield of the Shumi flying vessel, even at such high speeds, the state of the cultivators aboard remained unaffected. Why is junior brother here, all alone? Yinling inquired, noticing the empty deck. The interior of the Shumi flying vessel housed a vast cosmos. infused with ethereal stones that are typically utilized in the crafting of spatial rings and storage bags. Thus, from the outside, the vessel may not appear particularly large. Yet each room is an independent space. The ancient cave dwellings lie a considerable distance from the Shumi cavern. Even the Shumi flying vessel requires half a month to traverse this expanse. For these prodigies, who have only just embarked on their path to immortality, this time is of the essence. Once foundation establishment is achieved, the true competition on the path of immortality begins, a race against time and opportunity. The sooner one cultivates the essence of gold within and refines it into a golden elixir, the easier it will be to transform the elixir into an infant later on. Thus, the foundation establishment disciple sees every fleeting moment to cultivate within the vessel, while only Jun Qinghang remains, leaning against the railing, listening to the wind. Master Yantling, I find myself reflecting on the essence of life here. Jun Qinghang casually dismissed the matter with a laugh. What is there to contemplate about life? The existence of a cultivator revolves around relentless cultivation, an unending cycle of refinement. The pursuits of a lifetime can be distilled into 4 fundamental desires: wealth, companionship, knowledge, and territory. These 4 characters encapsulate both the aspirations and necessities of a cultivator's journey. As for wealth and knowledge, Jun Qinghang, with the backing of the Shumi cave heaven, has become a third-tier alchemist, possessing everything one could desire. However, the notion of companionship has never crossed his mind, having finally arrived in a world flourishing with celestial paths. It would be a grave disappointment not to strive for progress and witness the vistas at the journey's end. Jun Qinghang, merely sorting through his accumulated knowledge in his mind. His entire cultivation, spells, and divine abilities are almost entirely derived from the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing. At this juncture, he finds it challenging to ascertain the true origin of this technique. Initially, he believed it to be a gift from his Qinglian spiritual root, as the Qingdi shared the same name as the legendary chaotic Qinglian from his past life. However, as he delved deeper into the spells and celestial arts, he began to sense a discordance. The cultivation techniques he practiced evidently leaned more towards the concept of longevity, as indicated by the term Changsheng in the scripture, which resonates with his own immortal physique. For the moment, Jun Qinghang remains perplexed. Were it not for Master Yantling's timely call, he might have lost himself in contemplation indefinitely. Are you troubled by your cultivation, junior brother Jun? Master Yantling, having lived for countless millennia, could easily discern Jun Qinghang's concerns. Do not fret unduly, for if I am not mistaken, gold essence has already manifested within you, and you are not far from the golden core stage. Chapter 29. Is this not a game of Go? Jun Qinghang felt no surprise at Master Yantling's ability to perceive his cultivation state. He had never intended to conceal his prowess or feign weakness, for pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger could lead one to deceive even oneself, mistakenly believing oneself to be a mere pig. This was not the path Jun Qinghang wished to take. Thus, his cultivation has remained in a state of balance, neither ostentatious nor overly restrained. Those who can perceive his strength will do so, while those who cannot have rarely cross paths with him. Indeed, brother, he replied, I had initially planned to continue my cultivation over the next few days, solidifying the gold essence within me to condense it into a golden core. Yet, an unexpected event has arisen. Jun Qinghang scratched his head. Master Yantling chuckled. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing surpasses the importance of a cultivator breaking through their cultivation level. Should you wish to advance to the golden core stage, no one in the entire Shumi cave heaven would dare to disturb you. This was no idle boast from Master Yantling. It was a statement grounded in reality. After all, Jun Qinghang was merely 13 years old, and gold essence had already manifested within him. In the journey from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, the initial sign of breakthrough is the emergence of gold essence within one's body. Now that Jun Qinghang has achieved this milestone, a brief period of secluded cultivation, no more than a year, would suffice for him to successfully ascend to the golden core stage. Time, indeed, is a relentless tide. At just over 13 years of age, he has already attained the status of a golden core master. Such prodigies are unheard of not only in the contemporary realm of true spirits, but also throughout the ancient epochs, and even in times far more distant. As the revered master of linguistic spirits has expressed, Jun Qinghang naturally comprehends the magnitude of this statement. He is well aware of what his senior brother has conveyed. It is merely that he is also curious about that mysterious realm. Initially, Jun Qinghang's intention aligned with the words of the master of linguistic spirits. He intended to inform his senior brother that he would enter a year-long seclusion to break through to the golden core stage, and would emerge from the Shumi cave only when the heavens themselves were to fall. However, fate is capricious. When Song Nan and Mo Wenda Jun revealed that the ancient cave concealed a complete secret realm, an inexplicable force began to draw him in. Jun Qinghang immediately understood that this secret realm must harbor fortuitous opportunities. The further a cultivator advances on the path of immortality, the keener their senses become in discerning profit from peril. Especially for prodigies favored by the heavenly Tao, they are often irresistibly attracted to certain fateful opportunities. Throughout history, many remarkable figures have emerged from humble beginnings, simply because they acquired seemingly inconspicuous items at a marketplace due to some unique intuition, thus gaining the chance to stand upon the grand stage of history. Hence, Jun Qinghang temporarily set aside his cultivation. He estimated that remaining in the Shumi cave and following a steady regimen would require a year before he could provoke the heavenly tribulation to break through to the golden core stage. A venture into an unknown secret realm, if indeed it holds the allure of opportunity, could significantly shorten the time required for his breakthrough. Seeing Jun Qinghang express such thoughts, the master of linguistic spirits did not delve deeper. Why not accompany your senior brother for a match? He suggested, gesturing toward a nearby chessboard, flanked by 2 cushions and teacups brimming with tea. Jun Qinghang's eyes sparkled with excitement. On Lingshun Peak, neither Qingmu Dao Master nor Song Nan had shown much prowess in the game of chess. Consequently, since Jun Qinghang's arrival in this world, he had never engaged in a game. Now presented with an opportunity, he graciously accepted. "Please, senior brother," he said, adorably adopting an adult-like demeanor, which was rather amusing. The master of linguistic spirits chuckled knowingly. It was no wonder that the likes of Yimu and Qingmu uncle cherished this young disciple so dearly. Master of linguistic spirits, you've lost again, Jun Qinghang exclaimed, springing to his feet. Over the past fortnight, he and the master had been engaged in games of chess. Initially, Jun Qinghang was unaware of the type of chess the master intended to play. He began with the intricate strategy of Go. Jun Qinghang, bewildered, nearly broke the master's defenses with his inquiry. "Isn't this supposed to be 5 in a row? Who among cultivators plays such a trivial game as 5 in a row?" Despite his youth, after several unsuccessful rounds of Go, the master, adhering to the principle of elder brotherly affection, switched to the more straightforward game of 5 in a row. While Jun Qinghang may have lacked skill in Go, he was adept at 5 in a row. Thus, during the latter half of the fortnight, Jun Qinghang found immense joy in playing chess. The master of linguistic spirits shook his head with a smile, having come to a complete understanding. With a talent like Jun Qinghang's, even with a leisurely approach to cultivation, he would undoubtedly surpass everyone in this era. This is the allure of unparalleled talent, an envy beyond reach. Thus, the master of linguistic spirits was more than happy to indulge Jun Qinghang in some playful antics, as it bore no significant consequence. However, they had now reached their destination. With a wave of his hand, the speed of the Shumi flying vessel began to decelerate. Simultaneously, the Shao siblings from Sword-Hidden Peak, Shao Lingyun from Lingyun Peak, Yang Dingtian and Lin Yan from Zhengyang Peak, as well as Feng Li and Song Ji from Shumi Peak, emerged from the flying vessel. They all sensed the diminishing speed of the Shumi vessel. "Master, Uncle Sure, we have arrived." The master of linguistic spirits cast his gaze towards the horizon, where the outlines of mountains and rivers began to materialize. The inhabitants of Shumi Cave Heaven had arrived. By the banks of the Sanyuan River, a group was seated in meditation. Clad in a 4-colored long robe, the leading middle-aged woman seemed to sense something and lifted her head towards the distance, precisely in the direction of the Shumi flying vessel. Upon her utterance, the 10 foundational cultivators who had been meditating behind her all rose to their feet. These foundational cultivators exuded an aura that could stir the very heavens and earth, representing the disciples of the four spirits cave heaven on this expedition to explore ancient caverns. Friendly Anne, it has been a long time. As the Shumi flying vessel descended above the gathered crowd of four spirits, cave heaven, the master of linguistic spirits raised his hand to retract the vessel, gently lowering Jun Qinghang and the others with his magical power. Friend linguistic, it has indeed been a while. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably. The gaze of Master Lian, with her phoenix-like eyes, fixated intently on the master of linguistic spirits. Her words laced with a hint of astonishment. After all, their last encounter had been a millennium ago when the master of linguistic spirits had only recently entered the realm of the harmonized body. He had been considered her junior. In just a millennium, the master of linguistic spirits seemed to have brushed against the mid-stage of the harmonized body realm. Such astonishing progress. Is Shumi Cave Heaven truly worthy of its title as a blessed land? Not only has a third master of celestial spiritual roots emerged, but even the high-ranking cultivators within the sect have progressed at such an astonishing pace. This was Master Lian of the Vermilion Bird lineage in the Four Spirits Cave Heaven. The master of linguistic spirits slightly turned to reveal Jun Qinghang and the others behind him, introducing them to the gathered crowd. Greetings, Master Lian. The enchanting gaze of Master Lian finally settled upon Jun Qinghang. Chapter 30. Let us speak of exploration. His magical power was robust, his aura flawless. There was a faint golden essence resonating within him. This was a foundational cultivator who had already 1 foot in the golden core stage. Master Lian's pupils quivered lightly. However, upon seeing Jun Qinghang's face, what had merely been a gentle tremor transformed into a seismic quake of the highest magnitude. A faint crimson light flickered in Master Lian's eyes as she sought to discern Jun Qinghang's true age. In her heart, she pondered, could this be a foundational cultivator who has strayed from the path of practice? Yet, at the moment Master Lian's divine perception brushed against Jun Qinghang, a soft green light enveloped his form. Only this layer of pale green light was visible to everyone present, except for the flame venerable, who wielded divine powers. Even the word spirit venerable could only sense it faintly, casting an inexplicable glance at the flame venerable. Everything transpired within a few breaths. The two venerables remained silent, and the foundational disciples dared not overstep their bounds by speaking first. However, this did not diminish the palpable tension between the two parties. A muffled grunt abruptly shattered the tranquility of the scene. Yet this sound was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. The foundational cultivators could not discern the source of the disturbance. Only the word spirit venerable glanced at the flame venerable with a hint of mockery, while Jun Qinghang's previously innocent gaze transformed into one of realization. Although his master and senior brother had not provided him with any defensive artifacts, they had, in fact, offered him some, including a soft, spiked armor of Dao-level quality. However, Jun Qinghang found it too unsightly and cumbersome, which did not align with his own temperament, and thus he declined. Nevertheless, they soon turned to the celestial crafting peak, commissioning a considerable number of defensive ornaments. Moreover, the esteemed Qingmu Daoist personally approached the master craftsman of the celestial crafting peak, renowned for his exceptional skills, to forge these items. To put it succinctly, every piece adorning Jun Qinghang's body was a defensive spiritual treasure. His green robe, cloud-patterned boots, jade pendant, hairpin, and necklace, everything within sight was of spiritual treasure caliber. Furthermore, the Qingmu Daoist had personally established a mental barrier around Jun Qinghang. As long as no cultivator possessed a consciousness higher than that of the Qingmu Daoist, any attempt to probe into Jun Qinghang's inner condition would immediately trigger this mental barrier. Just like the Flame Venerable, who faced a backlash from the Qingmu Daoist as consciousness. Fortunately, the Flame Venerable only intended to ascertain Jun Qinghang's bone age, rather than probing into his sea of consciousness, dantian, or heart. Otherwise, Such minor internal injuries would hardly suffice to remedy the situation. The flame venerable cast a deep glance at Jun Qinghang before swiftly averting her gaze. She dared not look again. The earlier backlash from the green light had stripped away nearly a layer of her consciousness power and continued to erode it. Although it was not particularly severe, it left her feeling apprehensive. This power could only belong to a great ascension Taoist. Thus, she came to a clear realization. This child was the celestial spirit root that emerged in the Xiumi cave 2 years prior. Such talent necessitated the prompt return of his cultivation status to the sect. At such a young age, possessing golden attributes and preparing to break through to the golden core stage was enough to overshadow even the disciples of his contemporaries. No, even the Taoist of the cave would pale in comparison. Flame Taoist, the ancient cave has opened. The voice of the word Spirit Venerable pulled the Flame Venerable's thoughts back. It turned out that amidst her distraction, there had already been movements along the Sanyuan River. The Sanyuan River, a waterway traversing the entire Sanyuan blessed land, even extending beyond it. However, aside from those within the Sanyuan blessed land, few outside were aware that following the Sanyuan River could lead one to the only blessed land in the entire true spirit realm. At this moment, before the multitude gathered by the river, the waters receded to either side, revealing a path down the middle, reminiscent of Moses parting the sea. As the river's flow dwindled to near desiccation, the riverbed began to show signs of being exposed to the sky once more. An oval-shaped stone entrance to a cave was laid bare before the crowd. Jun Qinghang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a rudimentary entrance it was. Accustomed to the resplendent cave entrances in the Xiumi cave heaven, he could not help but find amusement in such simplicity. However, it was understandable, for this was merely the dwelling of a Yuan cultivator, and one could not expect treasures that could astound the heavens and weep for the ghosts. What truly mattered to everyone was the secret realm concealed behind this Yuan cave. Each secret realm was crafted by a harmonization stage venerable or even a great ascension Taoist. Such formidable beings would inevitably leave behind treasures, however modest, within these realms, wealth that, even for disciples of their top-tier factions, would be a significant fortune. Be cautious. I shall await your return here, the words Spirit Venerable remarked briefly. With a mere glance, he could discern that none among the group from the four spirits cave heaven stood as a match for Jun's disciples. Moreover, he had always prioritized his own life over external treasures. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. Jun Qinghang and the others nodded, their toes touching the ground as they soared toward the cave entrance. On the opposite side, the Flame Venerable nodded to the disciples of the four spirits cave heaven. Following her command, they hurried into the cave after Jun Qinghang and his companions. A throng of over 10 individuals surged into the Yuan cave, leaving only the words Spirit Venerable and the Flame Venerable standing oppositely across the entire Sanyuan River. The words Spirit Venerable smiled at the Flame Venerable before settling beneath a nearby ancient tree to meditate. This location, nestled by the mountains and water, was most suitable for his cultivation. Observing this, the Flame Venerable also approached a tree to recuperate, taking her recovery seriously. Earlier, she had been affected by the protective mental energy surrounding Jun Qinghang, which had injured her consciousness. Although it was not immediately detrimental, neglecting it would ultimately compromise her foundation. Thankfully, she had refrained from probing into his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Contemplating this, the Flame Venerable gradually entered a state of recuperation. Is this truly an ancient cave? Yang Tan gazed at the barren surroundings, his raven circling overhead. Were it not for the designation of an ancient cave, one might mistake it for a newly excavated cliffside. The area was stark, composed solely of rock and earth. Could this truly sustain the cultivation of a Yuan cultivator? Yang Tian was not the only one harboring such doubts. Even the disciples of the four spirits cave heaven shared this sentiment. Once both factions entered, they promptly divided into two sides, adopting a stance of mutual non-interference. It appeared that this cave had already been thoroughly explored during ancient times. Xiao Lingyun from Lingyun Peak observed the severely weathered footprints and scattered bones around them, and remarked, "Jun Qinghang, my dear disciple, is it not more accurate to say it has been thoroughly excavated?" Chapter 31. A sword opens the heavens. Fortunately, our objective is not this cave, or else it would be a futile endeavor. Xiao Jingxue also remarked, regardless of whether it is they or the disciples of the Four Spirits Cave, everyone has come here for the secret realm. Even upon discovering that this cave had long been plundered by ancient cultivators, there was not a trace of disappointment among them. However, where lies the entrance to this secret realm? Song Ji-shu surveyed his surroundings, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. The location of the secret realm must be accompanied by spatial distortions. While our eyesight may fail to perceive it, such spatial anomalies can be sensed through spiritual awareness. In essence, what the eyes cannot see, the mind can perceive. "Allow me," said Jun Qinghang. He had been standing among the crowd, his stature of just over 1.5 meters appearing particularly diminutive amidst the taller figures of 170 to 180. Yet now he spoke, and the others naturally regarded him as their leader. "Then we shall act as your protectors." Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingxue were the first to voice their agreement. Subsequently, the 7 members of the Shumi Cave, excluding Jun Qinghang, surrounded him in the center. It was not an exaggeration on Jun Qinghang's part. The combined spiritual power of those present paled in comparison to even a fraction of his. With the strength of an early-stage, nascent soul, he could indeed traverse here with ease. Moreover, one must not forget that within his sea of consciousness resides a spiritual seed, continuously enhancing his spiritual power through a circulatory system of divine awareness. "Sister, what are these people from Shumi Cave up to?" Among the Four Spirits Cave team, everyone subtly looked to a strikingly beautiful woman as their leader. The youth who had just spoken stood just behind her right side. The individuals from Shumi Cave and Wanxiang Cave were alike. Their cultivation practices were diverse, and although there were many with extraordinary talents, they often lacked specialization. Nonetheless, this diversity allowed them to gain insights from various cultivation methods. Prior to arriving, the master had warned me that the entrance to the secret realm must be in the most conspicuous part of the ancient cave. Now, having seen nothing, it must be well concealed. The beautiful woman analyzed the situation with ferocity akin to a tiger. Yet the outcome was a complete lack of findings. For a moment, the group from the Four Spirits Cave found themselves in a passive position. This, however, could not be entirely blamed on them. The methods of cultivation among practitioners differ greatly due to the myriad choices available. Even Song Ji-shu, who follows the path of scrolls in his cultivation, has immersed himself in literature, often residing in the scripture pavilion of Shumi Peak. This dedication allows him to swiftly discover solutions to impasses. "Sister, why does Zhu Qingyi keep glancing our way?" Xiao Jinghong asked sideways, observing the leading woman of the Four Spirits Cave. Xiao Jingxue furrowed her brow slightly. "Zhu Qingyi, there are long-standing rivals. We crossed paths over a decade ago. She is the pride of the Zhuke lineage from the Four Spirits Cave and also a branch of the Zhu family. The recruitment methods of the Four Spirits Cave differ from those of Shumi Cave. Shumi Cave conducts its disciple selection ceremony once every century. During the grand ceremony of apprenticeship, the Shumi Cave Heaven will temporarily grant complete access to the teleportation array located within the Shumi Sacred City. This array connects to the Shumi City in the central region, beyond the San Yuan Blessed Land. Typically, disciples of the Shumi Cave Heaven rely on this teleportation array to enter and exit the San Yuan Blessed Land. Of course, disciples who have attained the Yuanying True Lord realm and above may opt to fly independently in and out of the San Yuan Blessed Land. Primarily, this teleportation array is designed for lower-tier disciples. Whenever the time for accepting apprentices arrives, individuals wishing to seek a master will be transmitted from Shumi City in the central region to the Shumi Sacred City. It is said that Wanxiang Cave Heaven operates similarly. However, the Four Spirits Cave Heaven prides itself on its lineage from the Four Spirits of Heaven, possessing a distinct arrogance. The majority of disciples from the four veins originate from the cave itself, resulting in the Zhu family, Meng family, Wu family, and Lu family holding absolute authority within the four spirits' cave heaven. Jun Qinghang is the most exceptional prodigy of the Zhu family's collateral line in the present generation, possessing a fire attribute spiritual root. Even without any extraordinary constitution, she is still deemed a contemporary genius. What else could she be doing but observing her junior uncle to emulate the search for the entrance to the secret realm? Xiao Jingxue, hailing from the East region's sword master Xiao family, considered herself a rather proud young lady. However, upon meeting Jun Qinghang over a decade ago, she realized that there are indeed greater talents beyond the horizon. Those unaware might assume Jun Qinghang to be the ruler of the Zhu family's Zhuke lineage, a direct descendant. Jun Qinghang's spiritual consciousness emanates from his sea of consciousness, leaving no trace unnoticed within this cave. Nevertheless, the actions of those from the Xiumi cave heaven appear to the inhabitants of the four spirits' cave heaven as mere theatrics, a group of individuals circling around a child. Due to Jun Qinghang's spiritual consciousness having reached the initial stage of yuanying, those below the yuanying stage are incapable of perceiving his cultivation level. However, the people of the four spirits' cave heaven never entertained the thought that Jun Qinghang could be the trump card of the Xiumi cave heaven. Within the tranquil space, time flows slowly. After half an hour, Jun Qinghang's eyes suddenly opened, and two rays of brilliance flashed before vanishing. He had finally discovered the entrance, which was quite well hidden. Moreover, the trial within this secret realm commenced the moment one sought the entrance. It seems that entering will not be an easy task. Jun Qinghang mused, yet regardless, he had taken the first step forward. Unfortunately, he would inevitably be at the mercy of the four spirits, cave heaven's people. The moment Jun Qinghang opened his eyes, the disciples of the Xiumi cave heaven sensed it immediately and promptly made way for him. Raising his right hand slightly, he grasped a third-tier flying sword. This sword was among the items in the storage ring given to him by the Holy Son of Fenghuang during the foundational disciples competition on the martial stage. It may not be exceptional, but it was not yet the time to reveal the Wangshi sword. A third-tier flying sword was just right for him to wield at his current cultivation level. Jun Qinghang stepped out of the encirclement, propelled by the magical energy that surged forth. A faint azure magical force erupted from within him, gradually enveloping the long sword in his hand. In the realm of the Sumeru cave, the gathered individuals were perplexed by their young master's sudden decision to draw his sword. Was it that he had failed to locate the entrance to the secret realm, prompting him to contemplate the destruction of this cave? Though confused, they all supported him. Prior to their departure, the elders at home had emphasized the importance of prioritizing their young master above all else. At this moment, Jun Qinghang remained inconspicuous, his prowess hidden until he unleashed his power. Once he did, the inhabitants of the Four Spirits Cave instantly recognized his extraordinary capabilities. Such a formidable energy, could it truly be amassed by a mere mortal? Jun Qinghang sensed that a significant portion of his energy had been siphoned away into the flying sword in his grasp, which trembled with excitement at the strength it now possessed. With a decisive stroke, the sword's light surged towards the stone wall before him. Chapter 32. The Xuanwu lineage. As Jun Qinghang executed his strike, aside from Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingsnow, who had already witnessed his might, the others were left in awe. How could one adequately describe the magnificence of that sword strike? With a lightning-like Tianjian in hand, it cannot have been more fitting to liken it to a long whale parting the ocean's waters. Boom! The sword light collided with the stone wall, cleaving a depth of 9 feet into it. While the crowd marveled at the sword's might, they were astonished that this dilapidated cave could withstand such force and yet only yield a 9-foot breach. Before they could fully process their confusion, they noticed a faint aura of array patterns shimmering upon the wall. Remarkably, a barrier was present, yet none among them had sensed it. Although they were not all specialized in formations, this was indeed illogical. Moreover, were they not supposed to be searching for the entrance to the secret realm? What was the purpose of disrupting the cave's barrier? A brilliant beam of light penetrated the final layer of the thin wall, flooding into the cave. The radiance was blinding, forcing everyone to shut their eyes and adapt before daring to gradually reopen them. However, just as they began to adjust, they felt an inexplicable force ensnaring their waists, binding them together. Alas, the scoundrels from the Four Spirits Cave had seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. These ruffians deserved punishment. Yet, before they could force their eyes open, an overwhelming power propelled them forward. The already squinting Yang, Ding, Tian, and Lin Yin were compelled to shut their eyes once more against an even more intense and blinding light. Time slipped away, and eventually, the glaring brilliance dissipated. Instantly, each individual summoned their energies, prepared to exact justice upon their assailants. Hey, look closely. It's me. Huh? Why does that voice sound so much like our young master? They opened their eyes, rubbed them, and looked again. Indeed, it was their young master. Why did you suddenly bind us, young master? Yang Ding Tian, being the youngest son of the Zhenyang Peak Master, was known for his candidness, unrestrained by any inhibitions. Here lies the secret realm. If I do not stealthily usher you in, we shall not be able to outpace those from the Four Spirits Cave. The secret realm. The crowd surveyed their surroundings. Lush emerald grass, verdant forests thriving in abundance. Indeed, it was a hidden paradise. Given the vastness of the realm, we should split up and scour for all that we can find. Yang Bingtian promptly proposed. The individuals from the Four Spirits Cave are merely a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Should we encounter them, the outcome remains uncertain. The enormity of this secret realm means it could take them an indeterminate amount of time to explore it fully. Moreover, the restrictions outside the cave permit only Foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples to enter. Should one attempt to breach these barriers forcibly, this secret realm may very well be obliterated in an instant. This is precisely why the combined formidable beings from the two caves have refrained from acting against the constraints outside the cave. Furthermore, this secret realm only briefly intersects with the cave. The chance of encountering it again is uncertain. The optimal strategy would be for us to act independently, each seeking opportunities within this hidden expanse. This proposal is splendid. However, how shall we determine our respective directions and maintain communication? Song Ji Shu raised his hand, shaking it lightly. In his grasp was the jade token of a disciple from the Shumi Cave, a token every disciple possesses, divided by rank. These tokens are colored white for outer sect, black for inner sect, yellow for main peak, red for direct disciples, and purple for those of saintly lineage. The tokens of the two disciples, however, are uniquely golden. This token not only symbolizes one's identity, but also records each disciple's merit points and aura, establishing communication over a certain distance. Yet, at this moment, all tokens have lost their luster, clearly indicating that their communicative function has faltered within this realm. Jun Qinghang found the red jade token among the trinkets at his waist, confirming it too was devoid of brilliance. The loss of the token's communicative ability makes it difficult for us to regroup once we part ways, Lin Yin remarked solemnly. Among those present, he, Shaoling Yun, and Feng Li were the only three who began from humble beginnings. Thus their perspectives were more comprehensive. The time of the secret realm's opening is unpredictable. Once the time has elapsed, all individuals within shall be instantly transported back to the original entrance. Thus, his concern was not about their inability to exit, but rather the risk of encountering Four Spirits Cave disciples they could not contend with, leaving them no opportunity to seek help. Fear not. Jun Qinghang, channeling his spiritual energy, plucked 8 leaves from the tallest tree surrounding them. With hands clasped in prayer, he murmured incantations while forming seals. His energy coalesced into threads, linking the leaves as if they possessed a unique connection. With a gentle squeeze, he extracted a strand of hair from each person's head, integrating it into the leaves before them. Now we can communicate through these 8 leaves, and should anyone nearby possess a similar leaf, it shall emit a green glow. This is a minor divine ability recorded in the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture, a technique Jun Qinghang could only practice at his current level, serving as a means to hone his skills. Spirit Summoning Technique. capable of evoking the spiritual essence of all beings in heaven and earth for one's own use. With a mere thought, one can manifest their desires. However, given Jun Qinghang's current level of cultivation, this is all he can achieve for now, yet it suffices. In an instant, everyone dispersed in all directions, each carrying their corresponding leaf. Jun Qinghang did likewise. The direction he chose was where he felt a strong allure since entering the secret realm. This pull was reminiscent of the faint sense he experienced when his senior brother spoke of the secret realm at the Huayan Tavern. Thus, without further ado, Jun Qinghang channeled his magical energy and surged forward at full speed. With the uncertainty of how long the secret realm would remain open, it was imperative to first seek out the chance that called to him. As for the spiritual herbs along the way, he dismissed any below the 4th rank and collected all above it into his possession. Jun Qinghang flew forward for an indeterminate distance. While harvesting a 5th rank Mingxin grass, he encountered an unfamiliar aura intruded upon his perception. No, not just one. 2 figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Jun Qinghang effortlessly. As expected, they were from the 4 spirits' cave heaven. Since their entry into this secret realm, he had sensed no trace of life. Only the spiritual herbs were flourishing. However, the incomplete rules of the secret realm were insufficient to support the self-awareness of the herbs. Otherwise, this realm, after so many years, would have already nurtured an unparalleled great demon, rather than being devoid of any life essence. Since there were no indigenous beings, the only appearances must logically be those from the 4 spirits' cave heaven. Chapter 33. A palm strike sends the turtle shell flying. It's you, little one. Despite a tone of apparent disappointment, Jun Qinghang could clearly sense the 2 burly men subtly exhaling in relief. Did they think him an easy target? Wu Chao and Wu Ying indeed felt a sense of relief. Their Xuanwu lineage had always been somewhat lacking in combat prowess. Furthermore, this generation did not possess a peerless prodigy capable of assuming the position of Him.These, leading to a slight disadvantage for nearly 1,000 years within the 4 spirits' cave heaven. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, the 2 brothers had been praying fervently that it would not be Yang Ding Tian, Xiao Jinghong, or Xiao Jingshui. Those were foes they could not contend with. Upon realizing it was Jun Qinghang, they felt a wave of relief. Although Jun Qinghang had previously executed an astonishing sword strike within the Yuaning cave, which was indeed remarkable, they believed that no contemporary foundational disciples of the 4 spirits' cave heaven could replicate such an attack. However, in their view, it was more about Jun Qinghang channeling all his magical energy to unleash that strike. In terms of actual combat capability, he was far from as formidable. After all, they had clearly observed that Jun Qinghang had remained among the disciples of the Shumi cave heaven before channeling his energy. At that time, they were utterly perplexed, unaware of what he was doing within that encircle group. Now it seemed he had been accumulating his magical energy, perhaps even drawing upon the powers of other disciples from the Shumi cave heaven. Otherwise, why would there be a total of 18 foundation-building disciples from the 2 major caves? And yet this child alone discovered the entrance to the secret realm? They were clearly outmaneuvered, while they were all momentarily blinded by the brilliant light. He seized the opportunity to step into the secret realm, leaving them far behind. It is indeed detestable. The brothers Wu Ying and Wu Chao felt increasingly infuriated. Without hesitation, they propelled themselves through the air, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous sonic boom. Jun Qinghang's lips twisted slightly. He had just been pondering which lineage of the 4 spirits' cave these 2 robust men belonged to. They appeared rather foolish and lacking in intellect, reminiscent of youthful individuals in a past life who would willingly squander their money on their girlfriends while later befriending health supplement vendors. Now, their opponent charged at him with a physical assault. There was no need for speculation. They were undoubtedly from the Xuanwu lineage. After all, the Xuanwu lineage was renowned for its body refinement techniques, while their magical prowess was rather mediocre. Given the physical strength of the Xuanwu lineage, even Jun Qinghang would feel a jolt of pain from the impact of their supersonic charge. To evade the pain, Jun Qinghang lightly touched the ground with his toes and executed a graceful somersault toward the direction of Wu Ying and Wu Chao. However, despite their muscular build, the brothers were not simple-minded. As soon as Jun Qinghang evaded their strike, they quickly responded. Their magical energy formed 2 layers of gravitational force beneath their feet, propelling them back in the direction from whence they came. Their lack of proficiency in magical combat did not imply that they were devoid of magical energy. Jun Qinghang swiftly drew upon the nearby spiritual plants, effortlessly stripping them of their outer layers and transforming them into countless needle-like projectiles. The sound of clinking filled the air as these wooden needles, imbued with his magical energy, pierced through ordinary second-tier spiritual artifacts with ease. Yet, when they collided with Wu Ying and Wu Chao, it was akin to striking metal. They had no effect whatsoever. In an attempt to identify the brothers' vulnerabilities, Jun Qinghang opted to sharpen the spiritual plants into needles for his assault, only to find them utterly ineffective. Truly, the Xuanwu lineage of the Four Spirits Cave was formidable. Even the most unremarkable disciples from such a lineage far surpassed ordinary disciples. Jun Qinghang decided to reverse his strategy and ceased his retreat. Following the barrage of wooden needles, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. With a resounding boom, he remained stationary while Wu Ying and Wu Chao were sent flying back 100 meters. In a flash, he brandished the third-tier flying sword he had previously wielded in the nascent soul cave. Simultaneously, Wu Ying and Wu Chao drew their respective weapons. Wu Ying wielded a pair of iron hammers, while Wu Chao brandished a remarkably sturdy shield. The weapons radiated an intense aura of their respective magical energies, nearly merging with them. It was evident that these treasures were their life-bound artifacts. Jun Qinghang initiated the attack, launching a sword strike toward Wu Chao. This strike was merely a test and was easily deflected by the shield in Wu Chao's hands. However, amidst the chaos of the battle, Wu Ying seized the opportunity presented by Jun Qinghang's distraction. With a terrifying display of physical prowess, he leaped into the air, generating an immense crater beneath him from the force of his ascent. Wu Ying had long been gathering his magical energy, ready to unleash it. "Go!" he commanded, and at his behest, the iron hammer in his hands, imbued with formidable magical power, spun menacingly toward Jun Qinghang. With a swift motion, Jun Qinghang positioned his flying sword defensively in front of him. The collision between the sword and the hammer produced a brief, sharp clang. This hammer was Wu Ying's life treasure, crafted from a myriad of rare materials, endowing it with the strength of a fourth-tier artifact. Such artifacts are potent weapons that can only be fully wielded by the true masters of the nascent soul stage. Although the flying sword in Jun Qinghang's possession was indeed a superior third-tier artifact, it paled in comparison to Wu Ying's hammer. As cracks began to form on the sword, Jun Qinghang executed a back kick, sending the hammer back toward Wu Ying. The force from the hammer, charged with Jun Qinghang's own magical energy, propelled Wu Ying several miles away. Fortunately, as a disciple of the Xuanwu lineage, Wu Ying's formidable physique allowed him to survive this onslaught. Observing this, Wu Chao immediately abandoned the fight and pursued Wu Ying. The two brothers had secured their entry into the secret realm solely because 2 disciples from the Xuanwu lineage were required to serve as the front line for their team, ensuring the output of the Zhuge and Baihu lineages. However, the true powers within the Xuanwu lineage were reluctant to allow their elite offspring to act as bodyguards for the collateral members of the Zhuge lineage, resulting in the selection of these 2 brothers from the collateral line. Their mission was to safeguard Zhu Qingyi in her quest for the legacy within the secret realm. Yet, upon awakening in the nascent soul cave, they discovered that the disciples from the Shumi cave had already entered the secret realm. In their frantic haste to follow, they were abruptly separated by the realm's teleportation forces. After a considerable struggle, they encountered a disciple from the Shumi cave, believing that their combined physical strength would be sufficient to withstand any challenge. Little did they know. Chapter 34. I would call it Whoever Points, Whoever Dies. In this urgent moment, preserving their lives was paramount. Among the 3 great caves, the Shumi and Wanxiang caves shared a long-standing camaraderie. The internal strife within the Four Spirits cave was far more intense than in the other two caves, leading their disciples to often display little courtesy to outsiders. In such a meritocratic realm, even if they were to eliminate their foes, no one would rise to their defense upon their return. The foundation-building disciples simply did not hold enough weight in the vast expanse of the cave. With this thought in mind, Wu Chao was desperate to channel all his physical strength into speed, pouring all his magical energy into flight. Thankfully, although Wu Ying had been propelled away, his physique, nearly at the threshold of the golden core stage, was no mere decoration. He gradually came to a halt, relying on the momentum. Brother Ying, we must flee swiftly. In the midst of their escape, Wu Chao was reluctant to slow down and engage in conversation with Wu Ying, merely exchanging trivialities while fleeing. Wu Ying silently scoffed. He was not a fool, fully aware of the urgency to flee. Initially, when sensing the presence of living beings, he had advocated for maintaining distance. Both he and Wu Chao were distant disciples of the Xuanwu lineage, with Wu Chao possessing slightly greater prowess. They were inherently unskilled in the art of combat, preferring to avoid unnecessary entanglements and focus on locating Jun Qinghang. However, Wu Chao, stubborn as he was, insisted on approaching. What purpose did he have in doing so? Who among the inhabitants of the Shumi cave heaven was easy to provoke? And now, they had unwittingly entangled themselves with the youngest, yet most formidable adversary. After their brief skirmish, Wu Ying finally comprehended the nature of Jun Qinghang's earlier strike within the Yuaning cave, an effortless maneuver. Before Wu Chao could finish urging Wu Ying to flee, the latter had already summoned all his spiritual energy to follow closely behind. Yet, they had barely covered a distance of less than a kilometer when they keenly sensed a change in the surrounding energies. Something was amiss. Wu Ying and Wu Chao halted simultaneously, glancing back repeatedly to confirm that Jun Qinghang was not in pursuit. They remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light surged towards them at a speed far surpassing their own desperate flight. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves enveloped in this azure glow. Within that luminous embrace, they soon realized that it was not merely light, but an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy that had rendered the surrounding space a shade of azure. The contours of the spell, formed of condensed power, loomed infinitely larger before their eyes. They yearned to turn and flee, to soar into the skies, or to return to the ground, anything to afford them at least a few moments to catch their breath. Yet, they found themselves powerless to do so. Even their thoughts seemed to be inexorably slowed in that moment. Overwhelmed by confusion, ignorance, and resentment, Wu Ying and Wu Chao gradually faded into the azure light. Was this truly the long life finger? More aptly termed the short life finger. Whoever it pointed at would meet their demise. Jun Qinghang leisurely approached from the distance, effortlessly collecting the 2 storage rings left behind in the wake of their flight. He allowed Wu Chao and Wu Ying to escape for a distance of 2 miles, not out of benevolence, but rather to test the full might of the complete long life finger on these two. The long life finger was a celestial technique detailed within the Qing Emperor's Long Life Sutra. Indeed, it was a celestial art. The Qing Emperor's Long Life Sutra explicitly outlined the long life finger as a special technique. Its purpose was not to extend the lifespan of the cultivator, but to manipulate their very essence of life. Although lifespan is intangible, it remains the utmost concern for cultivators. Countless powerful beings have faced the impending end of their lifespan, losing the vigor to strive for higher realms. Without the ability to transcend their current limitations, they remain trapped in their existing predicaments. Due to the limited lifespan of cultivators, aside from a few rare high-grade elixirs and top-tier celestial materials capable of extending life marginally, only by breaking through significant realms can one witness an increase in longevity. For those at the Qi refining stage, they have yet to embark on the true path of immortality, with lifespans comparable to that of ordinary mortals. However, foundational cultivators like Wu Ying and Wu Chao possess lifespans of up to 200 years, while those who attain the golden core stage can live for as long as 800 years. The technique employed by Jun Qinghang, the longevity finger, directly stripped Wu Ying and Wu Chao of their remaining century of life, rendering their cultivation null and void, leading to their demise without a trace. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that even as a mere qi refining disciple, Jun Qinghang could practice this technique using spiritual energy, provided he possessed the longevity celestial body. This connection between the celestial scripture of longevity and his unique body had been one of Jun Qinghang's earlier speculations. This celestial art is grounded in the longevity celestial body, allowing it to be activated by spiritual energy, magical power, or even higher-tier celestial forces. Without the longevity celestial body, however, one would face a dire side effect, significantly raising the cultivation threshold, requiring at least the transformation stage to garner even the slightest chance of success. The side effect entails a life-for-a-life exchange. In essence, the practitioner sacrifices their own lifespan to deprive their opponent of theirs. How terrifying! It is particularly effective against those reclusive elders who remain hidden for extended periods. Yet, for those highly skilled cultivators, the remaining lifespans of 1,000 or 800 years could equate to an entire lifetime for another. Should one attempt to deploy this technique against them, the lifespan required as a price for the side effect would be extraordinarily substantial, beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Nevertheless, it must be remembered that this side effect only affects cultivators lacking the longevity celestial body. Jun Qinghang, on the other hand, has no such concerns, though he must still consider the consumption of magical power. With his perfected foundational stage and a cultivation that has yielded a golden essence, his reserves of magical energy far surpass those of typical foundational prodigies. The magical power expended in obliterating Wu Ying and Wu Chao with that single strike amounted to over 30% of his reserves. To put this into perspective, it took him the same 30% to breach the ancient cave and barriers of a nascent soul cultivator, highlighting the immense magical consumption of this technique. Fortunately, Jun Qinghang merely wished to test the true might of the longevity finger. Now aware of its magical power requirements, he could adeptly apply it in future confrontations. After stowing away his storage ring, he proceeded toward his destination. The longevity finger could directly seize the entirety of an opponent's lifespan, effectively eradicating their remains without necessitating any further cleanup on Jun Qinghang's part. Moreover, he sensed that he was drawing near to the source of the alluring energy. Chapter 35. The Sealing of the Demon Clan. Blazing sky flame. Vermilion bird flame. On the opposite side of the secret realm, away from Jun Qinghang's path, two individuals engaged in a fierce battle. Indeed, it was a literal interpretation of a fiery confrontation. Yang Dingtian was enveloped in a circle of crimson flames, emblematic of his Tao body, the Nine Suns Tao body, which bore the essence of the Nine Yang true fire. Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed a vast world adorned with 9 solar stars. Ultimately, these celestial bodies were brought down by an unparalleled being with immense power. As the 9 suns fell, their residual energy imbued the earth, giving rise to the first 9 suns Tao body. When the 9 suns Tao body is cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, it can unleash all 9 suns simultaneously. Coupled with the innate 9 yang true fire of the Tao body, it becomes effortless to incinerate an entire grand world. However, Yang Dingtian's spiritual root was somewhat lacking. He possessed merely a fire-attributed earth spiritual root. Otherwise, at the age of 40, he would surely be on the threshold of the golden core stage. In stark contrast stood his adversary, adorned in a flowing scarlet gown, each movement reminiscent of a fiery bird dancing amidst flames. She was none other than the leader of the Four Spirits Cave Heaven-S expedition, Zhu Qingyi, a noblewoman from the side lineage of the Zhuke clan. Following his predetermined path, Yang Dingtian's approach differed significantly from that of Jun Qinghang. Wherever he tread, the spiritual herbs were swept away without a trace. No remnants remained. Consequently, he encountered Zhu Qingyi head-on, although they had no prior interactions. Their shared affinity for fire attributes and the strained relationship between the Shumi Cave Heaven and the Four Spirits Cave Heaven led them to clash over a first-tier spiritual herb. Thus ensued a fierce battle that had persisted for nearly half a day. The magical reserves of Foundation establishment stage cultivators are limited. To have fought to this extent was nearly exhausting their energies. Yang Dingtian formed seals with his hands, intertwining his magical power with a 9-yang true fire, constantly colliding with Jun Qinghang's flames. The fire she wielded was the Zhu fire, unique to the disciples of the Zhu lineage within the Four Spirits Cave Heaven. This Zhu fire was cultivated through the core techniques of the Zhu clan. While it was not the true flame of the Zhu, it possessed the nature to incinerate all. It was among the rare flames that could contend with the celestial fires of the world, symbolizing one of the Zhu clan's signature abilities. Had Yang Dingtian refined his 9-yang true fire to the Mahayana realm, he could effortlessly absorb these so-called Zhu flames in an instant. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Yang Dingtian was currently only at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Damn it! Yang Dingtian cursed under his breath. That insufferable woman from the Zhu clan, without her flame gem, could she truly have fought him to this extent? His gaze fixated on the gem adorned with a flame motif that hung around Jun Qinghang's neck. The flame gem, a rare treasure of the Zhu clan, could temporarily store vast amounts of magical power, ready to be summoned at a crucial moment, serving as a hidden reserve of energy. Yang Dingtian's innate talent would easily overshadow Jun Qinghang, yet her ability to engage him in such a fierce battle relied entirely on that flame gem. Such treasures, capable of temporarily storing significant magical energy for immediate use, were exclusive to the Zhu clan of the Four Spirits Cave Heaven, unmatched even by the Shumi Cave Heaven. A fiery dragon erupted from Yang Dingtian's side, aimed directly at the blazing gem nestled between Jun Qinghang's neck. This was not the first time Yang Dingtian had attempted to shatter that fiery jewel. He had made several attempts, all thwarted by Jun Qinghang's quick reflexes. This time was no exception. As the dragon of 9-yang true fire lunged toward her, a firebird ascended behind Jun Qinghang, confronting the dragon head-on. The firebird's form was rather indistinct. Without prior knowledge, one would hardly recognize it as the embryonic shape of the vermilion bird. This was the essence of the Zhu lineage's core technique, the Vermilion Bird Burning Heaven Sutra. When cultivated to perfection, it could indeed fulfill the promise of its name, incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, manifesting the form of the vermilion bird. However, it was evident that as a collateral noblewoman of the Zhu lineage, she lacked access to the complete sutra for cultivation and had not delved deeply into its mysteries. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian and Jun Qinghang continued their magical duel, their spells clashing as the dragon and firebird battled in the skies above. Of course, Yang Dingtian was no fool. He had already sent word to Feng Li and Lin Yan, who were closest to the scene. A little more time, and they would arrive. Just as the two were locked in combat once again, a blue light column shot skyward from the distant firmament. Yang Dingtian, using a 9-yang true fire spell to push Jun Qinghang back, looked up towards the horizon. Was this the manifestation of the core inheritance of the secret realm? Jun Qinghang, having been forced back, also ceased her assault and gazed into the distance, her thoughts mirroring Yang Dingtian's. This sentiment was shared not only by the two combatants, but by all surviving disciples within the secret realm, including those in the Shumi Cave and the Four Spirits Cave. In truth, only two unfortunate souls, Wu Ying and Wu Chao, had met their demise by provoking Jun Qinghang. As both Yang Dingtian and Jun Qinghang regained their focus, they channeled their energies towards the light column. However, Yang Dingtian's reserves were nearly depleted. At the Huayun Tavern, Lord Ji Hua had indeed provided him with elixirs to replenish his energy, but they required a certain amount of time to take effect. Nonetheless, Yang Dingtian soon found himself grateful that his diminished powers hindered his high-speed flight. For at that moment, as Jun Qinghang launched forward, the apex of the blue light column erupted violently, scattering countless azure streaks across the secret realm. Several of these streaks headed directly towards them, one of which collided with the soaring Jun Qinghang. The impact resounded with a thunderous bang, and Yang Dingtian felt a jolt of shared sensation at the moment of their collision. The pain was real. Jun Qinghang spewed blood as she was sent hurtling backward, her once mighty aura instantly waning. A sharp crack echoed as Yangding turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The fiery gem he had struggled so hard to reach had shattered into fragments. He had hoped to seize it and study its mysteries. Roar! Yangding's brow twitched. There was no time to mourn the loss of the fiery jewel. He raised his eyes to the front as the azure light dissipated, revealing a colossal elephant emerging from within. Feeling the breath of the colossal elephant, Yangding was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. A golden core, stage demon. Wasn't this secret realm devoid of other beings aside from their fellow disciples of the cave heaven? What then did it signify that a golden core demon had appeared? If the azure light enveloped a golden core demon, did it not imply that other radiant glimmers harbored demons as well? This was catastrophic. A tempest was brewing. Yangding's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily extracted a potion to restore his spiritual energy and consumed it in one gulp, preparing to send a message to his comrades through the leaves. However, at that moment, the elephant demon was charging towards him, causing the very earth to tremble. Chapter 36. The Majestic Tao Body. Demons. Beings that share the same tier on the food chain as humanity. In the realms of true spirits and mysterious spirits, the majority of demons resided across the eastern region in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Aside from that, they were found in major sacred sites and within the realms of cave heavens. Generally, demons wandering the 5 great domains were exceedingly rare. Akin to the Fengyun crane clan of the Shumi cave heaven, which belonged to the demon race. Demons possess formidable innate abilities, allowing them to cultivate continuously, engage in spiritual communication, and transform, thereby wielding immense power. In contrast, demon beasts remain within the confines of the animal category. Their intelligence does not evolve with their cultivation, nor do they attain human form upon breaking through to the golden core stage or beyond, while demons can forge contracts with humans to become companions and allies. Demon beasts can only be tamed, devoid of the capacity to form true bonds. This distinction defines the chasm between demon beasts and demons. Yangding's mind was a cacophony of alarm bells ringing. He had just ingested a potion to restore his spiritual energy, crafted by the esteemed Taoist Jihua, a pinnacle of excellence. Yet, no matter how exceptional the potion, it was impossible for him to regain his full strength in an instant, especially when faced with a golden core demon beast. Even at his peak, he would need to exercise utmost caution. This was dire. His life was at stake. It was akin to the previous emperor's ambition being cut short before fruition. Determined to fight with all his might for a sliver of hope, Yangding braced himself. Just as the enormous elephant was about to reach him, a crimson beam of light struck the colossal creature, sending it staggering back several dozen meters. Before Yangding could process the event, a figure darted from the side, hoisting him onto their back to flee the scene. By the heavens, you startle me. Thank goodness you both arrived just in time. Yangding exclaimed, gazing at Feng Li, who was swiftly carrying him away, and Lin Yan, who was soaring through the air, almost enveloped in flames. He had been prepared to meet his demise, even rehearsing his final words for his father and elder brother. In that critical moment, Feng Li and Lin Yan had come to his rescue. Truly, after the darkest hour comes the dawn. While a surge of relief washed over him, Yangding remained vigilant. It appeared that the secret realm was now teeming with demon beasts, and a moment's inattention could lead him into the territory of another. Immediately, he focused on restoring his spiritual energy with all his might while on Feng Li's back. Word Spirit Bind, Song Ji Shu held a tattered, ancient book in his hands. Its pages yellowed with age. The pages of the book fluttered chaotically before finally settling upon a particular page. A radiant golden light surged forth, accompanied by the words of Song Ji Shu, soaring towards the formidable red fox demon beast ahead. The creature was enveloped in a dense aura of demonic energy, clearly indicative of its status as a golden core stage beast. Song Ji Shu's entire being erupted with magical power, subtly revealing the manifestation of golden essence within. It was evident that after parting ways with the others in the secret realm and the Shumi cave, Song Jishu had encountered a fortuitous opportunity, taking a significant step towards breaking through to the golden core stage, specifically the generation of golden essence within his body. It was precisely this that empowered him to dominate the mid-golden core red fox demon beast before him. I have no time to continue this dance with you, Song Jishu declared coldly. He hurled the seemingly unremarkable, ancient book into the air, where it soared above the red fox demon beast. Layers of golden light cascaded down, ensnaring the bound creature within its embrace. Simultaneously, threads of pure spiritual energy flowed back from the book into Song Jishu's body. Remarkably, this tome was capable of flawlessly converting the cultivation and flesh of the demon beast into spiritual energy. It was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Having completed this feat, Song Jishu ascended into the sky, heading toward the location of the initial beam of light in the distance. Prior to the emergence of that resplendent beam, he had already established contact with his closest junior uncle. If all went according to plan, his junior uncle would be in that direction. The reason for this seemingly spontaneous communication with his junior uncle traced back to 5 days prior. 5 days ago, after Jun Qinghang had dealt with the disciples Wu Ying and Wu Chao from the Xuanwu lineage, he continued on his predetermined path toward their destination. However, within a couple of days, a strange sensation arose within him, tightening his heart with an inexplicable urgency. It felt as though an opportunity was drifting away from him. Yet he was certain that no one else was closer to that location than he was. Indeed, during the incursion into the secret realm with the inhabitants of the Shumi cave, Jun Qinghang had discreetly marked some individuals from the Four Spirits cave. Thus, when Wu Ying and Wu Chao approached, he was not the least bit surprised. Everything was under control, given that no one else was near. This strange feeling could only stem from the secret realm itself. With the secret realm now open, the only possible source of this sensation was a warning, perhaps indicating that the time until the closure of this secret realm was drawing near. This was the first time Jun Qinghang had witnessed signs of a secret realm potentially closing within less than 7 days of its opening. Consequently, he abandoned the nearby high-grade spiritual herbs and pressed forward at full speed. While on his journey, Jun Qinghang directly contacted Song Jishu, who remained the closest to him. When they had parted ways, Song Jishu had chosen a path adjacent to Jun Qinghang's, and after 5 or 6 days, they remained the nearest to one another. Jun Qinghang promptly reached out to inform Song Jishu of the locations of the high-grade spiritual herbs he had discovered but not collected, urging him to hasten his journey. When Song Jishu received the message, he had just refined a highly compatible spiritual herb that he could absorb immediately. His constitution was extraordinarily unique, the him.Dao body. This particular physique had not graced the mortal realm for several 100,000 years. In that era, the emergence of the him.Dao body led to a flourishing of literary and philosophical pursuits, overshadowing all other paths of cultivation. The essence of the him.Dao body lies in its ability to completely absorb the owner's spiritual roots, rendering the master devoid of any innate talent in spiritual roots. Their entire cultivation hinges upon the him.Dao body. The more literary works they study, the greater the power of the him.Dao body becomes, accelerating their cultivation speed and allowing their prowess to ascend rapidly. It is precisely this uniqueness that permits only a select few high-grade spiritual herbs to be directly absorbed by them. Upon absorbing the herb, a golden essence emerged within Song Jishu, and with a brief period of seclusion, he could attempt to invoke the golden core thunder tribulation to break through to the golden core stage. It was at that moment that he received news from Jun Qinghang. Without delay, Song Jishu set forth towards the location indicated by Jun Qinghang, a journey that spanned 5 full days. Correspondingly, Jun Qinghang also flew tirelessly for 5 days towards the place he felt drawn to in the depths of his intuition. After traversing an unknown distance, he finally beheld a bronze palace concealed amidst the forest. Chapter 37. The bronze temple. Deep in the forest, this bronze palace stood quietly within the thicket, surrounded by a perplexing absence of spiritual herbs, with only ordinary flora encircling it. Such a phenomenon was indeed strange. Outside, the 100-mile radius centered around the Bronze Palace. Jun Qinghang had witnessed the grades of spiritual herbs gradually ascend from the initial first rank to the seventh rank spiritual herbs. These were highly coveted by even the most esteemed cultivators. Moreover, Jun Qinghang had previously glimpsed several 7th-rank alchemical formulas during his studies at Peak. Along his journey, he discovered 2 or 3 herbs suitable for crafting 7th-rank elixirs, alongside others that could be directly refined to enhance a cultivator's power. Yet, upon entering the 100-mile vicinity of the Bronze Palace, it was as if all these herbs had vanished without a trace. Shaking his head, Jun Qinghang temporarily cast aside these thoughts and turned his gaze towards the grand entrance of the Bronze Palace. The palace doors were wide, adorned with intricate patterns. Most striking was the magnificent bird poised to take flight at the center of the door, its left wing unfurled, cloaked in cloud patterns, while the right wing was drawn in, grasping a branch. The tail feathers cascaded like a waterfall, each plume meticulously carved, as if a gentle breeze could stir them into flight through the forest. At its elevated position, facing the apex of the dome, there were reliefs of phoenixes and other mythical birds, harmonizing with the tranquility of the woods, as if a melodious cry flowed from the ornate copper designs. Jun Qinghang raised an eyebrow slightly. This bronze palace was far from ordinary. Furthermore, the bird bore resemblance to a phoenix, akin to the illustrations of the vermilion bird he had encountered in his past life. The divine bird, however, remained unadorned, its form entirely rendered in the bronze hue of the palace itself. Were it to be colored in vibrant shades, it would resemble a phoenix. Should it take on a fiery red, it would be akin to the vermilion bird of the 4 symbols. Yet, regardless of the type of divine avian, the mere resemblance to the phoenix or the vermilion bird invoked an extraordinary fortune that far exceeded Jun Qinghang's imagination. Stepping forward, Jun Qinghang unleashed a surge of magical energy, which, upon reaching the bronze door, appeared unremarkable. However, upon making contact with the engraved depiction of the divine bird, a towering azure beam erupted skyward. Jun Qinghang narrowed his eyes. This azure light mirrored the color of his own magical essence. Yet, he sensed that this luminous column was not merely a manifestation of his own power, but rather an activation of some mechanism within the bronze temple upon their interaction. Such a potent and complex aura of demonic energy. Standing before the bronze temple, Jun Qinghang raised his gaze, keenly attuned to the essence within the beam. The intense and intricate demonic energy undoubtedly indicated the presence of beings from other races. Yet, he could not discern whether they were demons or magical beasts. Him.These. The apex of the beam burst apart, scattering specks of azure light in all directions throughout the secret realm. Nevertheless, within the 100-mile radius of the bronze temple, where spiritual herbs were absent, not a single glimmer descended. Creak! Jun Qinghang turned his attention forward as the grand door of the bronze temple began to open slowly. Perhaps due to its prolonged state of closure, the door emitted a sound akin to that of an old, worn household entrance. A series of azure lights emanated from within the temple, stretching forth from the depths of the bronze sanctuary to envelop Jun Qinghang's feet, precisely aligning with him. With that in mind, Jun Qinghang gazed into the darkness of the temple's interior, where not even a sliver of light penetrated. It resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, and the azure light beneath his feet served as the sole guide into that cavernous void. After a deep breath, he stepped forward into the bronze temple, the azure light trailing behind him, gradually retracting with each stride. Phew! Song Ji-shu closed the book, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. This journey had indeed been exhausting. He glanced at the large pit left by the recent battle and murmured softly. Following the coordinates provided by his junior uncle, he had traversed to gather an uncountable number of spiritual herbs, collecting all grades without exception, hastily stowing them in his storage ring. Even if he could not utilize these herbs himself, they would serve as excellent barter for magical treasures or the flesh of magical beasts at Peak or Shumi Holy City, enhancing his cultivation. Boom! Just as Song Ji-shu was lamenting, A colossal tree nearby came crashing down. Without hesitation, he sprinted away. His mastery of magical energy surpassed that of Wu Chao and Wu Ying by a significant margin, compounded by his adeptness in swift evasion techniques, allowing him to dash towards Jun Qinghang's direction at lightning speed. What else could he do but run? He had just sensed it moments ago, the faint aura emanating from the place where the trees had fallen. It was undoubtedly not from the early stage or mid-stage golden core beasts he had previously vanquished. This presence was of a life form that surpassed even that of golden core beasts by an entire level. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could he dare to confront a nascent soul beast? That would be akin to carrying a lantern into a restroom, seeking one's demise. Upon realizing that he had escaped the peril, Song Jishu discovered the eerie silence surrounding him. While it was true that the entire secret realm had been devoid of any life forms aside from them, it had been remarkably tranquil. However, the silence that enveloped him now was an entirely different matter. This unnatural stillness, in which even the air currents ceased to stir, was undeniably abnormal. Song Jishu immediately summoned all his focus to investigate his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found not a single medicinal herb in sight. He recalled a message sent to him by his junior uncle not long ago, which mentioned that if he continued along the path indicated by his uncle for 1,000 miles, he would arrive at a circular area devoid of any medicinal growth. Yet, he had only encountered the Crimson Fox beast shortly after receiving that message, even though he had recently developed golden energy within him. Granting him the basic qualifications for advancing to the golden core stage, he was still not at that level, making instantaneous travel over such a distance utterly impossible. Moreover, he himself was baffled as to how he had achieved such rapid movement. Could it be that there existed undiscovered spatial passages within the secret realm? Confusion filled Song Jishu's mind. However, even if he were to return now to uncover the truth of the situation, he would be most unwilling. Since he had come this far, he might as well delve deeper to find his junior uncle. With no medicinal herbs to collect in this area, he could hasten his progress significantly. At this moment, if Jun Qinghang were still able to sense the aura emanating from the leaves on Song Jishu, he would discover that the distance between them had remained unchanged since Song Jishu had stepped into the area devoid of herbal growth. Chapter 38. The Eerie Secret Realm in the Eyes of the Spectator's Boom. The moment Jun Qinghang stepped into the bronze temple, the massive door slammed shut behind him with a speed far exceeding that of its opening. It seemed as though it feared that Jun Qinghang might accidentally escape. No matter how audacious he was, this was a secret realm accessible only to those who had achieved the combined body stage. Moreover, he had ventured alone into this mysterious structure and found himself trapped inside, were it not for the profound call he sensed resonating within the bronze temple. He would never have dared to enter alone. As the grand door closed with a heavy thud, clusters of light began to flicker to life. Starting from Jun Qinghang's right side, once his eyes adjusted to the illumination, he discovered that these clusters of light were, in fact, enormous pearls. However, these pearls were unlike any he had encountered, whether in the Shumi cave or in ancient texts. However, the luminous pearls illuminated the palace, dispelling the darkness that would otherwise render one unable to see one's own hand. The unknown abyss is the most fearful, yet when illuminated, even if shrouded in mystery, the oppressive weight diminishes considerably. Under the radiant glow of the pearls, Jun Qinghang discovered that the palace was strewn with fragments resembling plaster, many of which still exuded a potent aura of malevolence. It became clear to him that the monstrous presence sensed within the blue pillar of the bronze temple emanated from this very place. This implied that the bronze temple had once imprisoned, or rather sealed, countless beasts of eldritch origin. Upon his mystical energy touching the bronze temple, its inherent power had expelled all the beasts contained within. Jun Qinghang mused upon this, for the intense and chaotic aura resonated with the sensations he had felt beneath the pillar of light. Thus, he was compelled to draw the most reasonable conclusion. Yet, he pondered anew, what could this be? Taking a few steps forward, he gazed upon a massive object at the center of the palace, resembling amber. Layers of azure light seeped forth from it, and his mind's eye could not penetrate its depths. He could only perceive a rhythmic, tranquil pulsation. Amidst this strange sound, the Qinglian's spiritual root within his consciousness unexpectedly manifested. Accompanied by the resonating sounds, a trace of spiritual essence from the Qinglian connected to the amber-like object. Jun Qinghang was taken aback, attempting to retract the manifestation of his spiritual root, yet the Qinglian, in that moment, stubbornly disregarded the commands of its master. The spiritual root is fundamental to a cultivator's practice, barring those who do not require one. Any damage to it would deal a grievous blow to their foundational path. Although Jun Qinghang could rely on his longevity-enhancing celestial body even without the Qinglian, no one desires the destruction of their extraordinary gifts without reason, especially given that the spiritual root manifested externally, an occurrence unheard of since the initial testing of one's spirit. Soon, Jun Qinghang realized that not only could he not reclaim the Qinglian's spiritual root, but also that his entire mystical energy was surging outward, directed unmistakably towards that opaque blue amber. Jun Qinghang exclaimed in despair, for the power he had painstakingly cultivated had dissipated entirely in less than a quarter of an hour, leaving not even a drop behind. He collapsed, utterly drained. Yet, just as he was about to meet the cold bronze floor, an ethereal Qinglian lifted him, allowing him to sit cross-legged upon it. Crack, crack, crack. Jun Qinghang looked up to see that the surface of the amber, infused with his entire mystical energy, had begun to fracture, the cracks spreading across its surface, growing larger by the moment. "Have you been able to contact Junior Brother Song and Little Master Uncle?" he inquired, his thoughts racing to a landing site of a golden core beast. In the mystical realm of the Sumeru Cave, a gathering of individuals convened. Apart from Jun Qinghang, who had already entered the bronze temple, and Songji Shu, who was wandering in a mysterious area, the rest were present. Yang Dingtian had also regained his peak condition through the aid of elixirs. Following the emergence of demonic beasts throughout the secret domain, they advanced while communicating with their fellow disciples, ultimately converging here. Nevertheless, despite their attempts to connect with Jun Qinghang and Song Ji Shu through the spiritual essence of leaves, their efforts met with silence. Yet, they could distinctly sense the presence of both individuals, their auras intertwined with the leaves in their hands, affirming that neither was in peril. In fact, the essence indicated that both were in remarkably good spirits. Fortunately, the remaining 6 had gathered. Should the young master uncle and junior brother Song desire it, they could swiftly locate them. This secret realm was indeed peculiar. It teemed with spiritual herbs, yet lacked any guardians among the demonic beasts. When the beasts appeared, they were abundant, and all were the golden core stage or higher. After the 6 congregated, they ventured in a singular direction. The deeper they went, the more potent the aura of the demonic beasts became. Unlike the more refined demons, these beasts possessed far less spiritual intelligence, akin to untamed animals. Their unique skills could mask their presence for a time, allowing them to traverse territories inhabited by golden core and nascent soul beasts. As anticipated, they soon encountered demonic beasts of the transformation stage. This realm was beyond their current capabilities, prompting an immediate retreat to their previous location. This spot was where Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jinxue had last reached before the emergence of the beast from the Azure Light. A golden core early-stage beast had also descended here, but the combined strength of Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jinxue swiftly vanquished it. Subsequently, this became the base for the disciples of Sumeru Cave to convene and deliberate. In truth, the disciples of Sumeru Cave possessed the combat prowess to contend with a golden core early-stage beast. If 2 were to join forces, they could even confront golden core beasts despite being at the foundation establishment stage, much like the partnership of Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jinxue. At that time, Lin Yin and Feng Li had also decisively repelled a massive elephant beast that threatened Yang Dingtian's life. However, if they combined their strengths, they could have swiftly slain the giant elephant beast. Yet, Yang Dingtian's condition was dire. They could not ascertain whether their battle would attract beasts from other areas, which is why they chose to retreat with Yang Dingtian. Fleeing is not a mark of shame. The concern lies in fleeing yet failing to escape. if one successfully escapes. That is commendable. This is a saying that has long circulated among the disciples of Sumeru Cave. Not good. The aura of the young master uncle is rapidly diminishing, exclaimed Shaolin Yun, his expression suddenly changing. Chapter 39. The Divine Bird, Qinghang. The extent of Jun Qinghang's prowess was something only Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jinxue had personally experienced among them. Even the battle between Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingsno against Jun Qinghang was merely a fleeting exchange. They refrained from employing their most formidable dual sword technique, while Jun Qinghang was merely warming up. Nevertheless, everyone could glean some insights from the evaluations offered by the holy sons and brothers within their own peaks. They were not fools. Each was acutely aware of their own capabilities. It was evident that those who garnered praise from their esteemed brothers, even if the individual in question was but a child of 13, would be revered and regarded as a pillar of support. Most importantly, prior to embarking on their journey from the Shumi Cave, their masters and senior brothers had admonished them. Aside from adhering to their junior uncle's directives, they were instructed to ensure his safety at all costs. Yet, they remained indifferent to this counsel. After all, facing an adversary that even their junior uncle could not defeat, they knew that collectively they would be insufficient. Now, this very predicament had indeed come to pass. The group found themselves unable to reach Jun Qinghang and Song Jishu, completely incapable of sensing their whereabouts. It was as if they were eagles with clipped wings, recklessly flailing about without direction. Roar! Just as the crowd grew anxious, the beasts surrounding them, previously content in their designated territories, suddenly raised their heads in unison and emitted the most earnest roars towards the distance. With a thud, Zhu Qingyi was thrown back by the recoil, sustaining internal injuries, and dared not prolong the confrontation. She immediately spat blood to alleviate the force that had invaded her body. Sister, Zhu Shiji. Around Zhu Qingyi, the remaining disciples of the Four Spirits Cave were present, albeit with varying degrees of injury. One woman had even suffered the grievous loss of her right hand, severed at the wrist. Surrounding them were four uniquely shaped golden core beasts, one of which bore a striking resemblance to a mantis, its forelimbs shaped like scythes, dripping with blood. Not far away, a severed forearm lay gruesomely on the ground, revealing that this beast was indeed the culprit behind the woman's maimed arm. How detestable! If it weren't for Wu Chao and Wu Ying, we would not be in such dire straits. Zhu Qingyi murmured, her gaze fixated upon a massive elephant-like creature across from her. This was the golden core beast that had descended upon them during her confrontation with Yang Dingtian. Among the foundation-building disciples of the Four Spirits Cave, they were among the most exceptional. For a top-tier force such as theirs, true prodigies emerged only once every 500 years, represented by the current Daozi and the holy sons and daughters. Yet, their cultivation had long surpassed the transformation stage, even reaching the void refinement realm, rendering them incapable of entering the caverns and secret realms restricted to foundation-building practitioners. Zhu Qingyi and her peers were the tallest among the dwarfs. Otherwise, how could such opportunities in the secret realms possibly fall into the hands of Zhu Qingyi and her companions? However, had it not been for the reliance on the fiery jewel, she would have already been defeated in her duel with Yang Dingtian. At that moment, Yang Dingtian was rescued by Feng Li and Lin Yan, and the sole target of the colossal elephant beast shifted to Zhu Qingyi, intending to crush her into the ground with its charge. Zhu Qingyi undoubtedly stands as the most formidable contender within the Four Spirits Cave, and despite having lost the flame pearl and sustaining injuries, she persevered until the others from the cave located her. They found her. However, it seems that others have also drawn the ire of the Golden Core Beast, resulting in the current scenario where the 8 of them must collectively confront 4 Golden Core Beasts. Zhu Qingyi's injuries and the depletion of her spiritual power leave her with insufficient time to recuperate. Artifacts like the Flame Pearl are exceedingly challenging to forge. Her own was bestowed upon her by an elder of the Zhuke lineage just before their departure, a privilege not shared by others. Consequently, after the Flame Pearl shattered, she found herself ensnared in a predicament akin to that of Yang Dingtian, with no adequate time to restore her condition. Initially, she had anticipated that the arrival of her fellow disciples from the Four Spirits Cave would swiftly vanquish the colossal elephant beast. To her astonishment, they instead brought along 3 additional golden core beasts, the most formidable among them being a dual-bladed mantis beast, which had even reached the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, the prolonged absence of Wu Ying and Wu Chao undoubtedly indicated that something had gone awry. Without the 2 sturdy shields at the forefront, they were left with no choice but to adopt the philosophy that whoever lagged behind would take the lead. They maneuvered while retreating, and Jun Qinghang felt a profound sense of regret. Although the Zhuge lineage had gradually gained prominence in the Four Spirits Cave over the past 10 millennia, especially flourishing in the last millennium, the internal competition remained fierce. This expedition to the secret realm was originally a contest between her and a junior from another branch of the family. Had she foreseen that this venture would devolve into such chaos, she would have relinquished her claim, allowing her junior to take precedence, thus sparing herself from this calamity. As for the treasures of the secret realm, while there were indeed numerous high-tier spiritual herbs, a significant portion would need to be surrendered to the main lineage. Ultimately, what she could retain would only suffice to marginally enhance her cultivation. Senior sister, suddenly, the woman with the severed arm exclaimed. Thanks to Jun Qinghang's opportunity to enter the secret realm, the 3 other foundational disciples of the Zhuge lineage who accompanied her were also of her kin. Upon hearing her junior's voice, Jun Qinghang steadied her breath and opened her eyes once more. She observed that the 4 beasts, initially targeting them, had now turned their heads and lowered their bodies, yet their heads were raised in a fierce howl. What could this mean? In the next moment, Jun Qinghang quickly regained her focus. Regardless of what had transpired, this was their chance to escape. They had naturally discerned the patterns of the spiritual herbs and the beast's growth within the secret realm. As long as they moved in the opposite direction, they would no longer encounter such a dense concentration of beasts, provided they all regained their spiritual power and exercised caution. They could still contend for the opportunities within the secret realm. 8 beams of light surged towards a direction entirely opposite to where Xiao Jinghong and the others were. Just as Jun Qinghang led the disciples of the Four Spirits Cave away, all the beasts within the secret realm stood guard, their heads raised towards the vicinity where Jun Qinghang and Song Jishu were located. Immersed in this area, Song Jishu remained oblivious to the events occurring beyond, as if everything outside was sealed off from him, just as those outside were unaware of the existence of this locale. Song Jishu was able to perceive scenes invisible to those outside. At this very moment, in the distant sky visible to him, a cerulean divine bird is gracefully soaring back and forth. What kind of divine avian is this? Such an ethereal presence. Song Ji's attention is utterly captivated, and an innate magical force compels him to move towards that realm. Jun Qinghang stands in a daze, fixating on the point where his hand meets the lake's surface. It is only now that he comprehends. This is no mere amber. It bears a striking resemblance to the mystical sources used to encapsulate ancient prodigies in the novels of his past life. The most significant distinction lies in the fact that this spiritual source is composed of exquisitely pure spiritual energy. At the moment of contact with Jun Qinghang, it not only surged into his palm, becoming a latent reservoir of energy for his cultivation, but also unleashed the life force sealed within. A blue phoenix, the divine bird Qingwan, revered alongside the phoenix as a harbinger of auspiciousness. Its plumage is a brilliant azure, with elongated tail feathers that shimmer like the starlit sky. Its form resembles that of a crane or peacock, yet possesses an added vivacity, measuring over 3 zhang in length and standing 9 feet tall, exuding elegance and lightness. Adorned with a crown of azure feathers, it epitomizes the majestic aura of a divine beast. Its melodious cries resonate harmoniously, possessing a pentatonic scale that rivals the phoenix's song, capable of harmonizing yin and yang, heralding peace across the realms. Furthermore, the Qingwan symbolizes longevity and eternal life. Of course, these descriptions stem from Jun Qinghang's knowledge gleaned from various mythological novels and tales of his past life. Since arriving in this world and acquiring the ability to read and write, he has sought records of rare demonic creatures, fierce beasts, and auspicious beings within the realm of true spirits. Some of these exist in this world, such as the flood dragon, true dragon, and Qilin, all of which are familiar races that inhabit the kingdom of 10,000 demons. However, accounts of many auspicious beasts are woefully scarce. Creatures like the phoenix, Qinghang, and Bai have never appeared in any records of the true spirit realm. It seems they do not exist in this world at all. Even the nine-tailed celestial fox is merely a legend within the spirit fox clan, let alone the nine-tailed fox. Even a six-tailed spirit fox has never been witnessed. Thus, upon encountering the Qinghang, Jun Qinghang's mind was instantaneously flooded with myriad thoughts, struggling to grasp the situation at hand. Yet soon, he found his attention drawn elsewhere. He distinctly sensed a profound connection between himself and the soaring Qinghang. Jun Qinghang's understanding crystallized in an instant. It was the magical force he had just absorbed. Master, I have awaited your arrival. Jun Qinghang. Chapter 40. The auspicious beast descending from the celestial realm. No, goodness, are you serious? Coming right out of the gate, calling me master? Have you already trembled to this extent? A chaotic swirl of thoughts coursed through Jun Qinghang's mind. Yet he was not so foolish as to be oblivious to the identity of the voice's owner. He slightly raised his gaze towards the ceiling of the bronze temple, where a massive hole had been created by the divine bird, King Luan's emergence from the spiritual source. Jun Qinghang could clearly see the Qinghang soaring in the sky above through the damaged portion. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty. In Jun Qinghang's previous imaginings of such divine birds, they were all characterized by a commanding presence and haughty gazes, regarding mortals as mere dogs. Yet now, he could only relate to the central aspect of this notion, an imperious gaze that looked down upon all living beings. This demeanor stemmed from the noble essence flowing through their veins, rather than being a deliberate display. Jun Qinghang was certain that the words he had just heard emanated from the Azure Phoenix soaring in the heavens. A creature of such caliber could no longer be merely classified as a demon. The term auspicious beast seemed more befitting of its attributes and legendary portrayal. The fact that it could communicate with him through divine consciousness, claiming to have awaited his arrival, indicated that this Azure Phoenix had chosen to slumber here of its own volition. Why not descend, so we may converse? Jun Qinghang pondered how best to articulate his thoughts, ultimately opting to gesture tentatively towards the phoenix. Perhaps it was the sight of his diminutive figure executing such an action that struck a comical note. He sensed the Azure Phoenix in the sky momentarily pause its rhythmic wing beats. Shortly thereafter, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a figure clad in white before him, tall and upright like a pine tree, easily measuring around 180 centimeters, which made Jun Qinghang appear rather diminutive by comparison. Master, the Azure Phoenix declared with a demeanor of reverence, each movement exuding the innate nobility of a divine bird. In contrast, while Jun Qinghang had been nurtured in the Shumi cave heaven by the esteemed Qingmu Taoist and Songnan, basking in luxury, the memories of his past life imbued him with a certain sharpness in his speech. However, this white-clad youth radiated an extraordinary comfort, possessing an ability to command the surrounding atmospheric energies simply by standing still, something even his revered master, Qingmu Taoist, could not achieve. No matter how formidable a practitioner may be, they ultimately cultivate within the true spirit realm, where all secret realms are contingent upon its existence. Thus, the overarching principles of the true spirit realm apply equally to these secret domains. The Azure Phoenix's ability to invoke such natural phenomena suggested its cultivation was profoundly unfathomable, a conclusion drawn from Jun Qinghang's current observations. Are you implying that you hail from the celestial realm? Jun Qinghang inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the Azure Phoenix, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had spent years cultivating, possessing both a celestial spiritual root and a celestial body, practicing techniques named after celestial scriptures. Yet apart from these innate gifts, he had never encountered anything pertaining to the celestial realm. Even in his daily practice, his master had endeavored to shield him from premature exposure to such elevated information. For practitioners, Arrogance and a shallow perspective in pursuing realms beyond their current capabilities could only invite calamity. In the past, curiosity had led Jun Qinghang to inquire about matters related to the celestial realm from Qingmu Daoist, but such questions were met with dismissal. It was not that the information regarding the celestial realm was a closely guarded secret, at least among the higher echelons of the three great cave heavens. It was hardly a mystery. 1,000,000 years prior, all three cave heavens witnessed practitioners ascending to the celestial realm within the same time frame. At that moment, Jun Qinghang inquired of the Taoist Qingmu why he had not disclosed such matters to him. The reason was quite simple. He feared that Jun Qinghang, being young and of low cultivation, might become overly ambitious and consequently fall into a state of madness, which would yield more harm than benefit. Possessing memories from his previous life, Jun Qinghang recognized Qinghuan, yet he was astonished when she claimed to hail from the celestial realm. Although I descended and entered this spiritual source to slumber, I was indeed born in the celestial realm, Qinghuan recalled, confirming her origins. Jun Qinghang was astounded, his eyes gleaming with wonder. He had conversed with Qinghuan for a considerable duration, most of which consisted of his inquiries and her responses, with only a brief segment devoted to her own narration. This exchange had sufficiently illuminated the overarching narrative surrounding Qinghuan and addressed a significant portion of his confusions. Upon first encountering Qinghuan, the notion that the true spirit realm lacked auspicious beasts had spontaneously arisen in Jun Qinghang's mind. He had never encountered any descriptions of such benevolent creatures in ancient texts. Now, clarity dawned upon him. It was not that auspicious beasts did not exist, but rather that they embodied auspiciousness and inherently carried immense virtuous power. Upon their descent, this virtuous energy would wholly transform into cultivation. The birth of an auspicious beast could bestow unimaginable benefits upon the realm, even granting rebirth to a world on the brink of destruction. Thus, the virtuous power they received could allow them to ascend to the celestial realm instantaneously. According to Qinghuan, creatures such as the phoenix, Qinghuan, nine-tailed celestial fox, and the majestic bird of brilliance resided in the celestial realm, classified as celestial beasts. The qilin, however, was an exception. Although the qilin is also an auspicious beast, it resides in clans, which results in the majority of qilin carrying less potent virtuous energy. Therefore, they can be found across the 3,000 great worlds. As for why Qinghuan was present in this secret realm and had entered the spiritual source to sleep since birth, even she was somewhat perplexed. It was not that she was born without memories. Beings of their existential tier are endowed with formidable cultivation and intellect comparable to that of a human. Yet, Qinghuan could recall that she must have known the reason, but regardless of her efforts to probe her memory, she could not unlock that particular corner of her mind. Clearly, that fragment of memory had been sealed by someone, likely a consensus between both parties involved. The only recollection she could summon was that of her master, with whom she needed to forge a contract, thus assisting her master on the journey to the celestial realm. This was also why Qinghuan referred to Jun Qinghang as her master. She had been in slumber within the spiritual source for far too long. As a celestial beast, her lifespan was considerably extensive, and sleeping in the spiritual source significantly slowed the passage of her lifespan. However, this came at the cost of her cultivation, rendering her entire being in a state of chaos. These were Qinghuan's words, their veracity difficult to ascertain. How others discerned the truth, Jun Qinghang did not know. He could only determine for himself the authenticity of Qinghuan's claims, all thanks to his celestial blue lotus spiritual root. Ever since the appearance of the Qinghuan, the allure that once lingered in his heart suddenly vanished. When Jun Qinghang stood within the bronze temple, that very attraction nearly surged forth from his throat. Gradually, it began to synchronize with the heartbeat of the Qinghuan, who was then slumbering within the spiritual source. This compelled him to place his hand upon the spiritual source, resulting in its shattering and the emergence of the Qinghuan. Furthermore, even before the Qinghuan fully emerged from the spiritual source, the celestial blue lotus spiritual root manifested itself in the external realm, absorbing all of Jun Qinghang's magical power. This power, of course, was not intended to break the spiritual source. Rather, it merely mingled with the essence of the celestial blue lotus spiritual root, creating an indirect connection between Jun Qinghang and the Qingyuan. It was precisely due to this subtle bond of essence and magical energy that they could swiftly forge a contract. Yes, Jun Qinghang was indeed prepared to bind himself in a pact with the Qingyuan. It was not a fleeting whim inspired by the Qingyuan's presence, but rather a decision born from deep contemplation and introspection. Chapter 41. The Treasures of the Qingyuan. Such a celestial beast as the Qingyuan is a rare encounter. It is uncertain how many Qingyuan exist in the celestial realm, but according to legend, there are only two, one male and one female, just as there are male and female phoenixes. Now, with a male Qingyuan eager to form a contract with him, Jun Qinghang could hardly refuse. Moreover, once a contract is forged between a cultivator and a demon, it cannot be reversed by the parties involved. Only external forces may intervene. No matter how formidable the Qingyuan's powers may be, it cannot alter this fact. Furthermore, Jun Qinghang had been observing the Qingyuan, who appeared gentle and refined, only pausing momentarily at Jun Qinghang's occasional whimsical remarks. In Jun Qinghang's eyes, the Qingyuan's demeanor in matters of virtue could even rival that of his senior brother, Songnan. With hands clasped together, Jun Qinghang traced a graceful arc in the air before him. Within this arc lay a vast emptiness, and as his magical energy surged, strands of white energy coalesced, filling the void. Gradually, a relatively simple contract formation began to take shape. This was the contract array. Only through this medium could a cultivator establish a profound connection with a demon. The contract array was quite straightforward. Even cultivators unfamiliar with formations could arrange it. However, to activate its powers, the essence blood of both parties must be utilized. Essence blood is rare, containing the purest vitality of living beings. Even the loss of a single drop could severely impact a cultivator's progress. Jun Qinghang brought his right hand's fingers together, a faint azure glow gathering at his brow. Guided by his magical energy, a droplet of blood, radiating a soft golden light, flew forth from his brow. It was faintly observable that the space around this droplet exhibited a slight tendency to collapse. The Qingyuan likewise touched its fingertip, releasing a drop of its celestial blood into the array. In that moment, both man and bird forged their contract. At the instant the pact was sealed, Jun Qinghang finally grasped why his master had previously refrained from discussing matters far beyond his current understanding. Because there exists a barrier between the realms of existence that both parties inhabit. As the contractee, Jun Qinghang is acutely aware of the unfathomable essence of Qingyuan. It is a height even his master finds difficult to attain. Qingyuan, do you possess a name? Or is it sufficient to simply address you as Qingyuan? Upon the completion of their pact, the bond between them delves deep into their souls. Jun Qinghang gazes upward toward Qingyuan, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Xingyun reflects for a moment before speaking. Jun Qinghang does not overlook the fleeting sadness in Xingyun's eyes and promptly shifts the subject. All right, Xingyun, let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Jun Qinghang. How splendidly talented you are, and I, too, embody a refreshing brilliance as represented by my name. Jun Qinghang extends his hand, grasping Xingyun's in a gentle shake. The warmth from Jun Qinghang's small hand transmits through their touch, allowing Xingyun to tangibly feel the existence of this world. After all these years, he has finally awaited the arrival of the one he has longed for. Master, your essence seems to have entirely liberated itself from the influence of the slumbering spirit source. Xingyun perceives an essence emanating from Jun Qinghang, though his cultivation aura is feeble. The power of his consciousness far surpasses it. Most notably, two immensely potent energies emanate from his sea of consciousness and dantian, irresistibly drawing Xingyun's attention. Jun Qinghang notices Xingyun's gaze and smiles. As they have already forged a pact, the only way to dissolve it would be through the demise of one party. Even in the event of immediate demise, Xingyun would inevitably suffer the backlash of the contract, for their bond was sealed with their vital essence under the witness of the heavenly laws. The fall of one would lead to an imbalance in the pact, inciting backlash. Thus, regardless of who it may be, one must tread cautiously when forming a contract. Although they are not yet significant allies or companions, certain non-core secrets may be disclosed. For instance, the Qinglian immortal root, which is not particularly exceptional compared to the longevity celestial body. Jun Qinghang expands his consciousness, and a spectral image resembling a blue lotus emerges. Xingyun's expression turns to one of astonishment for a brief moment. Such a potent aura of life and combat. It closely resembles the legendary artifact. Jun Qinghang maneuvers the ethereal image of the spiritual root to encircle his body before dispersing it with a wave of his hand. In truth, it is the essence emanating from Jun Qinghang's dantian that captivates Xingyun, belonging to the domain of the longevity celestial body. Yet, Xingyun remains unaware of its true nature. Nevertheless, he comprehends that although he has established a contract with Jun Qinghang, the trust between them is minimal. The mere act of revealing one's spiritual root signifies a considerable degree of trust. With this thought in mind, Xingyun feels enveloped in a warm sensation. He then extends his hand to gently touch Jun Qinghang's brow. Instantly, a radiant white light envelopes Jun Qinghang's entire being. What the? Jun Qinghang silently. Feeling the protective magic and consciousness barriers set by his master elevate to several levels in that instant. He cannot ascertain how many levels, for he has never encountered such before. Xingyun, can you now freely wield your cultivation? According to the conventions of previous life novels, one would expect such a formidable figure to be constrained by the presence of someone who has yet to leave the novice village. Yet, it seems otherwise. Jun Qinghang mused silently, only to realize, wait, one cannot casually utilize it while still enhancing his defensive capabilities. Jun Qinghang. Then why now? This secret realm was something I casually created, possessing remnants of my power from before my slumber. I just invoked this residual energy. Oh, does this mean I lack a top-tier combatant in this true spirit realm? Xingyun, based on his brief interactions with Jun Qinghang, it is difficult to imagine what work this combatant undertakes. Perhaps he is merely a brigand, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Talent of Song Ji Shu. Xingyun's golden eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. He then continued as if nothing had occurred, raising his hand to summon a glimmer of light, initially no larger than a speck of dust. This light gradually expanded to the size of a fist as Xingyun's fingers unfurled. My cultivation and strength are not the issue. The problem lies within this world. Holding the luminous sphere, Xingyun surveyed the secret realm. This realm was merely a product of chance. Its primary power derived from the greater world it relied upon. With his cultivation, it was easy to discern that this was one of the myriad worlds. No, there was no need to look. He recalled hearing someone mention before his slumber in the spirit source that he would accompany the secret realm to the greater world, awaiting his master there. As for who that was, Xingyun furrowed his brow, unable to recall even a fragment. It is precisely because this is a myriad world that his every gesture exudes celestial energy, an abundance that the true spirit realm cannot withstand. Moreover, having just awakened from the slumber of the spirit source, he requires time to adapt to the rules of this vast world. He cannot easily appear in the outside realm. Otherwise, he would be repelled by the heavenly laws of this world and swiftly drawn to the celestial realm. Shaking his head slightly to cast aside these disordered thoughts, Xingyun extended the luminous sphere toward Jun Qinghang. My master, this is a portion of cultivation resources you can utilize. Jun Qinghang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. A celestial being, or rather, resources treasured by a celestial beast. Just how many treasures could there be? After confirming several times, Jun Qinghang probed within with his consciousness, discovering that this seemingly ordinary sphere contained extraordinary secrets. From an external perspective, it appeared to be an unremarkable light, but upon entering with his consciousness, he realized its true form was a celestial star from beyond. Xingyun had actually refined an entire celestial star into a storage artifact, such as the prowess of a celestial being. Celestial stars exist far beyond the true spirit realm, some of which are even entire miniature worlds in their own right. The energy contained within is sufficient for a great ascendant to cultivate for many years. However, acquiring a celestial star for cultivation is immensely challenging. Not only does one require vast amounts of magical power to refine it, but the heavenly forces within those stars cannot be easily shaken by ordinary great ascendants. Even though the power of the heavenly Tao may not be particularly refined at this moment, it nevertheless embodies the supreme will of the universe. Astonishingly, Jun Qinghang's mouth formed a perfect circle in awe. To summarize succinctly, while the items may be few, each is a masterpiece. The scarcity of these treasures is relative to the vastness of the stars themselves. In truth, they are ample enough to fill several expanses the size of Shumi space. Thus, there is no longer any need to toil and bustle about in search of cultivation resources. Moreover, Jun Qinghang discerned several varieties of spiritual herbs suitable for the cultivation of a great ascension Taoist, albeit their attributes did not align with his master-s wood element. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly aid in advancing his master-s cultivation. After thorough confirmation with Xingyun, it was indeed true that these resources were available for his taking. However, despite their established contract, their mutual understanding of the agreement remained somewhat superficial. They were still not entirely familiar with one another. Given this nascent rapport, it felt rather inappropriate to engage in such casual appropriation. Additionally, the disparity in their cultivation levels was considerable, leading him to believe he had little of value to offer Xingyun in return. Jun Qinghang scrutinized Xingyun, searching for a potential avenue to express his gratitude. With this intent, his eyes were enveloped in a layer of purple light. The purple celestial eye, honed through his relentless practice, now allowed him to wield it with ease. As Jun Qinghang activated the purple celestial eye, Xingyun's gaze was filled with astonishment. In his recollection, it was inconceivable for celestial techniques to have fully descended from the celestial realm into the myriad worlds. Even in those great realms that harbored remnants of ancient celestial battles, one would never find a complete celestial cultivation method. This was a rule adhered to by all beings of the celestial tier, as the celestial realm stood as the preeminent and singular world. Yet now, the eye technique his master was manifesting through the manipulation of mana appeared remarkably comprehensive. The cosmic cycle flowed seamlessly, with an almost imperceptible aura of celestial energy subtly coursing through the technique. Had he not been suffused with celestial energy himself, he would have failed to detect even the slightest hint of it. It was evident that his master had cultivated a complete celestial technique, one of exceptionally high caliber. More importantly, how was it possible for one of mere mortal foundational cultivation to fully grasp such a complete celestial art? Who truly was the mortal? And who was the celestial? Observing closely with the purple celestial eye, Jun Qinghang finally discerned a peculiar detail. A faint resonance of energy emanated from Xingyun, subtly syncing with the aura that lingered upon him, which was unmistakably the essence of the Qinglian celestial root previously manifested. This is for you. Jun Qinghang formed a seal with his hand, drawing forth a strand of spiritual essence from the Qinglian celestial root, sealing it away and presenting it to Xingyun. Since the Qinglian celestial root had been able to sense Xingyun before, it stood to reason that it would offer some benefit to him now. A mere fragment of the root's essence would not adversely affect the root itself. Xingyun was taken aback, surprised that Jun Qinghang could discern his needs. He was equally astonished that the other party would so readily extract a wisp of spiritual essence from the root to present to him. Although such an act would not inflict harm upon the spiritual root, the essence was intrinsically linked to the cultivator. Utilizing this essence for his cultivation would undoubtedly render him acutely sensitive and familiar with Jun Qinghang's aura. Henceforth, should he wish to act against him or enlist another's assistance in doing so, it would undoubtedly alleviate considerable complications. However, in a fleeting moment, Xingyun cast aside his entanglement. Now that they had forged a contract, it was imperative to gradually establish a foundation of trust. In this world, there was no one more reliable than the bond they shared, even if that reliability was predicated upon a contract. Yet, such was the reality. Jun Qinghang, not pondering too deeply, simply felt that Xingyun was in need, and it would not affect him adversely. He turned to seek treasures within Xingyun's collection that could assist him in forming his Dan, while his master would surely prepare for him. Discovering a treasure more attuned to his spiritual root would be even more advantageous. With a resounding bang, the door swung open. "Little uncle!" A thunderous shout followed. Jun Qinghang turned to see Song Jishu, disheveled and coated in dust, standing at the entrance of the bronze temple, his expression fraught with urgency. The aura emanating from Song Jishu was unmistakably golden. Jun Qinghang immediately sensed an anomaly in his cultivation. If his memory served him right, prior to their entrance into the Yuanian cave, Song Jishu had only just reached the mid-stage of foundation building, still far from completion. Furthermore, Jun Qinghang's still active Zikin celestial eye caught sight of the ancient, yellowed tome in Song Jishu's grasp. Chapter 43. Three-patterned Golden Dan. Jun Qinghang rubbed his eyes, unable to discern its contents. It seemed he would need to refine his skills further before uncovering its secrets. Xingyun had long noticed Song Jishu loitering around the bronze temple. If not for sensing the jade token on Song Jishu that bore the same aura as that of Jun Qinghang, he would have swiftly dispatched him to the cycle of reincarnation. The identity jade token signified a shared faction, regardless of the nature of his relationship with his master. There was no immediate need for intervention. Yet, he had not been overly concerned, as he had set up restrictions around the bronze temple from the outset. Only his master could access it. Other cultivators lacking the ascendant stage would be oblivious to its existence. Moreover, should anyone with formidable power attempt to force entry, they would inadvertently awaken the guardian beasts, which had transformed into stone statues within the temple. If his master were to unlock the bronze temple, these beasts would be teleported to the secret realm to safeguard him and his master, the sovereign of that realm. Now, it was indeed astonishing that someone from the same faction as his master could so quietly locate the bronze temple and breach its threshold. Subsequently, Xingyun also observed the ancient book in Song Jishu's hands. If his memory served him correctly, "Xingyun, this is my nephew." Jun Qinghang's voice interrupted his contemplation. "Nephew Song." Jun Qinghang's eyes brightened at the thought of the task he had previously assigned to Song Jishu. If the Book of Song were truly being meticulously swept away inch by inch, then by now, at least one storage ring should be brimming with its contents. Xingyun, preferring to avoid excessive interaction with others, dissipated into a blue light immediately after Jun Qinghang introduced the Book of Song, swiftly transforming into a blue bird tattoo on the back of Jun Qinghang's neck. Ordinary individuals could neither see nor seek it. "Xingyun, can you hear me?" Jun Qinghang inquired. "One might think I have acquired an AI assistant upon entering the realm of cultivation. Nonetheless, this confirmed that even though Xingyun existed somewhere within his body or in another spatial artifact as a tattoo, he could still engage in conversation through spiritual awareness. How splendid!" Song Jishu witnessed the entire episode, yet his years of experience in the cultivation world fervently cautioned him. Do not inquire, do not gaze, do not make a sound. "So, how goes the collection of spiritual herbs?" Jun Qinghang summoned Song Jishu closer and asked. "Master Uncle, chaos reigns outside." Song Jishu promptly relayed his encounters in the secret realm. He was aware of the beastly creatures that had descended upon the secret realm, and the root cause of this turmoil was none other than himself. However, he had not anticipated that these beasts would so orderly occupy their respective territories, guarding the bronze shrine according to their cultivation levels from the outside in. Before Jun Qinghang had the chance to inquire with his spiritual awareness about the random spatial portals, Xingyun interjected, "Master, those transmission portals are a consequence of the unstable energies within the secret realm. There is no imminent danger. They merely transport any cultivators they encounter randomly to different locations within the realm. Of course, it was highly probable that one could be directly transported before those beasts. I truly did not expect such fortune to land me in this area." Xingyun's tone carried a hint of surprise, as it indeed exceeded his expectations. As an immortal, although he had entered the spirit's source, and fallen into slumber shortly after his birth in the form of a celestial beast. He had been unable to endure the immense spiritual energy baptism due to his nascent cultivation level. Thus, he had to settle for utilizing the spirit source instead. Nevertheless, an immortal is an immortal, an immortal is immortal. The distinction is vast. Logically speaking, in this expansive world, it should be impossible for events to unfold beyond his expectations. Jun Qinghang understood this well. It seemed that his nephew Song was indeed blessed with extraordinary fortune. He could not help but wonder if he might be the so-called child of destiny, as depicted in tales of yore. Yet that seemed implausible. He was the one who had traversed into this realm, retaining the memories and insights of his past life. If such a being truly existed, according to the conventions of storytelling, it would surely fall upon him, wouldn't it? As Jun Qinghang pondered, he glanced down at the ground of the bronze shrine. Could this shrine be crafted from some rare and unparalleled material sought after across countless worlds? Master, it is merely a palace built from the most ordinary stone. Perhaps merely imbued with a trace of the spiritual essence I possessed before my slumber. Xingyun's voice remained calm. Yet, Jun Qinghang felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had forgotten that within him resided a bird, one that could slightly perceive his emotional state. However, this is merely a reflection of his current spiritual awareness, which is not particularly strong, limited to the nascent soul stage. As his spiritual awareness improves, such circumstances will gradually dissipate. For a moment, the bronze temple fell into silence. Jun Qinghang engaged in conversation with Xingyun within his sea of consciousness. Song Ji's keen intellect pondered the peculiarities of this region devoid of demonic beasts. Nonetheless, it must be said, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. Upon returning to the cave heaven, you will likely break through to the golden core stage at once. Jun Qinghang suddenly remarked, snapping Song Ji from his thoughts. He had not anticipated that Jun Qinghang could discern his cultivation issues at a glance. Although there existed a certain disparity in their cultivation levels, they were both in the late foundation establishment stage. He could not perceive even a hint of Jun Qinghang's cultivation. Yet the latter had effortlessly identified Song Ji's recent advancements. Indeed, martial uncle, Song Ji conceded gracefully, acknowledging the observation. This is for you. After conferring with Xingyun in his mind, Jun Qinghang retrieved a golden small vial for the celestial treasure trove provided by Xingyun and handed it to Song Ji. He had now amassed a fortune equivalent to an entire celestial treasure trove. Jun Qinghang presented gifts without batting an eye. The disciples of the Xumi Cave Heaven were inherently more united and protective of one another compared to other factions. Moreover, the disciples entering the secret realm this time were the direct disciples of the peak masters, which naturally fostered closer relationships than those among other disciples. Most importantly, even if this disciple Song Ji were not the child of destiny, he undoubtedly bore great fortune, incomparable to ordinary talents. This could be viewed as a preemptive investment. Forging connections with geniuses is one of the ways to expand influence among peers. Martial uncle, what is this? Song Ji inquired as he accepted the golden vial. Noting its unique texture, unlike the ordinary jade vials used for elixirs. His master was the peak master of Xumi Peak and the current saint of Xumi Cave Heaven, renowned in the true spirit realm as the revered master of the language spirit. Yet, in such a distinguished background, he had never encountered such an extraordinary vial. This is the 3-pattern golden core pill. Chapter 44, Departure. The golden core pill. Throughout their cultivation journey, practitioners inevitably rely on various elixirs to aid their progress. Some serve to restore spiritual power, like the Yuan recovery pill, while others, such as the tranquil heart pill, maintain clarity and purity of the mind. Naturally, there are also elixirs essential for breakthroughs in cultivation levels. For instance, the Foundation Establishment Pill is required for Qi refinement stage practitioners when establishing their foundation, while the Golden Core Pill is utilized by Foundation Establishment practitioners upon condensing their Golden Core. The Golden Core Pill is the finest among third-tier elixirs. Without a cultivation level in the late Golden Core stage, even a third-tier alchemist would find it challenging to concoct. In other words, Even with Jun Qinghang's current cultivation and alchemical skills, he would be unable to produce such a treasure as the golden core pill, let alone Song Ji, who considered his hearing to be quite sharp. If he heard correctly, Martial Uncle had just mentioned the 3-pattern golden core pill. Elixirs of the same tier still possess varying degrees of quality. On the flawless quality, one might find the legendary pattern elixirs. The patterns are divided into 3 tiers. Even the endeavor to concoct a single-patterned elixir necessitates an extraordinarily profound mastery of alchemy, coupled with an expertise that far exceeds the grade of the elixir intended for refinement. Despite possessing all requisite conditions, one cannot guarantee the absolute success of the endeavor. Furthermore, inscribing patterns upon the elixir inevitably summons the tribulation of thunder, serving as a formidable trial for those aspiring to engrave cloud patterns upon their concoctions. Only by successfully navigating this thunderous trial can one truly achieve a single-pattern elixir. If the creation of a single pattern is fraught with difficulty, one can only imagine the challenges posed by the higher-tiered 2-patterned and 3-pattern elixirs, particularly the latter. To illustrate, Song Ji has devoted over 30 years to his cultivation and has yet to encounter a 3-pattern elixir. Even the 2-pattern elixir he came across was procured by his master from the esteemed elder of Danxia Peak during his foundational period. Although the foundational elixir is merely a second-tier concoction, it is inherently among the most arduous to create within its class, particularly when intended for breakthroughs of significant magnitude. While a number of alchemists at Danxia Peak may successfully refine a single-pattern foundational elixir, those capable of producing a 2-pattern variant are exceedingly rare. The existence of 3-pattern elixirs is nothing short of legendary, with both the revered Danxia and the esteemed saintess Ji Hua unable to produce such a masterpiece. The 3-pattern elixirs that currently exist are remnants of ancient times, either passed down from antiquity or discovered within ancient ruins and secret realms, priceless and unparalleled. The last recorded appearance of a 3-pattern elixir was documented in ancient texts over 8,000 years ago. Although it was merely a 3-patterned 5th-tier elixir, its emergence incited a fierce competition among revered beings and even those of the highest transcendental order. The scenes described in the text were nothing short of exhilarating. The little master uncle, upon making his move, produced a 3-patterned golden elixir. He recalled that when the little master uncle acted within the Yuaning cave, he had certainly manifested a golden essence within himself. This 3-pattern golden elixir could significantly enhance the likelihood of successfully breaking through to the golden elixir stage. One might even assert that success was assured, while also improving the quality of the golden elixir formed by the cultivator. Such an accomplishment is indeed extraordinarily remarkable. Little master uncle, this is far too precious. Song Ji realized, understanding well the principle of earning rewards through merit. He considered himself unworthy of such attention from his esteemed little master uncle. Could it be that the little master uncle had recognized the potential in Song Shi? This, he surmised, was the greatest opportunity within the secret realm. Jun Qinghang fixed his gaze upon Song Ji and spoke. In an instant, Song Ji grasped the implication and expressed his gratitude to the little master uncle. The rewards of this journey had far exceeded his expectations. That 7th-tier spiritual herb had even augmented his celestial tome substantially. He felt a profound connection to the opportunities presented in this place. This 3-pattern golden elixir was already beyond what was originally meant for him. He understood the wisdom in knowing when to withdraw, allowing him to earn the favor of his little master uncle and the potential for future collaboration. He had come to appreciate the formidable prowess of the little master uncle through his own experiences and the teachings of his master. Just moments ago, he had eagerly opened the grand doors of the bronze temple and immediately beheld his little master uncle engaged in conversation with a white-clad figure amidst the remnants of statues. It was in that instant that his voice caught the little master uncle's attention. The glance exchanged was devoid of any oppressive aura of blades or overwhelming malice. It is as if one could perceive the entirety of life and death in a single glance. Indeed, that fleeting moment was sufficient to etch an indelible impression upon his heart. This incident, however, stemmed from Jun Qinghang's own limitations. His current cultivation and spiritual awareness were insufficient to constantly monitor the myriad unforeseen events within such a vast bronze temple. Nonetheless, in any case, Song Jishu ultimately managed to locate Jun Qinghang, ensuring that the 8 individuals from the Shumi Cave Heaven would not become 7 upon their exit. Master, the secret realm is about to close. The voice of Xingyun resonated within Jun Qinghang's mind. Indeed, this secret realm existed because of Xingyun, and now that a bond had been forged, the realm could not remain open any longer. Perhaps this was the last and only occasion it would be unveiled. But what are the demonic beasts? Jun Qinghang suddenly recalled those he had released. They were originally summoned by Xingyun from a distant star during the creation of this secret realm. For countless years, they had diligently safeguarded the bronze temple. The unique nature of the temple ensured that their lives remained suspended at the moment they transformed into stone statues, while also allowing them to awaken from their petrified state at any time. Now that Xingyun was about to depart the secret realm with him and return to the vast world, it would be remiss to allow these demonic beasts to vanish along with it. They would surely be transported through the hidden spatial passages within the realm to appropriate worlds. Jun Qinghang led Song Jishu to the entrance of the bronze temple. In the distance, he beheld beams of white light ascending. These were the demonic beasts being conveyed away from the secret realm through the spatial passages. Some might find themselves in the true spirit realm, while others could venture to various grand and lesser worlds. Regardless, they would not face annihilation alongside the secret realm. This was the utmost effort that Jun Qinghang and Xingyun could extend on their behalf. To bring them all back to the Xianling realm would inevitably provoke tumult within the true spirit realm. This was no mere assembly of golden core demonic beasts. According to Xingyun, several were of the integration stage. The sudden appearance of such formidable beings in the true spirit realm would undoubtedly incite unrest and suspicion. Should they arrive in other worlds, it would no longer concern them. Thus, this journey could be deemed quite fulfilling, and we shall prepare to depart, Jun Qinghang stated, sensing the spatial fluctuations drawing near. Shortly thereafter, 2 beams of white light swept over the area where Jun Qinghang and Song Jishu stood, transporting them out of the secret realm. Chapter 45. The Flame Sovereign, ignored even when grinding one's teeth by the banks of the Sanyuan River. The Language Spirit Sovereign and the Flame Sovereign each claimed their territory, standing in opposition across the expansive waters. They had been engrossed in their meditative practices. The Language Spirit Sovereign was simply accustomed to recuperating, while the Flame Sovereign was in the process of mending the damage inflicted upon her consciousness by Jun Qinghang. In less than a month, regardless of her innate genius, the prowess of the Zhuke lineage afforded her an accelerated recovery from her injuries. It is utterly impossible to swiftly heal the internal injuries inflicted by the divine consciousness defenses left by the revered Aoki. Yet, as she endeavors to mend her wounds, a mysterious tremor emanates from the depths of the Sanyuan River, stirring the waters into tumultuous waves. Clearly, an anomaly has arisen. But before she and the Spirit of Words can ascertain the current state of the riverbed, white whirlpools begin to manifest upon its surface. The well-versed and seasoned Spirit of Words, alongside the 2 esteemed Fire Lords, immediately senses the disturbance. The secret realm concealed within the Yuanning Cave is on the verge of a complete unveiling. At the moment the white whirlpools fully form on the surface of the Sanyuan River, intense spatial fluctuations ripple through the air. Someone is about to be teleported. The Spirit of Words and the Fire Lords initially presume that the restrictions of the secret realm are being lifted, allowing all cultivators to enter and explore its treasures. Little did they anticipate that this heralded the impending closure of the realm. It has barely been a month since its opening. In the annals of history, there has never been a secret realm that remained accessible for such a fleeting duration. Within this brief period, for cultivators, it scarcely amounts to the time spent in a solitary retreat. How could it possibly afford the disciples from their 2 celestial realms a genuine opportunity for discovery? However, the Spirit of Words maintains a more optimistic outlook than the Fire Lords. He firmly believes that, with Jun Qinghang among their ranks, they are destined to gain benefits distinct from those of the 4 spirits' celestial realm. As for that group of lesser karami from the four spirits, while his exterior remains composed, internally he grapples with uncertainty. The outcomes of the secret realm are unpredictable. With Jun Qinghang present, complete loss seems unlikely. But neither does it promise an unscathed passage. Suddenly, the spirit of words' eyes brighten. Here it comes. The white whirlpool on the water's surface displaces the river's flow. And as the waters recede, streams of radiant light surge forth from its center. Although all are conveyed in the form of luminous streams, some emerge with the grace of a swallow, while others land with a resounding thud. What has transpired? The Fire Lord's gaze sharpens as he observes the ragged assembly of the four spirits' celestial realm, particularly noting the disheveled Jun Qinghang, who has suffered grievous injuries, including the loss of a hand. Wait a moment. Where are the two youngsters from the Xuanwu lineage? The Fire Lord's eyes fixate on the hapless Jun Qinghang, awaiting her explanation. This expedition to the secret realm was under her leadership, and the extent of the losses is staggering. The two strongest disciples of the Xuanwu lineage have perished. Should they have gained treasures from the realm, it might be bearable, but if not, it could spell trouble for Jun Qinghang's clan. In stark contrast to the situation on the side of the four spirits' celestial realm, the spirit of words observes that, aside from a noticeable depletion of magical energy in Yangding Tian and others, there are no significant injuries. He feels a surge of relief. Most crucially, Jun Qinghang remains unscathed, his aura deepening, clearly indicating a refinement in his cultivation. A subtle, yet formidable presence lingers around him, eliciting a sense of wariness within the spirit of words. He instinctively assumes this is a defensive measure set by the revered Aoki upon Jun Qinghang. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, the wandering clouds in the true spirit realm are exerting their utmost effort to conceal their presence, while swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of the realm to disguise themselves. Only through such subterfuge can he rely on his celestial beast bloodline to remain in the true spirit realm. Additionally, he must refrain from unleashing his full power. Should he do so, the heavenly laws of this realm would immediately detect him and forcibly return him to the celestial realm. His cultivation has yet to reach a level capable of contending with the heavenly laws of the vast world. Even in the celestial realm, only the most formidable beings can stand in equal regard with the heavenly laws of the great cosmos. Let's return to the sect. Upon noticing that everyone remained unperturbed, the revered Yinling promptly summoned the Shumi flying boat, preparing to escort everyone back to the Shumi cave. Only within the Shumi cave can they truly find safety. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. Yinling raised his hand to send Jun Qinghang and the others onto the Shumi flying boat before turning to face the blazing revered one, who had unexpectedly flown up to his level. What guidance do you have, revered Lai Yin? Yinling was reluctant to engage in lengthy discourse with the revered one. The tongue of the revered Lai Yin was as sharp as that of a judge, effortlessly twisting right and wrong. Although she had merely called out to him, he could already predict what she was about to say. As anticipated, the revered Lai Yin unleashed her verbal assault with her renowned eloquence. She had just learned from Jun Qinghang and others about the events that transpired during their expedition into the secret realm. Under Jun Qinghang's embellishment, she had placed all the blame squarely on Jun Qinghang and his companions. Whether she sought to defend Jun Qinghang or wished to extract opportunities from Jun Qinghang remained a mystery known only to the revered Lai Yin herself. The four spirit caves were completely devastated, while the Shumi cave emerged unscathed. Even a 3-year-old child could discern the underlying deceit. The individuals from the four spirit caves had not even located the core area of the secret realm. Instead, they had scavenged some spiritual herbs while being pursued by various demonic beasts. Their initial position was simply too far from the area where the bronze shrine was located, meaning only the spiritual herbs growing closer to the shrine would possess higher grades. Even within the Shumi cave, only Jun Qinghang had managed to gather some herbs. But at that time, in his quest for the alluring opportunities, he had regrettably abandoned most of them. Subsequently, it was Song Jishu's fortuitous encounter that led him to discover a 7th-grade spiritual herb in the outermost region, which he immediately absorbed and refined. Under ordinary circumstances, With his cultivation level, he would not have been able to refine or even absorb a trace of 7th-grade spiritual herb. However, the properties of this particular herb perfectly aligned with his vast, righteous body, and with the presence of the heavenly book, he was able to absorb and refine it. Beyond that, the highest grade of spiritual herbs obtained by others was merely 5th grade, and even those were not among the finest of their kind. Lai Yin, you should weigh your worth carefully. Do you dare to entangle yourself with the Shumi cave? Do your words truly represent the 4 spirit caves? Each word of the revered Yin Ling was like a precious gem. Faced with the authoritative words of Yin Ling, the revered Lai Yin retracted her earlier remarks. There was no recourse. She is unable to represent the 4 spirits' cave heaven. Chapter 46, Golden Core. Within the 4 spirits' cave heaven, the 4 veins govern themselves independently, with the vermilion bird lineage enjoying unparalleled dominance for nearly 10 millennia. Any slight misstep could lead to a coup from the other 3 lineages. At present, while the Azure Dragon lineage ostensibly controls all affairs, their actual influence among the upper echelons pales in comparison to that of the vermilion bird lineage. Thus, in a moment of hesitation, the Flame Elder dared not continue his discourse. Observing this, the word Spirit Elder refrained from further comment. Gesturing to the Flame Elder before soaring away on the Shumi flying vessel, was he not aware of the sordid affairs within the 4 spirits' cave heaven? It is, without doubt, the least representative of the 3 great cave heavens. The Flame Elder could only stand there, fists clenched, watching the Shumi flying vessel depart. Return to the sect. The words uttered by the Flame Elder were nearly forced through gritted teeth. Upon returning to the sect, Jun Qinghang bid farewell to the others and made his way back to the purple bamboo garden. He had originally intended to seek his master for the rare materials needed to break through to the golden core stage and subsequently enter seclusion for cultivation. However, whether it was due to the presence of Xingyun now residing within him, his internal magical energy and spiritual roots seemed to have been invigorated by celestial essence. Upon emerging from the secret realm, his cultivation had become exceedingly difficult to contain. He hurried back to the purple bamboo garden and immediately sent a message to his senior brother, requesting him to fetch the resources necessary for his breakthrough from their master. He understood that his master had undoubtedly prepared the treasures required for his advancement to the golden core stage well in advance. Although he now possessed the starry treasure vault of Xingyun, which contained a plethora of high-grade materials, a cultivator's advancement through major realms should not be taken lightly. It is not merely a matter of quality, but must also align with the cultivator's own essence. Jun Qinghang indeed found some exceptionally suitable items within the Star Treasure Vault, yet he deemed it essential to compare them with what his master had prepared before reaching a final conclusion. Master, above the Lingchun Peak, in the Celestial Palace of Clouds. Songnan stood before the Celestial Palace with utmost reverence. Shortly after Songnan bowed, the doors of the Celestial Palace swung wide open. What brings you here? The Azure Wood Taoist hovered within the main hall of the Celestial Palace, seated upon clouds, with a trace of his magical energy still lingering in the air. The sudden aura caused Songnan's back to dampen with sweat. Master, the junior brother has returned. He entrusted me to request the rare materials for his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. The Azure Wood Taoist descended slowly. Qinghang has returned? The Azure Wood Taoist calculated with a flick of his fingers. Has it been less than a month since he returned? Naturally. He was aware of Jun Qinghang's venture into the secret realm. Without his approval, the sect's higher-ups would never have allowed Jun Qinghang to enter an uncharted secret realm. How could a secret realm close so swiftly? Truly strange. The Azure Wood Taoist waved his hand to produce a bright red brocade pouch. This contains the rare materials prepared for your junior brother's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Take it to him. Additionally, until Qinghang has successfully broken through, no one is permitted to enter Lingchun Peak, including Shumi and others. Any discussions must take place in the Shumi Celestial Palace. Qingmu Daozuan had long anticipated that his young disciple would soar ahead in his cultivation progress. However, the speed at which he was advancing exceeded even his expectations. At barely 13 years of age, he was on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core stage. How could it be that the more he practiced, the faster his cultivation became. Curious indeed, Qingmu waved his hand, signaling Song Nan to withdraw. Seated high within the celestial palace, he could behold the entirety of Lingchun Peak. The air in the purple bamboo garden was thick with spiritual energy, shimmering layers of violet radiance undulating throughout. Qingmu keen perception discerned that the spiritual essence of Lingchun Peak was rapidly converging toward the purple bamboo garden. It appeared he was indeed poised to break through to the golden core stage, with an aura that was both rounded and refined, indicating an exceptionally solid foundation. Nodding in approval, Qingmu resumed his meditative posture within the celestial palace. "Junior brother, I have brought the cultivation resources for you," Song Nan announced from outside the purple heart bamboo sea. From a moment, Jun Qinghang returned to the purple bamboo garden to begin his training. The formations of the purple heart bamboo sea had been activated to prevent any intrusions during his cultivation. Song Nan was fully aware of this. Although he could easily access the formations, he chose to patiently await his younger brother's response from outside. Before long, a stream of spiritual energy emerged from the depths of the purple heart bamboo sea, wrapping around the red silk pouch before retracting. "Thank you, senior brother," came a faint, ethereal voice from within. Song Nan smiled, opting to remain in place, settling down cross-legged outside the purple heart bamboo sea to meditate and protect Jun Qinghang during his practice. Jun Qinghang opened the red silk pouch, and instantly, several treasures soared out. The Xian Shui condensing pearl, ice kuei, 9-colored bellflower, and flame essence soul stabilizer. 4 treasures in total. Each a 6th-tier spiritual herb. 6th-tier spiritual herbs serve as primary materials for concocting 6th-tier elixirs, a level only attainable by the most skilled of cultivators. Yet now, they were merely intended for Jun Qinghang's golden core formation. Typically, a cultivator would require only one such rare treasure to condense their golden core, rendering such an abundance of precious materials unnecessary. When Song Nan himself formed his golden core, he had used only 2 6th-tier treasures, yet Qingmu had provided Jun Qinghang with a remarkable 4. The resources required for a cultivator to break through major realms depend on their innate talent. The higher the talent, the greater the resources needed. After much contemplation, Jun Qinghang extracted the Xian Shui condensing pearl, 9-colored bellflower, and flame essence soul stabilizer from the red pouch. Additionally, he retrieved a 3-patterned golden core elixir and a condensing core lotus from the starry treasury of the celestial clouds. The condensing core lotus was the pinnacle among 6th-tier spiritual herbs, one of the primary ingredients for concocting foundation-breaking elixirs. Even when consumed alone, it could aid a cultivator in breaking through their limits. With these 4 6th-tier treasures and the 3-patterned golden core elixir in hand, his breakthrough to the golden core stage was assured. With this thought, Jun Qinghang immediately entered a state of cultivation. The golden core stage marks the beginning of a cultivator's immortal journey, established upon the foundations laid during the qi refining and foundation establishment phases. During foundation establishment, a cultivator forges their Tao foundation within their purple mansion Dantian using their spiritual roots, magical energy, and rare materials as catalysts. The Tao foundation serves as the cornerstone for all subsequent cultivation endeavors. The destruction of the Tao foundation signifies the obliteration of a cultivator's lifelong dedication to their craft in an instant. Concurrently, the Tao foundation grows stronger alongside the cultivator's progress until it possesses the might to support the formidable power of the golden pill. The transition to the golden pill stage is merely a matter of the cultivator cultivating the essence of gold within their body during the foundational stage, and then using this essence alongside precious artifacts, coalescing the golden pill atop the Tao foundation in the Purple Palace. Although this process appears deceptively simple and effortless, the journey is fraught with peril. The essence of gold must coalesce into the golden pill within the body, akin to an ordinary person in a past life attempting to create a stone within themselves. Admittedly, this analogy may fall short, yet the degree of danger is magnitudes greater. Chapter 47. The Thunder Tribulation. In an instant, Jun Qinghang's magical power erupted, enveloping the bamboo grove. The power derived from his cultivation of the Azure Lotus Spirit Root. Despite his current status as a foundational stage cultivator, already hinted at his ability to revive withered wood, to ascend from the foundational stage to the golden pill stage. The first step, the essence of gold, was already within his grasp before venturing into the secret realm. Now, he must leverage the essence of gold as a prerequisite and draw upon his entire magical power to gradually coalesce a golden pill in the Purple Palace. Next comes the trial of the Thunder Tribulation. Jun Qinghang is currently confronting this second hurdle, the consolidation of the golden pill. The term golden pill is a generic designation for the phenomenon. In reality, just as a cultivator must forge a Tao foundation of varying grades to break through the foundational stage, the golden pill is similarly categorized. Should a cultivator attempt to forcibly breach the golden pill stage without the enhancement of rare materials or possessing insufficient or low-grade spiritual essence, only a fraction of the essence of gold can integrate into the golden pill during its formation. The result is a false golden pill cultivator. Such cultivators may be considered to have officially entered the golden pill stage, yet their combat prowess is only marginally superior to that of late foundational stage prodigies. They could easily be overwhelmed by a genius of the caliber of Yang Tian, Lilong Song Shu, or Jun Qinghang. The false golden pill serves as a last resort for cultivators struggling to see a path forward, left with no alternative. Even if their future prospects seem utterly bleak, they aspire to glimpse the more splendid vistas of the golden pill stage. Above the false golden pill lies the true golden pill. In contrast to the false golden pill, the true golden pill possesses a far more potent reservoir of magical power, and the entire pill is more rounded, with a more formidable essence of gold. Cultivators who refine a true golden pill have greater possibilities on their path to immortality. Although they may not rival true golden pill cultivators, they still have opportunities to ascend to even greater realms. This standard represents the minimum quality requirement for the golden pills refined by disciples of the three great celestial realms. Should disciples of the three celestial realms merely enter the golden pill stage with a false golden pill, they would be immediately expelled from the celestial realms and no longer regarded as disciples. The three great celestial realms absolutely forbid their prodigies from entering the golden pill stage with a false golden pill, as it would be tantamount to self-sabotage of their futures. Following closely are the true golden pill cultivators and the flawless golden pill. A true golden elixir practitioner hovers above the foundational realm, embodying a golden elixir of consummate purity. With every movement, they evoke the formidable might characteristic of the golden elixir stage, capable of stirring the very heavens and earth with their immense presence. Such practitioners exude a deterrent force akin to a complete army, perhaps even surpassing it. Their magical prowess is as profound as the depths of the earth, flowing ceaselessly like rivers and seas. They begin to manifest the nascent power capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon. The flawless golden elixir practitioner, upon transcending the golden elixir stage, infuses all their magical essence and purity into the elixir itself, utilizing exceptionally rare celestial materials to immerse the elixir in spirituality, undergoing repeated refinement and tempering. Ultimately, they achieve a genuinely perfect and unblemished golden elixir. This caliber of elixir can only be refined by the Daozi level and a select few prodigious saints even within the three great caves. Notably, amongst the Daozi level prodigies, such as the Cloud Dao Master and the Heavy Platform Dao Master from the Shumi Cave, both possess celestial roots, receiving divine blessings during their foundational breakthroughs. Such innate talent ensure that even if they were to refine a golden elixir, they would never settle for anything less than a flawless one. Genius carries its own pride. 3 months have swiftly passed, a mere fleeting moment, even for foundational practitioners, a trifling segment of their cultivation journey. Following their expedition into the secret realm, all the prodigies who ventured there have entered a state of secluded cultivation. 50% of the spiritual herbs they acquired are to be submitted to their sect in exchange for contribution points, marking the completion of a task. The remaining half may be handled at their discretion, whether for personal cultivation, exchanged at Danxia Peak for pills, or traded for contribution points. On the return journey, Jun Qinghang entrusted all the spiritual herbs he collected, those of 6th rank and below, to Song Shu for comprehensive management. Once Song Shu had meticulously processed these herbs as per Jun Qinghang's instructions, he returned to Xumi Peak to commence his own cultivation. His harvest was substantial. The heavenly book had already unveiled its first page, and under its magnification, his lofty Tao body exhibited abilities far beyond the ordinary. However, the mastery of these abilities still required his personal exploration. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for him to contend with top-tier prodigies like his junior martial uncle. Competition is indeed the path of involution among geniuses. In this period of seclusion, he resolved to remain until he achieved the golden elixir stage, aiming specifically for the flawless golden elixir. Had the first page of the heavenly book not been opened, he would have dared only to challenge the golden elixir level, not aspiring to ascend further towards the flawless golden elixir, as he had not yet attained that level of foundation or aptitude. However, with the unlocking of the heavenly book, the situation transformed. The flawless golden elixir now lay within his grasp. 3 months is ample time for him to refine his cultivation at the late foundational stage to a state of perfection, finally enabling him to draw upon his purity and begin the process of condensing the golden elixir. Just then, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Song Shu waved his hand to open the door, gazing through the layers of sunlight towards the rear of Xumi Peak. Above the firmament, layers of dark clouds are gathering ominously. It is evident that this portends the imminent arrival of a thunderous tribulation. Song Shu gazes at Ling Chun Peak, shrouded by the ominous clouds and situated directly below, and suddenly comprehends the situation. It seems he will be unable to surpass his junior uncle in reaching the golden core stage. Observing others undergoing tribulations offers immense benefits to cultivators themselves. Countless prodigies have gained profound insights while witnessing the tribulations of others. Since he has yet to catalyze his golden essence, his cultivation can afford to take a slower pace. Thus, he decides to first observe and learn from his junior uncle's tribulation. He prepares to soar on the winds, but quickly halts his magical prowess. Are these tribulation clouds not excessively expansive? Typically, a golden core cultivator can summon clouds of tribulation spanning 1,000 miles, while a true Dan cultivator can only invoke clouds of 100 miles. As for those of lower golden core quality, the false Dan cultivators can only attract clouds covering several dozen miles. The extent of the tribulation clouds, which envelopes a foundational cultivator's breakthrough to the golden core, often reflects the innate talent and quality of the upcoming true cultivator. However, although Ling Chun Peak is not far behind Xumi Peak, this distance is relative to other main peaks. In reality, the two peaks are still separated by tens of thousands of miles. This range is sufficient for a flawless golden core to summon a thunderous tribulation. Song Shu gazes at the ominous clouds that have enveloped the entirety of Xumi Peak, realizing the terrifying power of summoning a golden core tribulation with a flawless golden core. Tens of thousands of miles are insufficient to contain the range of the tribulation. He has never doubted that Jun Qinghang could refine a flawless golden core. That is beyond question. Yet this tribulation seems overwhelmingly excessive. Chapter 48. A banquet of flowers for 3,000 guests. A sword frosty across 14 states. The disciples of Xumi Peak must immediately evacuate to avoid being caught in the scope of the heavenly tribulation. A cold voice like thunder reverberates in the minds of all disciples on Xumi Peak. It is the voice of the sovereign. All disciples swiftly rise on the winds, retreating into the distance, while those prodigies favored by the Fenghuang he clan take to the skies on cranes. In mere moments, Xumi Peak is left deserted. The heavenly tribulation is no trifling matter. Even a golden core tribulation can be perilous, and who knows which extraordinary prodigy is undergoing it. Should they encounter an exceedingly rare prodigy facing the golden core tribulation, it is likely they would breeze through it while the others might not endure the lightning summoned by such a genius. Jun Qinghang sits cross-legged within the purple bamboo garden, and now, Lingchun Peak stands devoid of any presence. Long before the onset of the Golden Core tribulation, Song Nan had ascended to the celestial palace above the clouds. The celestial palace, situated above Ling Chun Peak, serves as the daily abode of him and Jun Qinghang's master, Qingmu Daozun. It is saturated with the profound power of a great ascension Daozun, unparalleled in its mystery. Even beneath the impending tribulation, it remains unaffected. Master, is this tribulation of my junior brother a touch too exaggerated? Song Nan observes the rapidly expanding clouds of tribulation, centered above Ling Chun Peak, with a grave expression. The two Daozi-level figures of Su Mi Dong Tian, Yun Daozi and Chong Tai Daozi, entered the path of cultivation in the same era. The holy disciples find themselves perpetually chasing under the radiance of these two figures, having witnessed the spectacle of their ascendance through the Golden Core tribulation. At that time, both invoked a cataclysmic storm of thunder across thousands of miles, undeniably achieving the pinnacle of Golden Core cultivation. However, now, the distance from Lingchun Peak to Shumi Peak spans tens of thousands of miles, and this is merely the radius. With his cultivation, he can certainly perceive the expanse of the tribulation clouds. This is a storm of thunder covering 99,999 miles. A feat only accomplished by a select few prodigies in the annals of the true spirit realm's ancient history. The Taoist Qingmu squinted slightly, lost in contemplation. Song Nan expressed mild astonishment. Master, isn't this range of tribulation clouds typically invoked only by the nascent soul tribulation? He recalled that many of his fellow disciples within the inner sect had indeed triggered such extensive nascent soul thunder tribulations. Unlike the monumental hurdles of establishing a foundational path or solidifying a golden core, which represent a true creation from nothingness, the nascent soul stage merely requires the fragmentation of the golden core into an infant form, thus lacking the same ferocity as the breakthrough to the golden core stage. In ancient times, the most exceptional talents could provoke such tribulations, yet with the passing of that era, the 3,000 great worlds seem to have experienced a temporal discontinuity. Many ancient legacies have thus been submerged in the torrents of history. It is entirely normal for one of your tender years to remain unaware. The fact that Jun Qinghang can invoke such tribulations indeed speaks volumes of his innate gifts. It is likely that within 50 years, Lingchun Peak will welcome another deity of transformation. Taoist Qingmu's tone was calm, yet his words reverberated deeply within Song Nan's heart. The implication was clear. His junior's talent far surpassed that of the two senior disciples. Both senior disciples achieved transformation at a century's mark. Yet Master suggested that his junior would attain this feat within 50 years, though it may appear superficially as merely a matter of time. The disparity in talent is indeed several-fold. Jun Qinghang's entire being radiated golden light, a manifestation of his power reaching a state of overflow. At this moment, within the dantian of Jun Qinghang, boundless mana, infused with gold essence, coalesced into a golden core. The golden core shimmered with brilliant radiance. Yet it was evident that it still lacked a certain breath to achieve complete unity. This missing breath was precisely what had yet to be tempered through the golden core thunder tribulation. Suddenly, Jun Qinghang opened his eyes, and the 4 six-tier treasures hovering before him disintegrated into ashes, their spirits long since consumed as mediums for solidifying the golden core. Concurrently, Jun Qinghang shattered a jade vial with his mana, and the 3-pattern golden core was instantly swallowed. The potent energy of the 3-pattern golden core was rapidly refined within his dantian, guiding the formation of a flawless golden core while simultaneously urging this golden core to emerge. Once the golden core fully materialized into the external world, the golden core thunder tribulation would truly descend. At the moment the golden core began to manifest, Jun Qinghang surged upward, breaking through the barrier of the purple bamboo garden and soaring into the sky. as if sensing the emergence of the destined tribulation bearer. The thunderclouds above erupted with a resounding roar. Jun Qinghang gazed upward, observing the serpentine bolts of lightning dancing within the storm clouds. This was not the same as the confrontation he had with Yelifeng Xingyun, where the opponent employed the lightning techniques of Yelifeng. Although it too was filled with electric energy, it bore no resemblance to the current catastrophe of thunder. Jun Qinghang could distinctly perceive that his vital energy had long been ensnared by the thunder tribulation looming above in the heavens. The thunder tribulation had already arrived. A serpentine bolt of lightning descended tentatively from the heavy clouds in the sky. Jun Qinghang slightly raised his hand to deflect this bolt. This was merely an appetizer for the tribulation. No, it could hardly be deemed as such. It posed no challenge, requiring only minimal strength to ward off. However, in the next moment, as if the initial probe had passed, a purple bolt of lightning, dozens of times thicker than the first, fell without warning. Jun Qinghang felt a momentary embarrassment. The thunder tribulation had launched a surprise attack. He pointed his finger like a sword, condensing an intense beam of sword light. His magical power collided with the oncoming thunder, akin to the sharp tip of a needle meeting the edge of a wheat blade. In an instant, a brilliant explosion of light erupted, causing the disciples of Shumi Dongtian, who were observing from 100,000 miles away, to shield their eyes. Such radiance was so overwhelming that even those with cultivation dared not gaze directly upon it. A tingling sensation coursed through Jun Qinghang's fingertips. This thunder tribulation was far more intricate than the accounts depicted in novels. It astonishingly required no physical medium, relying solely on his magical power to transmit its effects to his corporeal form. No wonder, as the legends state, that the tribulations faced by high-level cultivators can even strike at the cultivator's consciousness. The thunder tribulation endured by golden core cultivators is known as the Sanjiyu Thunder Tribulation. Regardless of a cultivator's innate talent, the specifications of the tribulation are confined to this. It is absolutely impossible to artificially increase the number of tribulations. The only aspect that can be amplified is the intensity of each individual bolt. Just like Jun Qinghang at present, with each thunderbolt he deflected, one less would remain among the 27. The previous 18 tribulations, even with their escalating power, posed no threat to Jun Qinghang. He could fend them off without resorting to magical artifacts, relying solely on various techniques. However, the final 9 bolts of lightning would not be so easily navigated. Observing the 19th bolt of thunder charging directly at him, Jun Qinghang drew forth the Wangshi sword. Since its emergence after nurturing, he had never wielded it. On one hand, he wished to keep it within his dantian, hoping it would soon manifest a spirit. On the other hand, no one else was worthy of its use. Without any flamboyant preamble, he executed a single stroke. The sword light traced a line. In a hall filled with flowers, 3,000 guests are intoxicated with one sword. The frost chills across 14 provinces. Chapter 49. A golden core swallowed, piercing the gate of life and death. Song Jishu stood outside the range of the thunder tribulation, observing the clash between Jun Qinghang and the bolts of lightning. The initial 18 tribulations were merely an appetizer. The main spectacle lay within the final 9. If the power of the earlier 18 tribulations escalated progressively, with each one doubling the strength of its predecessor, then each of the last 9 would surpass the combined might of all previous tribulations several times over. Coupled with his junior uncle's innate talent, Song Jishu could hardly fathom the tremendous force of these final 9 bolts. Indeed, as the 19th bolt struck down, Song Jishu immediately discerned the overwhelming power of the impending 9 tribulations. Merely this single strike, he would need to exhaust all his means to follow through. Yet in the next moment, was that sword truly the fateful treasure of his junior master? A wave of doubt surged within Song Jishu's heart. The aura of this sword resonated with him as second only to the celestial tome in his possession among all treasures he had encountered in his cultivation journey. Even his master's fateful artifact seemed to pale in comparison to this sword. It was not merely a matter of the artifact's rank, but rather an indescribable feeling. While Song Jishu pondered, Jun Qinghang boldly unleashed a strike. How could one articulate the grace of this sword? Song Jishu recalled a line from a poem he had read somewhere. In a hall adorned with flowers, 3,000 guests are drunk. A single sword brings frost to 14 states. This aptly described the sword's might. A single stroke, frost-laden, reverberating through the 9 provinces. Certainly, this was the view of Song Jishu, for disciples of lesser talent might never witness the grandeur of Jun Qinghang's strike. Brother Liu, how does this sword fare? Above the cloud peaks, 2 ethereal gentlemen stood side by side, gazing toward the horizon where Jun Qinghang was undergoing tribulation. One donned white garments as pure as snow, while the other was clad in black as ink. One exuded a gentle aura, while the other emanated sharpness. They were none other than the 2 disciples of Sumi, Cave Heaven, Guru Shi in white, and Lu Zhonghua in black. Just moments ago, Guru Shi had posed a question to Lu Zhonghua. It is well known that the master of the heavy platform in Sumi, Cave, possesses the spirit root of a sword immortal, which manifests in the shape of a celestial sword. In this life, wielding both a person and a sword, he has traversed the realm of prodigies. Undeniably, he is the epitome of unparalleled genius, a sword that reveals its brilliance as he walks the world. This sword already harbors a formidable sword intent. Yet, this junior brother Jun, who does not cultivate the sword path, has that intent embedded in every gesture, yet to be manifested in the world. Should he one day fully comprehend this embryonic sword intent, his emergence would undoubtedly herald a grand mastery of swordsmanship. Truly, Brother Lu's assessment of junior brother Jun is extraordinarily high. A flicker of surprise crossed Guru Shi's eyes. He and Lu Zhonghua had entered the sect together and sworn allegiance to the great ascension Taoist of Sumi Cave Heaven. They had journeyed together in their cultivation, ultimately ascending to the status of disciples of Sumi Cave Heaven. Guru Shi could affirm with his own cultivation that he had never witnessed Lu Zhonghua hold anyone in such high regard. Even towards him, despite their close friendship over the years, they remained competitors. Throughout these centuries, the most he had ever heard from Lu Zhonghua was a simple acknowledgement of his strength. Indeed, that was the highest praise Lu Zhonghua had ever offered. Now, to suddenly hear Lu Zhonghua commend Jun Qinghang's prowess in 2 or 3 sentences regarding this sword strike was truly eye-opening. As Jun Qinghang executed his strike, the sword light shimmered before him, and the tribulation thunder approached. The lightning aimed to cleave the sword light in twain, while the sword light sought to counter the thunder with a reverse slash. The 2 forces resembled sentient beings, tense and poised for conflict. Observing this, Jun Qinghang once more struck vertically, creating a cross with 2 beams of sword light, which astonishingly cleaved the tribulation thunder into 4 slender fragments. Jun Qinghang immediately harnessed the lingering power of the tribulation thunder to the golden core at his dantian. His flawless golden core precisely required the force of the thunder tribulation to unlock all the barriers that hindered the convergence of his qi. After the 19th bolt of tribulation was shattered by Jun Qinghang wielding the Wangshi sword, it was as if the gates of the tribulation were flung wide open. Subsequently, several bolts of tribulation thunder descended in perfect unison. The sheer might of this simultaneous onslaught left even Jun Qinghang momentarily stunned. Such exceptional treatment, with the Wangshi sword held aloft. Boundless spiritual energy surged towards it from the Lingchun peak beneath Jun Qinghang's feet. Meanwhile, from the storage ring gifted by the Holy Son of the Canjin Peak during their initial meeting, an array of neatly arranged spiritual swords was summoned forth by Jun Qinghang. These swords comprised a substantial collection of 2nd and 3rd tier spiritual swords, which the Holy Son had prepared for him. As he possessed neither 1st tier swords, nor could he wield anything above 3rd tier, given his current cultivation level. Now, it was time for these swords to fulfill their utmost potential. With this thought, Jun Qinghang activated the storage ring, channeling his mana and understanding of the sword path to summon these spiritual swords into flight around him. After absorbing ample spiritual energy, the Wangshi sword erupted with an unimaginable sentience, causing the lower tier swords to quiver with excitement. Seeing this, Jun Qinghang immediately infused the Huangshi sword with his mana to simultaneously gain control over the hundreds of surrounding spiritual swords. Gradually, all the swords gathered around the Huangshi sword, forming a colossal sword that seemed to transcend into a greater entity when viewed from afar. With his right hand poised and his mana concentrated, Jun Qinghang lifted the gigantic sword and soared towards the tribulation clouds above. Awaiting him was the simultaneous descent of several bolts of tribulation thunder. This technique, known as 10,000 swords returning to one, is a divine power recorded in the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing, capable of manifesting varying degrees of might based on Jun Qinghang's cultivation level and the number of spiritual swords employed. According to the teachings, should Jun Qinghang attain the level of a great ascension Taoist, he could even cleave the entire true spirit realm with a single sword strike. However, even now, with the Huangshi sword as his guide, and by harnessing hundreds of lower-tier spiritual swords, he was still able to obliterate the bolts of tribulation thunder descending simultaneously. At this moment, the heavens seemed to be incensed by Jun Qinghang's actions. Raucous purple lightning danced through the dark clouds, reverberating with thunderous roars that echoed incessantly. The overwhelming force even carried a tremor that resonated with the souls of the observing disciples, forcing them to retreat 1,000 miles away. Standing beneath the tribulation, Jun Qinghang could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from the thunder. With the final 3 bolts of tribulation now poised to fall together, his expression grew solemn. Although the previous strike had indeed been remarkable, it had also drained nearly 30% of his internal mana. Nevertheless, the remaining magical energy was more than sufficient to contend with the final 3 thunder tribulations. The disparity between his current self and the one from 4 months prior in the nascent soul cave was as vast as the heavens and the earth, and the 3/10 of magical energy consumed was not without its distinctions. Chapter 50. Congratulations, little master uncle. There was no respite granted to Jun Qinghang. The final 3 bolts of tribulation thunder descended in unison. Jun Qinghang unleashed a singular strike of myriad swords returning to their origin. Although the low-tier spirit swords had begun to buckle under the weight of the earlier fused tribulations, showing signs of fracture, many had already detached from the colossal sword, plummeting to the spirit chuan peak below, scattered like fallen leaves. Yet, a significant number remained steadfast, with the Huangshi sword as the mainstay. It bore the brunt of the majority of the tribulation's force. They still possessed the strength to fight. At this moment, under Jun Qinghang's magical influence, they radiated their final warmth, rendering the last contribution they could muster for him. A brilliant sword light surged forth, accompanied by the colossal sword's radiant destruction, charging toward the last 3 bolts of tribulation thunder. Seizing the moment, Jun Qinghang propelled his golden core with magical force, which soared into the sky, trailing closely behind the giant sword. The remaining power of these spirit swords was utterly insufficient to withstand the final 3 bolts of tribulation thunder. Even with Jun Qinghang's divine abilities, the enhancement of myriad swords returning to their origin could not suffice. These low-tier flying swords, after all, were still lacking in grade. While they could not fully traverse the last 3 bolts of tribulation thunder, they could significantly diminish their potency. The remainder, Jun Qinghang prepared to channel into the golden core, treating it as a means to temper the golden core. After all, once a cultivator achieves the golden core, they must undergo specialized training in the sect's designated thunder pool to refine and stabilize the golden core, preventing it from shattering due to instability. Should the golden core break, aside from fragmenting into an infant, it would signify the utter ruin of one's cultivation. Rather than seeking time later to visit the Yao Lei Peak, it was far more prudent to harness the power of the heavenly tribulation now. In the novels he had read in his past life, protagonists often transcended heavenly tribulations with their physical forms. Was it unreasonable for him to utilize the power of the tribulation thunder to temper his golden core? Boom! Just as Jun Qinghang had envisioned, when the colossal sword collided with the final 3 bolts of tribulation thunder, A momentary inaudible sound preceded a resounding crash. Jun Qinghang let out a muffled groan, not from injury. The golden core was a manifestation of his magical energy and the essence of gold, infused with the spiritual qualities of numerous six-tier treasures. It was integral to his being, as vital as his foundation of Tao. The sudden impact of the tribulation's power reverberated back to Jun Qinghang. His physical form, a longevity immortal body, was more than capable of withstanding such trivial forces of tribulation. It merely registered as a slight tingling sensation. This was merely a reflection of the enhancement of his physical strength corresponding to his cultivation advancement. In future practices, even those cultivators specializing in physical refinement might not match Jun Qinghang's prowess. This is the distinction between innate talent and diligent effort. As the last vestige of the thunderous power was absorbed by Jun Qinghang's flawless golden core, transforming into the very essence of his being, the tempest of thunder finally ceased its resonant clamor. Yet, Jun Qinghang remained motionless, suspended in mid-air, his eyes gently closed, maintaining the very visage and state he had just exhibited. A singular term surfaced in the minds of all the cultivators observing this tribulation: the heart demon tribulation. Such is the nature of the thunder tribulations across all realms. To transcend the thunder tribulation is to encounter the most fearsome of challenges, the heart demon tribulation. Jun Qinghang had long prepared the tranquil heart pill. During his foundation establishment, due to his possession of the Azure Lotus Celestial Root, he was granted a divine foundation without undergoing the thunder tribulation. Thus, he had never experienced the formidable power of the heart demon tribulation. Naturally, he was resolute in his preparations. While he may not have had an abundance of resources, he understood the necessity of utilizing what he possessed to the fullest. At this moment, Jun Qinghang felt as though his spirit was being drawn away into another dimension, glimpsing scenes that ought not to have appeared before him, visions from his past life. His memories of the true spirit realm were gradually fading, as if he were on the verge of becoming an ordinary mortal once more. However, just as Jun Qinghang's consciousness was about to be wholly consumed by the heart demon tribulation, the Azure Lotus Celestial Root within his sea of consciousness began to sway gently. The essence of the root manifested as a soft azure light, instantly pulling Jun Qinghang back to reality. Simultaneously, the dark clouds that had loomed ominously for nearly 99,999 miles began to dissipate. In but a fleeting moment, the storm clouds vanished as if they had never existed. Above Jun Qinghang, the dark clouds parted, allowing sunlight to penetrate through the thick cover, bathing him in its warm embrace. Golden beams cascaded gently upon him. This was a reward and a gift from the heavenly Tao to those who successfully navigated the tribulations. The strength of the cultivators within a realm directly correlates to the potency of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it is never stingy towards geniuses and successful tribulation navigators. The golden light showering down was the heavenly Tao's post-tribulation reward for Jun Qinghang. In that instant, Jun Qinghang found himself in a state of stupor. Had his heart demon tribulation been so effortlessly dispelled by his celestial root? Did all celestial roots possess such an extraordinary capability? Bathed in the golden radiance, Jun Qinghang felt his consciousness and physical form rapidly strengthening, particularly the power of his mind. As a being of the everlasting celestial body, his physical prowess was inherently formidable and deeply intertwined with the essence of his immortal form. Hence, the blessings from the heavenly Tao offered only limited enhancement to his corporeal strength. Within Jun Qinghang's sea of consciousness, the consciousness cultivated through the spirit seed visualization method, and the circulatory flow of the spirit seed accelerated under the influence of the golden light, exhibiting signs of overexertion. With the hastening circulation, Jun Qinghang sensed his mental acuity intensifying remarkably. Within mere breaths, he had already ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and was swiftly approaching the late stage. Once the golden light was entirely absorbed by Jun Qinghang, his mental strength ultimately stabilized at the great perfection of the late nascent soul stage, poised to ascend to the divine transformation stage when the moment was ripe. Jun Qinghang lifted his gaze, fixating upon the golden core that lingered above him. Having successfully traversed the tribulation of the golden elixir, the blessings bestowed by the heavenly Tao were absorbed entirely by the flawless golden elixir, save for the portion granted to Jun Qinghang. He gazed upon the golden elixir, which shimmered with a golden light under the sun. Layers of golden radiance enveloped the outermost shell, harmoniously complementing the perfectly rounded elixir. Its surface bore no blemish whatsoever. This was indeed the epitome of the golden elixir, the flawless golden elixir. A sudden surge of immense gravitational pull erupted from Jun Qinghang, guiding the elixir back towards him. As he slightly parted his lips, the elixir was drawn into his mouth by the force of his spiritual energy, gradually making its way to his dantian. This act did not signify that Jun Qinghang had consumed the elixir in a mundane sense. Rather, it was a revered acknowledgement within the cultivation realm for golden elixir practitioners. It is said that once a golden elixir enters the belly, one can unravel the gates of life and death. Having stepped into the realm of the golden elixir, one achieves the status of a golden elixir true person, thus gaining the ability to transcend life and death. A golden elixir true person holds the power to obliterate an entire mortal kingdom with but a thought, wielding dominion over life and death, instilling fear in all who dare oppose. Once the golden elixir had settled above the azure lotus-shaped foundation of his dantian, Jun Qinghang finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he had successfully weathered the tribulation of the golden elixir. Simultaneously, the tribulation clouds that loomed above his head dissipated. Radiant beams of light cascaded down upon him, as if the very heavens were offering their blessings. Dressed in a resplendent robe of myriad hues woven from these radiant rays, Jun Qinghang was honored for his achievement as a golden elixir true person. Witnessing Jun Qinghang's transformation into a being akin to the legendary Golden Boy, all the disciples who had gathered to observe his tribulation bowed in unison, extending their hands in salute. Congratulations, Junior Uncle, on attaining the path of the golden elixir. Congratulations, Junior Uncle, on attaining the path of the golden elixir. Congratulations, Junior Uncle, on attaining the path of the golden elixir. Chapter 51. The True Spirit Resonates. The chorus of voices formed a resounding wave, echoing throughout the inner sect of the Shumi cave heaven. The distance between the inner and outer sects was not great. Merely a mountain range separated them, with the outer sect residing to the south and the inner sect to the north. Disciples of the outer sect were forbidden from intruding upon the inner sect. Thus, their singular ambition in life was to diligently cultivate and gain entry into the inner sect. Today was an ordinary and unremarkable day, as the outer sect disciples methodically engaged in tasks to earn contribution points, which they exchanged for resources to further their cultivation. However, the sudden emergence of a threefold resounding wave startled them. Initially, the disciples felt a sense of dread, unsure of the source of this congratulatory uproar, or who possessed the audacity to disturb their cultivation within the Shumi cave heaven. Before long, they discerned that the jubilant voices originated from the inner sect, their true haven nestled beyond the mountain range. Furthermore, it became evident that even the elder stewards of the outer sect, those Yuan-ing true monarchs who typically held themselves in high esteem, were simultaneously performing respectful gestures towards the inner sect while exclaiming, "Congratulations, Junior Uncle, on attaining the path of the golden elixir." Jun Qinghang stood atop Lingchun Peak, mere moments away from the celestial palace of his master, Qingmu Daozuan. "Master," he saluted, amidst the accolades echoing from the disciples of the Shumi cave heaven. The resplendent garments woven from ethereal light have yet to fade. Indeed, with a harmonious breath, an unblemished golden core, and a flawless foundation, Jun Qinghang has truly acquired the ability to transcend the cycle of life and death. The revered Taoist Qingmu openly expressed his admiration for his disciple, Jun Qinghang. He had brought this young apprentice back to the Shumi cave heaven out of serendipity, fervently wishing for his safe and prosperous growth. Talent was of little consequence. no matter how mediocre one's gifts might be, with both him and Songnan by his side. Bullying would never be tolerated. Nonetheless, to have such an exceptional prodigy as a close disciple was indeed a reward for his lifetime of virtuous deeds. The thought filled Qingmu Daoist with delight. Return now, and solidify your cultivation at the bamboo grove. With a wave of his hand, Qingmu Daoist dismissed him. Although Jun Qinghang had just completed his breakthrough and weathered the tribulation, Qingmu had observed that his aura and state were remarkably perfect. There was no immediate need for him to stabilize his cultivation. However, the power of the initial golden core stage still required time to acclimate, as well as a thorough organization of his cultivation techniques. This was a natural phase all cultivators must endure after a significant breakthrough. 1 month from now, on your birthday, I shall have Shumi host the golden core ceremony for you. At that time, I will bestow upon you a Taoist title and host a banquet for guests from all corners. The Golden Core ceremony was a customary celebration for cultivators ascending to the Golden Core stage, varying in scale among different sections. Even in distant ordinary dynasties, the tradition of holding such a ceremony existed. As Jun Qinghang, the most extraordinary disciple of the new generation in Shumi Cave Heaven, and a direct disciple of the esteemed Qingmu Daoist, he was also a grand uncle to 99% of the disciples. The upcoming Golden Core ceremony was sure to be a momentous event that would reverberate throughout the realms. The Four Spirits Cave Heaven, regarded as the least favorable among the 3 great cave heavens, was situated on the upper reaches of the Sanyuan River, almost adjacent to it. Millions of years ago, the Four Spirits Cave Heaven was once hailed as a premier power, blessed by the 4 spirits of heaven, bringing fortune to the world. At that time, the conduct of its disciples indeed warranted such a reputation. The 4 branches of disciples coexisted harmoniously, the Qinglong branch presiding over harmony, the Zhuke branch overseeing alchemical artifacts, the Baihu branch specializing in martial prowess, and the Xuanwu branch dedicated to guardianship. For a brief period, the 4 spirits cave heaven stood at the pinnacle among the 3 great cave heavens. However, this glory was fleeting. Before long, internal strife erupted within the 4 spirits cave heaven for reasons unknown, and after a new ruler ascended to power, its reputation plummeted to disrepute. To this day, the echoes of that decline resonate. What did you say? The Flame Sovereign had spent over 3 months within her sanctuary, painstakingly mending her damaged spiritual consciousness. Upon emerging, she received such shocking news. The Shumi Cave Heaven had invited the 4 branches of the 4 Spirits Cave Heaven to attend the Golden Core ceremony of Jun Qinghang. A month hence, the Flame Sovereign had not forgotten who Jun Qinghang was, the very child responsible for her spiritual injury. Nonetheless, an invitation issued personally by the Sovereign of Shumi could not be disregarded, even if it was merely for the sake of appearances. Flame, we have made our decision. For this grand ceremony of the Golden Elixir in the Shumi Cave Heaven, you, along with Pan Long, Jing Tao, and Geng Jin, shall represent our 4 spirits cave heaven. Both the esteemed Flame and the arriving Taoist were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the voice of their revered Zhuke lineage. Yes, revered one. Upon acknowledging this, Flame immediately turned to the Taoist woman beside her and instructed, "Seek these items from the treasury of the Zhuke lineage." With a wave of her hand, Flame conjured a list of treasures in the air, brimming with names of valuable artifacts. Though reluctant in spirit, representing the Zhuke lineage of the 4 spirits, Cave Heaven and the Shumi Cave Heaven demanded a semblance of dignity. Some treasures were indeed necessary to present. Flame gritted her teeth in thought, wandering through the Wanxiang Cave Heaven, regarded as the most moderate among the 3 great cave heavens. It possesses an air of mystery and is closely linked with the Shumi Cave Heaven. Master, within the Wanxiang Taoist Hall of the Wanxiang Cave Heaven, a middle-aged man offered his respects to the youthful-looking Wanxiang sage. Despite his scholarly demeanor, he was undeniably a formidable being at the late stage of integration. Holding a letter in his hand, the Wanxiang sage soon grasped its contents. Truly, the Shumi Cave Heaven had struck gold. He shook his head, somewhat astonished by the era's apparent favoritism towards the Shumi Cave Heaven. Just as the formidable Taoists, Ru Yun and Chong Tai, had emerged. Now another prodigious spirit root had surfaced. A mere 13-year-old who had broken through to the golden elixir stage with an impeccable foundation. Could this child possibly be a reincarnated celestial? The Wanxiang sage pondered, his doubts lingering. Nevertheless, for the upcoming golden elixir ceremony, the Wanxiang cave heaven must present itself splendidly, preserving its reputation and the camaraderie with the Xumi cave heaven. Such a grand occasion would undoubtedly see invitations extended beyond just them and the four spirits cave heaven. As the Wanxiang sage surmised, messengers dispatched by the inner disciples of the Xumi cave heaven were traversing the 5 domains of the true spirit realm, signaling a ripple of excitement among the upper echelons of cultivators. Chapter 52. The Golden Elixir Ceremony. The true spirit realm spans an immense and vast land, floating amidst the myriad worlds. This is but one manifestation of the vastness of the great thousand worlds. A considerable portion exists in planetary form. However, most of the great thousand worlds cannot be contained within a planetary shape. Thus, the majority take the form of continents, as does the true spirit realm. For better distinction, ancient powers have divided the true spirit realm into 5 domains, with the central domain being the most affluent and bounteous. Legends abound in the true spirit realm regarding the myriad opportunities found within the central domain. The disparity in strength among the 4 domains of East, South, West, and North is not particularly significant. Apart from the central domain, which boasts 4 sacred lands, a prominent sacred clan, and a balanced stalemate, each of the other domains is governed by a single sacred land and a sacred clan that maintains control over the world. With only a month remaining until the 13th birthday of the sect's junior uncle and the grand ceremony of golden elixirs, the vastness of the true spirit realm presents a daunting challenge. Relying solely on the disciples at the nascent soul stage within the sect, it would be nearly impossible to traverse the distance to the major sacred lands and clans to deliver invitations within the limited time frame. Fortunately, they are supported by the Xumi cave heaven. With a steady flow of spirit stones being expended, they swiftly utilize the inter-domain teleportation arrays to reach the various sects and clans. The disciple from the inner sect at the nascent soul stage, after conveying the message, turned and departed without a hint of concern for the authoritative tone in his words. The supreme master of the Taichu sacred land, upon receiving the token and invitation from the Xumi cave heaven, remained unfazed. Although the Taichu sacred land had once been on the cusp of reaching the level of cave heavens long ago, it had since faltered and could only remain a sacred land, being the foremost among the 8 sacred lands. The Supreme Master was acutely aware of the distinction between sacred lands and cave heavens. If the other party had spoken with courtesy, it would have indeed raised suspicions of ulterior motives. The Supreme Master lifted his hand to gaze upon the golden leaf resting in his palm. It would be inaccurate to call it merely a golden leaf, for aside from its color, it bore no resemblance to gold. This small leaf was a unique token crafted from an entire star by the formidable refining capabilities of the Tiangong Peak within the Xumi cave heaven. Imprinted with the essence of the disciples of Xumi cave heaven, only those holding this golden leaf can cross the barrier of the 3 yuan blessed land from specific locations to enter the realm of the Xumi cave heaven. It is essential to note that the star refined by Tiangong Peak is fundamentally different from the celestial treasures casually harvested by the Xingyan sect. While the latter can be likened to a small thousand worlds, the former is merely a somewhat larger secret realm. Nevertheless, it stands as a masterpiece of extraordinary craftsmanship and is among the most renowned tokens of Xumi cave heaven. Moreover, this item is exceedingly difficult to forge. Even the combined efforts of the entire Tiangong Peak would require no less than 49 years to accomplish. Any misstep could result in utter failure. Such tokens are typically reserved for use as invitations only during the ascension of a new Supreme Master or when crowning a disciple of the Cave Heaven. The fact that Xumi Cave Heaven is willing to expend such resources for a mere grand ceremony of golden elixirs speaks volumes about the stature of its principal figure. Immediate arrangements must be made for gifts, to be prepared according to the specifications just short of those designated for a disciple of the cave heaven. The supreme master of Tai Chu, having lived for tens of thousands of years, possesses a discerning eye, and even with his nascent stage of integration, he quickly comprehended the profound implications of Shumi, cave heaven's actions, and understood how they ought to prepare their congratulatory gifts. The Ji family, a top-tier sacred clan that has endured since ancient times, has stood resilient in the central domain for millions of years. In the lineage of the esteemed clan, prodigies emerge incessantly, bolstered by the bloodline of ancestors who once ascended to true immortality, thus ensuring a continuous succession of descendants. It is no surprise that the haughty Ji family of the Holy Clan must maintain an air of deference when faced with the Yuan Ying stage, disciples dispatched by the Shumi cave. Regardless of their lofty status, for these sacred clans, it is a rare occurrence to witness a Taoist master emerge over the span of 100,000 years, let alone to possess the fortune to ascend to the celestial realm. However, the three great caves consistently yield prodigious talents of the Daozi and Shengzi caliber in nearly every generation, who ascend to the celestial realm with remarkable stability. This phenomenon exemplifies the notion of extraordinary individuals flourishing in blessed lands, as is the case with the Shumi cave. The Ji family is undoubtedly obliged to participate in this grand event. The head of the Ji family, Ji Ziqiu, solemnly accepted the token. The Shumi cave, leveraging the grand ceremony of the golden elixir, disseminated invitations far and wide, reaching from the cave itself to the heavens and the celestial empires. Beyond the significant matter of the golden elixir ceremony, it also served as an opportunity to showcase the immense power of the three great cave-level forces. The sacred clans and celestial empires take great pride in receiving such invitations, as being acknowledged by a cave-level force inherently signifies their own strength. It is noteworthy that throughout the entire true spirit realm, apart from a select few celestial empires invited, many forces of equal standing find themselves unable to gain the favor of the Shumi cave, longing for an opportunity that remains elusive. In the eastern region lies the renowned Jianshao family, a celestial clan celebrated across the land. With a formidable master of the void refinement presiding over the clan, their reputation is illustrious. Additionally, it is rumored that decades ago, the Jianshao family birthed a pair of twins. In their early childhood, these twins displayed talents surpassing that of ordinary children. Able to spend an entire day in the clan's sword testing grounds, their synchronicity unfathomable to the average observer. At that time, numerous factions speculated that this pair might indeed be the fabled twin Dao bodies, for what else could explain their extraordinary gifts at such a tender age? Yet, irrespective of the conjectures from external factions, these remain mere speculations, until the moment of the twins' spiritual measurement arrived on their 10th birthday. Their true potential remained shrouded in mystery. Consequently, the Jianshao family found itself under the collective gaze of the world. To the astonishment of many factions, the Jianshao family took the unprecedented step of inviting a master of void refinement from the Shumi cave to preside over the twin spiritual measurement day. Though merely a master of void refinement, the endorsement of the Shumi cave's esteemed reputation commanded respect and caution from even the sacred lands. Ultimately, the results of the twins' spiritual measurement remained undisclosed, with the only certainty being that they were taken directly to the Shumi cave for further cultivation. From that point onward, the Jianshao family experienced an unstoppable momentum in the eastern region. It is no jest. The clan boasts a pair of prodigies cultivating within the Shumi cave. Although the three great caves remain firmly entrenched within the three primary blessed lands, they traditionally refrain from intervening in the conflicts among the forces of the 5 regions outside these lands. Nevertheless, given the uncertainties surrounding the identities of the twins masters, caution prevails in every corner. The inhabitants of a Shumi cave heaven are notoriously protective of their own. At long last, an opportunity arises to visit the fabled Shumi cave heaven. This also presents a chance to reunite with Honger and Schwer. One cannot help but wonder how they have fared over the decades. The father of Shao Jinghang and Shao Jingxue is none other than Xiao Huan, the current head of the esteemed sword master Xiao family. In his youth, Xiao Huan became deeply engrossed in the tumultuous waves of cultivation. Believing himself to be a prodigy destined to secure a place in an era teeming with exceptional talents. He even envisioned the possibility of leading the sword master Xiao family to greater heights, transforming it into a revered holy lineage. However, reality eventually tempered his ambitions. Soon, Xiao Huan relinquished his aspirations, embraced the responsibilities of family leadership, and took a wife, fathering 2 children. Xiao Qinghang and Xiao Jingxue are his only offspring, born with silver spoons in their mouths. Had it not been for their extraordinary talents and the fact that the swordmaster Xiao family is not a holy lineage, they would have struggled to survive in the perilous eastern domain. Although letters from Xiumi, cave, heaven occasionally reached them over the years, nothing could replace the reassurance that comes from seeing one's children with one's own eyes. In addition to preparing a grand gift, he also intends to gather some cultivation resources to bestow upon Hunger and Schwer when the time comes. Yes, Chief. Chapter 53. Unprecedented and unrepeatable. Within the vast realms of the true spirit world, scenarios akin to those of the Taichu Holy Land, the Ji family, and the Swordmaster Xiao family unfold. A palpable tension courses through the top-tier forces of the true spirit world, as they ponder what gifts would earn the favor of Xiumi, cave, heaven among the multitude of factions. Numerous forces have even begun to scout for eligible and beautiful young women within their sects and clans. Although it is rumored that the newly ascended Golden Core true person of Xiumi Cave Heaven has yet to undergo the crowning ceremony, thus has not yet reached the age of 20, this very fact fuels their ambitions further. A Golden Core true person under the age of 20. Throughout history, even the Tao children of the 3 major caves have never achieved such heights. Should a confidant of beauty emerge from their ranks to stand by as such a prodigy, their future prospects could be exceedingly bright. The various powerful factions in the true spirit world promptly intensified their bustling preparations. Meanwhile, the Xiumi Cave Heaven was equally industrious. Among the towering peaks, the peak masters personally prepared gifts, while ordinary disciples of the intersect were summoned to assist in the grand arrangements for the event. The Xiumi Holy Master had issued commands well in advance. The venue for the Golden Core ceremony is set atop Xiumi Peak. The summit square serves as the viewing area, while the Xiumi Heavenly Palace is designated for the representatives of the great forces to take their seats. Although the Xiumi Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace Square are already impressive in stature, the Xiumi Holy Master found it insufficient. After consulting with the Daoshin, he mobilized the disciples of Tiangong Peak to commence renovations on the decorations surrounding the Xiumi Heavenly Palace. Endless celestial clouds were utilized as materials, crafted into strings of resplendent treasures resembling silk, weaving throughout the entire Heavenly Palace. The originally majestic and solemn Xiumi Heavenly Palace was adorned with an ethereal and transcendent charm. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Tiangong Peak commenced their crafting of artifacts right in the square outside the Xiumi Heavenly Palace. A series of jade tables and chairs were arranged meticulously. In the past, regardless of the grand ceremonies, everything was readily available, simply retrieved from the treasury for immediate use. This was a first instance where everything was freshly forged creations. This unusual occurrence sparked considerable discussion among the intersect of the Xiumi Cave Heaven. Whispers circulated that this young master uncle truly was the favored one among the higher echelons of the Xiumi Cave Heaven. Even the grand ceremony for ascending to the Golden Core stage was notably distinctive. Above the Xiumi Peak in the Cloud Palace, which served as the residence of the Xiumi Peak Master, also known as the Xiumi Saint Lord, the presence of the Xiumi Heavenly Palace dictated its position, slightly behind the main peak. Unlike the cloud palaces of other peaks, which were positioned directly atop their respective summits, the Xiumi Cloud Palace was uniquely situated. At this moment, the master and his disciple, Mo1, stood side by side, gazing at the bustling figures of the intersect disciples atop the Xiumi Peak. A fortnight had elapsed since the disciples of the Xiumi Cave Heaven had departed for the 5 domains to deliver messages, and they had been engaged in their tasks tirelessly during this time. As the date of the Golden Core ceremony approached, the intricate arrangements began to unsettle these young saints. The Shumi Peak Master raised a hand to halt Mo.Wen's forthcoming remarks. One might perceive such conduct as excessively extravagant for junior brother Jun. Mo.Wen nodded, indeed sharing that sentiment. The prodigious talent of junior brother Jun was evident. There was no need for them to speculate. Just by observing that he had yet to reach the age of 13 and had already attained the Golden Core pathway, one could glean much. These young saints recognized their limitations and did not underestimate him due to his youth. However, even the two previous disciples had not received such treatment. This level of favor was unprecedented and likely unparalleled in the future. This was not merely a decision of the master. It was the arrangement of the supreme Taoist. Hearing his master's words, Mo.Wen found himself momentarily speechless. He had long heard of how junior brother Jun, during his youth, was frequently accompanied by Uncle Qingmu, traversing the various Taoist sanctuaries. It was evident now that the supreme Taoist held a profound affection for junior brother Jun. Mo.Wen smiled wryly and shook his head. Was this what they called extraordinary favoritism? Truly, seeing it firsthand was far more impactful than merely hearing about it. The cultivation of the great ascension Taoist stood at the pinnacle of the true spirit realm. Even the supreme Taoist residing in the Shumi cave heaven was a figure rarely encountered by his own master. Mo.Wen pondered. Some individuals are born with immense fortune. Their lives may not require excessive trials or tribulations. They ascend to the zenith, looking down upon all beings with an effortless flow. However, this is their path. Every cultivator must tread their own journey. A single misstep could sever their connection to the immortal path. Mo.Wen lifted his gaze towards the Shumi Saint Lord, who did not return his glance, as if the prior words had never been spoken. Yet, Mo.Wen discerned an underlying admonition. A chill ran through him, and he promptly steadied his mind. Unexpectedly, such an extraordinary talent as Jun Qinghang was nearly swayed in his resolve by a mere chain of butterfly effects. It is indeed terrifying. The disciple has come to understand. Tiangong Peak, renowned alongside Danxia Peak as the principal summit of Shumi Cave Heaven, is home to disciples possessing either fire spiritual roots or dual attributes of fire and gold. The cultivation of artifact refinement techniques is practiced here, and the majority of the treasures within the entire Shumi Cave Heaven originate from this peak. There, one must hasten to connect another individual. The crafting of this item must not be interrupted in its spiritual energy supply. Otherwise, not only would all prior efforts be in vain, but we also lack the time to forge it anew. A man clad in ordinary blacksmith attire was directing hundreds of disciples from Tiangong Peak while also examining the refinement status of the artifact before him. Duan Chun, how goes it? A voice, ethereal and resonant, emerged as an elderly man with a white beard materialized from the void. Master, it is nearly complete. Duan Yun replied, bowing respectfully. Duan Chun, the sole disciple of Saint Sun Caliber at Tiangong Peak, was akin to the Saintess Ji Hua of Danxia Peak. Although his spiritual root endowment was not exceptionally outstanding, he possessed a unique Dao body, the 100 Refinements Dao body, which allowed him to continuously elevate his cultivation during the artifact refinement process. The old man, the master of Tiangong Peak, brushed his long beard with satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. We are finally nearing completion. This item will serve as a fitting gift for Jun Qinghang." After speaking, the Tiangong Venerable stepped forward, taking Duan Chen's place. With a surge of mana, he directed his power skyward, illuminating the celestial stars above. Though Duan Chen had attained the realm of transformation God Dao Jun, he had yet to master the art of casually plucking stars from the heavens. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, streams of stellar energy cascaded down from the celestial bodies illuminated by the Tiangong Venerable's mana, directly falling into the artifact furnace before them. Chapter 54. The ceremony commences just as alchemists require alchemical furnaces for their craft. Artifact refiners similarly need appropriate furnaces to achieve success. It is said that in ancient times, there were powerful beings capable of refining artifacts with their bare hands, requiring no external assistance. However, such techniques have long been lost to time. As the stellar energies from the cosmos were directed downwards by the Tiangong Venerable S mana, cascading into the immense artifact furnace, a burst of brilliance erupted from within. Upon witnessing this, the Tiangong Venerable immediately unleashed a series of artifact refinement hand seals. The disciples of Tiangong Peak retreated to the periphery, remaining silent and motionless. Their complete focus directed towards the artifact refinement process being conducted by the Venerable. To witness the Peak Master of Tiangong refining an artifact was a rare occurrence throughout Shumi Cave Heaven, as there had only ever been Duan Shun as his sole disciple. After executing the artifact refinement hand seals, the Tiangong Venerable further stimulated the flames inherent within the refining furnace with his mana. However, this was not to temper the artifact that was on the verge of formation, but rather to ignite and thoroughly heat the refining furnace. To truly speak of the flames that would temper the artifact, they were simply not adequate. A white flame was cast into the refining furnace by the Tiangong Venerable. The Star Gang Melting Fire, one of the extraordinary flames, simultaneously a unique fire of the Tiangong Peak's legacy, is the most compatible flame for forging. Gradually, subtle starlights began to flicker within the forging furnace. At Lingchun Peak, within the purple bamboo garden, Jun Qinghang finally opened his eyes after a prolonged period. Nearly a month had passed since his successful tribulation and ascension to the Golden Core stage. During this time, no one had disturbed him. The sect meticulously arranged all matters concerning the Golden Core ceremony. He merely needed to acclimate to the power of his current Golden Core cultivation. If one were to speak of adaptation, it was primarily his spiritual consciousness that required adjustment. The Golden Core tribulation had elevated Jun Qinghang's spiritual awareness to an impressive level, comparable to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Typically, the strength of a cultivator's spiritual awareness aligns with their cultivation level, often falling slightly below it. Those who manage to match their spiritual awareness with their cultivation are considered prodigies in that domain. Jun Qinghang, however, had his spiritual strength exceeding his physical cultivation by an entire realm. Were it not for his eternal life, immortal body, which endowed him with sufficient physical resilience, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming burden of his spiritual awareness long ago. Throughout this month, besides exploring his current state, Jun Qinghang had also meticulously sensed the circumstances surrounding the heart demon tribulation. He had witnessed everything in full clarity when it commenced. The heart demon tribulation had begun, and his spiritual awareness had already perceived the powers of the heart demon, an echo of his past life. Though he remained uncertain about the nature of this tribulation, the gradual fading of his memories concerning the true spirit realm indicated that his heart demon tribulation would undoubtedly be formidable. In truth, the more unyielding a genius is, the more arduous their heart demon tribulation becomes. The path of immortality is an obsession deeply etched in their hearts. While such fixation can serve as a driving force for cultivators in their journey, it can transform into a piercing blade aimed at their very essence during the heart demon tribulation. The Qinglian immortal root is indeed extraordinary, as it pertains to the realm of the divine. However, the heart demon tribulation also originates from the heavenly Tao, which even ordinary immortals would find insurmountable. Moreover, at that time, he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, yet to fully condense his core, even upon reaching the Golden Core, he should not have been capable of effortlessly dispersing the heart demon tribulation. It was indeed perplexing. Upon returning to the purple bamboo garden, the first thing Jun Qinghang did was immerse his consciousness into the sea of awareness to carefully observe the Qinglian immortal root. Yet he gleaned nothing. Reluctantly, he set this matter aside, although Xingyun had merged with him. After Jun Qinghang left the secret realm, Xingyun immediately entered a state of seclusion to adapt to the true spirit realm's environment and to deceive the heavenly Tao of this realm, focusing on how to navigate undetected and remain here for an extended period. Thus, Jun Qinghang could not consult with Xingyun. He raised his hand to withdraw the magical energy permeating the purple bamboo garden and calculated with his fingers. It was precisely nearing the month's end. He himself wished to continue his cultivation, yet it was likely that the sect would soon notify him. After pondering for a moment, Jun Qinghang reluctantly set aside his desire to practice. He poured out the prepared Qingxin pill and consumed it, chewing it as one would candy. After months of seclusion and tribulations, he had endured considerable hardship. Perhaps indulging in a few second-grade, third-tier Qingxin pills would soothe his throat. Junior brother, tomorrow is the golden elixir ceremony. We must head to the celestial palace of our master. At that moment, Songnan's voice, woven with spiritual power, transcended from beyond the purple heart bamboo, reaching the purple bamboo garden. Jun Qinghang glanced at the sky. It was already nearing evening, and the day of the golden elixir ceremony was upon them. Well, once this is over, I must diligently enhance my alchemical skills. I am currently a nascent golden elixir practitioner, yet I can only concoct third-tier pills suitable for the golden elixir stage. What a disgrace. As dawn broke, the morning mist of the Shumi cave heaven still brimmed with spiritual essence. In the distance, the horizon was pierced by golden rays. The resplendent sun leaped forth from between the mountain peaks of the cloud sea, scattering myriad rays of light that painted the layered mountains of Shumi cave heaven in a gilded hue. The spiritual trees and exquisite grasses atop each peak basked in the golden glow. At this moment, the entire Shumi cave heaven radiated sanctity, vast and magnificent. As the rosy clouds unfurled, the cries of cranes resonated, soaring through the 9 heavens. Between the peaks and rainbows, figures of the wind and cloud, cranes flitted about. Each crane, adorned in lustrous white feathers, shimmered with golden light, a spectacle created by their spiritual power attracting sunlight. A flock of cranes spiraled above the sea of clouds, their wings cutting through the morning mist, harmonizing with the splendor of the golden rays, subtly revealing the transcendent essence of the beings within this blessed realm. Today, the entire wind and cloud crane clan, aside from the venerable ancestor who had achieved a combined body, had emerged from their nest, traversing through Shumi cave heaven, their melodious calls adding brilliance to the grand occasion. Atop Shumi Peak, the disciples of Shumi cave heaven stood in formation, patiently awaiting the grand opening of the sect's gates to welcome forces from all directions. These disciples had been meticulously selected from the main peaks, each possessing cultivation at the nascent soul stage. At a certain moment, all disciples stirred with renewed vigor. The passageway of Shumi cave heaven had opened. Various prominent factions had long awaited in the sacred city of Shumi, but entry into Shumi cave heaven was not permitted for just anyone. On the day of the golden elixir ceremony, even the invited great powers could not enter freely. They had to remain in the sacred city of Shumi, awaiting the passageway. This passageway was forged by the heavenly craft peak when crafting the golden leaf tokens, infused with a trace of the protective array of Shumi cave heaven. By channeling spiritual power within Shumi cave heaven to activate the protective array and connect these golden leaf tokens, those holding the tokens could resonate with the array to create a spatial passageway. Golden circles opened and countless powerful beings emerged, each at least of the divine transformation stage, accompanied by juniors brought forth to witness. The truly invited strong ones were the refining void Tao lords and even the combined body venerables. This truly could be described as a gathering of great powers. Chapter 55, A Gathering of Great Powers. Today marks a grand occasion at the Shumi cave heaven. All disciples have been granted reprieve from their tasks and cultivation for the day. Even the outer sect disciples have been permitted to enter the inner sect to witness the festivities, although they are not allowed near the vicinity of the 8 principal peaks. For these outer sect disciples, whose life ambition is to join the inner sect, this is an immense honor. Consequently, the area nearest to the 8 principal peaks within the Shumi cave heaven is teeming with people. Disciples at the golden core stage crowd together like fish crossing a river, while those at the foundation establishment stage are as numerous as grains of sand, insignificant yet abundant. The Chi refinement stage disciples, unable to soar through the skies, mostly travel by sword, limited by their spiritual power to the periphery. Those with power and capability among them are carried aloft by foundation establishment disciples, hoping to catch a glimpse of the formidable figures atop Shumi Peak. At that moment, a bell tolled. From the oblique rear of Shumi Peak, an ethereal bronze bell gradually materialized amidst the clouds, appearing both distant and near. It is the bronze celestial bell, the treasured artifact of Shumi Cave Heaven, a complete celestial instrument capable of unleashing its full might in the hands of a transcendent being. The bronze celestial bell gently swayed, sending forth an invisible sound wave that resonated throughout the entirety of Shumi Cave Heaven and the Shumi Holy City. Regardless of one's cultivation level, location, or activity, all hearts rang with the solemn toll of the bell. Following this, the disciples gathered within the inner sect of Shumi Cave Heaven began to hear the names of the Yuanying disciples being called from the pinnacle of Shumi Peak, echoing across the vast expanse. The proud ally Heavenly Dynasty offered 10,000 superior spirit stones, 10 6th-grade spirit herbs, and 1,000 herbs below the 6th grade, congratulating the Lord of Shumi Cave Heaven on achieving the Golden Core Dao. The Do Wuqian sect presented 20,000 superior spirit stones, 5 6th-grade spirit herbs, and 10,000 herbs below the 6th grade, also in celebration of the Lord's accomplishment. The Hualing Heavenly Sect contributed a 7th-grade spirit herb and a bottle of 6th-grade elixirs, honoring the Lord of Shumi Cave Heaven for attaining the Golden Core Dao. The Jinsong Heavenly Dynasty generously bestowed 200,000 superior spirit stones, congratulating the Lord on his remarkable achievement. The chorus of voices continued unabated. These sects and dynasties are formidable forces, each possessing masters at the void refinement stage. Some, like the Hualing Heavenly Sect, are distinguished sects in the southern region, led by a formidable figure of combined essence. The offerings from these top-tier sects are extraordinary, with a minimum of 6th-grade spirit herbs and superior spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, there exists an unwritten rule: the more powerful the force, the later they make their appearance. Thus, during the lengthy hour of name-calling, only sects of the heavenly level were represented. The Shao family, renowned for their swordsmanship, stood among them. Although this level of force was invited to witness the ceremony atop Shumi Peak, they were merely background figures. Everyone understood that aside from the true protagonists, the major holy lands and sacred clans could only be considered as supporting characters. They themselves, the heavenly sects and dynasties, were not even worthy of that role. In the hallowed grounds of the Dan Ding sacred land, a tribute was presented, a rare flame known as the Falling Heart Flame, a vial of 7th-grade holy blessing pill, 100 vials of 6th-grade elixirs, a collection of 4th and 5th-grade pills, 100 stalks of 7th-grade spiritual herbs, and a number of 6th-grade herbs, all in celebration of the son of the Shumi Cave Heaven achieving the Golden Core Path, heralding a flourishing fortune. Upon hearing these words, whether it was the disciples of the inner sect of Shumi Cave Heaven participating in the grand ceremony atop Shumi Peak, those only able to gaze from afar in the outer sect, or the sovereigns of the heavenly sect and heavenly dynasty already seated in the plaza outside the Shumi Celestial Palace, all were stirred to the utmost degree of excitement. This declaration signified the arrival of the authorities from the sacred grounds and sacred clans. These lesser sects held no hope of establishing direct relations with such colossal entities as Shumi Cave Heaven. The sacred grounds were the very targets of their pilgrimage. Indeed, while the heavenly sect and heavenly dynasty would, to varying degrees, interact with the sacred lands and clans within their respective territories, opportunities to convene amicably, as they were today, were exceedingly rare. Such cordial gatherings were typically reserved for encounters with powers of the Cave Heaven tier. And what had they just heard? A rare flame? A vial of 7th-grade holy blessing pill? 100 vials of 6th-grade elixirs? Was there a promotional event taking place, with prices plummeting? How else could such a potent 7th-grade holy blessing pill, capable of advancing a harmonization realm practitioner without any side effects, be so generously offered? Furthermore, the rare flame, an invaluable treasure sought after by alchemists, blacksmiths, and those cultivating fire-based techniques within their sects, was an immense boon. Ah, the Dan Ding sacred land? There were no fools. Renowned as the most prosperous among the 8 sacred lands, it was a realm where alchemists thrived and wealth abounded. As the saying goes, One could encounter a wealthy matron at every turn within Danding sacred land. There were even tales of prodigies entering the land seeking medicinal herbs, only to be captivated by an alchemist, leading to a union that resulted in a life of extravagance. The Qiangying sacred land offered a jug of millennium-old jade nectar and a supreme spiritual artifact, the wine immortal jug. The Baoyin sacred land presented 5 pieces of inferior-grade Dao artifacts. The Ji clan of the sacred clan contributed 1,000,000 supreme spiritual stones. One by one, the sacred lands and clans arrived, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Compared to their lavish gifts, these sacred entities appeared as though they had an abundance of wealth with nowhere to spend it. The tributes from any single sacred land surpassed the combined offerings of all the heavenly sects and heavenly dynasties present. Were it not for the presence of those ancient beings, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had developed skin as tough as adamantine, they would have surely felt their faces flush with embarrassment, wishing to sink into the earth. Nonetheless, this spectacle allowed the distinguished disciples brought by the leaders of the heavenly sects and heavenly dynasties to witness the formidable prestige of the sacred lands for the first time. It also heightened their anticipation for the forthcoming appearances and tributes from the 2 major cave heaven-tier powers. The sovereigns and chieftains of the 8 sacred lands and 5 sacred clans took their seats at the forefront of the plaza, with positions reserved for the formidable beings of the 3 great cave heavens ahead of them. Amidst their exchanges, the atmosphere was charged with an electric anticipation. A radiant rainbow bridge materialized from the boundless distance at an astonishing speed, its direction distinctly unlike the previous forces. Which of the 2 great celestial realms could it be? All eyes were eagerly fixed upon it. A ceremonial scroll transformed from the horizon into a streak of light, and a hand reached out to grasp it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than one of the legendary 18 holy sons of the Shumi celestial realm, the revered Mo-Winda, the holy son of inquiry. Mo-Winda cleared his throat and unfurled the scroll, proclaiming aloud, Chapter 56. Congratulations to the Honorable Qinghang Junren, from the Wanxiang celestial realm, a pair of vibrant, dual-blooming lotus flowers, 100,000 pounds of 5-colored primordial stones, 50 vials of 8th-grade elixirs, a volume of the Wanxiang treasure compendium, 10 vials of 10,000-year-old earth core milk, and 100 various spiritual artifacts. Today, Mo-Winda donned attire most fitting, reminiscent of auspicious garments. Furthermore, as a direct disciple of the Shumi Lord and one of the holy sons of the Shumi celestial realm, every gesture he made was imbued with the celestial essence of the realm. His words, under the influence of his magical prowess, resonated throughout the heavens and earth. What a grand display! No one was left unastonished. The vibrant, dual-blooming lotus was an authentic 9th-grade spiritual herb. While it may not be the absolute pinnacle among 9th-grade herbs, it was said to possess the potential to become a divine medicine. Whether consumed directly or refined into an elixir, it would significantly enhance a practitioner's foundation and restore their spiritual roots, a true miracle capable of defying destiny. The 5-colored primordial stones were the most essential materials for crafting Dao artifacts, without exception. Without these stones, the creation of Dao artifacts would be impossible, and Dao artifacts are treasures that only the most powerful beings, like those at the revered or Taoist level, can wield, not to mention the Wanxiang treasure compendium, a top-tier treasure with a 90% probability of aiding the user in comprehending profound realms. Only the Wanxiang celestial realm possessed such a treasure. No other force had ever been rumored to have received it, and now it was presented as a congratulatory gift to the Shumi celestial realm. It was evident that this newly ascended lord would ultimately utilize this treasure, possibly grasping not just one, but multiple profound realms. Genius cannot be measured by ordinary standards, especially not that of a prodigy among prodigies. In the radiance of these 3 treasures, the other gifts seemed less extraordinary, yet they remained unattainable for the sects and holy clans present. Following the Wanxiang celestial realm, a melodious and resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. The crowd turned their gaze to find a magnificent firebird soaring towards them. It was the flame bird. Legend spoke of a tribe within the myriad beast kingdom on the other side of the Shifeng Mountains, known as the Flame Bird Clan, which naturally fed on flames and possessed the power to consume foreign fires. This particular flame bird appeared to be a late-stage existence of the void refinement realm, dangerously close to the integration realm. In many respects, it was on par with the Lord of the Holy Land, yet it had now become a steed for travel. It was clear that such a grand spectacle could only be orchestrated by another of the four spirits' celestial realms. The four spirits' celestial realm, a third of the vermilion bird's divine art, enveloped the surroundings in a profound silence. The gift from the four spirits' cave is indeed substantial. On the contrary, it is astonishingly grand, surpassing even the offerings of the myriad phenomena cave by countless measures. Setting aside the embellished treasures, it is evident to any discerning observer that the true gift from the four spirits' cave is singular in nature, the vermilion bird's treasure technique, sung forth by the Holy Sun Mo1 at the outset. This is one of the fundamental secret arts of the vermilion bird lineage of the four spirits' cave, a genuine celestial art. Even if only 1/3 of the technique is presented, it still signifies that merely 1/3 of the authentic vermilion bird's treasure technique is accessible. However, this does not detract from its essence as a celestial art. Such a technique is irreplaceable by even a multitude of ninth-tier treasures. No cultivator would willingly entrust their very existence and cultivation to another through such a celestial art, unless they are a fool. This explains why the standards of the Four Spirits Cave's gift far exceed those of the Myriad Phenomena Cave, and why the assembly remains silent. Although there has been no explicit declaration from the vermilion bird lineage of the Four Spirits Cave, it is an open secret that only those of the vermilion bird bloodline can cultivate the treasure technique. The Four Spirits Cave has neither confirmed nor denied this assertion, and the Shumi Cave cannot find fault with it either. The intentions of the Four Spirits Cave are as transparent as glass. The eminent figures present cautiously observe, fearing a potential clash between the two esteemed caves that could lead to collateral damage. Fortunately, the Holy Sun Mo1 merely smiles faintly, graciously welcoming the esteemed respected flame and others to take their seats. Esteemed seniors, there remains an hour until the golden elixir ceremony. Let us celebrate together today with the Shumi Cave. With Mo1's words, the disciples in the transformation stage present the prepared spiritual wine, fruits, and liquids from a Shumi Cave. In the celestial palace above Lingchun Peak, Jun Qinghang sits before a mirror, attended by two female cultivators from the moon-embracing peak, who are assisting him in preparation. It is not an overly complicated task. However, on such a momentous occasion, the Taoist Qingmu and Song then are somewhat rough around the edges and are unable to achieve the appropriate refinement. All right, little martial uncle, you may don your attire now. Jun Qinghang opens his eyes, and the mirror reflects a youthful golden boy with a countenance like jade, already beginning to exhibit the exceptional beauty of his mature self. Coupled with the extraordinary aura he has cultivated since childhood in the Shumi Cave, he embodies the demeanor of a celestial being. Thank you, dear disciples. You may now proceed to Lingchun Peak. The two female cultivators, their faces flushed, bid farewell to Jun Qinghang and soar towards the peak. Our little martial uncle is truly adorable. I wish I could pinch his cheeks. Alas, they can only entertain such thoughts. Jun Qinghang snaps his fingers, and a piece of azure clothing hanging behind him flies to his form. Originally tailored for an adult, the garment automatically adjusts to fit him perfectly upon contact. Little junior brother, how does this North Dipper star garment suit you? It is a low-grade artifact personally crafted by the esteemed artisan Taoist, capable of withstanding attacks from those at the integration stage, and it looks splendid. Song then emerges from the hall, admiring Jun Qinghang, who shines even brighter than the golden boy. Following this, Song then calculates with his fingers. It is nearly time. Let us proceed, my junior brother. I shall pave the way for you. May your path in the realm of immortals flourish and your fortune soar like a rainbow. With a smile, Song then spoke, only to swiftly adopt a different expression. His entire essence of power surged forth, coalescing beneath Jun Qinghang's feet into a magnificent pathway of celestial energy. With a melodious cry, two ethereal crane calls echoed, as two majestic wind and cloud cranes appeared seemingly from nowhere, gracefully alighting on either side of Jun Qinghang. They were the crane forest that followed Jun Qinghang and the crane warriors that accompanied Song Nan. Each crane held in its beak a vibrant cluster of crimson flowers, known as the red cloud iris, a seventh-tier spiritual herb. The primary function of this herb was to temporarily tint a realm in deep red or serve as an auxiliary ingredient for certain esoteric elixirs. However, regardless of its perceived lack of utility, it could not alter the fact that it was indeed a seventh-tier spiritual herb. As Song Nan's formidable power surged like the tides of the ocean, the red cloud irises held by the cranes sprinkled their ethereal essence, transforming the very fabric of the void beneath Jun Qinghang's feet into a brilliant crimson pathway. Junior brother, let us depart. With that, Song Nan transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring towards the plaza atop Mount Shumi, where he joined the other 17 holy sons at the periphery. This was the very place that Jun Qinghang was destined to arrive. Jun Qinghang composed himself, devoid of any tension, filled instead with unwavering confidence in the bright future ahead. Simultaneously, the 18 holy sons standing before the plaza of the Shumi celestial palace emanated power like thunder, their voices resonating like the tolling of a great bell. The auspicious hour has arrived. The bronze celestial bell chimed thrice with a resounding echo. Chapter 57. May your path be clear and your intentions unwavering. As the 18 holy sons and the bronze celestial bell spoke in unison, a wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of all the spectators. Prior to this moment, they had never anticipated that the formal ceremony would be inaugurated by the 18 holy sons of the Shumi cave, the most formidable disciples, second only to the two Daozi. What manner of being was this newly ascended immortal to warrant such grandiosity? They had believed they were witnessing the pinnacle of Shumi Cave's dedication to this grand event, only to realize that they were merely glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, with the treasured artifact of the sect, the bronze celestial bell, being summoned, what could possibly be beyond reach? With a resounding cry, the crane's calls reverberated through the heavens. In the distance, the two wind and cloud cranes, flanking either side, gracefully approached, each carrying the red cloud iris. As they flew, a magnificent crimson pathway materialized in the air. From afar, the crowd beheld a diminutive figure clad in azure garments approaching with measured steps. With each stride, an ephemeral azure lotus flickered beneath his feet, each step birthing a bloom. The luminescence of stars danced upon his azure robe, rendering him akin to a child of the cosmos. As Jun Qinghang reached the midway point, the 18 holy sons, each a formidable cultivator at the late stage of transformation, simultaneously unleashed their powers. 18 beams of energy shot skyward, exploding into a dazzling array of star-like lights that illuminated the heavens. In the wake of this celestial display, streaks of purple mist emerged on the horizon, coalescing from slender wisps into a resplendent tapestry. The so-called auspicious purple aura from the east is nothing less than this. The esteemed beings have now come to a profound realization. No wonder they did not witness the morning's violet radiance earlier, mistakenly believing it to be a deliberate act of the Shumi cave heaven, intended to expedite their entry into the sect. In truth, it appears that the Shumi cave heaven indeed orchestrated this moment, but for the purpose of amplifying the celestial brilliance of that young boy. As Jun Qinghang stood firmly at the very heart of the plaza before the Shumi heavenly palace, the belated morning's purple aura coincidentally matched his stride. Simultaneously, two figures slowly materialized upon the principal dais directly before him. One was none other than the renowned master of the Shumi cave heaven, the Shumi Venerable, who had reached the pinnacle of the composite body realm. As for the other, when all eyes turned towards the handsome middle-aged man, a collective tremor coursed through their beings. This presence was that of a Taoist lord. Instantly, all present felt compelled to rise and pay their respects. To neglect such an esteemed figure would be a grave disrespect. However, the Qingmu Taoist Lord raised a hand, gently compelling them to remain seated. Today marked a momentous occasion for his young disciple, a day of celebration and birth. As the master, he deemed himself a mere supporting character. Thus there was no need for the younger generation to bow in reverence. Seated prominently at the front, the other 17 holy sons occupied the observation platform. Among them were two youths, already exuding an ethereal aura, namely, Yiyin Daozi and Chongtai Daozi. As they were not the focal point of today's festivities, they had discreetly slipped into the venue early, unnoticed by others. Had it not been for the direction of the holy sons, no one would have detected their presence. Only Song Nan soared to the side of the Qingmu Taoist Lord. As Jun Qinghang's senior brother and the direct disciple of the Qingmu Taoist Lord, he was the most fitting choice to serve as the officiant for this grand ceremony. He began with a tribute. Xumi Cave Heaven, a treasure of alchemical wonders, governs the cosmos. Since the founding of the sect by the revered Xumi, an illustrious lineage has flourished for over 19 million springs. Today, we celebrate the disciple Jun Qinghang, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, possessing an ethereal demeanor and innate celestial roots. At merely 13 years of age, he has already mastered the dual arts of alchemy, glimpsed the profound mysteries of the Tao, and attained the golden core path. His cultivation is marked by morning refinements of spiritual sands and evening contemplations of esoteric laws. The cauldron brews ethereal essences, while the Huangting reveals the heart of heaven. The Tao of heaven establishes a flawless golden core. With the completion of his endeavors, he harnesses the fortunes of heaven and earth, blessed by the realms. From this moment forth, he is free to wander the cosmos, entering neither the gates of life nor the pathways of futility. This is the flourishing of the human path and a significant boon for humanity. On this day of celebration, the wise have gathered, and countless practitioners have come to pay homage. May your path in Tao be unimpeded, and may you swiftly ascend to the status of the nascent soul. We hope you remain steadfast in your original intentions, ultimately reaching the shores of the immortal path. Upon the conclusion of Song Nan's address, the bronze celestial bell resonated thrice with a profound toll. The first toll wished for the prosperity of the cave heaven and the continuity of the Tao lineage. The second wished for the grand flourishing of humanity, with all heavens in unison. The third wished for this child to soar high, transforming into a dragon upon encountering the winds and clouds. 99 clouds of cranes descended gracefully, each carrying a red iris's flower in their beaks, circling the Xumi peak thrice. The cranes delivered the 7-tiered spiritual medicine to Jun Qinghang. The ceremony was complete. The Xumi holy master nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the assembly did not hasten to applaud, for there remained a ceremony of crowning the chosen path. All eyes were fixed upon the esteemed Qingmu Taoist seated at the high dais. It was well known that this newly ascended golden core real person's master was the venerable Taoist of Xumi Cave Heaven. Naturally, the grand ceremony of the golden core would require the acknowledgement of the Xumi sovereign, who held the status of a holy lord. However, the selection of the Taoist title rested solely with the esteemed Qingmu Taoist. Jun Qinghang stepped forward to receive his title. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he approached. Now less than 5 meters away from his master, Qingmu Taoist. As a golden core cultivator, one could indeed be referred to as a real person. All those above this realm could adopt a Taoist title to signify their cultivation achievements. I bestow upon you the name Qinghang. May you be unparalleled, like the sun rising in the east. Henceforth, you shall be known as real person Qinghang. A flicker of joy crossed Jun Qinghang's eyes, realizing that his master had already embedded the Taoist title within his name from the very beginning. This ensured that he would not forget the name befitting a human being, nor the title deserving of a cultivator's ascension. Disciple expresses gratitude to master. I shall not fail the trust placed in me by you and the sect. Excellent. Upon concluding his words, Qingmu Taoist summoned the essence of heaven and earth with his magical power, conjuring a decree that transformed into shimmering golden light, which soared into Jun Qinghang's brow. In that moment, it felt as though innumerable laws and karmic ties enveloped him, intertwining his destiny. The form of Qingmu Taoist gradually faded from the high seat. Witnessing this, the Xumi sovereign gave a slight nod and, with a wave of his hand, disciples approached bearing numerous trays, positioning themselves on either side of Jun Qinghang. This was a customary bestowal of gifts, weighing no differently than those typically conferred upon other holy sons of comparable stature. To real person Qinghang, he was presented with 10 seventh-tier precious herbs, 3 methods of magical arts, various elixirs, magical artifacts, and several spirit stones. May you utilize these for your cultivation and swiftly ascend to the Yuanying realm. The eminent figures present finally began to extend their congratulations in unison, their applause and cheers resounding. Congratulations to real person Qinghang. May your path remain ever verdant, and may you soon attain Yuanying. A resounding chime echoed once more as the bronze celestial bell vibrated anew. This time, however, the sound transcended the entirety of the Sanyuan blessed land, radiating towards the true spirit realm. Empowered by the celestial artifact, the bell's resonance briefly reverberated within the hearts of all beings throughout the true spirit realm. Countless ancient beings were roused, yearning to trace back the events that had just transpired, yet they found no trace of it. When they turned back, the memory of the moment had already slipped away. Chapter 58. Please call me the gift-giving real person, the Great Zhou Dynasty, a mortal kingdom built against the mountains. It is somewhat inaccurate to label it merely as a mortal kingdom, for within the Great Zhou, the true wielders of power are also cultivators. However, the mightiest cultivators within the Great Zhou are constrained to the foundation establishment stage. On this day, every cultivator within the Great Zhou felt a resonant sound akin to the tolling of a great bell echoing in their hearts. Yet this sound was fleeting, soon followed by a genuine roar, feral and primal, emanating from the mountains bordering the Great Zhou. However, it vanished within mere breaths. The cultivators of the Great Zhou continued their practice as usual, enjoying their pursuits, unfazed by the roar. This was not due to a sense of invulnerability, but rather because it was not an unexpected occurrence. Among the practitioners of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a legend has been passed down through generations, whispering of a realm filled with demons on the other side of the Ten Directions Mountains, upon which the Great Zhou relies. Yet, this tale remains unverified, and over time, the practitioners of the Great Zhou have ceased to take such rumors to heart. In the square outside the Xumi Heavenly Palace, Jun Qinghang, the protagonist of the day, occupies a position just below that of the Xumi Saint Lord. Alongside him, on the opposite side, are the esteemed Daozi of the Ruyun and Chongtai, positioned at the same level. However, due to the hierarchical arrangement, Jun Qinghang's position on the right is slightly inferior to that of the 2 Daozi on the left. Yet today, he finds little time to attend to his senior brothers. Since the grand ceremony's summons, waves of congratulations have flowed in like bees drawn to the sweet scent of spring, unceasingly arriving. The attendees are all the powerful figures of various sacred lands and clans. Although Jun Qinghang, being the prodigy of the Xumi Cave Heaven, ranks just below the 2 Daozi, he cannot afford to treat these individuals with disdain. Hence, he graciously acknowledges each one. Amidst this, several individuals have discreetly gifted him a storage ring, elegantly termed as private congratulatory gifts. Jun Qinghang accepts them all, regardless of their ulterior motives, for within the Xumi Cave Heaven, they dare not act out of line. These attendees have traveled great distances to present their gifts, and it would be unkind to send them away empty-handed. As the stream of congratulations begins to wane and he has met with the leaders of these formidable factions, esteemed Jun Qinghang, senior brother, he greets, causing Jun Qinghang's eyes to brighten instantly. Neither in this life nor the last has he encountered such intense social obligations. He feels utterly fatigued and regards Song Nan as a lifeline, hoping for an opportunity to extricate himself from the proceedings. Let's not linger too long. I will take you to meet the 2 Daozi, Song Nan whispers. Jun Qinghang glances across the area, noticing that not only the Daozi, but also the holy sons have vanished. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems the event may conclude prematurely. Under Songnan's guidance, he takes flight towards Ryun Peak beside Shumi Peak. Little does he know, not only does he wish to depart the celebratory scene, but the leaders of these powerful factions are also waiting for his exit. Their visit serves dual purposes, to present their gifts and to establish their presence before this prodigious figure. Ultimately, they are still limited by their lower cultivation levels, merely the most promising of potential. Their second aim is to seize this opportunity to network among the various factions, ideally forming alliances. However, with Jun Qinghang, the focal point of the celebration, present, they cannot engage in any overtly audacious behavior. Seeing him finally depart, they appear calm on the surface but inwardly rejoice, eager to forge connections with the sacred lands and clans. As for the three great celestial realms, among these factions, it seems that only the Taichu Holy Land and the Ji family are worthy of mention. Jun Qinghang accompanied Song Nan directly to the Yunjiao Heavenly Palace above Ryun Peak. From a distance, he noticed Ryun-These and Chongtai-These, whom he had encountered earlier, waiting for them outside the palace. Senior brother Ryun, senior brother Chongtai. Jun Qinghang greeted them respectfully. Although he had never seen the true forms of the two seniors before, he had inevitably heard the legends surrounding them while traversing the Shumi cave heaven, attaining the golden core Dao at the age of 25 without any flaws, breaking through to the nascent soul at 40 and transforming into a spirit at 100. These were well-known tales that had become proverbial within the realm. In the entire Shumi cave heaven, no one did not regard them as paragons of excellence. Indeed, for most disciples, the ultimate aspiration in life was to diligently cultivate, striving to reach a point where they could glimpse the figures of these two Daozi, even if only from afar. This illustrates the immense esteem and profound influence that Ryun-These and Chongtai-These held in the hearts of the disciples of Shumi cave heaven. Junior brother Qinghang, there is no need for excessive formalities. We are among friends here, so let us converse as we normally would, Ryun-These remarked with a gentle smile. Since the other party had expressed such sentiments, Jun Qinghang did not feel the need to adhere rigidly to formalities. He followed closely behind the three seniors as they stepped into the Yunjiao Heavenly Palace. Ryun Peak was the main peak bestowed by the Shumi Holy Lord on the day of Ryun-These's coronation, and it stood alongside Chongtai Peak, both recognized as the 8 principal peaks of the inner sect, signifying the esteemed status of the two Daozi within the Shumi cave heaven. Naturally, the Yunjiao Heavenly Palace above Ryun Peak served as the permanent residence of Ryun-These. Junior brother need not be constrained. Feel free to make yourself at home. We shall have ample opportunities for interaction in the days to come. Ryun-These's demeanor radiated a gentle and composed aura, effortlessly putting those around him at ease. Jun Qinghang, not wishing to appear overly formal, promptly seated himself beside senior brother Song Nan. Before he could even take a sip of the tea, emanating rich spiritual essence before him, Ryun-These had already summoned 3 storage rings using his magical prowess and presented them before Jun Qinghang. The latter was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? If his memory served him correctly, he had vaguely heard during the Golden Core ceremony that the two Daozi were to present congratulatory gifts. The gifts he received at the ceremony were merely customary, but these are for me and Brother Lu as seniors for our junior brother, Chongtai-These affirmed with a nod. And what a third ring? Jun Qinghang's gaze shifted between Ryun-These and Chongtai-These, contemplating the 3 rings. Surely, the gifts from the 2 seniors could not be so abundant as to fill 2 rings to capacity. It is well known that storage rings are a form of magical artifact, crafted from ethereal stones to create their own space. For cultivators of their standing, each ring could contain an untold number of top-tier artifacts. It would be unlikely for them to reach such a state of fullness. The 2 rings are our gifts, while the additional one is a personal gift from the Holy Lord to be conveyed to you, Ryun-These clarified. Today, the various great powers present their congratulatory gifts. Chapter 59, 4th Rank Alchemist, Jun Qinghang. The astonishment does not end here. The Holy Master further proclaimed that other precious treasures and spiritual herbs have been generously contributed by the major sacred grounds, sacred clans, in the heavenly sections, not to mention the gifts from the myriad realms. Therefore, this time, the Holy Master, representing the Shumi Cave, has prepared for you 80 million top-tier spirit stones, in addition to the contributions from the various forces, totaling a sum of 100 million top-tier spirit stones. This is to be utilized by you in the true spirit realm and beyond in the vast worlds ahead. Guru Shi once again extended 3 storage rings, elevated by her magical force, towards Jun Qinghang. Only then did he come to his senses and promptly accepted them, hastily tossing them into his own storage ring. It is no wonder. He truly did not anticipate that the Holy Master of Shumi would bestow upon him the collective gifts from all factions. It is worth noting that during the grand ceremony, aside from the gifts presented by those powers, privately, the leaders of the major factions had also sent him additional congratulatory gifts. Everyone is aware that, even for a prodigy like Jun Qinghang, should there be any treasures among these gifts that are exceedingly useful to the higher-ups of the Shumi Cave, they would likely be taken directly, leaving behind only the less significant treasures for him. Subsequently, the sect would add another congratulatory gift. Although it may not be as valuable as the combined offerings from all forces, it is still a wealth that ordinary void refinement masters have never possessed. This is an unwritten rule among all sects and powers in the realm of cultivation. No one could have anticipated that this time all the sacred grounds and clans, alongside the numerous powerful heavenly sects, would offer their gifts, yet the Shumi Cave would take none, leaving everything for Jun Qinghang. Let us not forget that among these gifts are also those from a myriad forms cave and the four spirits cave. At this moment, Jun Qinghang feels utterly dazed, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of wealth. Should he seek his master now? He muses that he is more suited to being a receiver of gifts. As the seasons change, within the purple bamboo courtyard, Helen continues his cultivation in the yard. Ever since Jun Qinghang received such an abundance of congratulatory gifts, he selected some beast inner cores that could be utilized by Helen. The inner cores of magical beasts are, for them, the most effective means of rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Moreover, these inner cores can also be used in medicine, making them a circulating commodity in the realm of cultivation. Thanks to the resources provided by Jun Qinghang, Helen has reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in just a year. Of course, this does not exclude the fact that he had been immersed in the nascent soul stage for many years prior. Helen glanced back at the tightly closed gates of the purple bamboo courtyard. Ever since the Golden Core Grand Ceremony a year ago, this rising star has returned to the purple bamboo courtyard to enter seclusion. This seclusion has lasted a full year. Of course, this duration is significant in relation to Jun Qinghang's cultivation journey. For cultivators of a Shumi Cave, a year is no more than yesterday to today. Just as Helen was preparing to continue his cultivation, a wave of medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Suddenly, the closed gates of the purple bamboo courtyard swung open. Clad in the North Star robe, a golden core congratulatory gift from the heavenly artisan peak, Jun Qinghang stepped forth with measured grace. This exquisite garment, crafted by the disciples of the heavenly craft peak, along with the holy son of refining dust and the peak master, during the golden elixir ceremony, is a low-grade artifact. Its defensive capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary, and it can transform according to the will of Jun Qinghang. Although Jun Qinghang has spent the past year in seclusion for cultivation, he has notably grown taller. Adorned in the North Star robe, he radiates an even more profound aura. "Erlin, let us proceed to Danxia Peak," Jun Qinghang said with a smile. With a graceful leap, he mounted Herlin, who then soared towards Danxia Peak. As a direct descendant of the Wind and Cloud Crane clan, he had long set aside the pride of being the strongest prodigy of his generation, wittingly becoming Jun Qinghang esteemed. After all, the name of Jun Qinghang, the true person of Shumi, has risen to prominence, and countless prodigies yearn to seek his favor but find no avenue. Though he lacked the qualifications to form a contract with Jun Qinghang, serving as a mount was still a remarkable honor. In the future, he could boast of being the sole steed of the true person, earning the admiration even of the void refinement Tao lords. With this mindset, Herlin swiftly flew to Danxia Peak. Jun Qinghang disturbed no one as he dismounted and transformed into a streak of light, heading directly to the top floor of Danxia Pavilion. The esteemed Danxia elder had rarely engaged in alchemical practices for nearly a millennium, as she sought to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough into the late stage of the combining body realm. She often sat in quiet contemplation at the top of Danxia Pavilion, striving to grasp the insights necessary for her advancement. Only through a breakthrough could her alchemical skills aspire to greater heights, transcending her current status as an 8th-tier alchemist. Senior Sister Danxia, Jun Qinghang called out, presenting the edict from the Danxia elder as he entered the top floor. This edict was a privilege shared only among the Danxia elder, Saintess Joa, and Jun Qinghang himself within the entire Shumi cave heaven. Junior brother Qinghang, the Danxia elder greeted him with a knowing expression. In the current Shumi cave heaven, when it comes to alchemical talent, her direct disciple, the esteemed Saintess Joa, one of the 18 holy sons, although endowed with a rare 100-fragrance body, could hardly surpass this prodigious junior brother from Lingshan Peak. Thus, the Danxia elder had entrusted Jun Qinghang with this edict for access to the top floor. Jun Qinghang had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. He directly stated, "I am now capable of refining the 4th-tier cleansing pulse pill." He extended a jade vial towards the Danxia elder. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her eyes. The cleansing pulse pill is the finest among 4th-tier elixirs and is notoriously challenging to concoct. It can cleanse the meridians and marrow of cultivators, especially benefiting those in the chi refinement stage who have yet to establish their foundation. This pill significantly enhances the likelihood of a cultivator forming a high-grade Tao foundation. In the true spirit realm, aside from the 3 great caves, 8 holy lands, and 5 sacred clans, it is nearly unattainable. Even the celestial dynasty possesses few. The rarity of this elixir makes it exceedingly valuable. If it were to circulate in the market, it could fetch tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The esteemed Master Danxia could hardly have anticipated that Jun Qinghang would so swiftly concoct a 4th-tier elixir, let alone the exceptionally challenging cleansing pulse elixir. Remaining silent, she prepared to assess its quality, yet deep down, she understood that given Jun Qinghang's disposition, this elixir must possess extraordinary excellence to be presented to her. At the moment the lid was lifted, Master Danxia keenly detected an unusual aroma. Upon pouring the contents out, 7 perfectly round elixirs, shimmering with iridescence, lay quietly in her palm. Her phoenix-like eyes fixated intently on a specific part of these elixirs, where each cleansing pulse elixir bore a delicate white cloud pattern. Chapter 60. 5 consecutive marvels. 7 identical cleansing pulse elixirs, all from single batch. Master Danxia was genuinely astonished. In just a year's absence, Jun Qinghang had bestowed upon her an immense surprise. At a loss for words, she inquired, "Junior brother Qinghang, did you refine all 7 cleansing pulse elixirs in one furnace?" Jun Qinghang nodded. "The first drop of blood. How long did it take to concoct?" she asked. 3 months? That's the typical cycle for a Yuaniing stage cultivator to refine a batch of 4th-tier elixirs. 2 weeks. Unbelievable. Junior brother Qinghang, you have worked hard. You must have just completed the elixirs. Please take a moment to replenish your spiritual energy. Ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of the golden core would find it daunting to produce even the highest quality cleansing pulse elixir, let alone a 3rd-tier elixir, as it demands a substantial amount of spiritual power. The fact that Jun Qinghang successfully refined 7 identical cleansing pulse elixirs would undoubtedly have resulted in considerable energy expenditure. Furthermore, the lingering warmth emanating from the elixirs indicated they had only recently been produced. "It's nothing, Master Danxia. Refining this batch consumed less than 20% of my spiritual power. If they were devoid of inscriptions, I wouldn't have even used up 10%. Master Danxia took a deep breath, continuously reminding herself to maintain the poise and dignity befitting her status. "I am aware of this matter. I will contact the disciples of Danxia Peak to apply for your 4th-tier alchemist certification. In the entire true spirit realm, all alchemists must possess the corresponding rank certification, which is overseen by the sacred alchemy land. After all, the Sacred Alchemy Land is the most genuine sect in the true spirit realm, composed entirely of alchemists, making it the most suitable authority for certifying alchemical ranks. Similarly, the certification for weapon refiners is issued by the Balian Sacred Land, one of the 8 great sacred lands. Any certification lacking the sacred land insignia is deemed counterfeit. Master Danxia, since there are no issues, I shall return to my cultivation. I have neglected my progress this past year while focusing on alchemy. With that, Jun Qinghang carefully placed the 6 cleansing pulse elixirs gifted by Master Danxia into a jade vial, reserving one to be taken to the Sacred Alchemy Land for his 4th-tier alchemist certification. Master Danxia, upon hearing this, quietly observed Jun Qinghang, noting his pinnacle cultivation at the initial golden core stage, on the verge of entering the mid-golden core stage. Are you implying that even after a year of diligent alchemical practice following your breakthrough into the golden core stage, you are still on the verge of advancing to the mid-golden core stage? 4 consecutive peaks of excellence. The esteemed Danxia waved her hand, signaling Jun Qinghang to depart hastily. She felt that today was the most psychologically taxing day since she ascended to the realm of the harmonization stage and became an 8th-tier alchemist. Oh, by the way, Senior Sister Danxia, I have this as well. This is something I spent 2 whole months crafting. Just as Jun Qinghang was about to leave, she turned back again, retrieving a jade vial from her storage ring and presenting it to the esteemed Danxia. The moment Jun Qinghang spoke, Danxia felt an unsettling premonition. Her brow twitched slightly. Upon opening the jade vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, though it was tinged with a hint of burnt and sour notes. This indicated a lack of mastery over the control of fire and the refining of spiritual herbs. Danxia was somewhat perplexed. She had personally witnessed Jun Qinghang utilize the Yinghua fire control technique, which was extraordinarily profound, surpassing even their own Danxia Peak's Dan Yuan fire control technique and the 9 Dragons fire control technique combined. Moreover, the fire used by Jun Qinghang was born from her innate Qinglian spiritual root. The combination of these 2 elements should not have resulted in any miscalculations regarding the heat control, unless, before Danxia could ponder further, the alchemical concoction within the jade vial came into view. It was a 5th-tier elixir, the soul refining pill. This was one of the most common 5th-tier pills, capable of aiding spirit transformation practitioners in enhancing their spiritual awareness. Though it was among the more prevalent 5th-tier elixirs, its crafting was not deemed the simplest within that tier. As for the one in her hand, while it did not possess a flawless hue, it could still fetch a reasonable price on the market, perhaps even slightly above average. Moreover, the lingering essence of the pill clearly indicated that, Senior Sister Danxia, the pinnacle of 5th-tier elixirs I can currently concoct is this soul refining pill. Given my present cultivation level, it is exceedingly challenging to produce anything beyond this. Thus, I shall apply for certification as a 4th-tier alchemist, and the title of 5th-tier alchemist shall await the day I can concoct the 5th-tier ascension pill. With that, Jun Qinghang disregarded the soul refining pill still in Danxia's grasp. With a distant whistle, her crane, Helen, soared to her side. Jun Qinghang lightly tapped the ground with her toes, executing a graceful spin before landing securely on Helen's back. Soaring back towards Lingshan Peak, Danxia stood rooted in place, gazing at the receding figure of Jun Qinghang, her mind adrift in contemplation. She felt a pressing need for a solidifying essence pill to stabilize her mental state. The alchemical talent of her junior, Qinghang, was truly astonishing. She had previously mused that it was fortunate for Zhihua, possessing the 100 fragrance body, otherwise, her own status as the saintess of Danxia Peak would pale in comparison to that of her junior. Now it seemed that even with the strongest alchemical physique as an ally, it would be quite challenging for Zhihua to surpass Jun Qinghang in the realm of alchemy. Danxia shook her head, promptly delegating the task of certifying Jun Qinghang as a 4th-tier alchemist to one of the disciples at Danxia Peak. Junior brother. From a distance, Jun Qinghang spotted Song Nan waiting in the Zizhu garden. Senior brother, Jun Qinghang gracefully descended from Helen, paying his respects to Song Nan. With a wave of his hand, Song Nen quickly approached, his eyes filled with concern for Jun Qinghang, who had endured a year of seclusion without indulging in fine delicacies. I specifically brought you the 9 treasures duck from the Huayan restaurant. Song Nen seated himself in a nearby pavilion and retrieved a food box from his storage ring. Days prior, during Jun Qinghang's alchemical tribulation for the clearing veins pill, the calamity had already graced Lingshan Peak. Thus, Song Nen surmised that Jun Qinghang would emerge today, prompting his visit to the Huayan restaurant in Xumi Sacred City. Thank you, senior brother. Without a hint of reservation, Jun Qinghang began to feast. Satisfying his culinary desires during his spare time was equally vital for him. He feared falling short in nourishment, just as in his past life, where he only grew to a height of 1.75 meters, although he was no longer a mere potato. A saying from his previous life resonated with him. In this world, there are no men taller than 1.75 meters, only those below and above. In this second life, Jun Qinghang naturally wished for everything to unfold as he desired, achieving perfection. Junior brother, the Shao siblings have been inquiring about you for a month. Chapter 61, a minor interlude. The Shao siblings? Jun Qinghang certainly recalled Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingxue as dual-path cultivators since his ascension to the Golden Core stage. They had ranked second among the Foundation establishment disciples in him.These in terms of talent and strength. The first, undoubtedly, was Song Ji-shu of Xumi Peak. What do they seek from me? Since they were inquiring about him, it must be for some matter. Given their camaraderie, it was unlikely they were merely seeking to share tea or play chess. I am unsure, but I presume it is not a negative matter. Song Nen shook his head. He had been focused on preparing for a breakthrough to the refining void stage. Although his cultivation had not yet reached the consummate phase of the transformation god stage, he could begin preparations early. Thus, aside from monitoring when Jun Qinghang would emerge, other concerns were not within his purview. Jun Qinghang nodded. After swiftly finishing a large platter of 9 treasures duck, he and Helen headed toward Songjian Peak. Songjian Peak, as its name suggests, is a paradise for sword cultivators in him.These. Strictly speaking, Jun Qinghang could also be considered a sword cultivator. The innate sword embryo bestowed upon him by his master took 2 years to nurture into the Wangshi sword. Later, during the Golden Core tribulation, he cleaved through several lightning tribulations with a Wangshi sword, a feat witnessed by many disciples of him.These. It was universally acknowledged that Jun Qinghang's mastery of the sword surpassed that of most disciples in Songjian Peak. From a distance, Songjian Peak resembled an unsheathed sword, standing tall amidst heaven and earth. A mere glance from a mortal could scorch their eyes and soul with the surging sword aura emanating from the peak. However, for sword cultivators, such pervasive sword energy across the verdant peak served as a natural ground for honing their sword intent. I have seen Master Uncle Qinghang. Jun Qinghang descended steadily before the entrance of Songjian Peak, closely followed by Helen, who had transformed into human form. The disciples of Songjian Peak encountered along the way greeted Jun Qinghang with utmost reverence. In the past, when Jun Qinghang was merely a foundation-building cultivator, they addressed him as Little Uncle Master. Now, having acquired his own Dao title, they naturally referred to him by that name, a testament to their respect for him. Dear disciples, I seek to locate Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingxue. Jun Qinghang believed it would be more expedient to inquire directly with the disciples of the same peak, for attempting to find them on his own might take considerable time. Master Jun Qinghang, I shall guide you. Promptly stepped forward a capable young woman clad in a training outfit. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jun Qinghang followed her. The woman's attire was practical, yet her body bore the faint marks of previous injuries, her demeanor akin to a sharp sword, radiating an unyielding resolve towards the Tao. She led Jun Qinghang through a winding path until they arrived at a small cottage nestled against the mountainside, beside a flowing stream. Master Jun Qinghang. This is the residence of Senior Brother Shao and Senior Sister Shao. Please feel free to enter. With that, the young woman intended to take her leave. Leading Jun Qinghang was merely her duty as a junior disciple. She longed to return to her sword practice. striving to grasp the essence of a certain realm of power and subsequently break through to the golden core stage. Otherwise, if she were to achieve the golden core stage before comprehending that essence, she would miss the opportunity to seek guidance from the elders of Tsangjian Peak. Lost in thought, she quickened her pace slightly. Wait a moment. Jun Qinghang's voice halted her in her tracks. She turned back, curious about what further instructions the esteemed Jun Qinghang might have. Yet, what met her was a vial of pills. Upon closer inspection, her expression changed dramatically. It was a fourth-tier pill, the Mingyi Dan. Cultivators reaching the nascent soul stage could begin to comprehend the power of essence, preparing for the transformation into the God transformation stage. However, the profundity of this essence is such that only a rare few prodigies can grasp it through fate and circumstance. Others, lacking sufficient talent, must rely on the power of pills. The Mingyi Dan is among the most common of such pills. It is considered a superior fourth-tier elixir that can assist cultivators in discerning the direction of their understanding of essence, albeit it cannot grant complete mastery over it. In truth, no pill exists in the world that can directly enable a cultivator to comprehend essence. Moreover, such pills are generally forbidden in the cultivation realm. The heavenly Tao does not permit them, as it would be akin to cheating on an examination by receiving the answers directly. Mastering the power of essence allows for a stable transition from the nascent soul stage to the God transformation stage, with the only missing element being the accumulation of magical power. Thus, the Mingyi Dan is considered one of the most useful pills for grasping the understanding of essence. Although the chances of successfully seizing that fleeting direction of comprehension with the Mingyi Dan are exceedingly slim, it remains highly sought after for disciples like her. At the foundation building stage, her exceptional golden spiritual root and unwavering dedication to the sword path enabled her to successfully enter the foundation building stage by the stipulated age of 35. Gaining admission into the inner sect, she remained at the sword concealment peak, owing to her exceptional talent in swordsmanship, and became one of the 8 disciples of the inner sect's main peaks. However, her innate abilities paled in comparison to the true prodigies of the inner sect. Now in her 50s, her cultivation still lingered in the late foundation establishment stage, having only recently made her way into this realm. To reverse her fortunes, she must comprehend the subtle essence of her cultivation as a foundation establishment practitioner, which could potentially earn her the favor of the elders at Sword Concealment Peak. Only then could she hope to seize better opportunities as a disciple of an elder. Yet, the profundity of this essence made it exceedingly challenging to grasp, let alone to attain enlightenment. Despite her relentless efforts over the past 2 years, she had achieved nothing. Furthermore, her humble origins meant that her chance to enter the Shumi cave heaven was merely a stroke of luck. Acquiring spirit stones to purchase clarity elixirs was out of reach, and her contribution points from completing tasks barely sufficed for her ordinary cultivation needs. To her astonishment, having simply fulfilled a duty expected of a disciple of the Shumi cave heaven, she was unexpectedly rewarded handsomely. When she intended to pay her respects to Jun Qinghang, she noticed he had already walked away without a glance. This matter seemed to hold little significance for Jun Qinghang. Even the bottle of clarity elixir he offered was merely a product of his practice in refining fourth-tier pills. While not of flawless quality, it sufficed for the woman in question. Jun Qinghang was well aware of the inner workings and regulations regarding disciples within the Shumi cave heaven, and he understood that for her to stand out, she would need to find the direction of enlightenment in her foundation establishment phase. However, this did not stem from any sentimentality on his part. With so many prodigies trapped at a single level for countless years, if he were to feel compassion for everyone he encountered, it would be an endless endeavor. What truly compelled Jun Qinghang to grant her a bottle of clarity elixir was the palpable potential radiating from her. Should this potential continue to develop, she would soon be able to grasp the essence of enlightenment. It is a rare feat for ordinary individuals to condense such potential. Most derive the power of enlightenment directly from their cultivation techniques. This woman had already begun to manifest her potential, and it would not be long before she discovered her path to enlightenment. Jun Qinghang merely intended to guide her towards this direction, observing her aura. It was clear she would soon become another prodigy of sword concealment peak. After all, her dedication and passion for the sword had propelled her to this stage, enabling her entry into sword concealment peak for cultivation. With a slight stroke of chance, she could soar to great heights. Chapter 62. The invitation from the Shao family. This minor episode left no significant impression on Jun Qinghang's mind. Yet it etched in everlasting memory of gratitude in the heart of the sword practitioner who received his favor. Master Qinghang. As Jun Qinghang approached the small dwelling, he sensed the presence of his Shao siblings, who promptly emerged to greet him. The lingering sword energy surrounding them indicated they had just been practicing. Jun Qinghang nodded and followed them into the house, where they settled down together. After pouring spirit tea for the three, Xiao Jingxue took her seat right next to Xiao Jinghang. Master Qinghang, do take a sip of this exquisite spirit tea, which my sibling and I have brought from home. I wonder if it suits your palate. Jun Qinghang sampled the tea. Ah, it possesses a distinctly Eastern flavor, somewhat different from what I'm accustomed to. I heard from my elder brother that you have been inquiring about my whereabouts for a month now. Is there a matter of significance at hand? Jun Qinghang stated directly. He had never been one for circumlocution. The rigors of cultivation were burdensome enough without the added weight of convoluted discourse. Though seemingly referring to one person, he was, in fact, alluding to another, embodying an entirely different implication. Such intricacies were truly exhausting. Therefore, he preferred to speak plainly with everyone. Xiao Jinghang and Xiao Jingsno exchanged glances, clearly surprised by Jun Qinghang's candid disposition in private. It is nothing of great consequence. My sibling and I are here at our father's behest to invite you to the Yujian Shao clan. Jun Qinghang raised an eyebrow. Yujian Shao clan? What brings you here? As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause. Jun Qinghang recalled that during the golden elixir ceremony, the Yujian Shao clan had made an appearance among the attendees from the heavenly dynasty. Although he had heard his elder brother mention it was the family of Xiao Jinghang and Xiao Jingsno, he had not given it much thought afterwards. Logically, since he had already crossed paths with the Yujian Shao clan that day and exchanged the customary gifts, he had no obligation to visit them again. Apart from the private gifts sent by the clan leader, which he had yet to find time to arrange. Jun Qinghang remained silent, sipping his tea while awaiting Xiao Jinghang's further explanation. After attending your golden elixir ceremony, our father established a connection with the esteemed Qin family of the eastern region. Upon returning, he decided to bestow a certain secret realm within the Yujian Shao clan's territory to the Qin family as a bait to elicit a response. However, this secret realm, while long held by our clan, has two entrances, one of which is located within the Yunyang heavenly sect in the eastern region. This has led to a conflict between our father and the Yunyang heavenly sect. Ultimately, it was decided that the ownership of the secret realm would be determined by a contest among golden elixir cultivators within it. Although the Yunyang heavenly sect may not be the pinnacle among the heavenly sects, it is renowned for its abundance of prodigious talents. At this point, Xiao Jinghang hesitated, pondering whether it was somewhat presumptuous to refer to the talents within a lesser sect in the presence of Master Qinghang. So, the Yujian Shao clan seeks your assistance? Jun Qinghang mused. Yet, is the Yujian Shao clan overestimating its own significance? Even if he were to intervene, the remuneration offered by the Yujian Shao clan would likely pale in comparison to a mere fraction of the gifts received during the golden elixir ceremony. Why would he venture to the eastern region at all? Wouldn't it be more prudent to cultivate on Lingchun Peak and strive for a breakthrough in the mid-golden elixir stage? Just as Jun Qinghang prepared to decline, he listened as Xiao Jinghang continued. Master Qinghang, should it be a typical prodigy, your involvement would indeed be unnecessary. We possess no shortage of golden elixir disciples from the Xiumi cave heaven. However, it is rumored that within the Yunyang heavenly sect resides a being of the longevity Tao body. Jun Qinghang states slightly. The longevity Tao body. What intriguing name, and how remarkably similar it is to my own immortal longevity body. Almost at the moment when Jun Qinghang entertained such thoughts, He felt a slight tremor from the Azure Lotus Spirit Root within his sea of consciousness. The last time the spiritual essence of the Azure Lotus had stirred was when the secret realm of Xingyun was about to emerge. Now, it was unexpectedly stirred by the Long's Ho Dao body, indicating that this too was an opportunity for him. With this realization, the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingsnow had been watching Jun Qinghang's every movement, and, upon witnessing this development, they both sighed in relief. Indeed, there were many golden core disciples within the Shumi cave, and even their sword-casting peak had its fair share. However, there existed a significant disparity among geniuses. Should they manage to persuade Master Qinghang to intervene, success would be virtually guaranteed. As for others, not only would they lack absolute confidence, but they might also demand exorbitant prices. The Yu Jian Shao family, constrained by their status as disciples of the Shumi cave, could only swallow their grievances in silence. As for Master Qinghang, he would surely look down upon the treasures hoarded by the Yu Jian Shao family. When shall this occur? Jun Qinghang inquired thoughtfully. In half a month. If Master Qinghang has not exited his seclusion by then, my sister and I are already preparing to return to the Eastern Domain. Very well, I shall accompany you to the Eastern Domain tomorrow. Regardless of how counterfeit the item that elicits a response from the Azure Lotus Spirit Root may seem, I must take a look. If this object pertains to my celestial path, it would be a grave mistake to miss it due to a momentary choice. It would truly be akin to weeping at a grave, unsure of which direction to turn. Delighted by Jun Qinghang's affirmative response, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingsnow immediately sent a message to their father in the Eastern Domain using the token of the Yu Jian Shao family, ensuring that all preparations for Jun Qinghang's reception would be meticulously arranged. On the other hand, Jun Qinghang also needed to return to Lingshan Peak to report to his esteemed master and senior brother. Wait for me outside Lingshan Peak at noon tomorrow. After leaving this message, Jun Qinghang departed with Helen towards Lingshan Peak. Helen dove into the purple bamboo garden, while Jun Qinghang soared towards the heavenly palace above Lingshan Peak. Master, your disciple Qinghang seeks an audience. The doors of the heavenly palace gradually opened. Upon entering the grand hall, Jun Qinghang beheld Taoist Qingmu seated upon a cushion, a halo shimmering faintly behind him, reminiscent of the angelic forms depicted in legends of the past. This was a mark of having cultivated the Lingshan Peak's inherited technique. The Qingmu Tongtian Jing to a certain realm. Is there a matter for which you have come to seek your master? Taoist Qingmu did not open his eyes, yet his voice was exceedingly gentle. Master, I wish to journey to the Eastern Domain, as the Yu Jian Shao family hopes for my assistance. Jun Qinghang stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingmu's right fingertip moved slightly, calculating the heavenly secrets. For one of his stature as a great ascension Taoist, deciphering a few heavenly mysteries was a trivial matter. Good. Go forth. Taoist Qingmu had discerned that this endeavor bore no adverse implications, and moreover, he sensed a profound aura of purple surrounding his little disciple. It was evident that this journey would undoubtedly bring great fortune to him. Hence, he did not hesitate to approve. Merely complying is one thing, yet precaution remains paramount. Shadow, you are covertly tailing Qinghang. Indeed, Daozun. Chapter 63. The Pseudo-Zhuqiuet Treasure Art. Regarding the journey to the eastern region, Jun Qinghang had little to prepare, especially since departure was scheduled for noon the following day. Any attempts to cultivate or concoct alchemical elixirs during this brief interval would yield scant results. Therefore, Jun Qinghang opted to sit within the bamboo pavilion, methodically categorizing the congratulatory gifts presented by various factions during the recent Golden Pill ceremony. When the occasion arose for their utilization, he would simply retrieve them. Transferring all these resources into a storage ring was indeed a considerable endeavor, given the sheer volume of gifts. Among these numerous offerings, Jun Qinghang found himself particularly intrigued by the treasures from the Wanxiang Cave Heaven and the Four Spirits Cave Heaven. After all, these gifts hailed from cave-level powers, each a rare gem of the deepest seas, especially the two he now held in his hands, the Wanxiang Treasure Mirror and 1/3 of the Zhuke Treasure Art. Jun Qinghang examined the two artifacts with keen interest. Both were renowned among the upper echelons of the true spirit realm. The Wanxiang Treasure Mirror, a unique supreme artifact of the Wanxiang Cave Heaven, was notoriously difficult to produce even within the vast expanse of the cave. It boasted a 90% probability of aiding practitioners in comprehending the essence of power. While this 90% might seem impressive, it pertained only to ordinary practitioners, as there remained a 10% chance of failure. However, for true prodigies, the odds soared to 99%, with the remaining 1% attributable to being disturbed during the use of the Wanxiang Treasure Mirror, leading to a state of madness. After all, no artifact has ever existed that could guarantee 100% success in understanding the essence. As for the Zhuke treasure art, it wielded a formidable reputation throughout the true spirit realm. This art represented the direct lineage of the Zhuke faction within the Four Spirits Cave Heaven. Only those of the pure Zhuke bloodline could successfully cultivate it. Others lacking this direct lineage stood no chance at all. This was precisely the intent behind the Four Spirits Cave Heaven presenting it as a gift. In recent millennia, the Four Spirits Cave Heaven, bolstered by the Zhuke lineage, had transformed its relations with both the Shumi Cave Heaven and the Wanxiang Cave Heaven beyond recognition. Although the Shumi Cave Heaven had personally issued an invitation, the Zhuke lineage was unwilling to relinquish their treasures without due cause. After all, the question of whether they could reclaim them remained uncertain. Previously, the Dao Zun of the Zhuke lineage had communicated with the Flame Sovereign, urging careful preparation of gifts, which hinted at a deeper significance. The Zhuke treasure art? No, it merely bore a faint trace of the divine might of the Zhuke, crafted by a prodigy. Just as Jun Qinghang was meticulously scrutinizing these artifacts, a sudden, cool voice resonated within his consciousness. Xingyun? I am here. Jun Qinghang. Have you completed your cultivation? Not yet. Ever since they exited the secret realm, Xingyun had plunged into deep cultivation, undisturbed by the alchemical concoction of the pulse-cleansing elixir or the grand golden pill thunder tribulation that had transpired. Yet, he suddenly emerged from his meditative state and immediately recognized the treasures in Jun Qinghang's grasp. What does it mean to be infused with the divine powers created by the Vermilion Bird? The Vermilion Bird is one of the celestial constellations of the heavenly realm, one of the four spirits representing the southern seven lodges, associated with the Li trigram, and embodies the element of fire. Jun Qinghang noted, finding the words of Xingyun entirely consistent with his understanding of the Vermilion Bird from his past life. Many regard the Vermilion Bird as akin to the phoenix, the azure swan, and the golden crow. However, they possess intrinsic differences. The Vermilion Bird, as one of the four spirits, is a true celestial being, alongside the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise. They are collectively known as the four divine beasts. The authentic Vermilion Bird-esque treasure art is a celestial technique formed through the fusion of the Vermilion Bird's inherent essence and the power of the southern seven lodges. Even within the realm of celestial arts, it stands as a formidable presence. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird should rightfully reside in the celestial caves of the four spirits. Upon hearing this, Jun Qinghang discerned overlapping information and promptly explained the current state of the true spirit realm to Xingyun. To his astonishment, this place turned out to be the path of the three great celestial caves in the lower realm. Xingyun's words were laced with profound astonishment. Jun Qinghang refrained from further probing into the secrets of the three celestial caves. It was evident that whatever could astonish Xingyun must pertain to matters of the celestial realm. Such secrets were beyond his current qualifications to know, and even if he were to inquire, Xingyun would likely remain reticent. Rather than pursue that avenue, it would be more prudent to seek other useful information. Xingyun, is there any method to enable me to cultivate this pseudo-Vermilion Bird treasure art? According to Xingyun, the Vermilion Bird treasure art is the innate celestial technique of the four spirits, exclusive to the Vermilion Bird lineage. The authenticity of his claim remains uncertain. This volume of the Vermilion Bird treasure art is of a caliber reserved for top-tier divine abilities, although cultivation may be hindered due to bloodline resonance. It should not affect you, my master. Jun Qinghang was taken aback. What did this imply? Did he possess the ability to break the bloodline shackles inherent in the vermilion bird treasure art? Master, do not forget that you bear the celestial spirit root and have manifested the innate fire, which can be deemed as celestial fire. Jun Qinghang was unsurprised that Xingyun knew about the pure lotus celestial fire hidden within his Azure Lotus Spirit Root. Suddenly, Jun Qinghang's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he possessed the pure lotus celestial fire. As a natural fire born from the Azure Lotus Spirit Root, it could be regarded as celestial fire. In Xingyun's words, it should not be difficult to incinerate a bloodline shackle entirely unrelated to the path of immortality. Moreover, with Xingyun by his side, they could proceed without hesitation. Jun Qinghang immediately summoned a third of the vermilion bird treasure art with his magical power. Simultaneously, a pure, nearly transparent flame erupted from his fingertips, his pure lotus celestial fire. This celestial fire, born from the Azure Lotus Spirit Root, was as second nature to Jun Qinghang as his own hands. There was no need for strenuous effort. The pure lotus celestial fire ascended towards the vermilion bird treasure art. However, the copy of the vermilion bird treasure art within it did not turn to ashes despite the burning of the pure lotus celestial fire. Instead, the vivid crimson feathers on its surface are even more resplendent. Indeed, this copy of the Zhuke treasure technique is a single fiery red avian feather. Subtly, even Jun Qinghang can sense that something within the Zhuke treasure technique before him has been utterly consumed by the cleansing flames of the lotus of purity, revealing its true form. The voice of Xingyun resonates in Jun Qinghang's consciousness, indicating that this Zhuke treasure technique is now accessible to those with adequate talent. Although it is not the authentic Zhuke treasure technique, even a mere hint of the Zhuchua's essence is already a rare find. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by the creator's innate gifts and cultivation level, it might very well have been a genuine celestial art by now. A trace of regret lingers in Xingyun's voice. Chapter 64. The Path of Longevity. This statement is not without merit. What kind of existence is the Zhuke that even a hint of its aura should not have found its way into the vast 3,000 worlds? Unexpectedly, there is also the rare 5-colored dual lotus. Just as Jun Qinghang is about to put away the Zhuke treasure technique and seek a suitable time for cultivation, Xingyun's voice, tinged with surprise, breaks the silence. It seems that he has encountered more astonishments in this grand world than during his entire time in the celestial realm. It is no wonder that the true spirit realm ranks second among the 3,000 worlds. Not only does it have the 3 major celestial realms as its foundation, but it is also abundant in treasures. Jun Qinghang remains silent, patiently awaiting Xingyun's elaboration. The 5-colored dual lotus, in your understanding, may merely be regarded as a 9th-tier spiritual herb. However, this is due to its lack of celestial energy. Once it comes into contact with celestial energy, it can instantly transform into a true celestial herb. It may even grow into a 7-colored dual lotus, or even reach the 9-colored level under the nurturing of immense celestial energy. Celestial herbs, another existence associated with the celestial realm. Yet, this herb is exceedingly rare, and this particular characteristic is known to very few. It is likely that even in the celestial realm, few are aware that the 5-colored dual lotus can become a celestial herb upon contact with celestial energy. Otherwise, the inhabitants of the myriad phenomena celestial realm would not have offered such a gift to you. Upon hearing Xingyun's words, Jun Qinghang ponders for a moment before responding. Then, why don't I leave this 5-colored dual lotus in your care for now? I lack celestial energy and cannot transform it into a celestial herb. To use it merely as a 9th-tier spiritual herb would be a sheer waste. It would be better for you to nurture it for the time being, saving it for the future. The gifts from various factions are simply overwhelming. In addition to the offerings from the various Taoist masters, revered elders, and senior brothers and sisters within the Xumi celestial realm, Jun Qinghang's storage ring is nearly overflowing. Indeed, it is filled to the brim, with close to 100 million top-grade spirit stones carelessly piled in one corner like refuse. Other treasures are meticulously categorized and displayed within. Jun Qinghang wipes away non-existent sweat with his hand and gazes at the sun, now high in the sky. After a long night and an entire morning of effort, he has finally completed the organization. The sheer volume of gifts is evident. It is now noon, and the appointed time with the Shao siblings is drawing near. Jun Qinghang sat upon the crane forest in the purple bamboo garden, soaring towards Lingchun Peak. Outside the purple bamboo garden, a shadow, closely followed, vanishing into the void. The cloud-like presence attached to the nape of Jun Qinghang's neck acutely sensed the fluctuations of the shadow's magical power. A cultivator of the late stage of the fusion realm, tasked with protection, perhaps? In an instant, the cloud discerned the identity and mission of the shadow. Master Qinghang. The siblings of the Shao family were direct disciples of the sword Hidden Peak's master, gifted beyond measure. Although they were returning home for a family visit, it was implausible that they would be allowed to return unaccompanied. The journey was long and fraught with potential mishaps or audacious forces. Even though the Shumi cave heaven would surely seek retribution afterward, the mishap of two top-tier prodigies could never be compensated for. Thus, beside the Shao siblings stood a cultivator of the void refining realm, whose aura was restrained like a sword sheath, adept at controlling the essence of their sword path. Master Qinghang, this void refining cultivator ranked below Jun Qinghang within a Shumi cave heaven hierarchy. Therefore, despite having attained the void refining stage, they were still required to address Jun Qinghang as master. Beneath the Shao siblings and this void refining cultivator, there resided a Yuan-Ing level Fenghuang crane. Let us proceed directly to the Shumi holy city. Even as disciples of the Shumi cave heaven, departing the San Yuan blessed land could only be accomplished through the Shumi holy city within. Here, a teleportation array connected to the Shumi branch city in the 5 domains awaited them. They intended to utilize this teleportation array to reach the Shumi branch city in the eastern domain, from which they could swiftly journey to the sword-wielding Shao family's abode. After all, the true spirit realm was vast. Even a tribulation-transcending celestial had never traversed its entirety. If they were to fly from the Shumi cave heaven to the sword-wielding Shao family in the eastern domain, it would demand the utmost effort even from a fusion realm venerable. The eastern domain, one of the 5 realms of the true spirit realm, was comparable in prosperity to the southern and northern domains, with the central domain vastly surpassing the others, while the western domain remained somewhat desolate. However, within each domain, the wealth disparity was considerable. Taking the eastern domain as an example, the most prosperous region undoubtedly featured the sword and blade sacred land, presided over by the revered Qin family in the Jiuzhou region. Beyond Jiuzhou, there existed the extreme eastern sea and other territories. In comparison, whether in terms of opportunities, powerful beings, or cultivators, these areas paled beside Jiuzhou. Within Jiuzhou, the sword and blade sacred land monopolized 4 states, while the Qin family claimed 2. The remaining 3 states flourished under various celestial sects and dynasties. Yet, no matter how these celestial sects and dynasties might act within their territories, they would never dare to show disrespect towards the 3 major cities among the 3 great states. In the eastern domain branch of the Shumi city, near the city lord's estate, stood an enormous teleportation array. The area surrounding the array was heavily guarded, with each sentinel possessing Yuan-Ing level cultivation. This teleportation array connected to the legendary true Shumi holy city, a place that ordinary cultivators would never dare to disturb. Yet today, all the cultivators within the city of Sumeru witnessed several individuals emerging from the teleportation array, personally welcomed by the city's lord. Whether it be Sumeru City or the other 2 cities, Wanshang City and Xiling City, the city lord is invariably an elder from the inner sect of the 3 great cave heavens, possessing at least the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. The presence of such distinguished figures personally receiving visitors from the holy city of Sumeru speaks volumes about the extraordinary origins of these individuals. Consequently, discussions erupted throughout Sumeru city. However, the central figures of these discussions, Jun Qinghang, Shao Jinghong, and Shao Jingsnow, did not linger for a moment and promptly set forth on their journey to the Swordmaster Shao clan. Sumeru city merely served as a transit point for them, and they had never contemplated pausing here. The Swordmaster Shao clan has always maintained a close relationship with the Blade and Sword Sacred Land, particularly with the lineage of the Swordmaster. Therefore, their ancestral land has remained under the jurisdiction of the four states governed by the Blade and Sword Sacred Land. With their recent connection to the Qin clan of the Holy Family, it is likely related to a marriage alliance. The Qin clan, having distanced itself from worldly affairs since the ancient times, has never involved itself in the struggles of major powers, adopting a demeanor of concealment and restraint. Even if the Swordmaster Shao clan were to form a marriage alliance with the Qin clan, the Blade and Sword Sacred Land would not take it too seriously. Otherwise, even if the Shao clan possessed 100-fold courage, they would not dare to play both sides between the Blade and Sword Sacred Land and the Qin clan, seeking to please both. Chapter 65. The Swordmaster Shao clan extends a warm welcome to the esteemed Jun Qinghang. On the back of the crane, Jun Qinghang meticulously examined the contents of the jade slip in his hand, which he had requested the Lord of Sumeru City to procure for him, pertaining to the records of the longevity Dao body. In truth, with the rise of immortal cultivation, jade slips have already become widely circulated, capable of accommodating vast amounts of information while remaining inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, similar to the one-third replica of the pseudo-vermilion bird treasure technique that Jun Qinghang previously obtained, such mystical powers, which embody various profound energies, cannot be contained within an ordinary jade slip. Thus, special avian feathers are required for the imprints. The longevity Dao body is not particularly remarkable in its attributes. Its sole defining feature seems to be its extended lifespan, which is hardly a unique characteristic. The Qingmu Tongtianjing from Lingshan Peak possesses nearly identical powers. Cultivating the Qingmu Tongtianjing, under the auspices of its methodologies, grants practitioners a lifespan surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. However, the cultivation conditions are exceedingly stringent. Only those with what attribute celestial roots can succeed in their training, and without guidance from predecessors, each step becomes a daunting challenge. Yet, the term Tongtian implies that as one ascends to higher realms, cultivation becomes increasingly effortless, just as the current Qingmu Taoist exemplifies. Even if one were to sit in meditation for a century, their cultivation would rival that of ordinary peers who toil for a millennium. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Qingmu Tongtianjing. Were it not for Lingshan Peak not being one of the 8 principal peaks of the inner sect and never publicly recruiting disciples during the grand ceremony, it is likely that the number of disciples from Lingshan Peak would surpass that of any other inner sect. Songnan cultivates this very technique. When he first embarked on his journey, had it not been for the guidance of the esteemed Qingmu Taoist, it is likely that he would not have attained his current level of achievement, not to mention anything else. Even merely the first 4 layers of the Qingmu Tongtian Sutra would require over a millennium of cultivation. At that time, Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingsnow had also heard of the techniques from Lingshan Peak, and, after considering various factors, they decided to solicit the assistance of Jun Qinghang. However, they did not anticipate that Jun Qinghang was not practicing the Qingmu Tongtian Sutra, and his interest in the longevity Dao body stemmed solely from the peculiar fluctuations of the Qinglian immortal root. Otherwise, he would scarcely have spared a glance. After all, Jun Qinghang himself was born with an immortal body, blessed with a lengthy lifespan, even if he never cultivated in this lifetime. As long as he was not affected by external factors, he could live on indefinitely. Thus, the purpose of Jun Qinghang's cultivation was never for the sake of longevity or immortality. Instead, he pursued the path of immortality with a pure heart, yearning to witness the breathtaking scenery at the terminus of this celestial journey. That being said, Jun Qinghang repeatedly examined the jade slip detailing the longevity Dao body. To be frank, had he not known that it was a type of Dao body, he might have deemed it unworthy of such a title. After all, it merely denoted a unique constitution that could extend one's lifespan to a limited degree, and as far as Jun Qinghang was aware, there were several such spiritual bodies. However, the lifespan they offered was nowhere near that of the longevity Dao body. Jun Qinghang withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. Regardless, He would soon ascertain what unique qualities could provoke fluctuations in the Qinglian immortal root upon meeting the individual in question. Master Qinghang, we are nearing the Shao family of the sword, came the voice of Shao Jinghong, resonating in his ears. Jun Qinghang lifted his gaze ahead. The flight speed of the Fenghuang crane was indeed astonishing. Although the refining void Taoist was intentionally slowing down with Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingsnow in tow, it was still remarkable that a mere mid-stage nascent soul could keep pace. Before them loomed a colossal city, standing majestically in the midst of the vast land. Numerous official roads extended from its periphery, facilitating the passage of wandering cultivators. At the forefront of the city was an enormous barrier resembling a city gate. Yet, to call it a gate seemed somewhat inaccurate, as it lacked the characteristics of a traditional entrance and appeared more like a hollow white circle of light. This was the ancestral ground of the illustrious, sword-wielding Shao clan of the Eastern Domain. Due to the clan's immense reputation, countless formidable sword cultivators had come seeking their fame. Although these sword cultivators' talents and cultivation levels might not meet the threshold of a sacred ground, they were more than sufficient to serve as advisors within the sword-wielding Shao clan. Once these advisors settled into the clan, they brought along their kin, resulting in a gradual migration. Over time, the sword-wielding Shao clan evolved into its present stature. Merely a single family, it possessed a scale comparable to that of an ordinary mortal kingdom, further solidifying its status as a formidable force in the surrounding regions. Suddenly, the crane forest let out a long, resounding cry, as if sensing something. Shortly thereafter, several figures soared forth from the city, resembling a colossal beast in repose, and graciously saluted Jun Qinghang and his companions from a distance of 100 miles. Jun Qinghang made no movement towards Helen. This was the territory of the Yujian Shao family, and with Shao Jinghong and Xiong Anjue beside him, the need for him to take action was unnecessary. As expected, once Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingsnow revealed their Shao family jade tokens, the line of awaiting cultivators immediately lowered their heads even further. The Yujian Shao family welcomed the esteemed presence of real person Qinghang, their words resonating with utmost respect throughout the city. However, in that fleeting moment, the ordinary cultivators remained oblivious to the identity of this so-called real person Qinghang. In the realm of cultivation, those at the golden core stage are entitled to be addressed as real person. Therefore, this real person Qinghang must undoubtedly be a formidable golden core expert. The Yujian Shao family, being a prestigious sect with a refining void Dao master, would not expend such effort to welcome a golden core practitioner for no reason. Regardless of the speculations among the cultivators in the city, Helen maintained its speed, directly carrying Jun Qinghang into the city, heading at full speed towards the direction indicated by Shao Jinghong. Eventually, they arrived at a quaint residence constructed with red bricks and green tiles. Although referred to as a residence, in Jun Qinghang's eyes, it was likely far grander than the forbidden city of his previous life. The Yujian Shao family welcomed the esteemed presence of real person Qinghang. As Helen descended at a martial arts arena, a voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia echoed. Jun Qinghang turned towards the sound and recognized Shao Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Shao family, whom he had encountered during the Golden Core ceremony. He was a central figure in the Yujian Shao family, a sword cultivator at the mid-level of the refining void realm. Patriarch Shao, you are too courteous. Jun Qinghang exchanged pleasantries with Shao Xiaotian, but only briefly. While he spoke of courtesy, he showed no inclination to assist the bowing Shao Xiaotian to rise. The onlookers each harbored their own thoughts. Shao Xiaotian, Shao Jinghong, and Shao Jingsnow, of course, were well aware of Jun Qinghang's identity and strength, harboring no dissatisfaction in their hearts. However, the middle-aged woman standing beside Shao Xiaotian wore a disgruntled expression. Jun Qinghang sensed that the bloodline aura around her was entirely different from that of Shao Jinghong and Shao Jingsnow. Was she the stepmother of the Shao siblings? Real person Qinghang, this way please. A welcoming banquet has been prepared for you within the clan. Without further thought, Jun Qinghang followed the direction indicated by Shao Xiaotian, with Helen dutifully accompanying him. Left behind were only the Shao siblings and the refining void protector sent by the sword concealing elder for their safety, along with the disgruntled middle-aged woman who dared not utter a word. Chapter 66. What a protagonist name. Shao Qinghang and Shao Jingsnow did not afford the woman even a glance of courtesy, quickly following in the footsteps of Jun Qinghang towards the banquet hall. Seeing that the important figures had departed, the middle-aged woman felt it inappropriate to remain standing there, casting a fierce glare at the retreating figures of the Shao siblings. She made her way back to her own residence. Madam, how could the master heed the words of the eldest young master and young lady and invite such a real person from the Shumi cave? Slap! Huang Feng turned and struck the maid beside her. Although she was merely a woman residing within the Shao family, however, when it comes to her origins, they are hardly of significant repute. She is merely the illegitimate daughter of a prominent family of alchemists. Though her lineage does not carry the same prestige as that of the legitimate daughter, she is undeniably backed by a powerful clan, endowing her with a measure of cultivation. Having enjoyed years of a life of luxury, her skills remain firmly at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Yet she finds it quite effortless to discipline the maids about her. How dare mere maid discuss the Shumi cave in such a manner? Though Huang Feng is robust and somewhat simplistic in thought, she is not naive enough to speak indiscriminately. She is aware of the Huang family's esteemed position and the significance of the Shumi cave. Furthermore, she possesses her own means. Otherwise, she would not have seized the opportunity to step in after the untimely demise of Shao Xiaoyan's first wife during childbirth. At the Huang family, she was not the legitimate daughter and thus had to follow the hierarchy, always subordinate to the legitimate daughter. However, circumstances changed when the Huang family's legitimate daughter married into another influential alchemist family, while she cunningly allied herself with the patriarch of the sword-controlling Shao clan, successfully becoming the rightful matriarch. Her status within the Huang family soared as a result. Originally, this competition with the golden core cultivators from the Yunyang Tianzong was supposed to feature an exceptional representative from her own Huang family. She had already persuaded Shao Xiaotian through her eloquence. Yet, unexpectedly, after sending a letter to the Shumi cave and receiving a reply, he altered his decision. Does she not know who resides in the Shumi cave? The children of Shao Xiaoyan's deceased wife are there, cultivating away from the Shao family for an extended period. This presents her with an opportune moment to forge a lineage with Shao Xiaotian. Yet, inexplicably, throughout these decades, she has not succeeded even once. Now, as she observes Shao Qinghang and Shao Jingxue approaching adulthood, with her own inability to bear offspring to inherit the Shao family bloodline, her only recourse is to find a suitable man from the Huang family to unite with Shao Jingxue. This not only solidifies the Huang family's millennia-old foundation, but also provides an opportunity to share in the fortunes of the sword-controlling Shao clan. Of course, Huang Feng is not acting blindly. She is simply fortunate to have encountered an exceptionally talented young man among the Huang descendants. The banquet pavilion of the sword-controlling Shao clan opens only to host the most esteemed guests. Today, with Jun Qinghang's presence, it can be said that Shao Xiaotian has extended nearly the highest honor in his reception. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for the Shao family that real person Qinghang has agreed to this matter. Jun Qinghang waved his hand dismissively. He detests the tedious formalities of etiquette. In his previous life, he loathed the drinking culture that pressured individuals at banquets, and in this life with his current status, he naturally avoids such trifles. Let the head of the Shao family speak directly about matters that interest me. Jun Qinghang is not deceived into believing that the Shao siblings have not informed Shao Xiaotian of the true nature of his decision to accept this arrangement. Shao Xiaotian, unfazed by the interruption, raised his cup and drank deeply. Real person Qinghang, regarding this longevity Dao body, our sword-controlling Shao family has exhausted all connections this month to trace its origins. He appeared as though he were untethered, a being with no origin. It is known that 15 years ago, he emerged into the world fully awakened, possessing the longevity body of the Tao, having attained the golden core path through true realization. Now, after the passage of 15 years, although his cultivation stands at the mid-stage of golden core, his combat prowess is unparalleled among the golden core disciples of the Yunyang heavenly sect. Even many of the esteemed prodigies from other celestial sects have fallen before him, with several succumbing directly to death after dueling him. Jun Qinghang raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. With a gentle tap of his teacup, he signaled for Xiao to continue speaking. At this banquet, as soon as Jun Qinghang intended to address matters of significance, all attendants had withdrawn, leaving only Xiao. The Xiao siblings, Jun Qinghang, Ellen, and a guardian from the Cangjin Peak, a late-stage practitioner of the Tao. Thus, Xiao gestured towards Xiao Jinghong to serve tea before continuing. Furthermore, we have uncovered an exceedingly intriguing piece of information. This brilliant new star of the Yunyang heavenly sect shares an identical name with the son of the sect's leader. Oh, how fascinating! Jun Qinghang's mind immediately conjured countless scenarios reminiscent of plots from his previous life as novels, various archetypes of protagonists fitting seamlessly, though he remained uncertain of the specific one. Could it be that he is indeed the son of the Yunyang heavenly sect's leader? Jun Qinghang spoke slowly. Impossible. I was present when the son of the Yunyang heavenly sect's leader underwent his spirit root assessment. He possessed nothing more than an ordinary mid-grade spirit root. While not entirely useless, such a root is inadequate in a sect like the Yunyang heavenly sect, which is notorious for its ruthless nature. Moreover, their appearances are entirely dissimilar, and their bone ages do not match. Even assuming the possibility of soul reincarnation, it would be unfeasible. To achieve such a feat, one must first reach the golden core stage, possessing a golden core, be it real or false, as a medium for reincarnation. Furthermore, the attributes of their spirit roots must be broadly compatible. Otherwise, the path of cultivation would be irrevocably severed. The young master of the Yunyang heavenly sect possesses mid-grade spirit roots of the earth, fire, and wind attributes. In this lifetime, not to mention reaching the golden core stage, even coalescing a complete golden essence within his body would be a formidable challenge. But look at the cultivation of this longevity body. Ever since he came into public view, his progress has never stagnated. Xiao retrieved a stack of jade slips from his storage ring. These slips contained all the information they had gathered about the longevity body during their investigation. Jun Qinghang glanced through them briefly, ultimately focusing on a singular name, Lin Tian. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed the significance of such a name. In his mind's eye, he could almost see the protagonist's halo hovering above this individual. Chapter 67. Such malicious tactics. In his previous life, he had encountered names like Lin, Yishao, Han, Shi, and Fong, all surnames with a notably high incidence of protagonists, especially when followed by the character Tian. In such a combination, had Jun Qinghang merely been an ordinary disciple from a humble family, one would instinctively avoid him. Alas, the halo of the protagonist shines upon him. In the realm of cultivation, tales of the world's chosen one have long been whispered. It is said that in the golden era, a world would channel a significant portion of its fortune to create a singular individual destined to elevate that realm to greater heights or to rescue it from peril. However, the legends surrounding the chosen one have always remained mere fables, never substantiated by evidence. Where there is no wind, there can be no waves. And coupled with Jun Qinghang's extensive experience gleaned from countless novels in his past life, it is evident that Lin Tian, even if not adorned with the protagonist's halo, harbors numerous secrets. The nexus of these secrets is likely the longevity Tao body. This banquet was a joyous affair. As Jun Qinghang, under the guidance of Xiao Jingxue, proceeded towards the loft prepared for him by Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinghang lingered with Xiao in the banquet hall for quite some time. Father. Xiao Jinghang thought of Huang Feng's gaze from earlier and could not help but speak up, only to be interrupted by Xiao. Hong-er, I understand what you wish to say. The Swordmaster Xiao family has always been beyond the reach of others. I am not so blind as to overlook this. For many years, I have taken pride in you and Shui, and I shall ensure that no other children complicate your lives. Focus on your cultivation in the Shumi cave heaven. Matters concerning the Swordmaster Xiao family will be handled by me, and when you both achieve greatness, the legacy will be passed down to you siblings. Worry not about the rest. Go and rest now, for tomorrow you shall meet with the people from the Yunyang Tianzong. With that, Xiao Xiaotian made his way toward his own courtyard. In this life, his heart has always belonged solely to the mother of Jinghang and Jingxue. All others were merely fleeting comforts amid the endless years of cultivation. Initially, he had welcomed Huang Feng into his life as a substitute for the beloved who had departed. Ultimately, it was a matter of mutual need. Yet, despite his illustrious life, he had erred in allowing such a situation to arise. Later willing to grant Huang Feng a status of legitimacy, merely to keep her within the Xiao family. Should she remain within her bounds, all is well. But if she were to overstep and covet the swordmaster Xiao family, he would not hesitate to sever ties, regardless of their years of companionship. For years, he had secretly taken measures to prevent Huang Feng from bearing a child, ensuring no one could claim a share of the Xiao family that rightfully belonged to Jinghang and Jingxue, whether deemed heartless or unfeeling. Nothing could compare to the bond he shares with his two children. As Xiao Jinghang watched his father depart, he realized that his father's words were ones he had never previously expressed to him or his sister. He had been unaware that for all these years, his father had harbored such thoughts. Reflecting on the past, when he and his sister had resented their father for welcoming that madwoman as the new matriarch of the Xiao family shortly after their mother's passing, he now understood that his father's rationality remained intact, and that was sufficient. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jinghang hurried to find Xiao Jingxue. The meaning behind his father's words was clear to him, and he understood his father's intent. Naturally, this was something he needed to convey to his sister immediately. The bond between the siblings was strengthened by their unique dual cultivation physique. Both their cultivation techniques and magical arts originated from the same source. Even after becoming disciples of the esteemed Master Zhangjian, they were assured that if they worked in unison, their combined strength would surpass their individual prowess. There was no room for concealment between them, especially regarding matters of great familial importance. As the moon hung high in the sky, the cycle of day and night ushered in a new dawn. Today, Jun Qinghang donned a white version of the North Star's treasure robe and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, poking at his own face with a light sigh. The rapid pace of his cultivation brought its own set of challenges. Despite already being a golden core realized, he still bore the youthful visage of a 13-year-old while traversing the world. Once this matter was resolved, he was determined to cultivate until he reached the age of maturity before stepping out again. In this realm, be it cultivators or ordinary mortals, males celebrated their coming of age at 20, marking their transition into adulthood. Although Jun Qinghang was merely 13, making 20 seem like a distant prospect, he knew that with a period of focused cultivation, he could swiftly bridge that gap. Uncle Qinghang, came the voice of Xiao Jinghang from outside the loft. Jun Qinghang promptly set aside his musings and exited the loft. Uncle, the people from the Yunyang heavenly sect have arrived. Jun Qinghang was taken aback. Had he really slept for so long? No, he had calculated that it was only the break of dawn. Uncle, the Yunyang heavenly sect's members have been within the Xiao family's territory for several days now. Jun Qinghang nodded, following Xiao Jinghang towards the martial arts arena. Along the way, Xiao Jinghang elaborated on various aspects concerning the Yunyang heavenly sect. Although the sect was anchored by the presence of a Tao master of the void, securing its position among the heavenly sects, it paled in comparison to the combat prowess and heritage of the swordmaster Xiao family. After all, the Xiao family had established its lineage long ago, with many of its disciples intricately linked to the sword sacred land. In every aspect, the Yunyang heavenly sect could not measure up. The contention over dominion of the secret realm was merely a standard rivalry between the Yunyang heavenly sect and the swordmaster Xiao family, with other factions having neither the time nor the inclination to concern themselves with the matter. Regardless of who held control, their interests remained unaffected. The Yunyang heavenly sect was well regarded among the smaller factions due to its moderate and peaceful approach to dealings. Furthermore, the emergence of Lin Tian, a so-called top prodigy with a longevity physique, 15 years ago had further solidified the Yunyang heavenly sect's standing as a prominent force in the region. Rumors circulated that this prodigious individual had caught the attention of a top talent from the sacred land, who wished to recruit him as a follower. Since then, disciples from surrounding factions have been cautious not to provoke members of the Yunyang heavenly sect. Thus, Jun Qinghang arrived at the martial arts arena, immersed in Xiao Jinghong's explanations. Even from a considerable distance away, Jun Qinghang furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze swiftly capturing a figure clad in white standing at the center of the training grounds. The man possessed an unmistakable scholarly demeanor, and in Jun Qinghang's estimation, the only individual who could rival him in literary elegance was Song Ji from Shumi Peak. A faint violet radiance flickered in Jun Qinghang's eyes, and with a mere glance, he discerned the essence of this individual. Simultaneously, the voice of Xingyun resonated within Jun Qinghang's consciousness, exclaiming the malevolent nature of the young man's tactics. Chapter 68, Beneath the Skin, Human or Demon. Xiao Jinghong, who walked alongside Jun Qinghang as a guide, spoke up. Master Uncle, that white-clad gentleman is none other than Lin Tian, the longevity Dao body of the Yunyang heavenly sect. Jun Qinghang nodded in acknowledgement. He had already deduced this without Xiao Jinghong's words, just as he had anticipated, beneath the gaze of his Zikan immortal eyes. The aura of fortune emanating from Lin Tian was nearly blinding, regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators. All beings in the world were entitled to a portion of the cosmic fortune. This force of fortune was profoundly mysterious, eluding detection by ordinary means. Even the most exalted ones, such as the Great Ascension Dao sovereigns and Tribulation Transcendents, would find themselves powerless to perceive it without the appropriate methods. Moreover, the ability to sense such fortune was exceedingly rare, with few having ever encountered it. The Zikan immortal eyes were a unique divine ability that allowed practitioners to perceive the existence of fortune in such a direct manner. In a vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds, such phenomena were unheard of, although fortune-tellers cannot divine their own fates. And those who can observe fortune cannot gaze upon their own. All of Jun Qinghang's karma and fortunes were shrouded in an endless mist, making it impossible to gain any insight, no matter how much effort he exerted. He and Xingyun had previously deliberated this matter. While they could not ascertain the cause of this phenomenon, they concluded that it must undoubtedly possess greater benefits than detriments. Though Jun Qinghang had never harbored intentions of feigning ignorance, his attitude remained indifferent towards everything besides the longevity, immortal body, which had never appeared in the 3,000 great worlds. Yet, the forces of fortune and karma were far too arcane. Even a prodigy like Jun Qinghang, who was blessed with numerous fortuitous encounters, found himself utterly defenseless against such powers. However, the absence of defensive measures on his part did not imply that others lacked means to target his fortune. At present, Jun Qinghang's fortune was entirely obscured by the mist, which, paradoxically, exerted no adverse effects on him. It appeared to be a protective veil for his fortune. Although he could not perceive the nature of his own fortune, others were equally incapable of exploiting it. Given his luck over the past 13 years, it seemed implausible that his fortune could be anything but favorable. Having nearly been blinded by the brilliance of Lin Tian's fortune, Jun Qinghang momentarily stood speechless. Once he regained his composure, he found himself at the edge of the training ground, now much closer to Lin Tian. He could feel an exceptionally potent life force emanating from Lin Tian. Jun Qinghang subtly furrowed his brow. Xingyun spoke again. The deathly aura and the life force within this lad are nearly at odds, yet somehow they maintain such a balance. Truly, a most peculiar cultivation technique. The disdain in Xingyun's tone was almost palpable. It was the first time Jun Qinghang witnessed such a profound emotional fluctuation from him. Yet, it was only to be expected. Not only Xingyun, but even he could sense it. Moreover, the malevolent energy from Lin Tian's cultivation method formed a precarious equilibrium alongside the life force. Apart from the dominating life energy, the other two auras were detestable to Xingyun, a celestial beast of auspicious omen, especially the sinister presence, although they resided within the cultivation realm. Particularly in a prestigious force like the Shumi Cave Heaven, they understood that the merit of a technique does not solely lie in its essence, but more significantly in the intentions of the practitioner. However, This notion applies to the majority. Some techniques, from their inception, were designed for paths incomprehensible to others. Not to mention, Lin Tian's method, laden with such overwhelming malevolence, was virtually unheard of. Jun Qinghang remained inscrutable. At present, he could not discern the most specific details. The truth would only reveal itself through action. This is Lin Tian from the Yunyang heavenly sect, and this esteemed figure is the Jun Qinghang of the Shumi cave heaven. Xiao Xiaotian introduced both parties. Notably, his tone changed when addressing Jun Qinghang, leaving the opposing sect leader, Taoist Yunyang, quite perplexed. The Xiao family's demeanor had never been so humble. Even if this young master was a valued disciple of the Shumi cave heaven, such deference seemed unwarranted, unless, of course, this young master held an exceedingly high status. As this thought crossed his mind, Taoist Yunyang was taken aback, instantly elevating Jun Qinghang as perceived rank. Initially, upon hearing that the Xiao family was sending forth a golden elixir master from the Shumi cave heaven, he had been significantly shaken. Had it not been for his overwhelming confidence in Lin Tian, he might have relinquished control of that secret realm to the Xiao family. So it is a disciple of the Shumi cave heaven. I kindly request that the esteemed master be lenient in the forthcoming expedition, Taoist Yunyang said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Jun Qinghang, feeling rather disinclined to maintain the facade, remarked, I believe there is no need to vie for control of the secret realm. It seems an unnecessary expenditure of time. Let us settle this here with a decisive battle. This was a sentiment he had long wished to express. After all, it was merely a matter of controlling a secret realm. Why complicate matters and waste resources to open it? Furthermore, upon encountering Lin Tian, Jun Qinghang was even more convinced of his stance. To truly uncover the nefarious cultivation technique and powers hidden beneath Lin Tian's exterior, only through actual combat could the intricate details emerge. Relying solely on his initial stage of golden elixir cultivation, even with the Zikan celestial eye, he could not fully penetrate Lin Tian's true nature. This alone was sufficient to underscore the underlying concerns. It is not that the Zikan immortal eye lacks strength, but rather that Lin Tian has concealed his abilities too well. And Jun Qinghang's cultivation is too weak to unleash even a fraction of its immense power. Jun Qinghang's statement left Taoist Yunyang and the head of the Xiao family utterly perplexed. It was only through their previous negotiations that the decision to determine the victor within the secret realm was reached. After all, a direct confrontation would yield little variation. Everyone is aware of Lin Tian's formidable prowess within the Yunyang heavenly sect. Although Xiao Xiaotian is confident in his offspring, they are still merely foundation-building cultivators. Utterly incomparable to Lin Tian, who is in the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. Upon learning that Jun Qinghang would take action, Xiao Xiaotian's certainty surged from a mere 10% to a staggering 90%, with the remaining 10% being the possibility that Jun Qinghang might change his mind at the last moment. Thus, Xiao Xiaotian merely experienced a brief shock from Jun Qinghang's words before regaining his composure. In his heart, he believed that even Lin Tian, or any Lin Tian for that matter, was not worthy of a kick from this supreme golden core prodigy of the Shumi cave heaven. In contrast, Taoist Yunyang held a different resolution. The Yunyang heavenly sect is not considered a particularly powerful force at the Tianzong level. The Shumi cave heaven would not extend an invitation to the Yunyang heavenly sect to participate in Jun Qinghang's golden core ceremony simply because it has a renowned Tao body prodigy. There are at least 100 prodigies of this caliber within the Shumi cave heaven, and the Yunyang heavenly sect lacks such weight. Therefore, Taoist Yunyang did not recognize Jun Qinghang, nor did he comprehend the significance of his words. His heart was filled with joy at the prospect of soon controlling the secret realm, and he was already ready to pop the champagne. Since the young friend has taken the initiative to propose this, how could I possibly refuse? Let the young friend and Tian settle the outcome in a single battle. Chapter 69. 1-1. Like a lover, as the saying goes, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of horses. This is especially true among cultivators. Whenever a cultivator speaks sincerely, should they go back on their word, a fine crack will be etched in their Tao heart. Once such cracks accumulate, the stability of the Tao heart falters, making further progress as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is particularly critical for prodigies, who must exercise utmost caution in their speech. Thus, Taoist Yunyang was not afraid of Jun Qinghang retracting his statement and readily agreed. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing Taoist Yunyang accept Jun Qinghang's words so swiftly, Xiao Xiaotian was on the verge of bursting into laughter, nearly injuring himself in the process. To be honest, his initial insistence on determining a victor within the secret realm was to allow his disciples to turn the tide and defeat Lin Tian. After all, the uncontrollable nature of events that transpire within the secret realm is overwhelming. However, after Jun Qinghang's agreement, Xiao Xiaotian began to worry about Lin Tian possibly reversing the situation for some reason within the secret realm. At that point, the losses for the Xiao family would not merely involve the loss of the secret realm. They could very well incur Jun Qinghang's resentment as well. In the path of a prodigy, a single failure can have immeasurable consequences for both the Tao heart and the Tao path. Now, Jun Qinghang's proposal to settle matters on the martial arts stage perfectly aligned with Xiao Xiaotian's innermost thoughts. Yunyang Taoist eagerly agreed, further reassuring Xiao Xiaotian's heart. In this battle, the Xiao family would surely emerge victorious. Soon, the members of Yunyang Tianzong and the sword-wielding Xiao family withdrew from the center of the martial arts arena, leaving the area for Jun Qinghang and Lin Tian. "This young brother, please." Lin Tian exuded the demeanor befitting a young prodigy of a powerful faction. However, to refer to him as young brother when they were both golden core true masters, it was only due to his apparent youth. Jun Qinghang's voice formed a thread, traversing from one end of the arena to Lin Tian's ear at the other end. "Young brother, I must remind you, your malevolent aura has been revealed." Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on Jun Qinghang, performing a silent display of shock. How could he possibly know? Moreover, they were not in a secret realm. Should the other party utter anything, the repercussions for Yunyang Tianzong would be dire. The only solution was to incapacitate his sea of consciousness, rendering him insane. Lin Tian pondered. His expression shifted rapidly, regaining determination within mere breaths. TSK. Jun Qinghang clicked his tongue, having already been informed of Lin Tian's circumstances by Xingyun, before entering his meditative state once more. To fully adapt to the rules of the true spirit realm, he required additional time. Coupled with what he had observed through the Zikan immortal eyes regarding Lin Tian's physical condition, Jun Qinghang had gained a general understanding. It was not a soul possession, yet the similarities were strikingly high. With a swift motion, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire martial arts arena, isolating Xiao Xiaotian and Taoist Yunyang from the proceedings. This barrier was set by Lin Tian. Even if they whispered in the arena, all present were not ordinary beings and could hear everything distinctly. Taoist Yunyang was unconcerned, but the key issue lay with the members of the sword-wielding Xiao family. This barrier was intended to prevent such occurrences, and it was not uncommon for cultivators to establish barriers in martial arts competitions to prevent excessive confrontations. Those outside the arena perceived nothing amiss. However, high above in the distant sky, two figures hovered in the void. The one in the rear was the refining void Taoist sent by the hidden sword master to protect the Xiao siblings. The figure in front wore a black garb that blended seamlessly with the surroundings, drawing no attention despite the glaring daylight. This was a shadow sent by the Qingmu Taoist to safeguard Jun Qinghang after he left Lingshan Peak. This shadow was a prodigy who had followed the Qingmu Taoist since the latter's days as the holy son of Xumi Cave, and now stood as a powerful entity in the combined body realm. "Shadow Master, is there anything amiss?" The refining void Taoist was startled when approached by the shadow. Initially fearing it was a formidable being from the combined body realm seeking trouble. To his surprise, it was merely the shadow following the Qingmu Taoist. He did not need to ponder long to ascertain the purpose of this visit. It could not possibly be to protect Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Jingxue. In the present moment, the expression on Ying's face shifted slightly, prompting an involuntary inquiry. Ying waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. In truth, he was as perplexed as anyone. having felt an inexplicable discomfort emanating from Lin Tian just moments ago. However, he had meticulously examined the records of Lin Tian's life, which aligned precisely with the findings from the Su family's investigation, full of enigmas yet entirely plausible. As soon as Lin Tian made his move, Jun Qinghang had already acted. When Lin Tian unleashed his boundless magical power towards Jun Qinghang's position, he left behind only an ephemeral shadow. That shadow was swiftly dispersed by a strike from Lin Tian's palm. Almost immediately, an attack devoid of any magical leakage surged from behind. Jun Qinghang, relying on his absolute mastery of magical energy, caught Lin Tian off guard. Lin Tian was unable to mount any defense in time. Although Jun Qinghang's strike was merely a straightforward and forceful blow, lacking any sophisticated techniques, it still sent Lin Tian, who had been cultivating in the mid-stage of the Golden Core for years, flying several meters away before he managed to halt himself with a cushion of magical force. With this single maneuver, Lin Tian realized that Jun Qinghang was far from the innocuous figure he appeared to be. Conversely, Jun Qinghang also discerned that Lin Tian was not as formidable as the rumors suggested. The mere force of that palm had been sufficient to repel him such a distance, a mere decorative facade, lacking substance. With this thought in mind, Jun Qinghang was eager to swiftly conclude this farce. A green light flickered at his fingertips as he activated the longevity finger. Simultaneously, Lin Tian also thrust a finger forward. Both parties exchanged expressions of astonishment. What a coincidence to possess such similar finger techniques. However, as their respective techniques collided, both sensed something amiss. It was not merely a matter of sharing the same finger technique. Each technique bore the capacity to siphon away life force. What a twist of fate. Jun Qinghang's interest was piqued regarding the soul and longevity body concealed beneath Lin Tian's exterior. Judging by the abilities Lin Tian had exhibited thus far, he appeared to be a stripped-down, reset version of the immortal body, an inferior replica. Even the longevity finger, a celestial technique, had been emulated. Jun Qinghang launched another attack, this time concentrating 1/10 of his total magical energy at his fingertip. A single thrust pierced through Lin Tian's right chest with a flash of green light. Simultaneously, Lin Tian's hair rapidly transformed from black to white, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Jun Qinghang. His once infallible longevity finger had not only been countered by his opponent's technique, but had also been stripped of an indeterminate amount of his lifespan. He could distinctly sense the rapid aging of his body, escalating across several levels. Chapter 70. The Sacred Land of Swords and Swords. Lin family river upon witnessing Lin Tian's slumped figure on the ground. The Lord of Yunyang felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Was the prodigy of the Shumi cave truly so difficult to conquer? His own child was. Nevertheless, the Lord of Yunyang was not one to waver. With Lin Tian in such a state, the situation would undoubtedly not resolve favorably. He needed to return to Yunyang Tianzong promptly and devise a plan. With this thought ignited, the Lord of Yunyang decisively resolved to slip away while the attention of others was diverted. Just at that moment, a beam of sword light shot forth from a distance. Without regard for the dignity of the Yujian Shao family, he soared directly into the ancestral home of the Shao clan, approaching Shao Xiaotian and the others. The divine power that the Yunyang Dao master had been cultivating quietly dissipated as the gaze of Shao Xiaotian and his companions was irrevocably drawn to him. The sword light transformed in the air, ultimately taking the form of a young man, Lin Gongzi. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Yunyang Dao master immediately clasped his hands in salute. As the head of the Shao family, Shao Xiaotian was well acquainted with the prodigies of various formidable factions. Lin Jiachuan, a prodigy from the sword and blade sacred land, had only cultivated for a little over 80 years and had already attained the late Golden Core stage, although he was still some distance from the nascent soul stage. Achieving such cultivation at this age was indeed worthy of the title of genius. While he might not be the most distinguished among the elite of the sword and blade sacred land, he was certainly remarkable. More importantly, Lin Jiachuan was backed by the sword saint of the sword and blade sacred land, making it unwise for the Tianzong celestial dynasty to act against him without necessity. Senior Yunyang, I came today to seek out young Lin Gongzi at the Yunyang Celestial Sect, only to be informed that you visited the Yu Jian Shao family a few days ago. May I inquire as to the whereabouts of young Lin Gongzi? The Holy Sun wishes to see him. Lin Jiachuan had come with a purpose, hence he hardly acknowledged Xiao Xiaotian or the Shao siblings, merely exchanging a brief greeting upon arrival. As the head of the Yu Jian Shao family and a formidable figure in the Void Refinement realm, Xiao Xiaotian maintained a close relationship with their lineage, so it was impossible for Lin Jiachuan to disregard him entirely. However, Xiao Jinghang and Xiao Jingxue, standing by Xiao Xiaotian's side, were completely overlooked. He had never encountered the Shao siblings, nor did he possess the qualifications or opportunities to meet them in the Shumi Cave Heaven. Moreover, sensing the aura of the late Foundation establishment stage emanating from the young siblings, he instinctively assumed they were merely ordinary descendants of the Shao family. The Yunyang Dao Master found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain the sight before them. The elderly Lin Tian, his back turned towards them in the training arena. After Jun Qinghang had dealt a heavy blow to Lin Tian, he had refrained from further action. Thus, by the time Lin Jiachuan arrived, the storm had passed, leaving only Jun Qinghang prepared to dissect Lin Tian and the waning figure of Lin Tian himself. Lin brother. As if he had heard Lin Jiachuan's voice, Lin Tian gradually regained his senses and turned to call out to Lin Jiachuan. In the next moment, Jun Qinghang made a swift motion, sealing Lin Tian's mouth, rendering him unable to speak. Originally, Jun Qinghang intended to eliminate Lin Tian outright, denying him any opportunity to voice his thoughts before subsequently employing soul-searching techniques to uncover the truth of the matter. However, given Lin Tian's unique constitution, born of heavenly luck and fortune, Jun Qinghang realized that to unravel the mysteries of the longevity Dao body, Lin Tian needed to remain alive. At the very least, his consciousness must not be shattered. Who are you, daring to lay such hands on young Lin? It is no wonder that Lin Jiachuan's talent could not reach the ranks of the pinnacle prodigies of the sword and blade sacred land. Even his emotional intelligence is woefully inadequate, lacking the capacity to analyze the situation at hand. Of course, it is possible that Lin Jiachuan has some inkling of this. Yet he brazenly relies on the fact that he is backed by the Sword Sage's son, exhibiting an exceedingly erratic and domineering demeanor. Jun Qinghang could hardly be bothered to cast a glance at Lin Jiachuan. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispelled the barrier set by Lin Tian, then swiftly formed a seal with one hand, unleashing a strike toward Lin Jiachuan with a speed that was almost imperceptible. This was a celestial technique he had been practicing recently, documented in the Qingdi Changsheng Xianjing. Although he had only begun to grasp its form, comprehending its true essence would take time. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to deal with a golden core cultivator like Lin Jiachuan, who, in Jun Qinghang's eyes, was no different from a mundane being. Curiously, Xingyun had once remarked that only immortals could cultivate celestial techniques, as the profound truths of any celestial art require the infusion of immortal energy. Yet, Jun Qinghang not only practiced the celestial scripture, but also audaciously engaged in the study and application of various celestial techniques without a hint of backlash. Xingyun's self-explanation was that Jun Qinghang had entered the spirit source to slumber shortly after birth, thus remaining oblivious to many circumstances. Essentially, he was somewhat sheltered. Jun Qinghang shook his head. It was no wonder his fortune was deemed ominous. He had encountered not one, but two individuals bearing the surname Lin. Bring him to me, he commanded, gesturing toward the Taoist Yunyang, who stood beside Lin Jiachuan. There was no need for Jun Qinghang to specify. Even Xiao Xiaotian had yet to react. The late-stage void refinement expert, dispatched by the hidden sword master to protect the Shao siblings, struck with ferocity. The sudden assault from a late-stage void refinement cultivator was not something an ordinary practitioner like Taoist Yunyang could evade. In the blink of an eye, Taoist Yunyang was subdued, his entire cultivation bound by magical forces, rendering him no different from an ordinary person, save for his physical strength. Jun Qinghang signaled for the void refinement expert to escort Taoist Yunyang and the increasingly aged Lin Tian to follow him. As they passed by Xiao Tian, Jun Qinghang inclined his chin slightly. I troubled the head of the Xiao family to take this person to the sword and blade sacred land, to understand the implications of their sending him to speak so brazenly to me. Yes, Xiao Tian promptly agreed. He flew to where Lin Jiachuan was buried deep in the ground by a seal from Jun Qinghang. Xiao Tian opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, leading Lin Jiachuan towards the direction of the sword and blade sacred land. He could see clearly that Lin Jiachuan's bones were nearly shattered, with even his golden core showing signs of fine cracks. This seal had effectively destroyed a significant portion of his path. The minute fractures in the golden core would likely take hundreds or even thousands of years to mend, with a lifespan of 800 years for golden core cultivators. Lin Jiachuan had neither the time nor the fortune to slowly recuperate, even if he possessed the luck to find an opportunity for his golden core to restore to its original state. The overwhelming aura of this seal had already left an indelible mark on Lin Jiachuan's heart, leading him to believe that even the Sword Sage's son would be hard-pressed to withstand such a strike during the golden core stage. As a follower, when the prodigy he admired no longer appeared invincible as he once believed, his path in this life could be deemed at an end. Chapter 71. The Resurgence of Dark Arts. Jun Qinghang returned to the loft he had prepared for himself within the Xiao family. Now, Lin Tian had been defeated, and the master of Yin-Yang had also been captured. Naturally, in the secret realm contest between the Xiao family and the Yin-Yang heavenly sect, the Xiao family emerged victorious, and they would handle the aftermath themselves. Please guard outside. No one is to disturb. Yes, Master Uncle. After the master of refining void exited the room, Jun Qinghang first established a barrier around the entire loft to prevent eavesdropping on the conversations within. Only then did he remove the restrictions on Lin Tian's speech. Although the barrier he set could only prevent the probing of cultivators whose spiritual awareness was not higher than his own, there was still a late-stage refining void presence outside. Moreover, according to Jun Qinghang's speculation, his master would never allow him to venture out alone. Someone must be secretly following him. In this small domain of the Xiao family, it was sufficient for him to act freely. Who on earth are you? A mere disciple from the Shumi cave cannot possess such combat prowess. After traversing a certain distance, Lin Tian's disbelief gradually subsided. He was not accepting this reality, but was now able to think clearly and calmly. The first thing he did upon regaining the ability to speak was to inquire about Jun Qinghang's origins. As the saying goes, one must understand the circumstances even in death. Unfortunately, Jun Qinghang had no habit of engaging in idle chatter with those on the brink of death. Granting Lin Tian half an hour of life was already a considerable act of mercy. Noticing Jun Qinghang's unwillingness to respond, Lin Tian felt a sense of foreboding. Even if he became a cripple, it would be far better than facing death. Esteemed sir, I possess a great opportunity to offer. I beseech you to spare my life. Sir, I implore you to show mercy. Perhaps Lin Tian's pleas were too loud, startling the unconscious master of Yin-Yang awake. The master of Yin-Yang had no thoughts of his surroundings or actions. He was consumed by a singular thought. Lin Tian must not die. His son cannot perish. This was their Yin-Yang heavenly sect's only chance for advancement. Alas, they were up against Jun Qinghang. From the moment Jun Qinghang raised his hand to the instant his power coalesced in his palm, less than a breath passed. Swirling technique. This was a technique commonly employed by disciples of significant powers. It could directly extract an enemy's soul from their body to seek the desired memories and information. It was incredibly convenient. However, the one being searched could suffer from mild soul disturbances, a drop in spiritual awareness, or severe consequences leading to the destruction of their soul, rendering them unable to reincarnate. As for Lin Tian, a person so far removed from Jun Qinghang, there was no need for him to hold back, especially since Lin Tian's actions were entirely contrary to Jun Qinghang's principles. Lin Tian had already lost 90% of his lifespan due to the power of eternal life. With the loss of his lifespan, his cultivation and foundation were rapidly declining. How could he withstand Jun Qinghang's soul-searching technique? Various luminous streams flowed continuously through Jun Qinghang's eyes. This is the moment he delves into the memories within Lin Tian's soul. Given that the information collected by the Xiao family clearly indicates that Lin Tian emerged 15 years ago, earning the trust and support of the Yunyang Taoist master, it is prudent to seek out memories from that time. With a graceful motion of his right hand, Jun Qinghang guided his magical energy in rhythm, tirelessly searching for Lin Tian's memories from 15 years past. Although the soul-searching technique is fundamental and remarkably effective, the further back the memories are, the greater the magical energy expended. This is also influenced by the disparity in cultivation levels between the seeker and the one being sought. In summary, this endeavor drained nearly 40% of Jun Qinghang's magical energy. However, it was not in vain. After a significant period, the brilliance in Jun Qinghang's eyes gradually faded. Upon retracting his magical energy, Lin Tian's last breath was extinguished. Yet, soon after, a peculiar movement emanated from within Lin Tian's body. The once normal physique of the man began to diminish. Without any bloodshed, he quickly became nothing but a bare skeleton. A resplendent golden core burst forth from Lin Tian's body, aiming to flee into the distance without pause. Unfortunately, Jun Qinghang had already established a barrier around the loft. For a golden core cultivator, escaping through the golden core to seek an opportunity for reincarnation or body reconstruction is a common practice in the world of cultivation. Although Jun Qinghang's time in cultivation has not been extensive, he possesses remarkable shrewdness and had long anticipated this scenario. Trapped within the loft, the golden core, despite its numerous strategies, found itself with no means to act. A wisp of spirit emerged, trembling. "Why do you refuse to spare even this remnant of my soul?" The visage of this spirit bore no resemblance to Lin Tian, yet the voice was eerily identical. Jun Qinghang's expression remained unchanged. "I intend to eradicate your soul entirely. Thus, allowing you to escape is out of the question. Moreover, your father is still here. Can you truly abandon your escape?" Jun Qinghang glanced at the Yunyang Taoist master with a hint of mockery. "You have already searched my soul. There is no need for further pretense." The practice of seizing a body for rebirth is a common tactic among cultivators. Why must I be the only one to seek the annihilation of my soul? Lin Tian, in a frenzied attempt, lunged towards Jun Qinghang. However, an invisible force restrained him beside the Yunyang Taoist master. Seizing a body for rebirth, the sinister techniques acquired by chance, and the longevity of the Tao body encountered serendipitously, can one not discern whether it is seizing a body for rebirth or cultivating through nefarious means? In the realm of cultivation, regardless of whether one follows righteous or demonic paths, all methods ultimately point toward the same goal of ascension. Only the sinister arts diverge. The practice of these malevolent techniques relies on the fruits of others' cultivation and natural talent, transferring them to oneself through even more brutal means. They defy the laws of nature, disregarding the balance between cultivators and the cosmos. While their cultivation speed is rapid, they are also prone to backlash from their techniques, leading to a loss of one's true essence, descending into a mere instrument of slaughter. In conclusion, within the true spirit realm and throughout the vast 3,000 worlds, the most common methods of cultivation involve absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth or the essence of flora to elevate one's level, whether through the cultivation of rare and extraordinary energies or otherwise. All are valid. However, cultivating malevolent arts will inevitably render one an enemy of the other two sects. It is true that the realm of true spirits is populated by formidable beings, aside from a brief period in ancient times when malevolent arts flourished. They have since been eradicated. Thus, their existence should be inconceivable. If not, it would not have taken until now for Lin Tian and his father to practice them. As previously contemplated, the Lin Tian before us is not merely a namesake akin to the progeny of the Yunyang Tao master. They are, in fact, the same individual. This revelation comes from Jun Qinghang's exploration of his soul's memories. Chapter 72, The Origin of the Longevity Tao Body. Lin Tian, son of the master of the Yunyang Heavenly Sect, is also the biological offspring of the Tao Master of Refinement. Logically, it is exceedingly difficult for highly cultivated practitioners to conceive offspring, which accounts for the plethora of second-generation immortals in the cultivation world. Being a late-in-life child and having difficulty in procreation naturally leads to excessive pampering in all aspects. The Yunyang Tao Master treated Lin Tian in this manner. However, a minor incident occurred in the interim. When Lin Tian was 10 years old during the spirit testing ceremony, he exhibited an exceptionally mediocre spiritual root aptitude, 3 attributes of middling quality. While this may be considered decent for those from lesser backgrounds within the Yunyang heavenly sect, such aptitude is deemed inferior. Furthermore, as the sole son of a Yunyang Tao Master, after the spirit test concluded, a deluge of scorn and exclusion descended upon him. Initially, the Yunyang Tao Master would counsel Lin Tian to disregard such disparagement, asserting that no one is perfect and that only self-acceptance leads to lasting progress. However, as time elapsed, it became unclear whether it was due to the Yunyang Tao Master's oversight of the entire sect, having heard all manner of gossip, or if he too harbored similar thoughts. In any case, his concern for Lin Tian waned. Although Lin Tian's material needs were consistently met, he felt a palpable decline in affection. Already sensitive and insecure due to his lackluster aptitude revealed during the spirit test, the absence of progress in his cultivation year after year intensified his doubts. When he sensed a shift in the Yunyang Tao Master's attitude, he immediately recognized the looming crisis. Naturally, he became disinclined to remain long-term in the Yunyang heavenly sect and yearned to venture forth in search of opportunities. And guess what? He truly found them. Even Jun Qinghang, upon witnessing this segment in his soul's memories, could not help but exclaim that Lin Tian is indeed a man whose fortune shines brightly. Shortly after departing from the Yunyang heavenly sect, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a relic. To call it a relic, however, may not be entirely accurate, as it bore no resemblance to structures of the true spirit realm. Rather, it appeared to be an edifice left behind by practitioners from another vast world. Upon entering this place, Lin Tian smoothly acquired the legacy of a deceased practitioner, a remarkably ancient tome. The myriad transformations of the soul-slave scripture, an exceedingly profound and challenging malevolent art. Though Lin Tian obtained only the introductory portions of the cultivation incantations and methods, they were entirely sufficient for him to shed the title of a mere wastrel. Upon returning to the Yunyang heavenly sect, Lin Tian immediately sought out the Yunyang Tao Master, hoping to request a talented individual from his father to facilitate his transition in cultivation. The 10,000 transformations soul-slave scripture possesses the extraordinary ability to transfer one's soul entirely into another's body, allowing for a perfect integration that unleashes the full potential of the host. It even has the capacity to alter memories, resembling a form of rebirth through body snatching. However, therein lies the peculiarity. Traditional practitioners of body snatching rely on foundational elements, such as Tao Foundation, Golden Core, or nascent soul to obliterate the soul of another in order to seize a vacant body. In contrast, this sinister technique emphasizes the consumption of another's soul to augment one's own, while simultaneously acquiring their complete memories, fundamentally building upon the cultivation and achievements of others. Upon successful completion, one could instantly attain the combined cultivation levels of both entities. Conversely, after a body snatching, the practitioner must rely on their own Tao Foundation, Golden Core, or nascent soul to rebuild their strength, necessitating a period of time to regain their original power. Upon returning to the Yunyang heavenly sect, in a bid to ensure the successful practice of the 10,000 transformations soul-slave scripture, Lin Tian and the Yunyang Tao Master clandestinely searched for suitable candidates. They ultimately selected several promising mortals who had recently undergone spirit testing, among whom was the longevity Tao body. Perhaps it was due to previous taunts about being short-lived that Lin Tian acted decisively at the moment the longevity Tao body manifested, declaring his intention to claim its body. His son, who had never previously expressed a desire for anything, was now given the opportunity to ascend to unprecedented heights within the immortal realm. The Yunyang Dao Master acquiesced without hesitation. Thus, the father and son duo invested many years into Lin Tian's mastery of the 10,000 transformations soul slave scripture. Eventually, on a certain day, he devoured the other's soul, performed a transformation, and assumed the identity of a top-tier prodigy within the Yunyang heavenly sect. Yet, the underlying perils of this act grew increasingly difficult to suppress. Although Lin Tian had been reborn through this wicked technique, the malevolent essence began to corrode his new form. This malevolence stirred the deathly aura of his former body, creating a clash with the life force of the longevity Dao body. Unbeknownst to him, both the deathly and life energies were being absorbed by the sinister technique, which only strengthened it, causing Lin Tian to endure the excruciating torment of heart-wrenching poison each night. Aware that his condition could not persist for long, he sought a solution during moments of lucidity, until the longevity Dao body erupted with its own power. It was at this juncture that Jun Qinghang comprehended why his Qinglian celestial root was exhibiting unusual activity due to the longevity Dao body. He beheld the manifestation of the longevity Dao body's essence. Each unique constitution embodies the amalgamation of a cultivator's fortune and the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, giving rise to opportunities for existence. Thus, it inherently possesses its own spirituality. The principle that all things in the realm of cultivation possess a spirit is exemplified here. Once the essence of the longevity Dao body emerged, Jun Qinghang immediately sensed something amiss. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a petal of a lotus, and not even a complete one at that. This prompted him to recall the earlier disturbances of the Qinglian celestial root. Everything became clear to him. No wonder he mentioned it seemed familiar. Isn't this merely a fragment of a lotus petal from the Qinglian immortal root? Jun Qinghang deftly manipulated the magical seal with his fingertips. Streams of azure light emanated from Lin Tian's golden core, drawn forth by Jun Qinghang's formidable power. What have you done? My Dao body's essence. Lin Tian's lingering soul could only watch in horror as the essence of his longevity Dao body was extracted by Jun Qinghang. Indifferent to Lin Tian's plight, Jun Qinghang, after stripping away the essence of the longevity Dao body, incinerated Lin Tian's remaining soul completely with a pure lotus flame. Only a dull, lifeless golden core remained suspended in the air. Jun Qinghang collected it. Although it held little value for him, it could serve as a resource for Lin's cultivation. He believed in conserving resources, beginning with himself. The Dao Master of Yunyang observed helplessly as Lin Tian's corporeal form was obliterated, his soul extinguished. Yet he could offer no assistance. He was utterly powerless to break free from the restraints placed upon him. Jun Qinghang had no intention of personally dealing with the Dao Master of Yunyang. He had merely brought him along to witness Lin Tian's utter annihilation. The remaining task, concerning the reckless practice of forbidden techniques, would be left to the relevant sacred grounds for resolution. He also intended to await the arrival of the sword and blade sacred ground to discuss the matter of the Lin family's unruly dog, who barked without cause. Chapter 73. Late Stage of Golden Core. The distance between the Shao family of sword control and the sword and blade sacred ground was still considerable. Even with Shao Xiaotian's speed, a round trip would take at least 3 to 4 hours. To prevent the night from dragging on with unforeseen complications, and to ascertain the true augmentation provided by this so-called essence of the longevity Dao body, Jun Qinghang, in the presence of the Dao Master of Yunyang, swallowed the essence of the longevity Dao body. He swallowed it. The Dao Master of Yunyang's eyes widened in disbelief, bracing himself for Jun Qinghang's imminent explosion from within. A special physique is inherently tied to its host, and only in rare circumstances can it be transferred to another. For instance, in the case of his own offspring, Lin Tian, with his own talents being quite meager, there was a nearly perfect alignment between his innate attributes and those of the longevity Dao body's master. This allowed him to devour the soul of the Dao body's master using forbidden techniques, thus usurping it and gaining superior talents. He had sensed this when Lin Tian battled the youth before him. The techniques employed by both were likely derived from the same source, imbued with a potent life force. Lin Tian's techniques stemmed from his longevity Tao body. Therefore, it was unlikely that this youth before him also possessed a longevity Tao body. Moreover, their innate talents must differ. It was implausible that he could refine the essence of the longevity Tao body. As Jun Qinghang felt the essence of the longevity Tao body consumed and transformed into a radiant orb, it ascended into his consciousness. Within lay one of his most formidable talents, the Qinglian immortal root. The essence of the longevity Tao body consolidated all its energy, morphing into the unremarkable shape of 1/3 of a lotus petal, which firmly anchored itself upon the Qinglian immortal root. It was then that Jun Qinghang realized there was a rather inconspicuous gap on his root. Even though nothing had previously occupied that space, it was entirely undetectable that anything was amiss. However, when the essence of the longevity Tao body was supplemented by 1/3 of the lotus petal, it adorned the entire form of the Azure Lotus-shaped spiritual root with an even more exquisite Tao charm. This clearly indicates that this object is indeed an inherent aspect of the Azure Lotus. It is thus comprehensible why the finger techniques employed by Lin Tian bear such a striking resemblance to his longevity finger, both capable of siphoning away the lifespan of others. A minuscule fragment of the original Azure Lotus spiritual root transformed into the longevity Tao body within the 3,000 great worlds. This gives rise to a rather intriguing conjecture. In the past, when Jun Qinghang had just completed his spiritual assessment, he obtained the Azure Emperor's Longevity Immortal Sutra. He had speculated about the origins of this sutra, pondering whether it stemmed from his spiritual root or his longevity immortal body. Subsequently, through relentless cultivation and a myriad of immortal techniques, the answer seemed almost evident. The Azure Emperor's Longevity Immortal Sutra was intrinsically linked to his two supreme talents. Now, the longevity Tao body, a unique constitution clearly subordinate to the longevity immortal body, astonishingly derives its essence from 1/3 of the lotus petal of the Azure Lotus spiritual root. Even a fool could discern that perhaps the Azure Lotus spiritual root and the longevity immortal body were inherently coexistent. Possessing one would naturally imply the existence of the other. Boom! When the essence of the longevity Tao body supplemented a fraction of the missing petal from the Azure Lotus, a resonant roar echoed within Jun Qinghang's mind. Audible only to him, before he could react, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from the spiritual root. Such a vast influx of spiritual energy poured into his body that even Jun Qinghang needed to diligently operate his techniques to assimilate it. Yet, it felt as though this was a form of benevolence. There was no need for him to exert effort. The spiritual energy, with remarkable self-awareness, circulated through his meridians and entered his flawless golden core, undergoing a baptism, ultimately transforming into rich manna, awaiting its master's command. Consequently, Jun Qinghang found himself merely seated, yet his cultivation soared continuously. His aura grew ever more formidable, propelling him beyond the mid-stage of the golden core realm and into the late stage. Jun Qinghang initially believed his cultivation would continue to surge, for in his perception, a substantial portion of spiritual energy still lingered aimlessly within him. However, soon enough, this surplus energy redirected itself towards a sea of consciousness, where his divine sense was tirelessly engaged in the spiritual seed visualization method. At that moment, Jun Qinghang understood that further enhancement of his cultivation was implausible. However, his divine sense was highly likely to break through to the transformation God stage. Jun Qinghang's contemplation had yet to conclude. He observed the spiritual energy lingering around his sea of consciousness, neither integrating into his divine sense nor departing. As if awaiting a propitious moment, the silence was deafening. After a considerable time, Jun Qinghang finally grasped the essence of the matter. The distinction between a transformation God stage cultivator becoming a Tao Lord and a nascent soul true Lord lies predominantly in the power of conceptual understanding. An ordinary cultivator, upon reaching the golden core stage, must comprehend the essence of the conceptual power they are destined to cultivate and seize that fleeting insight to qualify for advancement into the nascent soul stage. Subsequently, in the nascent soul stage, a complete understanding of this concept is necessary to attain the qualifications for further ascension to the transformation God stage. Thus, the overwhelming majority of cultivators find that the prerequisite for comprehending the essence lies in possessing the spiritual strength characteristic of the nascent soul stage. For some prodigies among prodigies, the spiritual awareness of the golden core stage suffices. This is also the reason why cultivators at the transformation stage primarily focus on spiritual consciousness. The potency of the essence is inextricably linked to the cultivator's own spiritual awareness and innate talent, even with the innate ability to fully comprehend the essence. If one's spiritual strength is insufficient, they may suffer a backlash from the essence itself. After all, the essence's power is fundamentally the cultivator's distilled understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, the natural world, and their own mental state, manifesting as an intangible yet potent force. It represents a combat prowess that transcends the spells and techniques cultivated by the practitioner. Jun Qinghang, however, is a different case altogether. Both his spiritual strength and innate talent are already sufficient to achieve a complete understanding of the essence. Yet, what he lacks is the time dedicated to specifically grasping the essence throughout his cultivation journey. Taoist Yun Yang remains oblivious to Jun Qinghang's circumstances, only sensing the fluctuations of his aura as it leaps from the early to the late golden core stage. In his numerous years of cultivation, he has encountered countless prodigies, but few have advanced through the golden core stage with such swiftness. While Taoist Yun Yang is momentarily stunned, Jun Qinghang has already dispelled the barrier. Although he could not uncover the source of the malevolent energy within Lin Tian, he has identified the cause of the Qinglian spirit root's agitation, effortlessly absorbing this power. With his cultivation now elevated to the late golden core stage, his spiritual strength is poised for further enhancement once he comprehends the essence. Undoubtedly, this journey has been immensely rewarding, to the point where he finds himself less concerned about Lin Jiaquan's previous insolence. However, the disciples of the Sword and Blade Sacred Land have already arrived. Outside the pavilion, Lin Jiaquan is bowing in apology, accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. This woman possesses an exquisite visage, her demeanor composed, and her ethereal gown billowing gracefully, clearly indicating her high level of cultivation. Chapter 74. The Omniverse Treasure Mirror. Sensing that Jun Qinghang has dispelled the barrier outside the pavilion, the woman immediately bows toward the pavilion's entrance. This misguided disciple was unaware of the esteemed presence of Master Qinghang and has disturbed him. I humbly request your mercy to spare his life. As she speaks, she produces a storage ring, placing it within her palm. This storage ring bears no restrictions, seemingly designed to allow Jun Qinghang to directly perceive the considerable value of the resources within. The female cultivator deliberately channels her spiritual energy to emit a glimmering golden light over the ring. With a glance, Jun Qinghang discerns that the treasures within this storage ring surpass the typical wealth of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. While not exceedingly valuable, it is more than sufficient to barter for Lin Jiaquan's life. The pavilion doors swing open, and a surge of spiritual energy retrieves the storage ring from the woman's palm. You may enter, Jun Qinghang commands. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly leads Lin Jiaquan into the pavilion, daring not to cast a sideways glance at the formidable being protecting the Shao siblings as they pass. Despite being an early-stage refinement void cultivator, she finds herself utterly unable to perceive the presence of this man, so unfathomable. It is no wonder that one is a formidable being from the Shumi cave heaven. Hastily, I quicken my pace to enter the pavilion. The esteemed Qinghang Jinren, Jun Qinghang, felt a habitual flicker of violet radiance in his eyes. This woman is rather intriguing. It appears that the realm of cultivation indeed harbors tales of master and disciple turning against one another. No wonder the elders say that in a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds. As Jun Qinghang's purple, mystical, celestial eyes opened, he could not discern the woman's cultivation level. However, he vaguely sensed an aura emanating from her that was strikingly similar to that of Lin Jiachuan, perhaps even originating from him. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless practitioners, each possessing an aura that is absolutely unique, much like how no two leaves in this world are identical. The presence of Lin Jiachuan's essence upon this female cultivator undoubtedly indicated that a deep bond, akin to that of a couple, existed between them. Jun Qinghang's expression turned enigmatic. It was no wonder that Lin Jiachuan bore fine cracks even upon his golden pill. He was still eager to present offerings and plead for his life. Your tribute is accepted, which implicitly signifies that Lin Jiachuan's life shall be spared. However, there remains a matter that your sword and blade sacred land must diligently attend to. No one knew the details of the conversation between Jun Qinghang and Lin Jiachuan. Only that after the passage of half a stick of incense, Lin Jiachuan and his disciple departed with Tao Master Yin towards the sword and blade sacred land. Meanwhile, Jun Qinghang took his leave with Helen from the Yujin Xiaojia. The Xiaojia siblings had intended to seize this opportunity to return home for a brief respite. Thus they did not accompany Jun Qinghang. Seated upon Helen's back, the fierce winds generated by Helen's swift flight were completely mitigated by the feathers, causing no disturbance to Jun Qinghang's ongoing cultivation. The journey from Yujin Xiaojia to the Shumi city in the eastern region took a full month at Helen's top speed, during which Jun Qinghang dedicated himself to his practice. This month, however, did not involve the cultivation of magical powers. Having just broken through to the late stage of the golden pill, rapid advancement in a short period was implausible. The strength of his divine consciousness awaited his enlightenment to reach a breakthrough into the transformation stage. Thus, at this moment, what Jun Qinghang most ardently needed to cultivate was the realm of understanding. Yet, comprehending a realm is not something that can be accomplished in an instant. He had not even considered which realm of understanding would be most suitable for him. Consequently, Jun Qinghang devoted a month to refining the celestial techniques he had learned, enhancing his proficiency in them, in hopes of discovering the direction towards the realm he sought to comprehend. Curiously, since the beginning of his cultivation, he had never actively practiced sword techniques nor delved into the path of the sword. In his youth, he would often watch his master and senior brother practice swordplay beneath the Lingshan tree. His senior brother, lacking in swordsmanship talent, was frequently reprimanded by their master. At that time, being but a child, he could hardly hold a peachwood sword for extended periods. Although he wished to learn the path of the sword, he ultimately abandoned that aspiration. After the spirit test concluded, possessing the Qinglian celestial root and the Changsheng celestial body, coupled with the innate technique of the Qingdi, Changxing Xinjing, he had further neglected the consideration of sword cultivation. Ironically, his aptitude for the sword proved to be remarkably outstanding. Even Zhongtai Daozi, the one with the strongest swordsmanship talent in the Shumi cave heaven, praised Jun Qinghang's sword talent profusely. Moreover, with the innate sword embryo bestowed upon Jun Qinghang by the esteemed Qingmu Daoist, after 2 years of nurturing, the Wangshi sword has finally come into being. Although it continues to be cultivated within his Dantian, striving to develop a spirit comparable to that of a weapon spirit, it remains one of Jun Qinghang's most formidable trump cards. Thus, comprehending the essence of the sword is an unequivocal necessity. However, it is not solely the sword essence that he must grasp. The realms of understanding are not merely numerous. Their distinctions are starkly defined. A genius, naturally, would endeavor to grasp an additional realm of understanding without hindering their cultivation. This approach not only solidifies the foundation for future ascensions, but also enhances combat prowess within the same realm. In this regard, Jun Qinghang has contemplated extensively over the past month. The technique he practices, the longevity finger, is recorded in the Qingdi longevity immortal scripture. It possesses the ability to usurp the lifespan of others. Though named longevity, it is in truth a fleeting existence, merely a thought away from life and death. Coupled with his possession of the genuine longevity immortal body, he will undoubtedly find the path of life to be more accessible. Thus, the realm of life and death is also within Jun Qinghang's calculations. As for other matters, they may be addressed later. After all, the sword essence and the realm of life and death are both exceedingly potent forces of understanding. Even the most exceptional prodigies would not dare to claim the ease of comprehending one, let alone mastering both simultaneously. Fortunately, Jun Qinghang recalls the Wuxiang treasure mirror still resting within his storage ring. With its aid, the journey toward understanding will surely be further enriched. Real Master Qinghang. We have arrived at the Xumi city of the Eastern Domain. Since Jun Qinghang acquired his title, Helen has begun to address him as Real Master, a term that maintains a respectful distance without being overly familiar, aptly reflecting their relationship. Jun Qinghang slowly opened his eyes, beholding the Eastern Domain's Xumi city once more. Despite his familiarity with the Xumi sacred city within the 3 Yuan blessed lands, this Xumi city, with its unique Eastern characteristics, appeared strikingly exceptional. How swiftly a month has passed! No wonder people often say that cultivation knows no passage of time. He merely organized his knowledge and sought the direction of future realms for an entire month. Not to mention the time spent after returning to the Xumi cave heaven for further cultivation. Real Master, shall we take a moment to rest at the city lord's mansion of Xumi City? Helen inquired. When they had arrived via the teleportation array from the Xumi sacred city, they had hastily proceeded to the Yujian Shao clan without pausing. Nevertheless, the city lord of Xumi City had extended an invitation to them. At that time, pressing matters had prevented them from lingering, but Helen now suddenly remembered and felt compelled to ask. After all, it would be a grave mistake if Jun Qinghang wished to visit but missed the opportunity due to Helen's momentary lapse. Such an error is burdensome to bear. One must possess the awareness of being an exemplary follower. Chapter 75. The Essence of the Azure Lotus Sword. Let us return directly to the Xumi cave heaven. Jun Qinghang remarked without a moment's hesitation. The city lord of Xumi City is an elder of the Xumi cave heaven sect. If deemed necessary, they shall meet again in the future. Primarily, he truly cannot spare the time to attend a banquet in Xumi City at this moment. Although Jun Qinghang does not possess an overwhelming passion for cultivation, the heavens have bestowed upon him such extraordinary talents, certainly not to be squandered frivolously. Upon acquiring the corresponding talent, one naturally contemplates the heights this gift ought to attain, perhaps even aspiring to gaze upon the ethereal vistas of the celestial path. Regardless, the pursuit of cultivation must take precedence. Following the affirmative response from Jun Qinghang, Helen emitted a melodious crane call and soared directly towards the independent teleportation array to the north of Xumi City. Within the Lord's mansion of Xumi City, an elderly man was engrossed in reading a biographical account. Having aged, he lacked the fervor to ascend to greater realms, preferring instead to peruse literary tales. After all, a place like Xumi City not only rivals the splendor of sacred domain, but also enjoys the protection of the Xumi cave heaven, rendering it a sanctuary untouched by intruders. This indeed constituted a rather leisurely occupation. At that moment, a crane's cry nearly startled the elder into dropping the book he held. Who would dare traverse the skies above Xumi City on such a steed? My lord, it is the voice of the Fenghuang crane. The one who journeyed to the Yujian Shao family a month ago, a middle-aged woman respectfully informed the city lord. She was not of the Xumi cave heaven, but rather a trusted confidant whom the current city lord had personally promoted after assuming office. It is he. A glimmer of brilliance shone in the city lord's eyes, yet he soon sank back into his chair, returning to his reading. No need to concern ourselves with it. My lord, you previously extended an invitation in vain. Shall you issue another? The elderly lord waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. It has only been a little over a month. He likely intends to return directly to the cave heaven. Such prodigious talents are beyond the comprehension of us elders. I wish to enjoy this leisurely role as city lord for a few more years. The middle-aged woman nodded, somewhat understanding, acknowledging within herself the vast knowledge she still had to acquire. In the Xumi cave heaven, Jun Qinghang utilized his disciple token to activate the protective formation of the Xumi cave heaven, allowing him to return directly from Xumi sacred city. This capability belonged solely to the highest-ranking disciple tokens of the Shumi cave heaven. Even in the past, when Jun Qinghang had not yet attained the golden core stage, his disciple token had lacked such functionality. It was akin to carrying a supreme token of the Shumi cave heaven. This was on par with the golden leaf invitations to the golden core grand gathering received by various major powers. The duration of this seclusion was uncertain. There is no need for you to remain daily at the Zizhu courtyard. Attend to your other matters as needed. I shall have no affairs at Lingchun Peak. Jun Qinghang advised Helen before entering seclusion. Understood. Helen transformed into human form to respond. By the way, there is one more matter. Please visit my senior brother's residence and inform him of my retreat. If he is not present, then it is of no consequence, Jun Qinghang suddenly recalled. Having spoken, he activated the formation of the Zixin Bamboo Sea, leaving even Helen outside its bounds. This cultivation endeavor primarily aimed to comprehend the essence of the realm. Other pursuits were to be approached with a sense of detachment. Understanding the essence of the realm cannot be achieved merely by sitting in a room. Thus, Jun Qinghang ensured that all others remained outside the Zixin Bamboo Sea. Senior brother Helen. Shortly after Jun Qinghang entered the Bamboo Sea, a figure clad in yellow robes approached from the horizon. Lin turned to face the newcomer. The Fenghuang Crane clan held a unique position within the Shumi cave heaven. Excluding the venerable Fenghuang ancestor, the other members of the clan held a status superior to that of ordinary disciples, yet forever beneath the esteemed sons of the sacred lineage. They could be considered on par with the direct disciples of the peak masters. To be able to address him in such a manner, the individual must surely be a direct disciple of a peak master, albeit one he had never encountered before. Greetings, Senior Crane. I am Song Jishu from Shumi Peak, here to seek out Uncle Qinghang. He bowed respectfully to Lin. Lin's gaze flickered. He was aware of who Song Jishu was. Previously, he had accompanied the esteemed Qinghang into the secret realm they had ventured into. Junior brother Song, the esteemed Qinghang has entered seclusion and will likely be unavailable for some time, Lin responded, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Song's greeting before conveying the news of Jun Qinghang's seclusion. Seclusion? Has my uncle truly advanced to the mid-stage of the golden core so swiftly? Song Jishu felt a wave of darkness wash over his vision. After witnessing Qinghang's golden core thunder tribulation, he had been inspired, and coupled with his relentless desire to surpass Jun Qinghang, he found himself seemingly aided in his own breakthrough into the golden core stage. Within a mere year, he had sensed the impending thunder tribulation. When Jun Qinghang ventured to the Xie family, Song Jishu successfully overcame his own golden core thunder tribulation, thus becoming a legitimate golden core master. And he had even attained this status with an unblemished golden core. His Dao title was Wen Shu. However, Song Jishu's spiritual root was merely of the earth attribute. Despite possessing the vast righteous body, his golden core ceremony could not compare to the lavishness of those like Jun Qinghang, who hosted gatherings for the great sacred lands and the 5 major sacred clans. After all, the golden core stage was merely the second major realm on the path to immortality. Nevertheless, after a brief period of recuperation, he intended to seek out Jun Qinghang for some sparring to properly assess his combat prowess. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Very well, I shall return to visit once my uncle emerges from seclusion, Song Jishu stated, turning to depart. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the mere 13-year-old Jun Qinghang would remain in seclusion for several years. After activating the Zixinking Bamboo Sea formation, Jun Qinghang settled down in the courtyard of the Purple Bamboo Garden. He neither consciously concealed his aura nor actively released any imposing presence. Appearing much like an ordinary mortal, Jun Qinghang retrieved the Wanxiang treasure mirror from his storage ring. As one of the most representative treasures of the Wanxiang cave heaven, the mirror's surface shimmered with 5 colors of radiance. Its overall form was circular, with the emblem of the Wanxiang cave heaven at its center. The base was a perfect circle, engraved with 3 intertwined spirals, at the core of which lay the simple outline of a square seal. The spiral patterns radiated outward from the seal to the edge of the circular frame, complementing one another. This design metaphorically represented the universe of the cave heaven, symbolizing the vitality of myriad phenomena, the foundation of the cave heaven, and the convergence of all laws. It must be said that the emblem of the Wanxiang cave heaven truly befitted its level of prestige, as Jun Qinghang infused his mana into it. The Wanxiang treasure mirror unfurled instantaneously. Beneath its exterior of unknown material lay an exceedingly profound power. This power bore a slight resemblance to the sensation he had received from Xingyun. Xingyun. No one responded. It seems that he is still deeply immersed in his cultivation. Thus, Jun Qinghang no longer hesitates and immediately channels his consciousness into the myriad treasure mirror, preparing to comprehend his first realm of understanding, known as the sword intent of the Blue Lotus. Chapter 76. The realm is chasing after me. Qingmu, your young disciple is quite remarkable. At such a tender age, he is already embarking on the path of comprehending the realms. Moreover, his cultivation seems incongruent. I recall, just recently the grand ceremony for his golden core initiation was held, wasn't it? Beneath the spirit tree. Qingmu Taoist and a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe sit opposite each other. One plays with white pieces, while the other engages with black. Nearby, an elderly man with white hair observes the game. Huangfu, your disciple has recently gained considerable fame in the spiritless lands. I find it hard to believe you do not take pride in this. Qingmu Taoist places a white piece and smiles. Qingmu, that is not quite the point. That lad, Imu, is on the verge of breaking through to the void refinement realm. Otherwise, why would he venture into the spiritless lands at this time? Among your disciples, Imu undoubtedly stands as the foremost among the 18 holy sons, while Qinghang is currently the most distinguished talent beneath the void refinement of the Shumi cave heaven. There are even whispers suggesting that Qinghang is comparable to the likes of Ruyun and Zhongtai. Ah, Qingmu, had I known, I would have taken on that task back then. Perhaps it would have been I who brought Qinghang back. The more Huangfu Taoist reflects, the more vexed he becomes. Had he known, he would not have been so indolent, allowing Qingmu the Elder to take his place. A prodigy like Jun Qinghang should rightfully be under his tutelage. Huangfu, you're being overly concerned. This was all preordained. Qingmu Taoist places another piece, and at this point, the black pieces have no path for retreat. The outcome is clear. No more moves, no more moves. I shall observe what realm your young disciple comprehends. Huangfu Taoist flicks his sleeves and steps forward, casting his gaze towards the direction of the purple bamboo seen not far below. Qingmu Taoist also gestures grandly, and the chessboard returns to its initial arrangement. The spirit of the Lingchun tree stands by their side. As the three of them stabilize, a tremendous sword intent rises from the center of the purple bamboo sea, emanating from the Zizhu garden. Huangfu Taoist, Qingmu Taoist. Qingmu, have you truly not arranged for your young disciple to have a private session with that lad from Songjian? Huangfu Taoist looks incredulous. In the entire Shumi cave heaven, if one speaks of swordsmanship talent, it must surely belong to Zhongtai Daozi. Yet, in terms of current swordsmanship attainment, Songjian Venerable remains supreme, given the duration of his cultivation and training. If there are indeed those with swordsmanship skills surpassing his, they certainly reside beyond the Shumi cave heaven. Even to encounter them is a formidable challenge. What I need Songjian for? While I did bestow upon him that innate sword embryo, I never anticipated that the first realm he would comprehend would be the sword intent. Not only Huangfu Taoist, but even Qingmu Taoist himself finds it difficult to articulate his feelings at this moment. Indeed, Jun Qinghang's talent for swordsmanship is extraordinary. However, in Qingmu Taoist's view, it pales in comparison to his proficiency in cultivation techniques and divine abilities. No matter the circumstances, it ought not to be possible for one to grasp the essence of the sword so swiftly. The fact that Jun Qinghang could perceive the existence of this realm with such alacrity was, in comparison, not particularly astonishing to them. After all, both were aware that Jun Qinghang possessed the omniscient treasure tome. While they had not had the honor of utilizing it themselves, they understood its value and recognized that the omniscient treasure tome significantly enhances the comprehension of the realm for those with exceptional talent. Within the confines of the purple bamboo garden, everything transformed the moment Jun Qinghang's consciousness entered the omniscient treasure tome. His awareness flowed like drifting reeds, unanchored and aimless. And before he could even catch a glimpse of the fleeting images around him, he found himself before a mirror. Jun Qinghang paused for a moment, taken aback. The aura of this mirror was reminiscent of that emanating from the omniscient treasure tome, yet it also bore a hint of the essence of drifting clouds. A spark of enlightenment surged within him, reaching the crown of his head. It felt as though he had instantaneously opened his meridians, and he realized that this mirror might very well be the legendary omniscient mirror, just as the Shumi cave heaven possessed a complete celestial artifact. The bronze celestial bell serving as its sacred treasure, the omniscient cave heaven too must possess a celestial artifact, this very object, the omniscient mirror. Jun Qinghang recalled his master mentioning that the omniscient mirror had the capability to reach deep into the core of a cultivator's heart. It could explore the myriad affairs of the world, acting as a celestial artifact that traced back to their origins. No wonder the omniscient treasure tome possessed the ability to aid cultivators in comprehending the realm. It was infused with a trace of power from the omniscient mirror. This conveniently elucidated why the omniscient treasure tome had never circulated to the outside world. However, soon after, Jun Qinghang's consciousness detected a hint of peculiarity within this space. He had not even formally begun to unleash the power contained within his awareness to seek the direction of the realm he wished to comprehend. From all directions, whether due to his presence or the power of the omniscient mirror within the tome, various energies of heaven and earth surged forth. Was this correct? Jun Qinghang pondered, having never heard of such an uproar accompanying the comprehension of a realm. The energies of these realms were exceedingly chaotic. Aside from the three dominant celestial rules that were overwhelmingly powerful, all others were suppressed behind them. Time was of the essence. And adhering to the notion that if one were to comprehend, one should grasp the strongest, Jun Qinghang swiftly transformed his consciousness into a domain and fully unfurled it. He simultaneously endeavored to communicate with the celestial rules rushing toward him. Form an orderly queue. Attend to your matters first, then yours, and finally yours. One at a time. No need to rush. His focus was naturally on the three leading forces, while he left those overshadowed by these three for others to comprehend. Uncertain if they sensed the intent embedded within Jun Qinghang's consciousness, the powers of the celestial rules indeed lined up before him, leaving only the three leading forces in his immediate presence. The rest vanished in an instant. Not even a silhouette was left for Jun Qinghang. As if hastily rushing to the next scene, Jun Qinghang's lips twitched slightly, experiencing in this lifetime the sensation of being pursued by an ethereal essence, manifested from his consciousness. Jun Qinghang's gaze was resolute as he extended his hand towards the first sphere of light. Within it, he sensed the profound power of the sword path. Mist, like delicate gauze, enveloped the boundless void. There was neither sky nor earth, only a realm of ethereal radiance. Stepping forth, Jun Qinghang's foot stirred the surface, revealing the water beneath. With that single step, it seemed to unlock Pandora's box, illuminating the scene suddenly, as the lake mirrored the essence of Jun Qinghang's consciousness. Countless green reeds unfurled, their leaves as thin as cicada wings, with veins resembling sword scars. The ripples triggered by Jun Qinghang's movement caused the reeds to tremble, and with each quiver, the void rippled, tearing apart the fabric of reality. A gentle breeze, unknown in origin, surged to the lake's depths, lifting a green lotus seed. Within this lotus seed's exterior, intricate and profound patterns were inscribed, appearing both seal-like and sword-like. As the water's vibrations reached the seed, the patterns began to emit a faint azure glow. The azure light slithered upwards like a serpent, forming a diminutive, intangible sword silhouette above the lotus seed. The leaves of the green reeds and the invisible sword silhouette exhibited a subtle connection. As the silhouette manifested, delicate green lotuses emerged from the lakebed. The buds began to bloom, their petals resembling jade. In that moment, Jun Qinghang seemed like an observer, calmly witnessing the unfolding of this miraculous event. The tranquility that once reigned in his heart now rippled with the emergence of the green lotuses. At a certain instant, all the green lotuses transformed into streams of azure energy, darting into the center of the lake's lotus seed. Empowered by this azure essence, the lotus seed blossomed instantaneously. The flower's core erupted in bloom, myriad lotus petals morphing into countless sword silhouettes, intertwining into a realm of azure swords, suffused with utmost serenity and clarity. The ripples that had merely danced in Jun Qinghang's heart suddenly converged and manifested with the lake's surface. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Within Jun Qinghang's very being, in his dantian, he had been nurturing the wishing dawn sword, longing to cultivate it to possess a spirit akin to that of an independent weapon. The wishing dawn sword, originally a primordial sword embryo, held exceptional spirituality. After being refined into his life treasure, it retained its innate spirit. Such life treasures, once successfully refined, could no longer birth an independent spirit. They existed in direct correlation with their cultivator. If the cultivator perished, the life treasure would significantly diminish in quality or even shatter. At best, it could possess a spirituality comparable to that of a weapon spirit. Though unable to exist independently, the bond with its cultivator was far more intimate. Just as the wishing dawn sword was in this moment. As the nascent green lotus sword intent surged within Jun Qinghang, the sword's spirituality reached a remarkable pinnacle. The sword's resonance harmonized with the green lotus sword intent erupting from within him. Half a year later, Qingmu, your little disciple, is truly remarkable. Huangfu, Daozuan, shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words to describe Jun Qinghang. A prodigy? Too ordinary. A monster? Too mundane. In a mere span of 6 months, one can traverse the journey from an initial comprehension of a profound concept to complete mastery, culminating in its ultimate realization. To grasp a concept at the golden core stage is indeed a formidable achievement, a feat that an infant soul formation practitioner must aspire to throughout their extensive journey. However, to cultivate a concept to its pinnacle is a task reserved for those at the divine transformation stage, as it necessitates the foundational strength of divine consciousness inherent to that level. At the moment when Jun Qinghang comprehended the essence of the Azure Lotus Sword intent, the spiritual energy that had temporarily resided within his sea of consciousness surged forth into his divine awareness, instantly elevating its intensity to that of the divine transformation stage. Although this was merely the initial phase, it was sufficient for Jun Qinghang to continue his cultivation of the conceptual force. The Azure Lotus Sword intent had already reached its consummate form. Taoist Qingmu refrained from commenting, for any utterance at this juncture would likely be perceived by Taoist Huangfu as an implicit display of superiority. Within the confines of the purple bamboo courtyard, an abundance of azure lotuses surrounded Jun Qinghang, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Yet, each of these azure lotuses concealed a formidable lethal intent. The Azure Lotus Sword intent. Born from pure sword intent and infused with the power of his Azure Lotus Spiritual Root, stood among the most potent forms of sword intent. Though Jun Qinghang's swordsmanship may not rival that of the illustrious Zhuang Tai, in terms of the caliber of sword intent, he undoubtedly stood as an equal. With the sword intent fully realized, the path ahead for Jun Qinghang is clear. He need only persist in his cultivation until the divine transformation stage, devoid of any barriers to his progress. As long as his internal mana remains abundant, he can shatter the indomitable, perfect golden core, releasing the nascent soul within and swiftly ascend to the nascent soul stage. However, Jun Qinghang's divine awareness turned toward the two remaining forces of the laws of heaven and earth. The sword intent had already been assimilated, understood, and mastered, transforming into his unique Azure Lotus Sword intent. The remaining two forces undoubtedly represented powerful concepts. Despite having grasped one concept, the difficulty of comprehending additional conceptual powers increases exponentially. Even with Jun Qinghang's prodigious talent, many years would be required. Yet, the profound mysteries of the myriad manifestations treasure mirror had yet to dissipate. This fortuitous convergence of time, place, and opportunity was one he could not afford to overlook. Choosing a transient increase in cultivation while forsaking greater concepts would be akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Jun Qinghang's divine awareness immediately engaged with the second force of conceptual power. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The third force, embodying the laws of heaven and earth, actively approached, establishing a connection with Jun Qinghang's divine awareness. What was happening? No. Jun Qinghang recalled the teachings of both his master and senior brother, who had always imparted that a concept is but the nascent form of the laws of heaven and earth, adorned with the noble demeanor that such celestial power embodies. Even his senior brother had endured considerable hardship in his quest for understanding. How could something come rushing forward? Nevertheless, it mattered not. The timeless classics had arrived, and he would accept them all. With a sudden surge, his divine awareness split, sending forth a tendril toward the third beam of light. Since the entity sought to assist him, he would not turn it away. Two distinctly different forces are conveyed to the soul and the essence through two branches of divine consciousness. On one side, vitality flows and thrives, while death's aura pervades. On the other, time shifts and moments blaze like a torch. This is the power of the realm of life and death. Furthermore, there is a momentary stillness in Jun Qinghang's consciousness. Could it be time? As the saying goes, time is revered, space is sovereign, referring to the powers of time and space. Any realm involving these two forces is devoid of inferiority. They are inherently profound and challenging to comprehend. If the emergence of life and death's force was within his expectations, the power of time indeed came as a surprise. However, Jun Qinghang quickly regained his composure. The lifespan of cultivators is finite, yet he possesses the eternal body, boundless in longevity. Is this not a manifestation of the power of time within him? This force derived from time does not imply that he can directly control the essence of time. Perhaps he can use the eternal body to grasp the various realms infused with the essence of time, rather than merely the pure essence of time. With this thought, Jun Qinghang immediately focused on dual pursuits, simultaneously beginning to perceive two supreme realms. The intertwining forces of life and death formed a taiji diagram beneath his essence. One side radiated with the vigor of new life. The other was shrouded in the miasma of death. Above the taiji diagram, the changes of the four seasons seemed to flicker and weave through time. In that moment, the entire space-time of the purple bamboo garden was enveloped in a bizarre cycle under the powers of life and death, as well as time. Chapter 78. The Gentle Scholar. Warm as jade, unbeknownst to when it happened, a faint green barrier enveloped the outer expanse of the purple heart bamboo sea, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Taoist Qingmu withdrew his hand, ensuring everything was secure. Taoist Huangfu saw no issue in establishing such a barrier on his own territory at Lingshan Peak. On the contrary, he wholeheartedly supported Taoist Qingmu's actions. They merely wished to witness the sword intent that Jun Qinghang had mastered over 6 months, to gauge the extent of his combat prowess. However, before the resonance of the sword intent could fully manifest, two immensely powerful forces erupted from within the purple bamboo garden. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present on Lingshan Peak, not even Song Nan in the Shumi Cave. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated into chaos. Upon sensing these two forces, Taoist Qingmu swiftly set up a barrier outside the purple heart bamboo sea, enveloping the entirety of the garden, including the bamboo sea. He then marveled at Jun Qinghang's extraordinary talent. Life and death, time, how could they, along with the tree spirit of the Lingshan tree, a being comparable to a combined avatar, fail to perceive the three forces swirling around the purple bamboo garden? In their perception, the forces of life and death intertwined as an inseparable whole, clearly representing a superior level of existence. Life and death. The other force, even more astonishing, was time. For countless eons they have practiced, yet no one has ever grasped the essence related to the concept of time. Perhaps there have been those who did, but none have ever attained a level worthy of their recognition. As the second-ranked realm among the 3,000 great worlds, Even the prodigies of the true spirit realm have not heard of such a phenomenon, let alone the other vast worlds. This is remarkable indeed. Our Shumi cave heaven is truly on the verge of producing a celestial seed. With a smile, Taoist Huangfu soared deeper into the Shumi cave heaven. Oh, Huangfu, you dare to leave while taking my Tao enlightenment tea. Taoist Qingmu, momentarily taken aback, quickly pursued him. The spirit of the Lingshan tree returned to its corporeal form, indulging in a serene retirement. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lingshan peak returned to its former tranquility, save for the shimmering green barrier above the sea of purple bamboo halfway up the mountain, where streams of light danced. It was as if it were an unclaimed peak. Shumi Peak. After thoroughly digesting the gains from this secret realm expedition, Song Jishu slowly opened his eyes. Is indeed deserving of being the battleground for the holy sons, although it can accommodate cultivators from the golden core to the transformation stage. Those of the golden core realm could only partake in the remnants. Yet this was sufficient. Song Jishu raised his hand, and an ancient, weathered tome appeared in his palm, suffused with a gentle golden glow. The pages of the tome bore indecipherable symbols that resembled mystical seals, or perhaps some form of script. His relentless efforts within the secret realm had not been in vain. He had finally unearthed another page of the celestial book. When the first page of the celestial book was unveiled, it had bestowed a substantial enhancement upon his grand Tao body, propelling his cultivation speed to extraordinary heights. Not only did he swiftly progress into the golden core stage, but his training during that period was akin to wielding the power of instant transmission. It is no wonder he advanced from the early to the mid-golden core stage in just 7 short years, though this journey was fraught with perilous tasks and fortuitous encounters. One cannot deny the augmentation brought by the celestial book. Now, after 7 years, he had finally refined the second page of the celestial book. He could not fathom how many resources this endeavor had consumed. However, with 10 pages in total, the first page had already significantly bolstered his Tao body. The second page would undoubtedly be even more potent. As he pondered this, Song Jishu felt a surge of golden light coursing through his meridians, ultimately reaching his sea of consciousness. Could it be that this time it would enhance his spiritual awareness? Before he could form a thought, the golden light enveloped his spiritual root. Song Jishu's eyes widened in astonishment. In his perception, his spiritual root absorbed the golden light, gradually growing stronger until it transcended the earthly spiritual root, ascending to the heavenly spiritual root. It is widely acknowledged that spiritual root talents are not immutable. Indeed, rare spiritual herbs can enhance them postnatally. However, the extent of such enhancement is considerably limited. There has never been a precedent of an earthly spiritual root ascending to a heavenly spiritual root. Once upon a time, the greatest disparity between Song Jishu and the esteemed disciples of Shumi Dantian lay in either the inadequacy of his Tao physique or the inferiority of his spiritual roots. After all, each of the 18 disciples of Shumi Dantian possessed spiritual roots of the highest caliber or were exceptional practitioners within their respective fields. His own Hao Ran Tao physique could barely be considered among them, yet there remained a notable gap. Subsequently, the first page of the heavenly book was unveiled, bestowing upon his Hao Ran Tao physique a remarkable enhancement, elevating his overall talent to the level of a disciple. Now, with the opening of the second page, his earth attribute spiritual root has ascended to that of a heavenly root. Henceforth, his talent undoubtedly stands out even among the revered disciples. The second page of the heavenly book has granted him such astonishing fortune. What grandeur might the third page hold? Moreover, the heavenly book not only offers immediate and immense enhancement, but also serves as an unparalleled treasure in battle. Song Jishu chuckled, but then his mirth dissipated as he recalled the individual from Lingshan Peak. Since that grand event 2 years ago, which far surpassed the thunder tribulation of the Golden Core stage, all his confidence seemed to have been shattered and reshaped over the course of these 2 years. He had never imagined that one day he would stand on the same starting line as the most distinguished prodigies of the true spirit realm. It was only after acquiring the heavenly book that his true brilliance began to shine forth. Alas, Why must there be both you and Liang? Fortunately, after regaining his confidence, he understood that whether he is a sun or a moon, it suffices for him to be a small star in his own right. He does not seek to have all eyes upon his radiance. He merely desires to glow and strive towards the figure ahead. Within the Zizhu courtyard, Jun Qinghang sat in a pavilion, idly toying with a teapot. He was a far cry from himself 7 years prior, clad in azure robes that flowed like clouds. His ink-black hair cascaded over his shoulders. His brow and eyes were refined and gentle. Though devoid of a smile, his demeanor radiated tranquility and composure. His gaze was as clear as a spring, occasionally revealing a hint of dazzling purple light. In silent contemplation, the moonlight and gentle breeze could hardly encapsulate his ethereal grace. His once youthful visage, brimming with collagen, had matured into a breathtaking countenance, transcending mere beauty. In summary, he was exceedingly handsome. Chapter 79, True Monarch Qinghang. Jun Qinghang withdrew his hand from the teapot and grasped the air. A sword flew into his hand from the depths of the purple heart bamboo sea. Wangxi, it seems you have been enjoying yourself in the bamboo sea during my seclusion. Jun Qinghang observed the path from which Wangxi's sword had come, noting the fallen purple heart bamboos. Such fifth-tier treasures, superior materials for refining weapons, were as commonplace as firewood to the Wangxi sword. With a flicker of sword light, he effortlessly severed it. The Wangxi sword trembled lightly, its resonance barely audible. Jun Qinghang shook his head and sheathed the Wangxi sword. As he rose, he suddenly realized that the once small boy, striving to reach a height of 1 meter 80, had now grown into an elegant youth standing at 1 meter 85. Standing still like a delicate orchid or a jade tree, exuding an innate grace, one seems to embody the essence of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The clouds drift by, yet none respond. It appears that to truly integrate with the ethereal atmosphere of the true spiritual realm and manifest in the external world, even beings as auspicious as the clouds require considerable time. For 7 years of seclusion, the clouds have never stirred. With a wave of the hand, the barrier set up anew over the past 2 years dissipates. Ever since the thunder tribulation 2 years ago, Master Qingmu has refrained from establishing a barrier for the Zizhu courtyard, allowing Jun Qinghang to emerge from seclusion at any moment. He himself has also taken a brief sojourn at Master Huangfu's abode, under the guise of exchanging insights on cultivation. Yet in truth, it was to engage in the solitary pleasure of dominating the chessboard. Moreover, in his eyes, both Song Nan and Jun Qinghang have grown into capable adults, no longer the children who required his meticulous guidance. Hence, his absence from Lingchun Peak is inconsequential. The long-awaited, concise, and resonant whistle echoes once more upon Lingchun Peak. Since 2 years ago, Helen has returned to reside at Lingchun Peak, ever ready to respond to Jun Qinghang's summons upon his emergence. Initially, he held great trepidation towards the Lingchun tree, which has reached the stage of integration and is a close kin of the demon clan. After all, the demon clan places great importance on the strength of bloodlines. What merit does a mere late-stage Yuan-Ing Windcloud Crane possess to converse freely with such formidable beings? However, as time passed at Lingchun Peak, Helen gradually became accustomed to it. The approachable nature of the Lingchun tree bestowed upon him immense courage. To Danxia Peak, Jun Qinghang steadfastly departed for Danxia Peak upon his emergence. For him, cultivation is merely a task, while alchemy is a passion. Having made breakthroughs in his alchemical skills, he must naturally seek the corresponding rank certification. After all, he is a bona fide alchemist capable of refining fifth-tier elixirs. Helen soared with a triumphant cry towards Danxia Peak. His speed markedly improved compared to 7 years prior, significantly reducing the time taken to traverse from Lingchun Peak to Danxia Peak. Upon meeting Master Qinghang, as he landed on Danxia Peak, he instantly captivated the attention of all the surrounding disciples. They dared only to steal glances at him while maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. Firstly, Master Qinghang's esteemed status is well recognized. Yet he rarely frequents the confines of Shumi Cave Heaven. His movements are primarily between Lingchun Peak and Danxia Peak. Since this young master, who had just achieved the Golden Core stage 7 years ago, entered seclusion, he has not set foot on Danxia Peak again. Thus, in the minds of many inner sect disciples, Master Qinghang has become a figure shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Now that they finally behold him, their curiosity is piqued, eager for a glimpse of this young master's celestial visage. Yet, upon seeing him, they become somewhat unsettled. In the realm of cultivation, there are no ugly individuals. Every cultivator, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, undergoes a transformation that purifies their essence and refines their marrow, resulting in a metamorphosis of their fate from within. Consequently, one would not encounter individuals of unattractive appearance. Thus, it is common to find strikingly handsome men and beautiful women among practitioners. However, there certainly exists a limit. When have they ever seen the young master so radiant? A description that could not be overstated. Jun Qinghang did not linger. He ascended directly to the pinnacle of Danxia Pavilion. However, before he could approach, a voice called out to him. "Junior brother Qinghang, please pause." He turned to see Sister Jihua. The admiration in the eyes of Saintess Jihua was unmistakable, even though he had already been seen maturing under the tribulation 2 years prior. Yet, in this renewed proximity, the tranquility and grace emanating from Jun Qinghang became even more palpable, coupled with a visage favored by the heavens. Countless female cultivators would surely find themselves ensnared in emotional tribulations upon his emergence from the Shumi cave. Are you perhaps here to see the Peak Master? He is currently not within the cave. Jun Qinghang was taken aback. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune time. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to request a trip to the sacred alchemy grounds from a disciple of Danxia Peak. Upon hearing this, Saintess Jihua understood immediately, as she had already witnessed Jun Qinghang's rapid advancement in alchemical skills. Thus, she was not overly astonished. Since you have just exited your seclusion, it would be better for you to accompany me to the sacred alchemy grounds. Conveniently, I have been invited to witness the bi-century alchemical convention there. The eyes of Saintess Jihua sparkled with excitement. Such a prodigious talent in alchemy should not bear the burden alone. If everyone shared in the challenge, it would feel less daunting. Jun Qinghang's interest was piqued. After all, engaging in alchemy was far more delightful. A successful concoction produced a pill, while a failure merely resulted in a mess. Moreover, having just stabilized his cultivation, it was indeed unsuitable for him to remain isolated in rigorous training. His master was deeply engrossed in a game of strategy with the Taoist Huangfu within the depths of the Shumi cave. And his senior brother Song Nen had not returned to the Shumi cave for 7 years. According to their master, he was occupied with alchemical preparations in a place devoid of spiritual energy. Thus, the vast Lingshun peak was left with only himself and the Lingshun tree. Oh, wait. Even the spirit of the Lingshun tree had entered a long-awaited slumber today. Although he had spent the last 7 years secluded in cultivation, he had not neglected his duties as an alchemist. His visit to Danxia Peak was not solely to announce his elevation to a 5th-tier alchemist, but also to transfer some alchemical tasks and potions to Danxia Peak. In that case, when do you plan to depart, sister? As a disciple of Shumi Cave and an alchemist, Jun Qinghang naturally held great anticipation for the renowned sacred alchemy grounds. 5 days hence. Junior brother, you will also be delivering alchemical tasks, correct? Just give them to me. Saintess Jihua already knew that one of the reasons Jun Qinghang had pursued alchemy was to avoid outside missions and to have more time for cultivation in the Shumi cave. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, sister. Jun Qinghang handed the storage ring containing the potions to Saintess Jihua and then, alongside Helen, set off towards Lingshun Peak. Chapter 80. Danding City. 5 days passed like leaves in the wind, scarcely felt before they had vanished. Junior brother, over here. In the distance, Jun Qinghang spotted Saintess Jihua and, from a previous encounter, the holy Sun Hualang of Lingyun Peak in front of Danxia Pavilion. Sister Jihua, brother Hualang. Jun Qinghang offered a respectful bow to the two companions. There is no need for excessive courtesy, junior brother. Our journey is undertaken in the name of the Dong Tian. Thus we need only summon the Shumi flying vessel. With that, the three ascended into the Xumi flying boat. As Jun Qinghang surveyed the surroundings, he noted that they were indeed the only three present. Sister, would not such a grand alchemical gathering also attract participants from the four spirits Dantian and the myriad forms Dantian? Jun Qinghang pondered, recalling that his previous encounters with the four spirits Dantian had not been particularly pleasant. Should they cross paths at the sacred alchemy site this time, the outcome could be unpredictable. The sacred alchemy site could not prevent the flames of conflict from igniting between the two prominent Dongshins. Although the myriad forms Dantian advocates the inclusion of myriad paths, it does not excel in either alchemy or weaponry, and thus would not interfere in this bi-century alchemical gathering. Conversely, the four spirits Dantian, particularly the Zhuge lineage, is renowned for its alchemical prowess and, upon hearing the news, would likely abstain from participation. This peculiar situation had never arisen before, leaving one to wonder why. As Saintess Hua navigated the Xumi flying vessel toward the sacred Xumi city, she contemplated these matters. Jun Qinghang, however, held a different perspective. It is said that the four spirits Dongtian's actions over the past 100,000 years have deviated significantly from its former ways. On the surface, the ruling faction remains the harmonious Qinglong lineage. Yet behind the scenes, the Zhuge lineage has come to dominate the very essence of the four spirits Dongtian. This is not without reason. 1,000,000 years ago, one of the most formidable beings to ascend from the true spirit realm to the immortal realm hailed from the Zhuge lineage of the four spirits Dantian. Since then, the Zhuge lineage has gained power, acting with both decisiveness and a calculated approach. While the various Dongshins may not have spies infiltrating one another, they are still aware of the talents emerging from each faction and their respective strengths. The four spirits Dantian had previously suffered a setback at Jun Qinghang's hands, and they were determined not to repeat such a mistake. Their choice to temporarily retreat from the limelight was a prudent one. However, a thought crossed Jun Qinghang's mind that caused him to chuckle aloud. He couldn't help himself. The irony was too delightful. The Zhuge lineage was making every effort to avoid repeatedly stumbling before him, utterly unaware that they had already delivered a second opportunity to him on a silver platter. "What is it, junior brother? Why do you seem so amused?" Saint Sun Hualang inquired, intrigued by the young man who had, in a mere decade, seized the title of the most formidable prodigy of the Xumi Dantian from two senior brothers of the Daozi rank. Upon their first meeting, he had been but a mere child, even with the blessings of the celestial roots and the favor of the Tao. Achieving a perfect foundation in the spirit testing day was unprecedented. Later, during the golden elixir ceremony, even those of them who were also prodigies as saints' sons had never experienced such grandeur. However, as disciples of the same faction, all were top-tier prodigies, and thus there was little room for malicious rivalry. It was a healthy cycle, devoid of resentment, replaced instead by a shared pride in each other's accomplishments. The stronger the disciples of the Xumi Dantian, the more firmly the Dantian would maintain its status among the three great Dongshins, surpassing the 8 sacred sites. When these disciples ventured forth, their identities shone brightly, leaving no one daring to provoke them. This marks their third meeting, and the young disciple, once a golden child, has transformed completely. Even among the trailblazers in the realm of cultivation, one cannot help but acknowledge the ethereal demeanor of this junior brother. Brother Hualang, with a slight smile, noticed his own excitement, perhaps revealing too much. "It's nothing, just a thought about a pig climbing a tree." A pig climbing a tree? Brother Hualang, perplexed, pondered how this could be so unusual for a pig demon. By the way, might I inquire if Brother Hualang is attending the alchemy convention as well? As Jun Qinghang finished his query, his tone unexpectedly rose. He felt somewhat presumptuous, as if he were about to display a renowned genius-s nameplate above Brother Hualang's head, insisting he make time for the alchemist's gathering. Little brother, you may be unaware that while the alchemy convention is indeed a grand feast for alchemists, it also serves as an opportunity to identify the most gifted individuals for the subsequent genius tea gathering. Brother Hualang waved dismissively, unfazed by Jun Qinghang's slight impertinence. Jun Qinghang frowned slightly. Was this genius tea gathering? Do practitioners truly have such leisure to host such trivial gatherings? The Genius Tea Gathering is essentially a conference for the prodigies organized by the major sacred lands and noble clans. It creates circles for practitioners of various paths, serving as a means to build connections while allowing the exchange of resources among the talents. Jun Qinghang understood now. It was akin to a flea market for cultivators from another world. However, does it truly warrant the presence of two esteemed disciples from the Shumi cave heaven traveling such a great distance to attend? Jun Qinghang pondered, and he voiced his thoughts aloud. Ahem. Brother Hualong's sudden cough caught Jun Qinghang's attention. Brother Hualong's face flushed. Well, you see, Zhihua has immersed herself in alchemy for many years. She attended the last alchemy convention alongside an elder from Danxia Peak. Although she is now a top-tier 6th-level alchemist, she cannot help but feel somewhat overshadowed in terms of cultivation prowess. I also play a modest role in providing some protection. Protection, you say? Oh. Jun Qinghang cast a knowing glance at Brother Hualang. He had not anticipated that this seemingly carefree and multifaceted brother would exhibit such depth of sentiment. Rest assured, brother, I shall not speak of this to anyone. Ah, with your assurance, how could I possibly worry? Come, let us engage in some sparring. Brother Hualang, increasingly fond of his junior brother, began to understand why this young disciple was subtly becoming the beloved of the Shumi cave heaven. 10 days later, aboard the Shumi flying vessel, within the vastness of space, Brother Hualang, supporting his waist, waved his hand. No more, no more. Little brother, your sword intent is truly terrifying. I, as your elder brother, humbly concede. Upon hearing this, Jun Qinghang sheathed his wooden sword. This wooden sword, merely an item of convenience, could hardly withstand the might of the Azure Lotus sword intent, even with Jun Qinghang's magical protection. It had long become unsustainable, on the verge of collapse. Now, suddenly deprived of Jun Qinghang's magical prowess as a foundation, it was instantaneously reduced to ashes. The rising and falling of Jun Qinghang's chest was quite pronounced, indicating that even succeeding against the pure essence of the Saint Son of Hualang was no easy feat. Chapter 81. Gathering of Alchemists. The contests among cultivators are diverse, with the most common being magical duels among practitioners, alchemical battles among alchemists, and weapon contests among artifact masters. Naturally, cultivators often engage in competitions relying solely on the power of pure essence, eschewing magical techniques and supernatural abilities, particularly among those at or above the nascent soul stage. This is especially true for those at the transformation stage. After all, the majority of nascent soul cultivators have only a superficial grasp of essence, merely having a clear direction towards understanding the power of the essence they seek to comprehend. However, transformation cultivators differ significantly. They possess their own unique essence, a power that is profound and boundless, embodying the nascent form of celestial laws. Thus, it is commonplace for transformation cultivators to compete using pure essence. Brother Hualong's tornado essence has reached its pinnacle. The destructive force derived from the understanding of the tornado essence through his tornado Tao body is indeed as astonishing as the rumors suggest. In response to the praise from the Saint Son of Hualang, Jun Qinghang reciprocated gracefully. It is true that the tornado essence, comprehended from his own tornado Tao body and combined with his wind-based supernatural abilities, possesses unimaginable destructive power. Even though Jun Qinghang did not employ any magical force in this exchange with the Saint Son, merely comparing pure essences, he could still feel the formidable strength of this tornado power. However, his own use of the Azure Lotus or intent was not in its complete form, merely touching upon its essence. At this moment, Saintess Zhihua entered, extending a pill in her hand towards Jun Qinghang and the Saint Son of Hualang. Junior brother Qinghang, do you know when her nascent soul ceremony will be held? I still remember the grand celebration when you broke through to the golden core stage. She inquired with a smile. Indeed, Jun Qinghang had spent 7 years in seclusion, dedicating the first year to the cultivation of essence. Beyond the initial Azure Lotus or intent, he subsequently comprehended other essences. After grasping them, he devoted 3 additional years to refining them to their full potential. However, contrary to his wishes, not all the essences he comprehended had reached their pinnacle, for one in particular was exceedingly arcane and vastly different from his cultivation journey. Under the influence of several essences, his cultivation exhibited fluctuations, indicating a significant potential for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Such opportunities for breakthroughs are rare and elusive. Jun Qinghang decisively abandoned the thought of exiting seclusion, opting instead to harness the abundant spiritual energy of Lingchun peak to strive for his nascent soul advancement. Having grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough, this phase of cultivation was not particularly arduous. Ultimately, 2 years ago, Jun Qinghang successfully invoked the nascent soul thunder tribulation atop Lingchun peak, breaking through and achieving the esteemed rank of nascent soul true monarch. Initially, everyone anticipated that this nascent soul ceremony would be a grand affair, at least comparable to the previous Golden Course ceremony. Yet unexpectedly, 2 years have passed without any sign of activity. The senior sister chuckled, remarking that the junior brother had merely broken through to the infant transformation stage. It would indeed be a momentous celebration for this realm if he were ever to attain the status of an immortal. Both Zhihua and Hualang had no objections to Jun Qinghang's grand aspirations. If one were to consider who among the current disciples of the Xiumi cave heaven held the most promise of achieving immortality, it would undoubtedly be the 2 esteemed brothers and the venerated Jun Qinghang himself. I once discussed this matter with my master. It is truly unnecessary to hold a grand ceremony for every major stage. That would be excessively hasty. The infant transformation ceremony may be omitted. Furthermore, my master mentioned that in April on my birthday, he would graciously host a gathering for all my senior brothers and sisters to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Jun Qinghang smiled. At this moment, Zhihua and Hualang realized the truth. Indeed, this seemingly ethereal junior brother, in reality, was merely a child yet to reach 20 and partake in the coming-of-age ceremony. In light of this, I must prepare an early congratulatory gift for him. Saint Sun Hualang brewed tea, inviting Jun Qinghang and Saint Lady Zhihua to sit and enjoy the beverage. The alchemy sacred land stands as one of the 8 sacred places within the true spirit realm, majestically situated upon the central domain. Nearly 70% of the high-grade elixirs within the true spirit realm are produced by the alchemists of the alchemy sacred land. Elixirs are among the most indispensable resources for cultivators on their journey to immortality. Without the assistance of elixirs, many cultivators would likely find their cultivation levels unable to reach their current heights. Naturally, the near monopolization of elixir supply has solidified the alchemy sacred land's position as a formidable entity within the true spirit realm, one that few dare to provoke. The Alchemical Conference, held every 200 years, is organized by the Alchemy Sacred Land, inviting alchemists from across the true spirit realm to partake in this grand event dedicated to their craft. However, those who receive a personal invitation from the Alchemy Sacred Land are invariably individuals of considerable status, either high-ranking alchemists of repute or those backed by influential connections, or renowned prodigies in their own right. It is inconceivable that unknown individuals without notable backgrounds would be included. Alas, have you all heard? The Yunyang heavenly sect in the eastern domain has encountered a calamity. Oh, what has transpired? Has a formidable figure emerged within the sect? No. I have just come from the eastern domain, and I am most aware of the details. How fortunate. Pray, share the news with us. What has occurred? In proximity to the alchemy sacred land, countless alchemists have journeyed from various domains of the true spirit realm, some traveling alone while others bring their disciples along. They gather in clusters, discussing the significant events that have transpired in recent years across the various domains. Among these, the most captivating tale is that which unfolded 4 years ago at the Yunyang heavenly sect in the eastern domain. Esteemed friends, being distant from the eastern domain, you may be unaware. 4 years ago, the Yunyang heavenly sect was besieged by a supreme elder from the sword and blade sacred land, who swiftly decimated nearly all of its leadership, leaving only a solitary Taoist lord of the transformation stage to oversee the sect's affairs. the sword and blade sacred land. Among those present, even those engrossed in the art of alchemy must have heard of the sword and blade sacred land's formidable reputation in the eastern domain. Could it be that the Yunnyang heavenly sect provoked a significant figure from the sword and blade sacred land through their folly? Not at all, not at all. Although I too reside in the eastern domain, the events unfolded unexpectedly, and the background of the matter seems to be shrouded in secrecy. My acquaintance is privy to some information solely due to a distant relative's cousin's second uncle's son's companion's brother, who serves as an outer sect steward at the sacred ground of sword and blade. It is through this connection that I have gleaned a few whispers. Goodness, this fellow cultivator is quite remarkable. My journey to the sacred alchemy domain may very well depend on your assistance. My friend, a trivial matter indeed. However, before this male cultivator could articulate anything further, the crowd felt as though the sun above had been obscured by some unseen force. Looking up, they beheld a flying vessel approaching from the distance. Upon the vessel, a circular emblem was inscribed. It was the flying boat of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Chapter 82. Revered Master Chiyue. The emblem was crafted from a blend of azure jade and gilded gold. Its surface resembled a layered lotus seat, intricately engraved with the majestic peaks of the spirit mountain, entwined with cloud patterns, as if the ethereal light of the sky had been plucked from the heavens and infused within. Surrounding the emblem were incantations etched in an unknown script, their spaces adorned with starry patterns. At the very center lay an exceptionally rare, transparent crystal, within which the essence of the Shumi mustard seed was reflected, allowing one to behold the vastness of the universe within a mere inch. This was indeed the hallmark of the Shumi Cave Heaven. Jun Qinghang stood at the bow of the vessel, listening intently to the murmurs of the alchemists below. He had not anticipated that the Yunnyang heavenly sect was so well concealed. 4 years prior, shortly after his return from the Yujian Shao family to the Shumi Cave Heaven, the sacred ground of sword and blade had finally grasped the evidence against the Yunnyang heavenly sect. At that time, he had deliberately left the Yunnyang Dao master to the sacred ground, allowing them to seize the opportunity to capture evidence of the sect's practitioners engaging in forbidden arts, thereby dismantling them entirely. After all, the status of a heavenly sect is formidable, second only to the cave heavens and sacred grounds. Moreover, given the esteemed reputation of the sacred ground of sword and blade in the Eastern domain, they required a sufficient rationale to deal with a heavenly sect, regardless of whether it was just or unjust, to safeguard their own reputation. It was unexpected that such efforts were necessitated, taking a full 3 years before they sought them out. However, from the words of the alchemist earlier, Jun Qinghang could surmise a few things. It was likely that only the higher echelons of the Yunnyang heavenly sect practiced forbidden arts. Otherwise, they would not have left a transformation stage, Dao, Lord, to oversee significant matters. Practicing forbidden arts is a crime deserving of eradication. Such techniques were not conceived by ordinary cultivators, but were believed to originate from a race known as the Evil Spirit Clan, existing before the ancient era. The forbidden arts were indeed created by this clan. Ironically, the practitioners most suited to these arts were human cultivators, who were otherwise unrelated to the Evil Spirit Clan. This historical account is so absurd that merely reading it seems ludicrous. As the Evil Spirit Clan declined, their former glory faded, along with the methods of practicing forbidden arts, which gradually became obscured in the annals of history. Yet, remnants of such arts persist within certain ancient ruins, across the vast realms. The last appearance of forbidden arts can be traced back several million years. By that time, those who wielded such arts had already attained the stage of integration. At that time, several esteemed beings from the myriad realms united their strength, even enlisting the aid of a grandmaster, to successfully eradicate the formidable foe. Otherwise, a malevolent practitioner who had reached the grandmaster stage would likely elude even the most adept of transcendent beings. Allowing such a perilous cultivator to traverse the 3,000 great worlds indeed poses a significant threat. The Shumi flying vessel continued its course towards the city of Danding, casting not a single glance towards the cultivators along the way. Alas, I was utterly terrified. The might of the Shumi cave is formidable. Ah, please continue, esteemed brother. You had not finished your earlier discourse. We can afford to slow our pace a bit. The imposing entrance of a Shumi flying vessel left the alchemists astounded. However, as the vessel moved further away, the fervor for the 8 trigrams reignited among them. One by one, they gathered, and as more and more approached, they began to form a collective, heading towards the city of Danding. Jun Qinghang gazed ahead at the city of Danding upon the plain, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He had initially expected Danding to resemble the ordinary city of Shumi's sacred city, merely larger in scale. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized that from above, Danding resembled an enormous alchemical furnace, a truly remarkable sight. Surely, junior brother, you too find Danding extraordinary. Though we hail from a Shumi cave and are among the 3 great caves of the true spirit realm, there exists a plethora of remarkable creations in this external world. As cultivators, we must not be like frogs at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. This city is but a mere prelude. The sacred peak of the Danding sacred land, however, is truly exceptional, a pristine green peak taken from the true spirit realm, perfectly shaped like a gourd. Had it not been for the unique form of Danding Mountain, chosen by the founding master of the Danding sacred land, it might not have been established at all. As the Shumi flying vessel drew nearer, an increasing number of traveling cultivators appeared beneath it. Wherever it passed, these cultivators paused to gaze in reverence, allowing the Shumi flying vessel to proceed first. When a vessel was but 100 miles from Danding, 2 beams of radiant light emanated from within the city, extending towards the approaching vessel. Cultivators, whether there to witness the spectacle or summoned alchemists, all took notice. As the radiant light reached the Shumi flying vessel, 3 streams of light soared from it, gracefully landing upon the radiant display. Subsequently, the light swiftly retracted, leaving the identities of the 3 figures shrouded in mystery, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Grateful for the presence of the esteemed disciples from the Shumi cave, we are honored to attend this grand alchemical gathering within the largest tavern's exclusive room at the pinnacle of Danding City. The elder woman, resembling a matriarch, was graciously hosting Jun Qinghang and his companions. Your words are too kind, esteemed revered Chiyu. The alchemical gathering is indeed a momentous occasion eagerly anticipated by the alchemists of the true spirit realm. As alchemists ourselves, my junior brother Qinghang and I are more than willing to offer our assistance, responded Saintess Jihua, leading the conversation. Even though both she and the Holy Son of Hualang are merely at the late stage of the transformation realm, and Jun Qinghang is only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, their esteemed titles compel the Danding sacred land to dispatch a top-tier cultivator of the composite body realm to escort them. This aligns with the prior thoughts of the Holy Son of Hualang. Only with formidable disciples and a flourishing cave world can they navigate the true spirit realm with greater ease and respect. One cannot overlook the reaction of the newly ascended revered one of the Danding sacred land, revered Chiyu, who could not help but cast a glance at Jun Qinghang the moment Holy Maiden Jihua uttered his title. However, revered Chiyu merely scrutinized him without employing any magical powers or divine abilities. Otherwise, it would be questionable whether she could escape unscathed. The defenses set by the esteemed Taoist of Green wood around Jun Qinghang are far from simple. For the might of Xingyun is not something any inhabitant of the 3,000 great worlds can approach. This individual is indeed a brilliant new star of your sect, truly distinguished and worthy of being a high disciple of the cave world. Revered Chiyu has been solidifying her composite body realm over the past century in the Danding sacred land, and since her recent emergence from seclusion, she has heard the illustrious name of Jun Qinghang no fewer than 10 times. Just yesterday, wasn't it the Holy Master's senior brother who hinted that this esteemed Jun Qinghang might accompany Taoist Jihua? How is it that upon meeting today, he has transformed into a nascent soul, true monarch? Was it not said that he was over 19 and had practiced for less than a decade? Could it be that during her century of seclusion to stabilize her cultivation, the laws of heaven and earth in the true spirit realm have undergone a transformation? Chapter 83. The Honorable Chief Judge. After a few courteous exchanges, they promptly delved into the crux of the matter. The Alchemy Grand Assembly. In truth, all such events across the world follow a similar pattern. Essentially, the host provides some incentives, allowing the talented participants to compete, where victors gain rewards while the defeated still acquire opportunities for renown. After all, in the true spirit realm, there is no more official or authoritative alchemy gathering than the one spearheaded by the Danding sacred land. These prodigies are more than willing to participate, some for fame and others for profit, all driven by their aspirations. Furthermore, it serves as an opportunity to connect with like-minded individuals or those possessing compatible resources. In simpler terms, it is a chance to exchange treasures. The specific invitation extended to Holy Maiden Jihua by the Danding sacred land to attend the Alchemy Grand Assembly is one of the key motives behind this gathering. The competition among alchemists is referred to as the Alchemy Duel. Every 200 years, the Alchemy Grand Assembly traditionally commences with this duel, allowing alchemists of the 4th rank and below to participate. One might wonder how such a grand event could feature alchemists of such low rank. In reality, each Alchemy Grand Assembly sees a greater presence of gifted disciples brought by esteemed alchemy masters rather than the masters themselves, who are often of the 5th rank or higher. Just as Holy Maiden Jihua was 200 years ago, when she was still a novice at the threshold of the 4th rank and had yet to become one of the 18 holy sons of the Shumi cave world. Nevertheless, that time, Holy Maiden Jihua shone as the most radiant prodigy throughout the entire Alchemy Grand Assembly, without exception. In the present day, the esteemed Saint Jihua has reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, and her alchemical skills have ascended to the level of a 6th-tier alchemist, rendering her disinclined to engage in alchemical contests with mere juniors. Jun Qinghang, who listened attentively to their discussions, absorbed little of the conversation. Except for one crucial detail, alchemists of 5th tier and above are prohibited from participating in such contests. He had just learned that the prize for this competition was a precious jade dragonflower, a 6th-tier supreme spiritual herb. However, its significance lies not merely in its tier, but in its rarity. Within the vast expanse of the Shumi cave heaven, there are scarcely fewer than 10 such specimens. Were it not for the absence of a primary medicinal formula for the jade dragonflower, the alchemy sanctuary would undoubtedly refrain from offering it as a prize. This circumstance further attests to the formidable power of the alchemy sanctuary, which can afford to present a rare herb as a reward for low-tier alchemist competitions, exemplifying their wealth and influence. Moreover, the sovereign conveyed a message to me today, requesting that I relay to Jun Dao the hope that the esteemed Jun Qinghang would graciously accept the role of judge for this contest. Both Jun Qinghang and the esteemed Jihua and Hualang were taken aback by the Alchemy Sanctuary's unexpected request. Yet, upon reflection, the seemingly absurd request reveals a certain rationality. Although Jun Qinghang has never visited the Alchemy Sanctuary, each of his alchemist tier certifications has been delivered by disciples of the Danxia Peak. The sanctuary is undoubtedly aware that Jun Qinghang's alchemist rank has already ascended to the 4th tier. As a disciple of the Shumi cave heaven, he stands as one of the most distinguished among them. Being a 4th-tier alchemist, he is more than qualified to serve as a judge. It seems that Elder Chiyu recognized the peculiarity of her statement and cleared her throat, continuing, "I have been in seclusion for too long, and I found myself unable to articulate my thoughts fully. The sovereign's intent is to invite Jun Qinghang as one of the final judges." Jihua, Hualang, Jun Qinghang, Meo, oh. Are you serious? Jun Qinghang was genuinely inclined to inquire, not out of a sense of inadequacy, but because it felt rather exaggerated. His 5th-tier alchemist certification had yet to be reported to the Alchemy Sanctuary, so to the outside world, he remained perceived as a 4th-tier alchemist. It is essential to note that the talents participating in the competition are inherently limited to the 4th-tier level. The judges present at the contest would also be of 4th and 5th-tier status, with only 6th-tier alchemists eligible for invitation as the final judge. The Alchemy Sanctuary's decision indeed sets a precedent for the grand alchemical event. Even if Jun Qinghang were recognized as a certified fifth-tier alchemist, he would still lack the qualifications to become the chief judge. However, since the Alchemy Sanctuary is the host of this grand event, the sovereign's words signify a resolved decision. The realization of this endeavor lies solely within Jun Qinghang's willingness. He nodded at Saint Jihua and said, "Esteemed elder, I must confess. My purpose for bringing junior brother Qinghang to this alchemical gathering is also to apply for his fifth-tier alchemist certification." Elder Chiyue, who was awaiting Jun Qinghang's response, was immediately struck dumb. Surely, she had not misheard? Do not be deceived by her age, as she is on the verge of entering the realm of the 5 declines of heaven. A mere 20-year-old fifth-tier alchemist? Were it not for Jun Qinghang's gentle nod towards the esteemed Qiyu, one might take a while to regain composure. This matter is not difficult. Shortly, I shall have the disciples of the sacred land deliver the fifth-tier alchemist certification of Master Qinghang. Not a word shall be mentioned about the need for Master Jun Qinghang to concoct fifth-tier elixirs as validation. What a jest! The disciples of Shumi Cave Heaven would never engage in deceitful practices. Thus, I express my gratitude to the esteemed one regarding the matter of the presiding judge you mentioned. I shall comply without objection, Jun Qinghang remarked with a smile. Serving as a judge bears no ill will. Sister Jihua has mentioned that the Alchemy Sacred Land offers compensation for their roles as judges, although it amounts to but a mere fraction of his current savings. Who would ever disdain an increase in their wealth? Moreover, the certification of an alchemy master is not easily attained, even with the esteemed Qiyu's endorsement. The intricate procedures cannot be bypassed, and to receive the certification so swiftly is no small feat. Jun Qinghang wished not to owe a favor to Qiyu or the Alchemy Sacred Land. Thus he resolved to settle the matter on the spot. After the esteemed Qiyu departed, Saint Sun Hualang gazed at Jun Qinghang in astonishment. Master Qinghang has indeed ascended to the status of a fifth-tier alchemist, a feat unprecedented in the true spirit realm. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Saint Sun Hualang reconsidered. Aside from Master Jun Qinghang's rapid advancement in alchemy, it seemed that his cultivation level had also reached astonishing heights. Upon further reflection, it appeared that with any elevation in cultivation, the art of alchemy would surely follow suit. Is this a secret technique known to all alchemists? Yet, he had never witnessed Hualang's training in such a manner. Typically, advancing in alchemy is far more arduous than breaking through in cultivation. Saint Sun Hualang was engulfed in confusion. Chapter 84. A request to all presiding judges. The days of cultivation are fraught with hardship, and in the blink of an eye, a week has elapsed. On the day of the alchemical grand assembly, Danding City was truly bustling with throngs of people. Not only alchemists, but also numerous cultivators who had recently found themselves with leisure time flocked to Danding City, eager to witness this grand event that occurs only once every 200 years. Greetings, fellow Taoist. It is a pleasure to meet you, as fellow second-tier alchemists. I presume we shall compete on the same alchemical stage. Oh, how splendid. I perceive that your demeanor is remarkable. May I inquire from which sect you hail? I am unworthy of such praise. I am a disciple from the western regions. Ah, this celestial maiden looks quite familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Familiar, indeed. Last month, you invited me, consumed everything, and then vanished without even offering a spirit stone. What an unexpected encounter. You enjoy the spectacle, do you? Take this punch. Senior brother, there are so many people. Junior sister, as this is your first visit, you may not know, but Danding City is truly a unique city in the true spirit realm, exclusively for alchemists. Senior brother, does your tone imply that you have visited many times before? Each time, you accompanied Master under the pretense of participating in the alchemical competition. The alchemical grand assembly occurs once every 200 years. So hasn't your alchemist rank remained at the 3rd tier for quite some time? Junior sister, look, it is the esteemed figures of the Alchemy Sacred Land. Amidst the rising voices of the crowd, figures glided gracefully above the city of Danding, landing steadily upon the several pill dual platforms at the heart of the bustling city, surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. The alchemical Grand Assembly had been in preparation for several years, drawing all prominent figures in the realm of alchemy from the 5 domains to this momentous occasion. Among them were numerous 6th-rank alchemists who had brought their most exceptional disciples, eager to showcase their talents and establish connections with the revered Dan-Ding sacred ground. As these figures descended upon the dual platforms, their forms became visible, clad in identical pale yellow ceremonial robes adorned with an embroidered 3-legged alchemical furnace. They unmistakably belonged to the Dan-Ding sacred ground. Their ranks varied from the elderly to the youthful, and from men to women, yet they all exuded a harmonious aura. Each at the initial stage of the transformation divine realm. Esteemed alchemists, the disciples from the Dan-Ding sacred ground respectfully saluted, acknowledging the presence of their distinguished guests. These disciples merely served as judges for the event, lacking the authority to determine the outcomes of the duels. The true power to vote and score rested with the 3 6th-rank alchemists appointed as chief judges by the Dan-Ding sacred ground. Soon, 3 venerable elders, their eyes sparkling with vitality, traversed the vast distance from the crowd to the dual platforms. These 3 were renowned figures. Celebrated 6th-rank alchemists from the Dan-Ding sacred ground, whose mastery in alchemy was beyond question despite their limited potential, having spent centuries immersed in their craft. Among the esteemed 6th-rank alchemists, these 3 were the most recognized. "I am Elder Yun So," one of them announced, gesturing towards his companions. "And these are the Tao Masters Ning Yuan and Huai Zhen. We shall preside over the first duel of this grand assembly. And the final verdict will be reached through collective deliberation led by myself and the esteemed judges. Furthermore, the judges for this duel phase have been personally invited by the Sacred Lord, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. I implore all fellow judges to refrain from disputing this." The implication was clear. The judges were esteemed guests of the Dan-Ding sacred ground, personally invited by the Sacred Lord, whose decisions were beyond reproach. Such statements, once uttered, could not be retracted. Only those with profound credentials would dare speak boldly before such a congregation of alchemists, particularly when the assembly included not only 6th-rank alchemists but also a few reclusive 7th-rank alchemical masters. 7th-rank alchemical masters were exceedingly rare within the Dan-Ding sacred ground, embodying not only their own formidable prowess but also the immense influence characteristic of alchemists of their caliber. Every 7th-rank alchemical master present was a revered figure at the integration stage. Crucially, the Dan-Ding sacred ground possessed the clout to assert such authority. The Sacred Lord of Dan-Ding was renowned as an 8th-rank king, equal in stature to the esteemed Jun Yin of Shimi Paradise. Esteemed honorary judges echoed the calls of the disciples in the transformation divine stage. 3 radiant paths, entirely composed of the fragrant essence of elixirs, extend from the depths behind Dan-Ding City to the summit of the Do-Dan platform. Numerous cultivators and alchemists are instantly captivated by the alluring aroma. Succumbing to its charm, in the distance, a figure can be seen traversing each of the luminous paths. Once the trio has completely descended from the fragrant vapors, the crowd is struck with astonishment. Each individual is remarkably youthful. The first to be introduced by the esteemed Yun So is the young man closely accompanying him, the scion of the Nangong clan from the southern